Alas, how have I found myself traversing into the realm of Marvel? Fortunately, I now inhabit the body of a mutant, yet my superpower manifests as sensory control. Chapter 1. Invincibility begins with the journey. The gentle sunlight streams through the window, illuminating the bed where Yunlong reclines languidly, basking in its warmth while scrutinizing his right hand. It is a youthful hand brimming with vitality, adorned with a large, hollow, metallic skull ring on the middle finger, exuding a punk aesthetic. However, in Yunlong's memories, his right hand was far from this vibrant depiction. Having crossed the threshold of 40, his hands bore the roughness of years spent laboring, the passage of time having sapped away the exuberance of youth. Moreover, on the base of his right ring finger, there lies a distinct, scarred, indelible mark from an injury sustained 5 years ago during work. Yet, it is not merely his right hand that has transformed his entire body, identity, attire, dwelling, and even the world he inhabits now stand in stark contrast to his previous existence. Yunlong has transcended. As a middle-aged man with responsibilities ailing parents above, children below, and a wife in between, what shall become of my family and loved ones with this sudden transition? Yunlong has fully assimilated the memories of the original owner of this body, Tom Riddle. And upon careful contemplation, he can discern certain details. Tom Riddle, from a tender age, possessed no recollection of his family or kin. Even his name was bestowed upon him by the orphanage, for yellow-skinned orphan. The memories associated with American orphanages are far from pleasant. Fortunately, at the age of 11, Tom Riddle acquired a semblance of family, inheriting the surname Riddle from his adoptive parents. Regrettably, they were not virtuous individuals, and the education and influence bestowed upon him were deeply flawed. At 13, his adoptive parents fell victim to gang violence, and once more, Tom Riddle found himself bereft of family, left to navigate the shadows alone. Without hesitation, he succumbed to the darkness, becoming a petty thug entrenched in the underbelly of society. Over 5 years, he transitioned through 8 gangs, surviving through caution and an inherent ruthlessness. Now 18, the youth resolved to forge a brighter path. Armed with the experience gleaned from years in the shadows, Tom Riddle devised a comprehensive plan for advancement, securing a $10,000 loan at exorbitant interest rates. With these funds, he deftly maneuvered through the ranks, ultimately rising to a mid-level position within the Death Ray Skeleton Gang. Alas, fortune did not favor Tom Riddle recently. The gang's leader was slain by an assassin sent from a rival gang. The Death Ray Skeleton Gang dissipated in an instant, leaving Tom Riddle's investments in ruins, while he faced the relentless pursuit of merciless loan sharks. 2 days prior, Tom Riddle was compelled to relinquish his one remaining Aceda second-hand car, purchased to maintain his middle-tier status as collateral to the loan sharks, granting him a mere 2 days of reprieve. However, the impoverished Tom Riddle saw no possibility of repaying his debts. In despair, Tom Riddle resolved to take an overdose of sleeping pills to end his life. It was not that he desired to indulge in a fleeting pleasure before death, rather. For someone like him, drugs were a precious commodity, quickly exchanged for cash. Thus, the destitute Tom Riddle harbored no addiction to narcotics, nor could he procure them in such dire circumstances. In this critical moment between life and death, Tom Riddle awakened his superpower of sensory control. Regrettably, this power was neither healing nor reincarnation in the face of his impending demise. He found himself nearly powerless. Instinct for survival propelled him to fight with every ounce of strength, and while Tom Riddle perished, Yunlong emerged in his stead. The superpower of sensory control is akin to one's limbs, an intrinsic part of the human body, instinctively wielded. Yet, the extent of its application remains uncertain. For instance, while one may struggle to wield a survival knife proficiently, Bear Grylls, with the same knife, boldly ventures into uncharted wilderness. Bear Grylls, born Edward Michael Grylls on June 7, 1974, is a British explorer, author, and television presenter. He garnered the title The Man at the top of the food chain due to the astonishing things he consumed while hosting the Discovery Channel's Man vs. Wild. The initial manifestation of sensory control lies in the effective regulation of one's own senses, transcending mere enhancements of sight and hearing. It embodies a more intricate and profound control, such as using one's eyes to smell, ears to see, and nose to hear at first glance. This superpower may appear unimpressive, yet Yunlong sought to inspire himself through deep contemplation. In the realm of human philosophy, 3 renowned questions arise. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? Theoretically, sensory control could facilitate a clearer understanding of oneself. While lofty goals may feel distant, Yunlong's immediate priority lies in mastering the superpower of sensory control to the fullest extent. Thus, compelled by necessity, following the failure of the get-up pose and traverse experiment, Yunlong reluctantly arose to attend to personal hygiene, take a rejuvenating shower, scavenge for remnants of food to prepare a fulfilling meal, and rummage through his belongings for a clean outfit to don. Throughout this process, Li Yunlong reaffirmed the unfortunate reality that Tom Riddle was a destitute individual. The current residence was rented under the auspices of a gang, with the furnishings belonging to the landlord. Beyond a few tattered garments, Li Yunlong possessed no personal assets, no car, no home, no savings, only a mountain of debt left behind by Tom Riddle. The sole hope for altering his dismal circumstances rested upon the superpower of sensory control. Thus, Li Yunlong concentrated his mind, immersing himself fully into the realm of sensory control. Like a cautious adventurer, he repeatedly pushed the boundaries of his limits, delving into the azure depths of the ocean, exploring the profound world beneath its tranquil surface. His senses harmonized and coordinated, breaking through previous limitations, extracting all that he could endure from the vast ocean of information. Gazing inward, his skin became no barrier, flesh no impediment, and bones no hindrance under the scrutiny of sensory control. His body appeared as pure and translucent as jade. The intricate and grand supersystem of the human body unfurled before him. Looking outward, the walls appeared riddled with holes, as if a mere touch could shatter them, rendering them nearly devoid of structural integrity. The floor beneath him felt increasingly unstable, resembling a shoddy construction project. How easily it could be destroyed. Most astonishing was the formerly empty space, devoid of obstructions, which transformed into a magnificent stage, devoid of anything but air. It dawned on him that our world is, in fact, a resplendent stage. High above the clouds, is there a great being quietly observing the unfolding drama of human existence? With these thoughts, Li Yunlong's spirits dwindled, and he felt an urgent desire to find a misfortunate soul to serve as an outlet for his frustrations. Peering into the room on the left, he found it devoid of life. A glance into the room on the right revealed the same desolate scene. Turning his gaze towards the room across, he was met with the same disheartening emptiness. Could it be that, as noon approached, everyone had gathered to partake in a meal? This seemed unlikely to Yunlong distinctly recalled that the occupant of the room on the right was a devotee of dark rock music, with a lifestyle turned upside down, energetic during the night, and slumbering like a cat throughout the day. It appeared he might have to resort to enlisting a few strangers to vent his frustrations. Just as Li Yunlong contemplated broadening his search, three familiar figures caught his attention. Pang Bo arrived with two brawny companions. As a representative under the auspices of Mr. Goldenfinger, Pang Bo's work record was nothing short of impressive, particularly in the realm of debt collection. Pursuing high-interest loans, especially from members of the underworld, is no trifling task, even if all seems to proceed smoothly. One must remain vigilant, for Pang Bo had no desire to encounter misfortune in the depths of adversity. Yunlong stood there beaming, regarding Pang Bo as one would a delivery person. "Ah, isn't this brother Pang Bo? I've been awaiting your arrival. Why linger at the door? Come in, come in." As he spoke, he afforded Pang Bo no time to respond, effortlessly pulling him inside by the neck. Chapter 2. A traveler should embody an indomitable spirit. Pang Bo, rather than being merely a name, serves as a code and to his own knowledge. He is the third individual to bear this designation. It is inconceivable that one could inherit such a title without possessing significant skills. Standing at a towering height of 6 feet 3 inches, Pang Bo is a robust white male, not only physically formidable but also a veteran of military service. Having undergone systematic training, his reflexes are sharp and his coordination is agile. Once, he single-handedly confronted 2 armed thugs, dispatching them to their demise within a mere minute. Thus, Pang Bo harbors considerable confidence in his own abilities and reactions. However, the dilemma lies here. Pang Bo cannot fathom how he was effortlessly pulled in by Li Yunlong with just one hand. He had prepared himself, maintaining a heightened state of alertness. The mere extension of Li Yunlong's hand to grasp his neck should have prompted an immediate counteraction from him. How could he remain as inert as a wooden figure, allowing himself to be manipulated? At this juncture, it is commendable to highlight Pang Bo's prudent habit. While he does not intend to use his firearm, he ensures the safety is engaged. Otherwise, in his current position, he could have inadvertently shot himself. As a seasoned figure in the underworld, Pang Bo possesses commendable psychological resilience. Even when ambushed by Li Yunlong and rendered a captive, he neither panicked nor erupted into hysterical curses, but instead lifted his head, meeting Li Yunlong's gaze with a defiant challenge. "Do you intend to eliminate me?" It is futile. No one escapes the debt owed to Mr. Goldenfinger. Li Yunlong pulled Pang Bo against the wall, instructing him to sit, while he himself retrieved a chair to sit opposite. At this moment, your concern should not be about money. As one who engages in high-interest loan collections, shouldn't your focus be on your own survival? With that, Li Yunlong seized Pang Bo's handgun. This weapon was not the infamous Desert Eagle, but rather the Beretta 92 series, commonly used by American law enforcement. Due to industrial production, its cost is relatively low and there are no legal barriers, resulting in a high rate of gun ownership in America. Firearms have evolved beyond mere instruments of violence, becoming a facet of culture. Yet, even in America, there exist individuals, like Tom Riddle, who do not possess firearms due to their impoverished circumstances. In the criminal underworld, a gun symbolizes not just power, but also status, and Tom Riddle, having lingered at the bottom of the gang hierarchy, seldom had the opportunity to wield one. Li Yunlong, having lived his life in a nation governed by law, had no prior experience with firearms. Thus, holding a handgun in his hand for casual play brought him a sense of delight. Pang Bo's expression remained unchanged, embodying the indifference of someone who might be shot dead on the street without a second thought. As for you, I underestimated your capabilities. However, even if your skills surpass my expectations, it remains inconsequential. The power possessed by Mr. Golden Finger is beyond your comprehension. Pang Bo displayed an air of nonchalance, perhaps believing that the matter lacked any necessity for secrecy. There are numerous ways to navigate through life. Mere financial constraints do not equate to a lack of worth. For instance, one might be tasked with smuggling high-value contraband or serving as a subordinate to a criminal overlord, all the while laboring for our benefit. If one is truly devoid of talent, one might resort to selling one's own organs for profit. Li Yunlong was rendered speechless. It was no surprise that someone entrenched in the underworld possessed such a dark heart. Although Pang Bo's words were refreshingly candid, did he not fear provoking Li Yunlong to the point of being shot? Would not refraining from such comments prevent his ire and ensure his survival? Pang Bo wore a countenance that suggested he had seen through it all. The memories of Tom Riddle informed Li Yunlong that eliminating Pang Bo and his two subordinates was the correct course of action. While Li Yunlong accepted this recollection, he did not concur with its conclusion. As a product of the new China, raised under the banner of socialism, even after transcending to this new realm, Li Yunlong had no intention of embracing a path of ruthless decision-making. Thus, he resolved to offer Pang Bo a chance. I have no desire to take a life. Therefore, I grant you an opportunity to divulge all that you know, and I shall spare you. Pang Bo scoffed at Li Yunlong's proposal, declaring, your struggles are destined to be in vain. You fail to comprehend the immense power wielded by Mr. Golden Finger. You think I would share my intelligence with you? Dream on. Even if you were to spare me, it would be of no consequence. Mr. Golden Finger will not let me go. With that, he turned his face away, resigned to his fate. Is this to be a sacrifice? In such a scenario, Tom Riddle would have unhesitatingly eliminated Pang Bo and his accomplices. In contrast, Li Yunlong, who lived in an era of peace and rule of law, had no better recourse than to summon the authorities. Yet, now endowed with the extraordinary ability of sensory control, Li Yunlong possessed the means to choose a third path. He grasped Pang Bo's head firmly, forcing him to meet his gaze, and bellowed with ferocity. This path was chosen by you. Do not blame me for my mercilessness. Through physical contact, his sensory control power forcibly commandeered all of Pang Bo's senses, inundating his mind with the noxious information Li Yunlong had selected, akin to a torrent of debris cascading into Pang Bo's consciousness. The expression on Pang Bo's face morphed from indifference to agony, from agony to contortion, and finally from contortion to utter despair, culminating in a state of complete emptiness. Perhaps Pang Bo contemplated resistance, yet during their earlier confrontation, Li Yunlong had already inflicted considerable harm, significantly diminishing his capacity to fight back. Furthermore, Li Yunlong's sensory control power had effectively nullified any possibility of struggle. In the final moments, Pang Bo may have sought salvation, imploring Li Yunlong for mercy, but the latter afforded him no opportunity to speak. Controlled entirely by the sensory power, Pang Bo was rendered incapable of even a scream, ultimately left to silently endure the consequences of his actions. Li Yunlong did not take his life, yet the repercussions of his choice may have been more harrowing than death itself for Pang Bo. For Pang Bo, surviving at least for now after the ordeal with Li Long may not necessarily be deemed fortunate. Under the chaotic experimentation conducted by Li Yunlong, should Pang Bo awaken with ill fortune, he risks becoming a mere vegetable. There exists a greater than 90% chance that he could emerge as a mindless imbecile. How many enemies could a man entangled in the underworld and lending at exorbitant rates possibly have? Perhaps he himself cannot tally them. Should he find himself reduced to a state of idiocy, he would lose all worth to Mr. Golden Finger, along with the capacity to safeguard himself. Combined, These factors lead Li Yunlong to foresee Pang Bo's grim fate ahead. After conducting his experiments on Pang Bo, Li Yunlong resolved to exert no further effort on his two subordinates. He procured tape from the room, aligning the three individuals in a row, binding their hands behind their backs with tape, securing their legs together at the ankles, and finally affixing a piece of tape over their mouths. An impeccable completion of his task. Chapter 3. The safe escape. Li Yunlong acquired a handgun, a dagger, 20 spare bullets, and cash amounting to 731 from Pang Bo. His two subordinates contributed 2 daggers, 1 tiger claw, cash totaling 352, and approximately 300 grams of gold jewelry. He collected all their mobile phones and combined them with his own, subsequently smashing them to smithereens with a hammer, disposing of the shards in a trash can. As for the other miscellaneous items on the three, Li Yunlong left them untouched, stowing his gains in his pockets and ensuring no other valuables were overlooked before leaving the room. He exited alone, taking care to lock the door behind him, perhaps to buy himself a little more time. According to Tom Riddle's recollections, Li Yunlong understood that from the moment he took action against Pang Bo and his two subordinates, he had effectively entered a race against time with the usury syndicate represented by Mr. Goldenfinger. As for remaining undiscovered, that was merely a naive notion devoid of realism. Though underground banks that engage in loan sharking are not legitimate institutions, their survival is predicated upon their own set of methods. Tom Riddle had heard whispers of some practices. Typically, those like Pang Bo, who are tasked with debt collection, operate in groups of 3. It is a folly to assume that those who dwell in the underworld are devoid of greed. Mr. Goldenfinger would not be so naive as to trust them. Without mutual surveillance among the trio, these unscrupulous rascals could concoct any outrageous tale, potentially jeopardizing Mr. Goldenfinger's finances. Furthermore, they possess their own safety protocols, such as schedules or time communications, enabling them to pinpoint a general area should complications arise. Lastly, their management is notably stringent with daily account reconciliations, meaning that if any issues arose with Pang Bo and his two subordinates, Mr. Goldenfinger's men would discover the situation by that very evening. For individuals entrenched in the underworld, financial matters represent significant stakes, worthy of risking one's life. Thus, had it been Tom Riddle addressing the dilemma, he would have unhesitatingly eliminated Pang Bo and his two subordinates, sending a clear message to others. This is the fate that befalls those who oppose me. Whoever dares to provoke me shall face dire consequences. Such declarations, often issued at the expense of 3 lives, tend to yield significant results. With a stroke of fortune, one's reputation may spread, garnering the respect of many in the underworld. Conversely, misfortune may render one a target for certain individuals, potentially leading to a swift demise. Yet, engaging in the underworld is inherently perilous, prompting many to embrace such a path. Having suffered a brutal blow from Li Yunlong, it is evident that Pang Bo, even upon awakening, would be rendered a fool. No need for further deliberation. His two subordinates, struck by Li Yunlong's precise strikes, would undoubtedly remain unconscious for no less than 2 hours. Li Yunlong, having assessed the situation, felt he still had ample time. After all, whether hurting 1 sheep or 2, the outcome remains the same. Tom Riddle had fallen into a state of utter destitution, so impoverished that not even a hair was left for Li Yunlong. All the funds at Li Yunlong's disposal were derived from Pang Bo and his two subordinates, a sum woefully inadequate for his needs. Thus, before making his escape, Li Yunlong resolved to undertake one last grand endeavor, guided by Tom Riddle's memories towards a fitting target. The apartment complex rented by Tom Riddle was an antiquated building situated in a slum, unlike typical apartment buildings. Nearly all residents were connected to the underworld, as a proprietor was a former mob boss who had washed his hands of crime. This individual was rumored to be a high-ranking member of Los Angeles' largest gang. Upon aging, had opted for a quieter life as a landlord. The tenants were a motley crew, including destitute individuals like Tom Riddle, who rented for appearances, and notorious gangsters of formidable reputation. According to Tom Riddle, one of the ground floor residents operated a drug trafficking hub, likely to be flush with cash, an ideal solution for his pressing needs. The operation proceeded seamlessly. With Tom Riddle's memories as his guide, Li Yunlong activated his sensory control abilities. The walls of the corridor became transparent to him, allowing him to effortlessly locate the drug den and ascertain that the safe within held a wealth of valuable items. Although 3 armed gang members stood guard, they posed little threat to Li Yunlong. With a mere piece of wire, he effortlessly unlocked the door, and the 3 guards were struck down before they could even draw their weapons. In truth, after enhancing his sensory control, Li Yunlong found that while he had only a slight advantage in strength and reaction time, to him, their movements appeared as if in slow motion. Every flaw in their technique was laid bare, and they likely could not predict their own next actions. Yet, to Li Yunlong, their intentions were painfully obvious, resulting in an almost insurmountable gap in ability. They were akin to marionettes at his mercy, and the exhilarating sensation of commanding the entire scene was intoxicating. This purely mechanical structure of the safe posed no threat to Li Yunlong, for within it lay numerous valuable items, the most precious of which were the documents. However, these items were also the most likely to reveal his identity. Additionally, there were drugs, gold, and cash. Li Yunlong chose to take only the cash, amounting to approximately $150,000, leaving the rest untouched. He did not intend to rely on this for a lifetime, merely seeking to alleviate his immediate financial burdens. With his extraordinary sensory abilities, he felt no concern for his future financial prospects. As he departed, Li Yunlong thoughtfully secured the door behind him, leaving 3 individuals inside, the safe storage jar, revealing a trove of valuables. He had purposely restrained himself during the act, knowing they would awaken in about half an hour. With confidence, he strolled leisurely away from the apartment building, even taking the time to greet the doorman. He boarded a nearby bus, transferred twice, and eventually arrived at the subway station. After several more transfers, he emerged on the outskirts of Los Angeles. He swiftly found a motel where he did not even need to present identification. Casually providing a name, he paid a month's rent and, having noted a few restaurants offering delivery services from advertisements he had seen along the way, settled into his room to indulge in a blissful routine of eating and sleeping. Concerns for personal safety were nearly non-existent for Li Yunlong. Since his arrival in this world, less than a day had passed, and he had only encountered 2 significant troubles: a debt from loan sharks and money taken from the gang. The gang had 3 unfortunate souls to bear the blame for him. The loan sharks' troubles were, strictly speaking, inherited from the previous occupant of this body, Tom Riddle. As a low-level thug in the gangster hierarchy, leaving Li Yunlong with such substantial issues spoke to his exceptional ability. Beyond that, he faced little else in the way of trouble. Despite Pang Bo's aggressive demeanor accompanied by 2 henchmen, once captured by Li Yunlong, he remained tight-lipped. A rational assessment would reveal the extent of his bluster. The underground bank, represented by Mr. Golden Finger, which engaged in predatory lending, naturally occupied a mid-tier position within the gangster ecosystem. To protect their interests and existence, they wielded considerable power. Confronting someone like Tom Riddle, a lowly thug, they would be inclined to act decisively to maintain their reputation and status within the criminal underworld. If Li Yunlong's current strength could be likened to that of an ant, then the power wielded by Mr. Golden Finger and his associates resembled that of an elephant. In a direct confrontation, Li Yunlong would surely meet his demise. It would be foolish for him to challenge them head-on. Faced with the undeniable reality of Li Yunlong's escape, Mr. Golden Finger found himself at a loss. While he might represent the might of an elephant in the vast expanse of Los Angeles, he could not expect to reign supreme unchallenged. Even an elephant has its adversaries and its own pressures for survival. Li Yunlong, under the guise of Tom Riddle, had only borrowed a mere sum of $10,000. Even if one were to consider the losses incurred from the demise of Pang Bo and his 2 subordinates, how significant could these losses truly be? Taking into account the prestige of Mr. Golden Finger and the potential damage to his reputation within the underworld, the resources at his disposal to pursue Li Yunlong would inevitably be constrained. The methods employed by Li Yunlong during his escape were rather conventional, simple yet remarkably effective. Even the police would expend considerable time, effort, and resources in their attempts to locate him. How many operatives could Mr. Golden Finger realistically deploy? And what resources could he afford to utilize? Even if misfortune befell them and they managed to track down Li Yunlong, would he truly allow himself to be easily captured? Did they genuinely believe that his sensory control abilities were mere embellishments? Regardless, the odds were significantly stacked against them in this endeavor. Thus, Li Yunlong felt a profound sense of security regarding his personal safety. He also held the conviction that as long as he remained elusive, those pursuing him would eventually relent. Such pursuits could not be sustained indefinitely. Even Mr. Golden Finger would refrain from making a fuss, ultimately resorting to issuing a bounty notice within the underworld. As long as Li Yunlong avoided crossing paths with him again, even Mr. Golden Finger would eventually let go of the matter. Chapter 4. Observe my majestic turnabout. There is an old adage in our country: the small hide in the wilderness, the medium in the market, and the great in the court. Li Yunlong found this saying particularly resonant in his current situation. Having secluded himself in a hotel for an entire month without anyone managing to track him down, he had also grown from a height of 178 meters to 181 meters. When he gazed into the mirror, the reflection bore no resemblance to Tom Riddle. It was as if he had undergone a complete transformation. Why worry about Mr. Golden Finger? He wouldn't even recognize him if he stood right in front of him. It was time to venture out and revel in his newfound freedom. After settling his bill and departing from the hotel, Yunlong made his way to the Mexican border. This region was notorious for its precarious security, with various factions entangled in complex relationships. Drawing upon Tom Riddle's memories, Yunlong adeptly located a forger within this locale, spending 3 days and $5,000 to procure a new identity, Brooke Lee. In America, the custom of identification cards was not prevalent. Presenting a driver's license sufficed for any situation, whether checking into a hotel or boarding a flight. There was no system of household registration, wherever one resided. That was considered their place of residence. Even if one rented a property, prolonged residency would grant them the local voting rights. Given the substantial sum he invested, Yunlong expected more than just a counterfeit driver's license. He required an extensive array of falsified documents, including a social security number, personal records, and tax information. The forger assured him that they had the means to integrate these fabricated details into the government database, ensuring that even in the event of a police inquiry, the information would appear authentic. Yunlong approached the forger's assurances with cautious optimism, fully aware that he could not expect perfection. As long as he could navigate the surface without raising suspicion, he would be content. After spending half a day tidying up his residence, ordering takeout for dinner, Yunlong strolled into his study clad in loose, comfortable pajamas. The bookshelf stood mostly vacant, adorned only with a handful of books and magazines left behind by either the landlord or the previous tenant, scattered haphazardly across its shelves. Yunlong perused the titles briefly, finding nothing that piqued his interest, and decided to leave them for now. Should he accumulate a substantial collection of books in the future, he would address their fate then. He flicked on the desk lamp, retrieved paper and pen, and resolved to devise a short-term plan for himself. Although he presently had a modest sum of money, idly squandering it was certainly not a prudent habit. He needed to engage himself in meaningful endeavors. Even if the initial returns were scant, it was essential to allow ample room for growth. The first option he scribbled was to languish in idle existence. Shaking his head, he marked an X beside this choice. As a time traveler, the notion of merely drifting through life was one he could not accept, let alone choose. After some contemplation, he inscribed a second option, superhero. The idea of a soul traversing realms while possessing extraordinary abilities certainly bore the hallmark of a protagonist. Every youth harbors dreams of heroism. What constitutes a hero? The dictionary defines it as selfless and fearless in the face of adversity. As expressed in the poem Winter Clouds, it is the hero who drives away tigers and leopards, while true heroes fear not the ferocity of bears. The Taiping Heavenly Kingdom's Yang Xiuqing, in his poem Indeed Loyal and Brave, spoke of a rebellion that shattered barriers for millions, culminating in the heroic spirit of Tianjin. Dong Biwu, in the Martyr's Tower of Handan, proclaimed that blood staining the battlefield transforms into a rainbow, and to sacrifice oneself for the nation is the essence of heroism. How did the ancients perceive heroes? They regarded intelligence as a manifestation of exceptional courage, and valor beyond measure as a symbol of greatness. A hero possesses lofty aspirations that reach the skies, a spirit that engulfs mountains and rivers, and a heart capable of embracing the vastness of the land, shouldering justice, and rescuing the populace from peril. However, the ancients also recognized the idealism of such expectations, acknowledging the rarity of individuals who could embody them. Thus, it was recorded in the collected works of Zai Jingtang that when a nation flourishes, thieves align with heroes, but in times of decline, officials may collude with rogues to violate the law. This presents a dialectical interpretation of the notion that heroes shape circumstances, while circumstances also shape heroes. Therefore, Yunlong personally believed that a more logically sound formulation of this idea would be, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. If one enjoys power in daily life, they must also shoulder the burden of responsibility when problems arise. Otherwise, if one relishes the privileges while leaving the common folk to bear the consequences in times of trouble, what purpose do they serve? Yunlong marked an X next to this option as well. Beyond these considerations, there remained a paramount question. How do the common people perceive heroes in the realm where Yunlong now resided? Captain America is universally recognized as a hero. Upon realizing this, Yunlong felt a whirlwind of emotions, and if he did not succumb to madness at that moment, he deemed his mental fortitude commendable. Consequently, he sought to gather pertinent information. Captain America had been active on the battlefield during World War II, combating the Red Skull and Hydra. and there were even museums dedicated to him in America. Old Osborn continues to toil at the forefront of the Osborn Group. Stark Industries has gained notoriety as a prominent arms dealer, and Tony Stark has yet to don the mantle of Iron Man. However, his reputation as a playboy has spread far and wide across the nation. Goodness, this is the realm of Marvel. And though it remains uncertain whether it is the cinematic or comic iteration, either way, the Marvel Universe is quite dreadful. Villains abound, heroes are ubiquitous, and the Avengers might as well be shaking in their boots. Such is the essence of the Marvel world. Li Yunlong inherently abhors such an environment. Yet having leaped into the fire pit, extricating oneself is no simple feat. He must, therefore, endure the momentary frustration with a heavy heart. For the vocation of superhero is one he would never choose to pursue. Li Yunlong has inscribed the third tenet: build high walls, amass provisions, and delay claims to power. This principle sounds commendable. Had it been in accordance with his nature, Li Yunlong would have preferred this path. Alas, in the current climate, the feasibility of its realization is nearly non-existent. In this modern society, where information flows abundantly, even the most trivial matters can become common knowledge. There is nothing wrong with wishing to cultivate one's land in peace. But establishing a large conglomerate, especially one endowed with formidable military strength, will inevitably attract the ire of the American government, which would not hesitate to deploy its military to quash you. There is simply no time afforded for peaceful development. Thus, this tenet must also bear a cross. Ultimately, Li Yunlong recognizes that, given the limitations of information and his own abilities, setting long-term objectives is futile. Otherwise, it devolves into unrealistic fantasies. The risks are so substantial that it would be wiser to forego such aspirations. The most prudent approach now is to take one step at a time, to first establish a foothold, sustain himself, and then strive for a future where each day surpasses the last. Chapter 5. Cultivating one's social circle life, in its essence, is rather mundane. Everyone is simply living, enjoying their own existence. However, to thrive and to continually improve one's circumstances is no trivial endeavor. Li Yunlong, having reached middle age, found himself unable to carve out a notable path, while Tom Riddle, after 5 years of struggle, remains mired in the lower echelons of the underworld. Although these experiences do not provide Li Yunlong with successful insights, one might argue that failure, too, is a form of experience. The key lies in how one chooses to utilize it. The following day, Li Yunlong ventured out early, commissioning the creation of 300 business cards. The design was quite simple. Lacking any extraordinary features, his current name, Brook Lee, was printed prominently, with the annotations beneath stating freelance writer, adventurer, researcher of mysticism. To navigate society effectively, one must possess an identity. While procuring a false identity from a forger, Li Yunlong conceived the persona of a freelance writer, for which he meticulously prepared documentation. He added the titles of adventurer and researcher of mysticism to enhance his credibility, believing these accolades might provide him with greater assistance. With the business cards serving as his key, Li Yunlong confidently drove to the Burbank precinct of the Los Angeles Police Department. The building, a somewhat aged 3-story structure, boasted its own parking lot, and the security was not particularly stringent, as even the most minor criminals lacked the audacity to stir trouble within a police station. Disliking the constricting sensation that suits impart, Li Yunlong opted for an outfit suited for wilderness survival during his outings. Though aesthetically unpleasing, the attire was robust and durable, complemented by a specialized belt equipped with a survival knife, flint, and even a small canteen. With this ensemble, he was prepared for outdoor survival without needing to change a single item. Wearing such an outfit in the city might have seemed peculiar. Fortunately, he found himself in Los Angeles, a city never short of eccentric individuals. The seasoned police officers, well-versed in the quirks of life, regarded Li Yunlong with indifference. Seated behind the service desk, Officer Donald regarded Mr. Lee with a calm demeanor and inquired, "May I assist you?" Despite being a female officer, her stout, middle-aged form left Li Yunlong silently critiquing her appearance, while he maintained a courteous smile. He produced a business card and handed it to her. "Greetings, officer. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Brook Lee." Taking the card, Officer Donald glanced at the inscription. Brook Lee, freelance writer, adventurer, researcher of the occult. "Very well, Mr. Brook Lee. What brings you here today?" Li Yunlong replied. "I wish to request access to the publicly available records of your department." The notion of an ordinary citizen seeking to peruse police records, even those permitted for public access, seemed somewhat out of place. Yet, in America, this was not an uncommon occurrence. Many professionals in the entertainment and journalism sectors routinely sought access to police documents. In fact, not only the publicly available records, but also information regarding ongoing investigations often found its way into the hands of resourceful journalists. This prompted a critique of two persistent issues within American law enforcement: an ever-inadequate police force and rampant corruption. Consequently, the reality of American policing was far from the polished image commonly held by the public. However, this situation favored Yunlong, as his application had a significant chance of approval. Officer Donald skillfully retrieved several forms and handed them to Yunlong. Please fill out these forms in detail. Half an hour later, having navigated the intricate procedures, Yunlong returned the completed application forms. Mr. Brookley, your request will be processed within 7 working days. We will notify you of the outcome via the contact information you provided. Is there anything else you require? With a smile, Yunlong responded, "No, that will be all." "Thank you, Officer Donald," and turned to exit the precinct. Understanding the necessity of engaging with the locals to establish himself in the area, Yunlong was not inclined to endure the tedium of befriending neighbors unless fortune smiled upon him. He doubted that such interactions would yield substantial benefits. At this juncture, the choice of social circles, or rather, their caliber, became crucial. Thus, the local police precinct marked Yunlong's first strategic step. A person's life is perpetually in flux, requiring timely adjustments in response to the changes in age, identity, status, power, wealth, authority, and reputation, among other factors, in order to attain a more appropriate position within society. In simpler terms, it entails recalibrating one's social circles according to personal circumstances. This is not an act devoid of conscience, but rather a rational choice made to adapt judiciously to societal norms. Consider those who have amassed great fortunes. How many of them continue to reside in the same community as the common folk? Some might argue that such examples are overly extreme. Let's instead reflect on a more relatable instance: Hollywood movie stars. While engaged in film production, they must collaborate with the crew, yet the terms of their contracts often include provisions for living standards far superior to those of their colleagues. Take, for instance, the scenario of dining together at the same restaurant during lunchtime. Background actors tend to congregate among themselves, while crew members, such as writers, cinematographers, and production staff, form their own groups. Meanwhile, leading actors and supporting roles cluster together, as do directors and producers, establishing distinct social hierarchies. This is the reality of American society. Despite the nation's self-proclaimed identity as a beacon of freedom and democracy. Frustrating, isn't it? One might wish for fewer pretenses and more genuine affection and sincerity in interpersonal exchanges. Regrettably, such aspirations often remain unfulfilled, as the vast majority find it impossible to achieve. Should you doubt this, consider the treatment endured by the artist known as Brother You. His plight is indeed heart-wrenching. On a Sunday, the church was relatively well attended, and Yunlong observed that the number of young individuals, particularly those in their 20s, was less than 15, with only a few children accompanying their guardians. The majority were middle-aged or elderly, with middle-aged adults and seniors comprising the vast majority. Burbank, a locality within Los Angeles, is renowned for Hollywood, the world-famous hub of cinema and entertainment. Even traditional Christianity, which boasts a considerable following, has not flourished here as one might expect. If one were to evaluate the individuals in the entertainment industry against Christian doctrines, it is likely that not even 1 in 1,000 could be deemed virtuous. Given that Christianity itself struggles to thrive in this environment, the local churches in Burbank are understandably lacking in spirit, with only Pastor Justin serving as a genuine clergyman. With limited financial resources and a small congregation, even Sunday services cannot be conducted with great splendor. Every possible simplification is employed to streamline the rituals. Consequently, by the time the service concluded, it was nearly 11 o'clock. As congregants departed in an orderly fashion, Yunlong intentionally lingered until the end. Not because he had suddenly embraced the Christian faith. Yunlong had never dared to underestimate a long-established and substantial sect. However, his heightened senses revealed to him that, at least within this modest chapel, he had not encountered any extraordinary power. The various rituals performed during the worship service did not exhibit any mystical effects, and no remarkable abilities were discerned in Pastor Justin. Perhaps it was due to his lack of Christian faith that Yunlong felt no stirring during Pastor Justin's sermon. Instead, he found the pastor's words to be meandering and lacking in substance. Chapter 6. The mirror game. Pastor Justin stood at the entrance, embracing each departing congregant, engaging some in further conversation. When it was Yunlong's turn, Pastor Justin welcomed him warmly after their embrace, saying, "Welcome to the service, my brother. If I recall correctly, This is your first visit here, is it not? Li Yunlong was indeed somewhat astonished. Although the church was not large, he had noticed that there were 153 attendees for this particular service, even considering his familiarity with his own congregation and the numerous Sunday activities. The number of worshippers present could easily exceed 400. The fact that Pastor Justin could confidently assert that this was Li Yunlong's inaugural attendance reflected his dedication to his vocation. Indeed, Pastor Justin, my name is Brooke Lee, he replied, producing his business card and presenting it. Seizing the moment, he extended an invitation. If you have the time, I would be honored to have you join me for a discussion, as I have some inquiries I wish to pose to you. After a moment of contemplation, Pastor Justin replied, of course, I would be delighted to assist you. Please wait a moment while I change in a more casual attire. He moved swiftly, and within 10 minutes, he emerged in his everyday clothes, apologizing for the wait. Shall we go to the Conch restaurant? It's just a short walk ahead, and the ambience is quite pleasant. However, Li Yunlong's intention was not merely to treat Pastor Justin to a meal. Once they had settled in and nearly finished their meal, he candidly broached his proposition. Pastor Justin, as a researcher of the arcane, I possess a profound interest in all that is mysterious and unknown. Having recently relocated here, I am not well acquainted with the local circumstances. If you could assist me by providing detailed and relevant materials on this subject, I would be willing to make a personal donation to the church. Brother Brooke, how much do you intend to donate? Pastor Justin inquired. Li Yunlong was taken aback by the pastor's pragmatic approach. How about 200? Pastor Justin responded. Such materials related to the unknown and the mysterious are indeed quite rare. Even the police department would not possess as much as I do. Then I shall offer 300, Li Yunlong countered. Pastor Justin, having worked here for 6 years, confidently asserted, I believe no one understands this place better than I do. Li Yunlong raised his offer to 350. I also have some materials from previous pastors, Pastor Justin added. Then I shall increase my offer to 400, Li Yunlong declared. Without further comment, Pastor Justin merely smiled at Li Yunlong. Li Yunlong extracted $400 in cash from his pocket and directly handed it to Pastor Justin. The pastor meticulously counted and accepted the money, then retrieved a specialized tool to issue a receipt, formally acknowledging Li Yunlong's personal donation on behalf of the church. I need some time to organize this. You may come to the church to see me the day after tomorrow morning. From Li Yunlong's perspective, Pastor Justin appeared outwardly unremarkable, not in the sense of his gentle demeanor, which was indeed appealing, but rather in his overall presentation. Human physiological activities adhere to their own laws. Emotional expressions manifest not solely in the mind, but also in the body. For instance, emotions such as anger, sorrow, and covert joy provoke physiological changes. Even with conscious suppression of outward expression, the bodily reactions induced by these physiological changes are unmistakable indicators to Li Yunlong. Psychology encompasses specialized studies in this area, applied in fields such as criminal investigation and magic, with esoteric studies also delving into such knowledge. Although Li Yunlong was merely a novice in the accumulation of psychological insights, he possessed an extraordinary ability to perceive sensory cues, granting him an advantage. In practical applications, many seasoned psychologists likely would not match his prowess. He could effortlessly decipher the underlying emotions of ordinary individuals, placing himself in a position of superiority. However, this time, he encountered a challenge with Pastor Justin. This was not to suggest that the pastor lacked typical physiological responses, but rather that through extensive practice, he had maintained these responses, intimately linked with his mental state, at a relatively stable average. This situation proved quite vexing for Li Yunlong. How could he gauge emotional fluctuations when faced with such a stoic demeanor? Ultimately, it underscored Li Yunlong's limitations. In the absence of direct physical contact with Pastor Justin, the information accessible through his sensory perception was inherently constrained, thereby diminishing his effectiveness. It became apparent that he must find ways to enhance his own power to forge a path forward. Li Yunlong counted on his fingers, devising a plan to establish his social network in 3 phases: local police, local Christian pastors, and local journalists. He had already engaged with the local police precinct and anticipated swift approval, allowing him to frequent the area and at least become a familiar face. The local pastor, Pastor Justin, was the next step. After acquiring information from him, attending an event weekly would suffice, without necessitating a close relationship. As for the local journalists, opportunities would need to be sought, yet Li Yunlong was confident that such opportunities would soon present themselves. After all, this was Los Angeles, and he was not picky, be it reporters from newspapers, television stations, or news websites. Even freelance journalists would do. All Li Yunlong required was someone to usher him into this expansive circle, and given the vast number of practitioners, he felt no apprehension. In truth, this opportunity did not present itself until 3 months later, primarily due to the circumstances surrounding Li Yunlong himself. Having obtained the materials provided by Pastor Justin and supplemented by the records from the police precinct, although these were not first-hand accounts, the sheer volume of information was sufficient to keep Li Yunlong occupied for quite some time. Moreover, with Li Yunlong striving to enhance his own abilities through various means, time became increasingly constrained. His reluctance to take initiative and forge connections with journalists naturally delayed his entry into relevant circles. One morning, Li Yunlong set out in his car, intending to take a stroll along Venice Beach. En route, he noticed a crowd gathered, with numerous police officers establishing a perimeter and busily engaged in their duties. Situated near Lomp Avenue, and not far from the police precinct, the upscale residents hinted at a wealthy household. The commotion created by the police suggested that a serious incident had likely occurred. Finding a suitable spot to park, Li Yunlong joined the throng. By then, several journalists had arrived, expertly positioning their cameras, eagerly awaiting a statement from the police spokesperson. In broad daylight, and given that this was not a celebrity residence in Beverly Hills, even the most intrepid reporters were hesitant to challenge the authority of the police without certainty of the newsworthiness. Seizing the opportunity, the reporters began interviewing onlookers. Li Yunlong mingled within the crowd, listening intently until he grasped the essence of what had transpired. Among the journalists, one female reporter caught his attention. Her affiliation with KTLA television was indicated by her press badge. Though not one of the major networks, KTLA had been a notable establishment in Los Angeles for some time, and Li Yunlong recognized her as Amelia, a somewhat renowned reporter from the station. Maneuvering through the crowd, Li Yunlong positioned himself at the forefront, seizing the moment to wave at Amelia. Before she could respond, he took a step back, composed himself, and produced a business card to present to Miss Amelia. If she was interested, she could reach out to him, as he believed his methods could offer her some assistance. Amelia instinctively accepted the card, momentarily taken aback as she watched Li Yunlong turn and vanish into the crowd. Chapter 7. The mirror game. Amelia examined Li Yunlong's business card with care. After a moment's contemplation, she prudently tucked it away. Her focus needed to remain on executing her work effectively, and the matters Li Yunlong raised could wait for later attention. Later that evening, around 9 p.m., Li Yunlong received a phone call from Amelia at his home. Half an hour later, she arrived at his residence, where Li Yunlong greeted her warmly, inviting her to take a seat in the living room. "Would you prefer tea or water?" he asked. "Coffee will suffice, thank you," Amelia replied. As Li Yunlong typically abstained from coffee, he prepared a cup of instant coffee for her. Upon receiving it, Amelia wasted no time and directly posed her question. "Mr. Li, I won't beat around the bush. What is your purpose in investigating me?" With that, she set aside her untouched coffee, fixing Li Yunlong with a piercing gaze. Amelia merely emitted a soft snort. She possessed ample bosom but equally astute intellect. As a news reporter for a television station, she prided herself on her profound understanding of the darker facets of society and human nature. How could she possibly accept everything Li Yunlong said at face value? Li Yunlong could distinctly sense Amelia's wariness, yet such trivial matters were easily surmountable. His intention was straightforward. He merely wished to forge a friendship with Miss Amelia. However, it appeared that she harbored some misunderstandings about him. He believed that a simple game could dispel her doubts. "Miss Amelia, do you have a coin on you?" Amelia casually retrieved a coin. "What? Do you wish to perform a magic trick for me?" Li Yunlong acknowledged her interpretation, but clarified that his endeavor was not akin to that of an ordinary magician. "Please place your hands behind your back and casually flip the coin. Then bring it before you without peeking and simply rest it in your palm. I will reveal whether the side facing up is heads or tails." Having witnessed numerous magic performances and even participated in close-up illusions, this particular approach was novel to her. She complied, attempting the feat 7 times, and not once did Li Yunlong falter. Finally, unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "How did you manage that?" The coin was hers. It was implausible for any trickery to occur. Each time, her hands were concealed behind her back, randomly flipping the coin, and she herself was unaware of which side was up. Yet, Li Yunlong provided answers with such effortless accuracy that it was statistically improbable for him to be merely guessing. With a smile, he replied, "I am a researcher of the arcane, and I have achieved certain results through my studies." He feigned nonchalance, shrugging slightly. "I have no need to pry into your privacy. Miss Amelia, do you wish to know if I possess the ability of sensory manipulation? At this proximity, unless I were blind, how could I possibly fail to discern which side of the coin is facing up?" Even as she endeavored to maintain composure, Amelia dared not underestimate the situation. She instinctively lowered her eyelids to conceal her inner thoughts. With the keen perception of a journalist, she recognized the underlying peril cloaked within Li Yunlong's seemingly innocuous words. Yet, more than fear, a thrill coursed through her veins. He was not a rigid priest, nor a pretentious so-called master. Neither was he an eccentric wizard adorned in bizarre attire. A genuine possessor of mysterious powers stood before her, willingly extending a hand of friendship. Such an opportunity was not one Amelia intended to squander. Of course, Mr. Li, I believe you. Otherwise, I would not have approached you. However, as a woman, I must exercise caution for my own safety. Li Yunlong understood. Amelia adjusted her posture to accentuate her alluring figure, swept her hair back, and flashed a charming smile at Li Yunlong. Then I suppose we are friends now. May I call you Li? You may call me Amelia. Certainly, Amelia, Li Yunlong replied. Amelia, adorned in casual attire, stands at a height of 178 centimeters, possessing a curvaceous figure complemented by long, elegant legs and cascading golden waves of hair framing her exquisite face, a quintessential embodiment of American beauty. Although she does not don the heavy makeup often seen in the media, her youth is an undeniable asset, and many youthful suitors may easily find themselves enchanted by her charm. Regrettably, she is not of the ilk that captivates Li Yunlong's interest. Any efforts to woo her would be in vain. Amelia, as a friend, is there any way I can assist you? Li Yunlong inquires. His request is not of great consequence. He merely wishes for her to provide information on mysterious occurrences in the area, as long as it does not breach professional ethics. To express his gratitude, he mentions that he has prepared some small tokens of appreciation for her. Amelia breathes a sigh of relief. Li Yunlong's request is reasonable and easily achievable. The promised tokens of gratitude do not weigh heavily on her mind, for as a dedicated professional, she places greater value on the mysterious essence that Li Yunlong embodies. Of course, we are friends. What assistance do you require? She responds, gently swirling her coffee cup with her finger. Li Yunlong observes, are American women always this forthright? Quite practical, without a hint of embarrassment. He continues, I am a researcher of the occult, specializing in ancient Eastern mysticism. I believe that a person's essence, energy, and spirit are finite. To put simply, an individual's physical strength, vitality, and time are limited. It is arduous to contend with two men using your own limited resources. The best course of action would be to relinquish one of them. Without needing to see her expression, Li Yunlong intuits Amelia's reaction. If you do not wish to forfeit one, I can offer you two options to consider. Amelia, intrigued, asks, what are these options? The first option is to learn the art of bedroom mysticism, a branch of esoteric knowledge concerning sexuality. I can provide you with a reading list. The Los Angeles Public Library has the materials you would need. And how long would it take to see results? Amelia inquires. With diligent study, practice, and my guidance, you could grasp the basics within 6 months to a year, and with 3 to 5 years of dedication, you might achieve a modest proficiency. However, the path to mastery is uncertain, as numerous factors can influence the outcome. 6 months to merely enter the field. Amelia thinks directly of the apprenticeship involved in such mystical professions. What can an apprentice truly accomplish? 3 to 5 years to become a novice practitioner. By then, the opportunity may well have passed. Without hesitation, she presses on. What is the second option? Li Yunlong places a glass vial filled with a potion before her. This is a concoction I have prepared, known as the nourishing elixir. It effectively replenishes your energy, and if taken regularly, 50 milliliters once a day, it will provide you with sufficient vitality to face your challenges. However, the human body has a limited capacity for drug absorption. After approximately a year of continuous use, the benefits will begin to diminish in relation to your consumption. This phenomenon will become increasingly pronounced over time, which is why I do not recommend relying on this method. Amelia gazed at the dark-hued potion contained within the glass vial, her mind swirling with a cacophony of thoughts. May I take this vial with me? She inquired. Of course, Li Yunlong replied. It is yours to do with as you please. This potion is genuine. In the Chinatown of America, I can nearly procure any Chinese medicine I desire, which greatly facilitates my research. With an ample supply of medicinal materials, I diligently study with medical texts in hand. The essence of traditional Chinese medicine lies in the concept of qi, constructed upon the principles of yin, yang, and the 5 elements. Without the guidance of a distinguished master, the learning process can be exceedingly arduous. Li Yunlong took an unconventional approach, leveraging the theory that medicinal herbs can regulate qi. By reverse engineering prescriptions found in medical literature, he synthesized compounds while employing his heightened sensory abilities to gather substantial information. thereby deepening his understanding of the theoretical knowledge contained within the texts. Through rigorous study and analysis, he aimed to expedite his mastery of traditional Chinese medicine. The potion Amelia was offered was indeed one of the fruits of Li Yunlong's extensive research. Amelia carefully secured the potion, stating, "I happen to have a mysterious incident at hand regarding the Wesley family from this morning." Li Yunlong gestured for her to continue. Amelia paused momentarily to collect her thoughts. The daughter of the Wesley family, Alice, had just celebrated her 13th birthday last month. She retrieved a folder from her bag and handed it to Li Yunlong. Upon opening the folder, Li Yunlong discovered a somewhat disorganized collection of materials. The first page displayed 2 photographs. One captured the vibrant young girl beaming at the camera during her birthday celebrations, while the other depicted a scene from the morgue. Without context, it would be challenging for anyone to connect the 2 images. The corpse in the latter photo exhibited darkened, wrinkled skin, appearing little more than skin stretched over bones. Grotesquely contorted, a description akin to that of a mummified body long deceased. The fact that Alice's body, less than a day after her passing, had taken on such a ghastly appearance would raise concerns for any observer, prompting many to associate the incident with the realm of the mysterious. Li Yunlong skimmed through the subsequent materials, primarily detailing the Wesley family, with only a few interview records included. Overall, the contents bore little significance beyond the photographs. He closed the folder and returned it to Amelia. She accepted it and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked meaningfully, "A friend of mine at the police station shared some news. Internally, this case has been classified as the Mirror Game." Chapter 8. The Mirror Game, Part 3, Li Yunlong used. So, the police possess some undisclosed internal documents. How intriguing. Amelia, do you think this case will ultimately remain unresolved? Well then, Li Yunlong continued, when the police decide to abandon the investigation, could you assist in gathering the pertinent materials? It would enrich my database. Amelia appeared taken aback by Li Yunlong's stance. You do not intend to pursue this case? Indeed, I do not, he affirmed. Could you enlighten me as to why? She pressed. Li Yunlong maintained his position, emphasizing his respect for the matter at hand. Amelia struggles to comprehend the essence of respect. To whom should she extend her deference? Clearly, Li Yunlong directs his respect towards the local powers. As a newcomer to this place, my understanding of the local dynamics is rather limited. Nevertheless, I am aware that there exists a ruling class, comprising government officials, law enforcement, and individuals possessing mysterious abilities. Without the endorsement of the federal government, I lack an official standing, which constrains my actions. Thus, this respect becomes a necessary courtesy for me. If one fails to accord others their due regard, how can one expect to receive respect in return? Respect is reciprocal and often requires one to begin from within. Although Li Yunlong's words may be harsh, they bear a kernel of truth, leaving Amelia with no grounds for rebuttal. She attempts to shift her perspective, yet Alice remains merely a child. She retrieves a photograph of Alice beaming with a smile, striving to widen her eyes in disbelief. Shouldn't such transgressions be met with retribution? Li Yunlong takes a deep breath, striving to adjust his demeanor to appear more imposing. Amelia, as a citizen, must sometimes place her faith in the competencies of the federal employees. Observing Amelia drive away, Li Yunlong finds her attitude rather unremarkable. By accepting the potion she received from him, she has tacitly accepted the compensation offered. Though her expression upon departure is one of dissatisfaction, it does not convey rejection. Rather, it suggests a desire for continued collaboration. This Western style of communication unsettles Li Yunlong, as it seems rather transparent for a woman to engage in such machinations. The age-old adage, courtesy begets prosperity, resonates with him. He believes that had she been a woman from his homeland, their interactions would surely be far more congenial than the current state of affairs. Furthermore, what purpose does her subtle scheming serve? In the face of Li Yunlong's sensory mastery, her intentions are as transparent as reading palm lines. Her emotional displays cannot evade his perception, unless she fully immerses herself in the character she has crafted, aligning her body and spirit as did the seasoned Pastor Justin. She cannot hope to obscure her intentions from Li Yunlong's acute awareness. Unbeknownst to Amelia, she and Li Yunlong had crossed paths as early as the beginning of April. In his quest to enhance his powers, Li Yunlong has dedicated himself to rigorous training, successfully mastering his vital energy. The term vital energy is often used among martial practitioners and is frequently referenced in various forms of cultivation. Monks in the Buddhist tradition inscribed scriptures using ink mixed with their own blood, while ancient swordsmiths performed blood sacrifices and Taoist practitioners employed similar rites. Those familiar with Mr. Lin Jingying's films will recognize the symbolism of drawing talismans and employing one's own blood during spells, all of which are manifestations of vital energy. As Li Yunlong contemplates the path to augmenting his strength, he engages in profound reflection, considering his unique circumstances. Neither Li Yunlong nor Tom Riddle can be considered academic prodigies. Their lack of inherent capability is one matter, but their absence of wealth, influence, and background renders the pursuit of technological advancement futile. Tom Riddle is merely a petty thug, leaving behind little of value for Li Yunlong aside from a mountain of debt. Fortunately, having experienced the nationwide Qigong craze of the 1980s, Li Yunlong had devoted considerable time and energy out of genuine interest, and although he did not acquire remarkable skills, he at least gained a foundational understanding in theoretical knowledge. Thus, despite the myriad challenges ahead, he chose the path of the mystical as his developmental direction. It may seem a jest, easily dismissed with a laugh. Yet the underlying truth is far from trivial. Merely engaging in fitness can stratify individuals by wealth, let alone the further complexities of martial arts. While fewer may venture into the realm of martial training, the concept of combat sports is universally recognized. The cultivation of a professional fighter demands staggering resources. It transcends mere sustenance. It necessitates an entire professional team surrounding the fighter, encompassing coaches, physicians, computer specialists, and a myriad of other high-caliber talents. With stringent requirements governing every aspect of life, eating, dressing, living, and traveling. Without a dedicated training facility, one would feel hesitant to even greet peers in the field. The initial investment often surpasses the total assets of many small enterprises, hence the notion of affluent martial prowess. Such expenditures are simply unattainable for the average household. As for the pursuit of magical practices, it is even more straightforward. Practicing spells equates to engaging in high-tech projects today. The mere planning phase can span a decade, and should one encounter difficulties, it could become a monumental endeavor. Initial investments are discussed in hundreds of millions, with subsequent figures reaching billions. Only conglomerates or nations can entertain such ventures. It is not only ordinary citizens who are excluded. Even millionaires or those with tens of millions risk bankruptcy should they dare to engage. However, does this imply that ordinary individuals cannot explore the mystical realm? Not entirely. It simply means one cannot leap into grand endeavors from the outset. Progress must be gradual. One must take small steps, consuming life bit by bit. And although it may begin humbly, there exists the potential for future expansion. Regrettably, if the forces of the mystical do not gain strength, their external manifestations are nearly indistinguishable from mere tricks. In the broader scope of practical application, particularly in large-scale military operations, they're outshone by modern technology, leading to a decline in contemporary mysticism. As a result, fewer individuals are willing to dedicate their lives to this pursuit, which in a certain sense reflects the natural selection of human society. Considering his circumstances, Li Yunlong opted not for lofty projects, but instead focused on the vital energy inherent in all living beings as his breakthrough point. This choice stemmed from his unique ability to control sensory perceptions, serving as his proverbial golden finger. Success was nearly assured. The vital energy, a force possessed by every living person, can be easily harnessed with the right knowledge, though it is worth noting that most methods incur greater losses than gains. In ancient times, the most orthodox method for cultivating martial arts involved diligently training while simultaneously replenishing one's nutrition. Through relentless effort, the vitality and strength of one's energy would gradually intensify, embodying a path within martial arts that nurtures oneself and fortifies one's life essence. Unfortunately, although Li Yunlong was aware of this method, he found himself unable to employ it. The aspect of nutritional supplementation within this practice is not merely about consuming ordinary food. It requires specialized herbs tailored to one's constitution and the specific techniques being practiced. Moreover, training cannot be conducted blindly. It demands the guidance of an experienced mentor, a resource that Li Yunlong lacked entirely, rendering him unable to progress. Nonetheless, Li Yunlong, having chosen this path, possessed his own form of reliance. Excluding considerations of time and efficiency, there exists a rather rudimentary, yet natural approach to enhance one's vital energy through consumption. As long as the body can absorb and utilize the nutrients, a sustained and substantial intake will inevitably strengthen the physique, thereby amplifying one's vitality. When accumulated to a significant extent and with sufficient foundation, one can naturally transcend the barriers of the ordinary and attain a truly extraordinary power. Understanding the principles and grasping the specific techniques, coupled with Li Yunlong's foundational knowledge of the Taoist practices of nourishment and guidance, he found himself poised for advancement. However, this process would generally require several years for him to achieve his goals. Yet, Li Yunlong was not one to be easily satisfied. He harbored numerous inquiries regarding his practice, and lacking a mentor to provide answers, he resorted to experimentation. With no readily available knowledge or successful experience at hand, he determined that practical trials would yield the answers he sought. It is worth noting that conducting such experiments on oneself is perilous. However, in America, where criminals abound, the rights of wrongdoers are often non-existent. Thus, Li Yunlong took to the streets at night, acting as a vigilante without monetary compensation. With the aid of his sensory abilities, he remained undetectable throughout his endeavors, evading surveillance by cameras and observers. Each criminal could serve as a subject for 2 or 3 experiments, as his intent was purely experimental. With no desire to cause fatal harm, a fundamental ethical boundary he was keen to uphold. On certain nights, he would apprehend between 3 to 7 criminals based on his experimental requirements. However, given the inherent risks of experimentation, even with utmost caution, unforeseen incidents were inevitable. To date, Li Yunlong had encountered 2 such accidents, one of which was captured by a journalist and subsequently aired on television news. Indeed, it was Amelia who stirred up the news. The individual subjected to experimentation by Li Yunlong unexpectedly awakened his genes, acquiring a peculiar superpower that allowed him to transmute emotions into strength. He broke free from Li Yunlong's control and struggled on the streets for several minutes before meeting his demise. In her desperate search for a target, Amelia whimsically bestowed upon Li Yunlong the nickname Mr. Phantom. Through her relentless efforts, Li Yunlong has now mastered a second extraordinary ability, the Vitality Force. In addition to his sensory control superpower, this not only augmented his physical strength, but also further enhanced his existing abilities through foundational reinforcement. The following day, April 30th, marked the last day of the month. Amelia's mood was far from cheerful. The previous night, she had enlisted a friend to assist in analyzing the potion Li Yunlong had provided, which was technically a private endeavor, although all necessary procedures and fees were duly followed. Having a friend as assistance meant she could obtain the results swiftly, accompanied by thorough professional analysis. Her friend's laboratory, a large facility in collaboration with the police, boasted top-notch equipment and expertise. In the past, she had sought her friend's help before, often receiving satisfactory results within an hour or 2. However, by now, it was well past 4 p.m., and her friend had yet to deliver the results, leaving Amelia increasingly anxious. Had something gone awry? Finally, the phone rang, and Amelia exhaled in relief, yet her friend's words heightened her apprehension. "Amelia, do you know what you brought for analysis yesterday?" Amelia replied. "It was a potion given to me by a friend called the Nourishing Decoction, which is said to replenish female vitality." After a brief silence, her friend responded, "Amelia, upon analyzing the potion, we discovered its primary component is remarkably unique. It is an artificially synthesized drug with a large and complex molecular structure. My colleagues and I conducted experimental analyses, and it is far from a simple energy-boosting drink. It effectively enhances cellular vitality in women." Amelia was somewhat bewildered. "Are you saying this potion is extremely beneficial for women?" Her friend, sharing Amelia's concern, clarified, "Not just beneficial, it is excessively so. Amelia, do you realize what this is? It is a scientific marvel. Human cells age, yet this potion reverses that process. Do you not understand? This is the modern fountain of youth. Every woman would go mad for it." The potion had a slightly bitter taste upon entry, yet after finishing it, a subtle sweetness lingered on her tongue. As the concoction settled within her, Amelia experienced an extraordinarily unique sensation. It was a complex feeling. The potion had been stored in her satchel, where it should have been at room temperature. Nevertheless, to Amelia, it felt warm, comfortably so without being scalding, much like sipping a perfectly heated cup of water, yet devoid of any liquid texture. It spread like mist, emanating from her abdomen to envelop her entire being, yet it lacked the damp chill characteristic of fog. Rather, it resembled the gentle warmth of sunlight, swiftly filling her from within. In this embrace of warmth, both body and spirit felt exquisitely comfortable, imbued with a sense of elation akin to mild intoxication. The sun shone brightly, a perfect moment for languorous slumber. Chapter 10. The mirror game. Amelia, indeed, dozed for a brief interval at the table, no longer than 15 minutes. Upon awakening, she felt invigorated, as if her weary body, after a day of bustling activity, had been replenished with vitality. The technical jargon in the test results relayed by her friend was somewhat elusive to her, yet her recent personal experience felt undeniably authentic. As her friend had claimed, the effects were astonishingly profound. Due to her profession, Amelia had encountered the upper echelons of society and had personally experienced the wellness therapies favored by affluent socialites. While the ambience and services of wellness centers were undoubtedly impressive, her own sensations rendered the two experiences worlds apart. The elixir given by Li Yunlong was divine. No, it is not merely a hypothetical. Both the laboratory's analytical results and her personal experience affirmed the miraculous effects of this nourishing concoction. This could revolutionize the entire beauty and wellness industry. If she could firmly grasp this opportunity, the Pulitzer Prize would be hers for the taking. With this thought, Amelia felt her blood surge with fervor, the call of duty resonating in her ears as she sped towards Li Yunlong's residence. Li Yunlong greeted Herr calmly. Please take a seat. I just finished dinner, come. Sample my culinary skills. Amelia had little appetite for dinner. Li, do you truly comprehend what that potion you provided me yesterday entails? It's the nourishing elixir. Li Yunlong raplia confidently. Rest assured, I am quite confident in my potion-making abilities. Just follow the prescribed regimen. If it proves ineffective, I shall compensate you. How often should I take it? Amelia inquired. Though it's fine to consume daily, the human body has a limited capacity for absorbing medicine. To maximize its efficacy, I personally recommend taking it every 3 days. Are there any precautions I should be aware of regarding the potion? Amelia asked. You are just an ordinary person. There is no need for excessive caution. Choose a peaceful, comfortable environment when taking the potion. Maintain a calm mindset and feel free to indulge in a brief nap afterward. There are no significant taboos. Li, you refer to me as an ordinary person. Is there a deeper significance to that? Amelia probed. I trust you, Li, but do you truly grasp the implications of your potion? Li Yunlong observed Amelia closely. You consumed the nourishing elixir about half an hour ago. I do not perceive any issues. Please extend your right hand. After taking her pulse, he reassured her there is nothing to be alarmed about. Li Yunlong's demeanor remained calm, seemingly unaffected by Amelia's fervent enthusiasm. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. Thank you, Amelia. Perhaps due to my thought process, I had overlooked this matter. However, upon reflection, it appears you may be overly optimistic about this situation. Amelia's eyes widened in astonishment. You simply do not comprehend the extraordinary effects of this miraculous potion. It has the power to restore youth. It is akin to the modern fountain of eternal youth. Its enchantment can captivate every soul on this planet. Li Yunlong chuckled lightly. How could I, the creator of this elixir, be unaware of its effects? The essence of the nourishing tonic lies in its ability to replenish vitality. The notion of rejuvenation is merely a subjective illusion. The idea of a modern fountain of youth is nothing but fanciful nonsense. Do you recall our discussion regarding the characteristics of the nourishing tonic? The human body has a limit to its absorption of medication. To claim that the tonic possesses rejuvenating properties is simply unattainable. Amelia's eyes widened once more, though this time it was out of surprise rather than excitement. She crossed her arms, contemplating deeply for a moment before gradually regaining her composure, casting aside her fervor to embrace reason anew. Even if its effects are merely as you described, the nourishing tonic is still poised to become a revolutionary potion capable of transforming the beauty and wellness industry. As a friend, I hope you will grant me an exclusive interview to witness the birth of a new billionaire. At this moment, Amelia truly epitomized the qualities of a dedicated journalist. A woman can be not only stunningly beautiful, but also don the armor of her profession, radiating brilliance and commanding attention. Her tenacity and relentless pursuit of success were indeed a sight to behold. Li Yunlong laughed heartily. I have a better proposal, Amelia. How about becoming my partner? I can offer you a 30% share of the profits. Amelia was nearly overwhelmed by this unexpected windfall. She gasped heavily, her expression shifting rapidly between ecstasy and bewilderment. At times, the veins on her temples were visibly pronounced, and her grip on the chair tightened as her body swayed, causing it to creak ominously. Li Yunlong even worried that she might lose her balance and collapse. After a prolonged moment, Amelia finally regained her composure, exhaling deeply and languidly collapsing into her chair. As an esteemed journalist in America and a prominent figure in her field, Amelia was acutely aware of the immense wealth Li Yunlong's proposal could bestow upon her, as well as the profound changes it could bring to her life and destiny. Hence, her excitement bordered on the frenzied. Controlling her tone and carefully choosing her words, Amelia inquired, Li, I am delighted by your invitation to become your partner, but I am curious as to why. At that moment, her mind was exceptionally agile. With a myriad of thoughts swirling around, even envisioning a future where she and Li Yunlong would marry and build a beautiful family together. Li Yunlong shrugged, of course. It is because I need assistance. To market this product, I require a patent. The approval process for medications is no simple task. It involves complex procedures, and the timeline can be extensive, often taking 6 months to a year, or even 2 to 3 years in some cases. I am a researcher of mysticism, and engaging in such technical endeavors is quite daunting. It is imperative to seek the expertise of professionals. Amelia laughed, her expression one of utmost satisfaction, assuring me that I could entrust all of this to her without hesitation. She claimed to have numerous acquaintances who could resolve these issues in the shortest possible time. Furthermore, she mentioned having connections with executives at RIP's biopharmaceutical group, suggesting she could discreetly spread the word within their circles, believing it would attract many capable clients to purchase our nourishing tonic. This swift shift in stance was remarkable. However, having secured a partner without any financial investment did not warrant discouragement from Li Yunlong. He nodded at Amelia, expressing his confidence in her abilities, yet emphasized that the primary concern lay not in her assurances, but in the likelihood that our tonic would not fetch the high price she anticipated. Amelia was utterly perplexed by this notion. Li Yunlong remained composed, explaining that the crux of the issue did not pertain to the chemical processes of drug manufacturing, but rather to the mystical elements that confer extraordinary effects upon the medicine. Observing Amelia's confusion, he elaborated that the most pressing challenge was the success rate of the tonic. In other words, if the production were limited to a laboratory scale, matters would be simpler. However, achieving the desired outcomes in large-scale production would likely incur exorbitant costs that would be difficult to bear. Amelia suddenly felt overwhelmed, questioning why the nourishing tonic, if it was indeed a medicine, was intertwined with mysticism. Li Yunlong clarified that the tonic was not a novel concoction, but an ancient formula. He pondered the source of its remarkable effects, indicating that the primary issue did not reside in the recipe itself, but rather in the incorporation of mystical rituals during the preparation process. Amelia rubbed her forehead, wondering if it were possible to sell the mystical rituals to pharmaceutical companies as well. She struggled to comprehend how this could be feasible. If the rituals were conducted identically, how could the success rates vary so drastically? This dilemma stemmed from differing paradigms. Mysticism possesses its own theoretical framework. If one cannot traverse multiple domains and integrate diverse concepts, but instead attempts to apply an alien theoretical system to interpret the principles of mysticism, the outcome will inevitably yield a plethora of logical contradictions, leaving the problems unresolved. Chapter 11. The mirror game. Li Yunlong endeavored to explain the issue to Amelia in the simplest terms. Amelia, you must understand that in the rituals of mysticism, the presiding figure is an indispensable component, possessing the power to determine the success or failure of the entire ceremony. In the ancient mysticism of the East, there exists a specific term to elucidate this phenomenon, referred to as virtue not matching position. More precisely, within Eastern mysticism, individuals possessing formidable mystical prowess are often described as having profound morality. The rituals of mysticism are governed by stringent hierarchical classifications. There are explicit requirements dictating who may preside over rituals of varying ranks. Should an individual lacking in virtue attempt to conduct a ritual of a higher order, it exemplifies the quintessential notion of virtue not matching position, and thus, the mystical ceremony is destined to fail. Amelia believed she had comprehended Li Yunlong's assertion, and inquired how one might assess an individual's moral depth. Li Yunlong, sensing her misunderstanding, posed a question. Amelia, what do you perceive morality to be? Caught off guard, Amelia hesitated. In English, the term morality is derived from the Latin mos, moris, which evolved into moralis, ultimately forming the word morality. The roots moris pertain to customs and habits, which originate from taboos, traditions, and rituals. Even journalists, who often stand on moral high ground to judge others' ethical qualities, seldom contemplate the true essence of morality. Thus, Amelia could only articulate her thoughts hesitantly, suggesting that morality is expressed through thoughts and actions, embodying certain standards of cultivation, character, and quality. Curious about the specific moral connotation in mysticism, Amelia sought further clarification. Li Yunlong, recognizing her lack of relevant knowledge, expressed his inability to explain in detail within a short span. Instead, he opted for an illustrative analogy. Have you ever heard a Christian pastor preach? Amelia nodded. Pastors often proclaim that God's love fills the world. Upon reflection, one might discern a subtle secret within this statement. The love of God differs from that of mortals. This distinction parallels the difference between the moral meanings ascribed by mystics and those understood by the average person. Upon hearing this, Amelia grasped that although the same term morality is employed, the essence of what Li Yunlong referred to was indeed the mystical power. Li Yunlong affirmed her understanding. Then let us seek out an individual endowed with this mystical power, Amelia proposed. However, to produce a wondrous nourishing elixir, specific mystical rituals are required, necessitating the presence of individuals possessing Eastern mystical strength. Yet, in America, Amelia found herself at a loss for sourcing a sufficient number of such individuals to assist her, leaving her in a state of despair regarding her financial prospects. Suddenly, Amelia raised her head, suggesting, "Why don't we keep this situation under wraps? Once we sell the product to a pharmaceutical group, we can take our earnings and vanish." Li Yunlong shook his head, coldly shattering Amelia's illusions. "Let us not dwell on the possibility of success, even if we were to secure the funds. Do you genuinely believe that the individuals within the pharmaceutical conglomerate are benevolent souls? Upon realizing they have been deceived, they would undoubtedly explode in fury. At that point, even if we possess wealth, we would no longer have the breath of life to enjoy it. They would use explosives to send us skyward." Amelia felt a pang of despair. Are we to simply surrender? Li Yunlong disagreed with this perspective. "Do not panic, Amelia. Maintain your composure and rationality. As a renowned journalist, you should possess a deeper understanding of human greed than I." Amelia struggled to comprehend. Yet, these individuals from the pharmaceutical group are bound to be even more avaricious than you imagine. However, they are not fools. They would not willingly purchase our patents knowing it would lead to loss. Herein lies the necessity for a bit of finesse during the operation, Li Yunlong explained. "Firstly, we cannot shout our intentions ourselves. You must seek a neutral and reputable testing agency. Allow them to conduct comprehensive assessments. Do not hesitate to invest, for amplifying our presence is essential. Trust me, it will not be long before our reputation spreads." Amelia's expression bore a hint of awkwardness. "This is not an issue," Li Yunlong continued. "I will devise a strategy to present the esoteric ritual as an intricate pharmaceutical process. When the pharmaceutical companies come knocking, we will deliberately inform them of the failure rates inherent in our production process. We can sell them our existing procedures, even the items themselves. But the contract must stipulate that we bear no responsibility for the failure rates post-purchase. To demonstrate our sincerity, we could arrange for the buyers to form a small auction, setting the starting bid relatively low, which I believe will satisfy them." He halted her departure. "Wait, Amelia. As partners, to safeguard our respective rights and responsibilities, I believe we should draft a contract." Amelia nodded without hesitation. "You are correct, Li Yunlong proposed. "Let us discuss the terms, and I will have my lawyer prepare the contract. Then you can bring your lawyer to formalize our partnership." Once they had deliberated on the contract, Li Yunlong recalled the tragic incident involving the Wesley family. "Amelia, do you have any updates regarding the mirror game case today?" Amelia's mind was consumed with thoughts of how to get the nourishing soup approved and how to profit from it. Had Li Yunlong not brought it up, she might have completely forgotten about it. However, she did have some new information. The case was dubbed the mirror game due to a handheld mirror found beside the victim. The police had already interrogated the Wesley couple, who were adamant that the mirror did not belong to their household, nor had they ever seen their daughter possess such an item. There had been similar cases in the past, where the victims were also young women, meeting tragic fates, with their bodies displaying peculiarities accompanied by a handheld mirror that did not belong to them. The FBI had assigned agents specifically to this case, and it was rumored they would arrive in the coming days. The police had sealed the case file, awaiting their arrival to take over. Chapter 12. The Mirror Game. Li Yunlong lost interest in the case upon hearing that agents from the Federal Bureau of Investigation will be taking over. Cases entangled with mysterious forces, particularly those that prompted FBI involvement, implied that multiple incidents had occurred in different locations, indicating a pattern of elusive criminal activity. Unless fortune favored the investigators, such cases would likely remain unsolved and ultimately relegated to the archives, gathering dust. Had it been a local issue, Li Yunlong might have retained some interest. However, with a case like the Mirror Game, the perpetrator had likely vanished to an unknown location by now. The arrival of the FBI agents at this juncture would yield little more than procedural formalities, rendering their presence virtually ineffective in Li Yunlong's eyes. In the ensuing days, Amelia managed to persuade her superior to allow her to create a special project focusing on the transformative changes within the beauty and wellness industry. Consequently, she unabashedly immersed herself in the nourishing soup project. Meanwhile, Li Yunlong dedicated time to refining the production process of the soup, striving to translate mystical rituals into a complex pharmaceutical procedure. Fortunately, the nourishing soup was not an overly sophisticated concoction. Its intricate rights could mitigate the demands placed on the producer. However, the process was laborious and time-consuming. To Lee Yunlong's surprise, on the morning of May 2nd, two FBI agents knocked on his door. After reviewing their credentials, he welcomed them into his living room. Even more surprising was their youth. The male agent, named David, was a mere 29 years old, while the female agent, Jillian, was only 26. As they settled in, Lee Yunlong inquired whether they preferred tea or water. "Water will suffice," David replied. After serving 2 glasses of plain water, Lee Yunlong resumed his seat, curious about the purpose of their visit. David produced a photograph and handed it to Lee Yunlong. "We understand that Mr. Brookley is an expert in the field of mysticism. We have taken the liberty of seeking your expertise to address certain issues." Lee Yunlong examined the photograph closely. It depicted a lavishly adorned hand mirror. Though the mirror itself appeared diminutive, its ornate wooden frame suggested it was not a contemporary product. After a moment of contemplation, Lee Yunlong addressed David. "You are here regarding the Wesley case from a few days ago, aren't you?" Initially, David sat with his eyes squinted, exuding a languid middle-aged demeanor. However, upon hearing Lee Yunlong's inquiry, his eyes narrowed further, revealing only the slightest slit, transforming his presence from a lazy uncle to one imbued with a dangerous, razor-sharp intensity. Yet, David remained silent, prompting Jillian to exclaim, "How did you know?" Observing the stillness of David, Lee Yunlong shifted his gaze to the serious expression of Jillian before redirecting his focus back to David. It was evident that David was the leader in this duo, while the young agent was merely playing the role of the antagonist. Who did she think she was trying to intimidate? With a gentle tap of his finger on the photograph, he mused, "This must be the mirror that surfaced in the case." Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "I wonder why you have come to seek my counsel?" Agent David extended his hand to halt the ire of Agent Jillian, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, "We wish to leverage your expertise to assist us in resolving certain inquiries." Lee Yunlong chuckled, his laughter replete with nonchalance. "Dear agent, let us be candid. Allow me to present my business card," he stated, producing it from his pocket and placing it before Agent David. "I am not one to conform. I have faced life and death, witnessed wonders that many may never behold in their lifetimes. I have chased dreams, striving to unveil the mysteries beyond human civilization." Lee Yunlong continued to smile, his expression radiating formidable confidence. "I take pride in my uniqueness. I firmly believe I am extraordinary by birth. I find no reason to conceal this fact. Should you delve into my past, you will unearth many intriguing tales." With a gracious gesture of open hands, he signified his transparency. "You see, agent, I harbor no secrets. Might you also exhibit a modicum of honesty? After all, I am not a renowned expert. I have merely resided here for a few months, known only in limited circles." Lee Yunlong ceased his discourse, making a gesture inviting them to speak freely. "I am well aware of my own worth. There is no need for subterfuge here. Speak candidly." Agent David and Agent Jillian exchanged glances. As seasoned agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, they had encountered myriad peculiarities, and they felt assured that they could handle someone like Lee Yunlong. Agent Jillian rose, adjusting her clothing to reveal her sidearm. "Brookley, we are aware that your identity and dossier are fabricated." Lee Yunlong appeared unfazed, elongating his tone with a teasing "oh." Agent David leaned in slightly, eager to amplify his presence. "However, that is a matter for immigration, not our primary concern. We focus on the case at hand." Lee Yunlong scrutinized them with a discerning gaze until their growing impatience compelled him to speak. "It seems you are utterly uninformed. How you two have survived this long truly speaks to your luck." This remark not only unsettled Agent Jillian, but also visibly ruffled Agent David's composure. Lee Yunlong's derision was palpable as he scoffed. "Your firearms are not mere toys, are they? My table is rather antiquated. I have long desired to embellish it. Would you grant me a favor and fire a couple of rounds at it?" Agent Jillian hesitated upon hearing his request, while Agent David responded decisively, drawing his gun and aiming it at the table without hesitation. A deafening click echoed, yet no bullet discharged. His expression shifted dramatically as he pulled the trigger again, only to find the same result. Without a moment's pause, Agent David began to scrutinize his weapon, soon discovering the cause. The magazine he had removed was devoid of ammunition. This is impossible. As a seasoned agent, David was acutely aware of the number of bullets in his firearm. He reached into his pocket for a spare magazine, but to no avail. He found it empty. Abruptly, Agent David yanked the pocket to his eyes, revealing its stark emptiness. Agent Jillian, having partnered with David for an extended period, immediately drew her weapon upon witnessing his unusual demeanor, aiming it at Lee Yunlong. "Lee Yunlong marali skufa, these them for thee." barely bothering to move. Jillian's gaze hardened, and she lowered her gun slightly, firing at Li Yunlong's leg, yet the shot produced only an empty click, devoid of any bullet. At this moment, David had regained his composure and viciously swung his useless handgun towards Li Yunlong's face. He then bent his knees, adjusting his stance. The distance between them was minimal, and with his rigorous combat training, David felt confident in his ability to tackle Li Yunlong and subsequently subdue him through close-quarters combat. However, the handgun halted just a centimeter from Li Yunlong's visage and gently fell onto the table. Li Yunlong calmly instructed him to sit down. An invisible, immense force seized the bodies of the two agents. Despite their efforts to resist, clenching their fists and gritting their teeth, they resembled mere children before an adult, utterly unable to withstand the overwhelming power, and were firmly pressed into their seats. Initially, the two agents shot furious glares at Li Yunlong while struggling to break free, shaking their heads and wriggling their bodies. After several minutes of gasping for breath and futilely wrestling, they realized that not only had they failed to escape, but even their chairs remained unmoved. Ultimately, the two agents, exhausted and defeated, ceased their struggles, merely gritting their teeth and glaring wide-eyed at Li Yunlong. It was only then that Li Yunlong's satisfaction surfaced in a smile. "Have you calmed down? Then we can have a proper conversation." He continued, "To be honest, I expected you to shout some slogans about violating federal law or something of that nature." With that, Li Yunlong snapped his fingers. The invisible force that had restrained the two agents dissipated as suddenly as it had appeared. The agents immediately sensed the change, exchanging surprised glances as they slowly moved their limbs, confirming their regained freedom. Jillian hesitated, studying Li Yunlong's expression before holstering her weapon. David, biting his lip, scrutinized Li Yunlong's face for a moment before speaking. "Who exactly are you?" Li Yunlong replied, "I am a freelance writer, an explorer, a researcher of the mystical arts." "Brooke Lee." David responded, "All right, if you insist. What is it that you truly seek?" Li Yunlong stated, "To assist you in calming your overheated minds, facilitating our communication." David replied, "Fine. We are calm now. What is it you wish to discuss?" Li Yunlong responded, "It pertains to the case you are investigating, the mirror game. Do you even comprehend what you are doing?" David exchanged a glance with Jillian. It was David who spoke first. "What do you mean by that?" Li Yunlong was not one to mince words. "I see no extraordinary abilities in either of you. How could the case of the mirror game, which is evidently problematic, be assigned to two inexperienced individuals like yourselves? Shouldn't more seasoned professionals be handling this?" Li Yunlong pondered this perplexity. After all, this was the Marvel universe where S.H.I.E.L.D. was expected to be quite active. A case as dubious as the mirror game should have long been entrusted to them. How could it fall into the hands of two obvious novices from the FBI? Was this not tantamount to sending them to their doom? Chapter 13. The mirror game agent David hesitated, his confidence wavering. "We are indeed professionals." He realized this assertion held little weight in front of Li Yunlong and quickly added, "Agent Jillian and I specialize in unsolved cases." The mirror game had previously been reassigned to another department, yet remained unresolved, ultimately resting in the archives of the FBI. Li Yunlong scrutinized their youthful appearances, sensing that they lacked specialized training. How could you be assigned to tackle such an almost unsolvable case? Agent David struggled to form a response, while Agent Jillian haughtily turned her face away. Faced with Li Yunlong's dismissive demeanor, they were surprisingly unwilling to depart. "Mr. Brookley, I suspect you might also have an interest in the mirror game case." Li Yunlong retorted, "And what of it? You are of no assistance." Noticing a glimmer of opportunity, Agents David and Jillian grew eager to prove their capabilities. They would not have recklessly taken on such a peculiar case if they were not desperate for results. Cases like this, long unresolved and gathering dust in the archives, had little hope of being solved. If not for their lack of alternatives, they would not have willingly accepted such a thorny assignment. "Mr. Brookley, please do not be so hasty. After all, we are agents of the FBI assigned to this case. We embody the law of the federal government." Li Yunlong merely scoffed. Yet the idea intrigued him. If he wished to grow, he could not remain confined to his own cocoon. He needed to venture out and experience the world beyond. More importantly, the position of special consultant with the FBI offered by Agent David was perfectly suited for him. This role would only require him to address technical matters, without the burden of responsibility for the case itself. Should danger arise, he could easily make a swift exit. Aside from the time and effort expended without significant monetary gain, there were few downsides to this arrangement. "How is it that you wield such authority despite your current predicament?" Agent David's expression darkened. "I'm also a supervisor within the FBI. I possess the authority to hire a special consultant to aid in solving cases. Although he supervised only a room filled with dusty old files and had but Agent Jillian as his sole capable assistant, he was undeniably a supervisor with the requisite power. Very well. As long as you can secure me the status of a special consultant with the FBI, I shall assist you. Agent David meticulously secured the documents and presented a badge to Li Yunlong, congratulating him on officially becoming a special consultant for the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Li Yunlong casually accepted the badge and affixed it to the pocket of his chest, remarking on the swiftness of their actions. Well, I keep my promises. What is it that you wish for my assistance with? Agent Jillian produced a thick stack of files, while Li Yunlong perused the documents, listening attentively to her supplementary explanations. Agent David, observing from the sidelines, finally exhaled quietly, relieved. The pressure he bore was unknown to others, even to Agent Jillian, who had been by his side. His superior had faltered in a power struggle, compelling David to step in as a scapegoat to mitigate the losses and seek a potential resurgence in the future. However, such a recovery was far from straightforward. Even with a solid foundation, the recent failure had deeply wounded their standing, leaving them marginalized. Without extensive connections, the prospects of a comeback would be bleak. David's willingness to shield his superior from repercussions, despite prior arrangements, would lead to a dismal outcome. He had been unceremoniously relegated from the prestigious rising star of the FBI to languishing in the archives, the emotional turmoil of which he could scarcely share with anyone. Months passed in this plight, and the hope for his superior's revival appeared distant, leaving David to devise his own strategies. The peculiar case, known as the mirror game, emerged as a potential breakthrough. Though he oversaw a room filled with antiquated cases, theoretically, he could assert ownership over these investigations. Unlike other unresolved cases, the mirror game exhibited a peculiar regularity, with incidents occurring approximately every 4 months, each involving a young female victim. Each deceased was found with a single, handheld mirror that did not belong to them, a grim pattern that had persisted for 3 years without interruption. Despite thorough preparations, Agents David and Jillian found themselves battered upon arriving in Burbank on the evening of April 30th. The investigation initially led them into a cul-de-sac. The local police had exerted their utmost efforts, interrogating all conceivable suspects and meticulously documenting the timeline of victim Alice's interactions in the 3 days leading up to her demise. Yet, astonishingly, despite the rigorous investigation, Alice's social circle had become utterly transparent, leaving the origin of the mirror shrouded in mystery. Upon reviewing the police's findings, David and Jillian discovered that the local authorities had performed admirably, and even their combined expertise could not pinpoint any oversights. With no alternatives available, they reluctantly decided to broaden their search radius, and Li Yunlong, who had recently relocated and was notably active in police records, caught their attention. Li Yunlong's pursuit of counterfeit documents was met with boastful claims from the forger, which, while effective for casual deception, fell short of convincing an elite FBI agent like David. With his considerable experience, David was confident, at least 60% sure, that these documents were dubious. Although circumstances involving time, resources, and personnel hindered a thorough investigation, suspicion alone warranted the use of police resources to scrutinize Li Yunlong's recent activities. Unfortunately, the breakthrough plan encountered a formidable obstacle and failed completely. Leveraging his expertise, Agent David adeptly manipulated the amicable Li Yunlong, appointing him as a special consultant under the guise of a mystical expert. When questioned about Li Yunlong's true identity, David feigned ignorance, asserting his own innocence and integrity, claiming he could not possibly be aware of any wrongdoing. Indeed, he prided himself on being a paragon of virtue and moral rectitude. The FBI's compiled information was indeed thorough. However, it lacked any valuable insights into the realm of mysticism pertinent to Li Yunlong. Treating the mirror game as a standard case, they failed to recognize that the initial incident had occurred 3 years prior, explaining the prolonged inability to resolve the case due to misguided efforts. Chapter 14. The Mirror Game. As Li Yunlong perused the case files, his initial diligence waned, and his frustration grew as he sifted through what he deemed to be inadequate information. The local police may have had their limitations, but it was disheartening to witness FBI agents engaged in such futile endeavors. The peculiar nature of the mirror game was evident. While evidence was essential for solving cases, the repetitive nature of their investigations yielded no fresh perspectives. It was no wonder that, after such a long duration, the case remained unsolved. Agent David, however, disagreed with Li Yunlong's assessment. Mr. Brookley, my colleagues and I are but ordinary individuals, devoid of the mystical abilities you possess. Our understanding of the arcane is limited, and we can only operate within the confines of conventional methods. I can assure you that they have exerted considerable effort. Li Yunlong scoffed at this rationale, questioning whether their efforts were genuine or merely superficial. Hadn't they ever encountered detective novels or films? Shouldn't they be able to empathize with the victims? The perpetrator consistently concealed their tracks so well that after multiple attempts, they had yet to uncover even a hint of a clue. Did this not indicate a deeper issue? Agent David was perplexed. We have indeed contemplated this matter. In fact, the police meticulously constructed a timeline and a victim relationship chart, yet thorough examination revealed no discrepancies. Are you merely glossing over the situation or deflecting responsibility? Li Yunlong challenged. Agent David, if you truly wish to solve this case, abandon such flawed notions. Your timeline is utterly useless. It only leads you astray. Why did Agent David hold such a belief? How had the local police devised their timeline? Agent David visited all individuals who had contact with the victim, compiling and editing their testimonies along with other auxiliary evidence gathered by the police. Li Yunlong, you ought to be more aware than I am that the police force is limited. How much resource can they truly allocate to this matter? You need not worry about Agent David's firm stance in support of the police. Their personnel are professionally trained and capable of uncovering any issues that may arise. Li Yunlong questioned, really? Drug interference, hypnotic control, cult activities, not to mention mysterious forces, ordinary individuals could conceive of numerous methods. Are you certain that those detectives can discern these issues? Agent David hesitated, ultimately conceding that such possibilities do exist. However, if that were the case, the police investigation would inevitably reach a dead end. As Agent David spoke more slowly, he realized that the enigma of the mirror game was indeed such a case. So what shall we do? The perpetrator has concealed their tracks. Under these circumstances, finding them seems utterly impossible. Li Yunlong replied, there are myriad methods at our disposal. It merely hinges on whether you are willing to invest resources. In simpler terms, it is a matter of funding. Agent David, in the face of life, insisted that money should not be an obstacle. Li Yunlong asserted, every path leaves a trace. At the earliest opportunity following the incident, we must initiate a comprehensive search. Centered around the victim's crime scene, we shall indiscriminately inspect all individuals and objects within several miles, analyzing every conceivable clue we can find. Ultimately, we will compile and process this information, which will certainly lead us to discover something significant. Li Yunlong did not dwell on Agent David's minor shortcomings, stating, since you are unable to promptly allocate sufficient manpower and resources, I personally recommend you abandon this case. The mirror game is far too perilous for you. Agent David acknowledged, we are aware of the risks involved. However, as FBI agents, if we do not take action, shall we allow the public to suffer? Li Yunlong felt that, at least in terms of attitude, Agent David was commendable. As FBI agents, they must shoulder their responsibilities. The risks inherent in solving a case are simply part of their profession, and there is little to complain about. Since you are so insistent, I shall say no more. Let us proceed to the police station to examine the evidence. We need only to inspect two items. First, the body of the victim, Alice, and then the mirror. The two agents drove with Li Yunlong to the mortuary, where they beheld Alice's remains. Similar to the photograph Li Yunlong had previously seen, Alice's body appeared as though all blood had been drained, emaciated to the point of being skeletal. The process of death must have been excruciating. Her limbs were severely contorted, and her skin had taken on a dark hue with distinct wrinkles. Unlike the photographs, there was an unmistakable chill emanating from the body, which was not merely a matter of temperature, but something far more profound. Li Yunlong observed for a long while before inquiring, Agent David, how will the victim's body be handled? Agent David responded that after the autopsy investigation, it would be returned to the family. Is there a problem with this body? Li Yunlong asked. There is a small issue, he replied. The deceased met their tragic fate as a result of their soul and life being forcibly extracted through dark sorcery. Consequently, they have transformed into a vessel for black magic. I strongly recommend seeking a genuine cleric to purify the victim's remains. Agent David, do you mean to suggest that we find a priest to conduct an exorcism for the body? Engaging with laypersons reveals certain shortcomings. Thus, Li Yunlong must elucidate further. The deceased remains have now become a form of magical material. How do you plan to perform an exorcism on her? I am referring to purification. Perhaps you should inquire if your acquaintances have connections with the Inquisition. I suspect you may struggle to distinguish between a true cleric and a mere missionary. The Inquisition possesses expertise in such matters. If you can enlist their assistance, it would undoubtedly alleviate much of our burden. Agent David's expression soured. The predominant faith in America is Christianity, which he also adheres to. Although Christianity has its own organizations, It conspicuously lacks the infamous institution of the Inquisition. The Catholic Church once had such an entity, but due to its tarnished reputation, it has since rebranded. Now known as the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith. Agent David, being of sound mind, would never willingly provoke such an organization. I will arrange for someone to handle it. Now, let us proceed to examine the mirror. Li Yunlong's intention was not merely to observe, but to utilize it. Seek out an unoccupied basement, prepare the necessary furnishings, and bring forth the mirror. Agent David, puzzled, inquired about his intentions. Li Yunlong, recognizing that you currently lack authority and influence yet still wish to solve the case, must resort to unconventional methods. I intend to use the mirror as a medium to cast a spell, allowing you to glimpse the secrets of the mirror from the deceased's perspective. In ancient Eastern practices, this is known as soul summoning. Chapter 15. The Mirror Game. Upon hearing Li Yunlong's words, Agent David became exhilarated. Mr. Brooke, are you suggesting that you can summon the spirit of the deceased Alice through the mirror with your magic? Splendid. I knew seeking your assistance will be the right choice. Li Yunlong, however, admonished, what are you so cheerful about? Summoning the spirit of the departed is no simple feat. The spell I employ is an ancient Eastern secret technique. Although it is termed soul summoning, its actual effect is akin to mediumship. Agent David interjected, isn't mediumship precisely about summoning the spirits of the deceased? Agent Jillian nodded in agreement. Li Yunlong found himself at a loss for words. In America, cinematic portrayals of mediumship indeed revolve around summoning the souls of the departed, facilitating communication between the living and the dead through a sorcerer. However, given your lack of relevant esoteric knowledge, I cannot clarify these distinctions at this moment. For you, the theoretical nuances hold little significance as long as the objective is achieved. Agent David proceeded to complete the necessary formalities to retrieve the mirror, which would serve as material evidence. Agent Jillian located a vacant basement within the precinct's warehouse. Agent David shrugged, stating, as you can see, all detailed information regarding the mirror has been expunged from the records. The photographs you have seen were obtained only after I identified discrepancies and conducted a personal investigation. Li Yunlong quickly comprehended the situation. This was merely an internal affair of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Where there are people, there exists a web of intrigue. Oftentimes, those you consider allies can strike with treacherous blades from behind. Li Yunlong had no intention of concerning himself with these trivial matters, nor could he afford to. However, one would surely conduct an analysis of the blood used to inscribe the magical array, wouldn't they? Agent David's analysis revealed that the blood belonged to a Caucasian male, type A, estimated to be between 30 and 40 years of age. Given that the results from the several mirrors I sent for examination were consistent, there is a substantial likelihood that this blood is indeed that of the perpetrator. Li Yunlong scratched his head. If that were the case, it could pose a significant complication. Human blood, as a material imbued with spiritual essence, is frequently utilized in various mystical rituals. Thus, the virtues and taboos surrounding blood are well known. Should the assailant have used the victim's blood, it would likely be of little consequence to them. However, the fact that the perpetrator employed their own blood suggests a considerable chance that a trap has been set. Agent David inquired, why is that? Li Yunlong explained, when a person sheds their own blood while alive, this phenomenon is regarded in mysticism as an overflow of human spirituality. Even if the blood has separated from the body and congealed, it still retains its inherent essence. Should it fall into the hands of my enemies, they could use it as a medium to cast a curse upon me. Consequently, there are numerous defensive measures within the mystical realm to counter such possibilities. Our friend, the murderer who toys with mirrors, is likely to have laid a trap involving this very circumstance. Agent David asked, what should we do then? Li Yunlong replied nonchalantly. If all else fails, the worst that could happen is a failed spell. With my capabilities, I doubt it would cause any significant turmoil, so you needn't worry. Agent David was far from reassured, yet at this juncture, he had no alternative but to proceed with Li Yunlong's plan. Li Yunlong spent nearly an hour meticulously examining the mirror in his hand, repeatedly scrutinizing Agent David. I have thoroughly studied this mirror and possess over 70% confidence in my ability to counteract the trap, which should manifest as a curse affixed to it. Now, the decision falls to you. Do you wish for me to perform the summoning ritual? I must forewarn you, it entails certain risks to both your physical and mental well-being. Agent David, of course, required the summoning ritual to be performed. But can you clarify the dangers I will face? Li Yunlong stated, for the summoning ritual, the essential item required is this very mirror. He lifted the mirror in his hand. This mirror is not only the tool of the assailant's spell, but also the last object the deceased interacted with, holding significant meaning in mysticism. Furthermore, I require a medium for the seance. Li Yunlong pointed at Agent David. Indeed, that person is you. With the situation spiraling beyond control, Agent David steeled himself, weighing his options. He concluded that Li Yunlong was unlikely to take advantage of the situation to harm him. After all, he had already taken the lives of several individuals. What threat could a mere ghost pose, Mr. Brooke? What should I do? He asked. The audacious maneuver executed by Li Yunlong did not intimidate Agent Jillian. As a distinguished agent of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, she possessed a level of acumen and bravery that far surpassed the ordinary, regardless of her gender. Intrigued, she shifted her body slightly, sensing an invisible yet gentle force enveloping her in protection. What would you have me do, Mr. Brookley? Agent Jillian mused, not one to be easily manipulated. It was evident that Li Yunlong intended to utilize her abilities. Otherwise, what purpose would there be in casting protective spells upon her? Agent Jillian, you will stand behind Agent David. Should he exhibit any signs of distress, such as weakness or an unexpected outburst, you will be responsible for intervening to safeguard him from harm, while simultaneously ensuring our own safety from his potential threats. Understood. Can Agent David also bestow upon me a protective spell? While the method of refining qi into elixirs boasts numerous advantages, its complexity and stringent requirements render it rather elusive, even within the realm of external alchemy, where it has never truly gained popularity. If not for Li Yunlong's extraordinary ability to perceive and manipulate sensory information, he would not dare to traverse this path. The actions he performed on Agent Jillian appeared akin to the ethereal scripting of talismans. However, at its essence, it was an innovative use of her corporeal form as a vessel for the alchemical process, transforming the essence of qi into tangible benefits. Yet, Li Yunlong chose to keep the intricacies of this art concealed from the two agents. As the saying goes, a minister who does not keep secrets risks losing his life. A sovereign who does not guard his secrets risks losing his kingdom. Thus, he was cautious to shroud the mysteries of his own power from prying eyes. In any case, the two agents were more interested in the outcomes rather than the specifics of the process. Chapter 16. The mirror game. Agent Jillian affirmed, no problem. We have undergone specialized training in grappling and combat, and my grade is an A. Very well, that is essentially the crux of it. Do you have any further questions? Li Yunlong inquired. Agent David raised his hand, indicating he had a query. Mr. Brookley, you mentioned that the perpetrator has left behind a cursed trap. As a medium, am I at risk of being cursed? You need not concern yourself with that, Li Yunlong reassured him. As the one casting the spell, I stand between you and the curse. The perpetrator must first contend with me. As long as I withstand his curse, it cannot affect you. What if you cannot withstand it? Agent David pressed. Am I a fool? If I cannot endure, I will immediately terminate the spell. The curse will then lose its target, rendering it ineffective. The worst outcome would be my failure in casting the spell, yet our safety would remain intact. Agent David raised his hand once more, signaling that he had another question. Mr. Brookley, what circumstances should I anticipate during your summoning ritual, and how should I prepare to respond? Li Yunlong gazed intently at Agent David, a piercing stare that made him somewhat uneasy. Your inquiry suggests that you may not be in the best position. Agent David, perplexed, replied, is it not an essential principle to comprehend all circumstances before taking action, to avoid the pitfalls of failure? Agent David swallowed hard, a palpable sense of foreboding washing over him. However, having already posed a question, what lay ahead? Li Yunlong emphasized that it was not merely the act of vocalizing the inquiry that mattered, but whether such doubt had taken root in one's heart. If such inquiries were absent from your mind, even an ordinary individual would find their safety precariously balanced. Yet, the mere presence of such doubts, even if unspoken, would heighten the danger by a significant margin. A sheen of sweat began to form on David's brow. Could it truly be that even a flicker of uncertainty rendered the situation so perilous? Li Yunlong siga, clearly aware that they had yet to grasp the gravity of the circumstances they were to face. According to the information provided, the perpetrator was a remorseless serial killer, ruthlessly extinguishing the lives of the innocent. Drawing from my knowledge, I surmise that he is likely a practitioner who has strayed into dark paths. Agent David, we recognize his madness, his malevolence, and the inherent danger he poses. The sweat now trickled down David's forehead, signifying that we were potentially confronting a lunatic endowed with arcane powers. Li Yunlong nodded affirmatively. Agent David queried, how is this relevant to his psyche? And why would the peril intensify? Li Yunlong explained that when he performed the soul summoning ritual, David would occupy the role of a medium, experiencing a lucid dream of sorts. He He would engage with the victim's consciousness, spirit, and other ethereal aspects. This engagement would grant him access to fragments of the deceased's memories, particularly those from their final moments. This transcendental experience would exceed the limits of human language, existing within the realm of the spirit, and would impose a profound psychological impact upon him. To safeguard himself from harm during this process, he must rely on the strength of his own mind. The killer might very well lay traps, potentially exploiting this connection. As for curses, there was no need for concern. Li Yunlong could manage that. The crux of the matter, however, was that while connecting with the victim's spirit, David might also have to confront the frenzied psyche of the killer, even if Li Yunlong could wholly deflect the killer's curses. And regardless of the understanding that it would be akin to watching a film from the safety of a theater rather than being ensnared within its narrative, the depraved essence of the killer could still exert its influence over him. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Thus, this is a zero-sum game. The stronger will ultimately prevail. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Agent David inquired, what would happen if he emerged victorious? Li Yunlong assured him that not only would he remain unscathed, but he would also ascend to new heights. His psyche would fortify, akin to the results of years of training for an ordinary practitioner. Agent David pressed on, what if he were to fail? Li Yunlong's response was stark. He would become a madman. With a fierce determination, Agent David clenched his jaw, disregarding the worried gaze of Agent Jillian. Then there is nothing to fear. When my girlfriend ended our relationship, she declared that I had already lost my mind. How much further down the rabbit hole could I possibly go? Jillian, brace yourself. Mr. Brookley, please proceed with the soul summoning ritual. I am ready. As Agent David has made his decision, Li Yunlong begins to take action. He retrieves a tool from his pocket and meticulously draws a talisman, affixing it to the surface of a mirror before placing the mirror face down on the table. He then draws a second talisman, attaching it to Agent David's forehead, signaling him to firmly press down on the mirror's casing with all 10 fingers. Li Yunlong gestures to Agent Jillian, indicating for her to prepare. Once both agents are ready, Li Yunlong's expression turns solemn, exuding an air of gravitas. With his fingers poised in an intricate formation, he recites an enigmatic incantation. Agent Jillian attempts to discern the words, but finds them utterly incomprehensible. Nevertheless, the effect is palpable. The bizarre incantation intertwines in a manner beyond her understanding. Despite Li Yunlong having previously cast a protective spell upon her, Agent Jillian distinctly feels a wave of dizziness, as if a fierce, untamed energy is being suppressed within her, thrashing about desperately seeking release. Fortunately, this sensation remains within her control. Gritting her teeth against the discomfort, she observes Agent David, although seated and pressing down on the mirror, is convulsing violently, with pronounced veins visibly bulging beneath his skin, particularly on his face, which is a terrifying sight. His eyes, though tightly shut, reveal rapid movement beneath the lids. Even with prior mental preparation, Agent Jillian feels a shiver creep up her spine, questioning whether all things arcane possess such eerie peril. Chapter 17. The mirror game. Agent David appears as though he has just emerged from a fierce battle. Panting heavily and drenched in sweat, with trembling hands, he tears away the talisman affixed to his forehead. I saw it. I witnessed the entire ordeal of Alice's victimization, and I clearly saw the murderer. Li Yunlong draws out a chair and takes a seat. Do not rush, Agent David. The soul-calling ritual was executed with precision, and the memories you have gained will remain vivid. They will not fade swiftly. So take a moment to breathe and rest. Li Yunlong interrupts David's words, stating, since my invocation was successful, I believe you should now possess enough information to apprehend the culprit. Though puzzled by Li Yunlong's interruption, Agent David nods in agreement. Li Yunlong rises and brushes off non-existent dust. Very well, I have fulfilled my promise to you. I shall not involve myself in the remaining matters. Despite not gaining any monetary reward, Li Yunlong feels a sense of satisfaction with his endeavors today. Firstly, he has acquired the status of a consultant for the Federal Bureau of Investigation, an identity that holds both significance and insignificance, yet is officially recognized as that of an expert. This may prove beneficial in the future. Secondly, the entire process was swift, taking less than a day. Most importantly, Li Yunlong has gleaned something far more precious than mere money: the wisdom of his predecessors. In the enigmatic case of the mirror game, the mirror utilized as evidence is a quintessential magical artifact, diverging from the Eastern mysticism that Li Yunlong predominantly pursues. The emphasis lies not within the mirror itself, but rather in its capacity to serve as a conduit, facilitating real-time connectivity across the dimensions of time and space. This, indeed, is what Li Yunlong truly values. The so-called great principles are as evident as the sun and moon, clearly displayed between heaven and earth for all to observe. Yet, how one employs them remains the esoteric secret of various sections. Li Yunlong possesses the extraordinary ability of sensory control, placing him on a vastly superior starting point compared to the average individual. What appears mundane to ordinary eyes transforms into a magnificent vista through his perception. For him, the beauty of the scenery is paramount, yet what matters most is the perspective from which it is viewed. The same landscape, after being observed by a master swordsman, might yield insights into sword techniques. A scientist could derive gravitational formulas, while an artist might create timeless masterpieces. However, after gazing upon it for an extended period, Li Yunlong still perceives merely a landscape, akin to entering a treasure trove only to emerge empty-handed. The profound significance embodied by the mirror, representing the phenomenon of transcending time and space, serves as a key that pierces the veil obscuring human vision, allowing Li Yunlong to seek out that invaluable treasure with purpose. Moreover, Agent David has unwittingly offered himself as an experimental subject, aiding Li Yunlong in this endeavor. With both sensory control and extraordinary vitality at his disposal, Li Yunlong's abilities are enhanced, enabling him to influence portions of Agent David's senses without direct contact, thus allowing him to extract information hidden within the mirror. Simultaneously, as the orchestrator of the entire ritual, Li Yunlong participates actively, experimenting with the mirror's transcendent connectivity. Due to the vast disparity in their strengths, the depth, breadth, and magnitude of information Li Yunlong perceives far surpasses that of Agent David. Upon the conclusion of the ritual, when Agent David attempts to recount his observations, Li Yunlong promptly interrupts him, not only to express his disinterest in further involvement with the case, but also because he is already aware of what David has witnessed, while the latter may not grasp all that Li Yunlong has discerned. With the phenomenon of real-time connectivity across time and space, Li Yunlong can effortlessly conceive multiple practical applications. For him, comprehending these concepts holds far greater significance than the seemingly trivial case of a mirror game, which pales in comparison, thus extinguishing his desire to engage further with the two agents in their investigative pursuits. On the morning of May 3rd, the following day, the two agents returned to seek Li Yunlong's assistance once more. The difficulty in resolving the mirror game case arises primarily from the police's reluctance to allocate substantial resources, coupled with the cunning nature of the perpetrator, who not only conceals himself adeptly, but also evades capture by moving from place to place. Consequently, the law enforcement agencies find themselves at an impasse, unable to identify a target. Yesterday, with the assistance of Li Yunlong's soul summoning technique, Agent David successfully reconstructed the entire sequence of the Alice case. Drawing upon his memory, he crafted a composite sketch of the perpetrator, ensuring that the assailant would no longer remain concealed. With the vast resources of law enforcement now mobilized, it was no surprise that they swiftly discovered the trail of the suspect, who had fled to Wyoming. Li Yunlong, after a moment's contemplation, surmised that the perpetrator might possess, but not be limited to, abilities such as hypnosis, illusion, and invisibility. Locating him should not present a challenge given your resources. However, apprehending him might pose difficulties. The operation leader should avoid being on the front lines and instead direct efforts remotely through equipment. It will be prudent for senior officials to maintain their distance from the suspect throughout the process. Those on the front lines should be well prepared, and even after a successful capture, personnel should be rotated promptly to prevent fatigue. Most importantly, mutual vigilance is essential. Li Yunlong chose his words carefully to prevent the suspect from exploiting any vulnerabilities and causing unforeseen incidents. This was fundamentally about minimizing the risk of the assailant using his abilities to manipulate law enforcement personnel. Should such an event occur, it would lead to significant complications. Despite the brief time spent together, both agents had established a harmonious rapport with him, prompting Li Yunlong to generously provide them with life-saving items to keep them safe. With that, he turned and entered the room. Upon his return, under the expectant gazes of the two agents, Li Yunlong handed each of them a small glass vial containing a black pill the size of a longan. "This is a bitter medicine I have concocted for you," he stated. "If you find yourselves on the front lines during the capture of the suspect, take this pill and secure it to your wrist. Ensure that the medication can make direct contact with your skin." He pointed to the inner side of his left wrist, "so that its effects may be continuously released into your system. After the operation, if the pill remains unused, clean it with a tissue and store it back in a vial. This bitter medicine has a long shelf life, lasting 2 to 3 years without concern. Agent David examined the vial of bitter medicine with great appreciation from Mr. Brookley. What extraordinary effects does this medicine possess? Li Yunlong explained, in Eastern Buddhist philosophy, the life of an ordinary person is composed of 4 stages: suffering, gathering, cessation, and truth. The essence of my bitter medicine lies in the notion of suffering, allowing you to experience the sensation of anguish both physically and mentally. Agents David and Jillian felt a cold sweat trickle down their brows, realizing that he seemed to be suggesting they should embrace their own suffering. When you confront the perpetrator on the front lines, he may attempt to use his powers to control or deceive you with illusions. However, by utilizing the bitter medicine I have provided, your body and mind will be enveloped in suffering. Unless his magical prowess surpasses the potency of the medicine, his spells will be ineffective against you. At this revelation, both agents David and Jillian were filled with elation. Having truly encountered the essence of mystical power, they now understood how fragile mortals were in the face of such forces. Gazing at the pill in their hands was akin to beholding a priceless treasure, an invaluable artifact capable of countering the arcane. Observing the desperate glances of those who seemed eager to swallow the bitter medicine, Li Yunlong hastily reminded them that this concoction had been crafted according to the standards of practitioners. Should an ordinary person attempt to consume the entire pill in one go, they would be unable to withstand its potency. The mildest outcome could lead to madness, while the gravest could result in death from the bitterness. You must not swallow it whole. Agent Jillian, somewhat perplexed, questioned why they should not seize the moment to apprehend the perpetrator and bring a definitive end to the enigma of the mirror game. Agent David expressed his concerns regarding Brookley, deeming him exceedingly perilous due to his mysterious powers, which rendered him indifferent to the federal constitution. Even though he appeared amicable and accepted the role of a specially appointed consultant for the FBI, David was convinced that he was far more dangerous than the actual criminal. Acting recklessly, as David contemplated, posed a significant risk of failure. If their initial attempt were to falter and the suspect escaped, the consequences would be dire. Thus, they must deliberate before taking action. If they were to strike, it must be with assured success. Jillian nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the repercussions of failure were beyond their capacity to bear. Chapter 18. The mirror game concluded with David falling into a contemplative silence. That would be even worse. If such a scenario were to unfold, it would either imply that a powerful organization is shielding him, or that he possesses the means to alter his identity. In either case, his threat level would escalate dramatically. Agent Jillian inquired about their course of action, aware that the situation concerning their superior was precarious. Did he still have adequate resources to invest in Brookley? David countered, I do not require any resources from our superior. I merely seek a fragment of the information he possesses. Brookley has explicitly mentioned that specialists handle cases of this nature. Given our superior's stature, if such professionals exist, he would undoubtedly be aware of them. David gently shook his head. Never underestimate the power of the federal government. The mirror game is, after all, a minor case. It likely won't warrant extensive resources and does not reflect the true caliber of those professionals. Furthermore, we still hold an ace up our sleeve. He retrieved the glass vial gifted by Li Yunlong and waved it at Agent Jillian. With the aid of this substance, we can harness our own power to combat the mysterious forces. This is our trump card. Jillian lamented that Brookley had only provided them with 2 pills. David burst into laughter, exclaiming, 2 are unnecessary. 1 will suffice. I am on amicable terms with Professor Robert from the appraisal department. If we present 1 as a sample, within 2 days, we shall possess countless doses. This is the might of the FBI. David refrained from directly contacting those specialists. While he did not regard them as wholly inept, like Jillian did, he also did not perceive them as trustworthy allies. With no formal subordination or personal rapport between the parties, David felt himself in a disadvantageous position and required a reliable foundation. He placed his hopes upon the bitter medicine. The preliminary analysis of the bitter drug yielded results on the same day. According to Professor Robert, he had never encountered such a substance before. Its efficacy was astonishingly swift, requiring mere contact with the skin to fill the human body in a remarkably short span of time. Even more astonishing was the fact that the sole effect of this drug was to inflict suffering upon life itself. Professor Robert and his colleagues were left to ponder whether Agent David had lost his sanity. Are you mad? Such a minuscule dosage could lead to dire consequences, and you wish to increase it. Agent David, gritting his teeth, fixed his bloodshot eyes intently on Professor Robert. I believe you would not deceive me. Please tell me, Professor, even if it is merely a theoretical calculation, what would happen if I were to amplify the dosage? What if I were to press the entire pill against my skin, binding it to the inner side of my left wrist? Agent David, does he not feel the pain? Professor Robert inquired. No, he is acutely aware of it. Yet, it does not hinder his logical reasoning or actions. Has Agent David been in such a state continuously? Professor Robert confirmed, yes. Our experiment lasted 10 minutes, and during that time, no abnormalities occurred. However, due to the continuous usage, the consumption of the drug was substantial. Within just 10 minutes, approximately 13 pills were expended. Agent David, so your experiment only took 10 minutes. Why then did it take you so long to return? Professor Robert replied, as soon as we removed the pill, the subject immediately fell into a deep coma, and even now, there are no signs of awakening. So what is wrong with his body? Agent David pressed. That is precisely the incredulous aspect. Our most thorough examinations revealed no issues whatsoever. He is simply in a profound state of unconsciousness. What kind of substance have you brought? After a moment of silence, Agent David chose to divulge part of the truth. The substance is known as the bitter drug. It inflicts suffering upon those who use it, both physically and mentally. Professor Robert found it incomprehensible that anyone would create such a drug. It seemed utterly irrational. No, this drug holds value. It allows mortals to combat mysterious forces. Since conversing with Agent David, Professor Robert had devoted all his efforts to the study of the bitter drug, though the research appeared to be an impasse. On May 7th, Agent Jillian brought disheartening news to Agent David, despite her best efforts. She had been unable to locate the identity previously used by Yunlong, and Agent David's grim predictions had come to fruition. On May 9th, Professor Robert brought new revelations regarding the reason behind the prolonged unconsciousness following the use of the bitter drug. A friend of mine, a researcher in psychology, voluntarily tried the bitter drug. After using it for just 1 minute, he fell into a coma for a full 3 days before regaining consciousness. His experience unraveled the mystery. While under the influence of the bitter drug, one's entire being is filled with suffering. However, in that moment, the individual's mental state is in a peculiar state of absolute rationality. Thus, there are no adverse reactions at that time. Yet, upon ceasing the use of the bitter drug, the mental state departs from that extraordinary rational condition, and under normal circumstances, a person cannot endure such an intensity of suffering. This elucidates the reason behind the subjects remaining in a profound state of coma, despite having no physical ailments. They would rather succumb to death than endure such torment once more. At this juncture, Professor Robert's expression turned peculiar. Prior to my arrival, my assistant informed me of the passing of my dear friend, who succumbed to a self-inflicted gunshot. Before his demise, he left a note that read, God, forgive me. I cannot forget that anguish. May I find eternal slumber in death. Agent David's countenance darkened ominously, reflecting his suppressed emotions. Yet he restrained his feelings and inquired, Professor, is it possible for you to replicate this agony-inducing substance? Professor Robert affirmed his capability. Then, I beseech you to assist me in producing more of this torment-inducing remedy. On May 29th, Agent David met with Professor Robert in his office, accompanied by an unfamiliar gentleman. Professor Robert produced a box, opening it before Agent David to reveal 6 specially crafted adhesive patches. This is your torment remedy, he explained. I have formulated it into patches. Simply tear open the seal and apply it to your wrist. Each standard dosage will last for 5 minutes. Agent David rose, carefully stowing the box in his pocket. Thank you, Professor. May I inquire about the identity of your companion? Professor Robert coughed twice before introducing. This is Captain Welsh from the FBI's 17th Division. Captain Welsh smiled warmly, extending his hand. Agent David, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Welsh from the 17th Division. Agent David lazily shook Captain Welsh's hand, quickly releasing it, his demeanor neither warm nor cold. What brings you to this modest locale, Captain Welsh? Professor Robert coughed again, seizing the conversation. David, you may not be aware, but the success rate for producing this torment remedy is exceedingly low, under 5. The cost is exorbitant, not accounting for losses incurred from failures. The standard dosage you possess exceeds 10,000. Agent David was taken aback. If Professor Robert spoke the truth, the worth of the meager remedy in his possession surpassed $1 million. Captain Welsh continued, Professor Robert has encountered some challenges in his research, and we, the 17th Division, have offered our assistance. The professor has graciously shared his findings with us. Agent David's expression soured, as this diverged significantly from his initial expectations. Captain Welsh seemed oblivious to Agent David's demeanor. We are immensely intrigued by this extraordinary remedy. What piques our interest even more, Agent David, is where you procured this miraculous substance. Chapter 19. The pharmaceutical process. Agent David's predicament was unbeknownst to Yunlong. who held a favorable impression of him due to their collaboration on the mirror game case. Li Yunlong considered the prospect of future cooperation if suitable opportunities arose. After the departure of the two agents, Li Yunlong resumed his own affairs. On May 6th, Amelia visited once more, bearing good news for Li Yunlong. The patent application for the nourishing elixir has officially commenced. Her friend informed her that it would likely take about a year to complete all the necessary procedures. This interim period must not be squandered. Everything else is negotiable, but the foremost priority is for Li Yunlong to devise a method to finalize the pharmaceutical process. Yet, in this regard, even Li Yunlong could not provide Amelia with a definitive answer. Transitioning from the intricate pharmaceutical process to the relatively rudimentary mystical rituals required for producing the nourishing elixir, so that ordinary individuals could perform it with ease, should theoretically pose little challenge. However, in practice, this conversion is exceedingly convoluted. A single misstep in any stage necessitates a complete restart, leaving even Li Yunlong uncertain about the timeline for eventual success. This uncertainty made Amelia apprehensive. Would they truly manage to finalize the patent only to find themselves unable to complete the process? Li Yunlong hastily reassured her that there was no cause for concern. Amelia, rest assured that I will not falter. In truth, he had already successfully developed a comprehensive procedure. Yet, Amelia, not one to be easily deceived, questioned the integrity of this process. What issue could arise in your method? Li Yunlong's answer revealed that the process necessitated the use of blood sacrifice. Amelia, embodying the acumen of an elite shaped by the capitalist world, found the compromise surprisingly palatable. It could certainly serve as a contingency plan, especially since the supply of the nourishing elixir he had provided was dwindling. May I attempt to try it? Seeing merit in her suggestion, Li Yunlong led Amelia into the underground chamber where he concocted his potions. The staircase to the basement was surprisingly partitioned by Li Yunlong using a translucent plastic film, creating 3 distinct enclosures, each equipped with sterile garments for replacement. Amelia had anticipated a classic wizard's lair reminiscent of films, complete with a grand wooden table cluttered with unidentifiable arcane artifacts, irregularly painted crimson floors adorned with magical sigils, and heaps of firewood fueling an eternal bonfire beneath a massive cauldron bubbling with foul-smelling concoctions. However, upon entering, she discovered that Li Yunlong had transformed the basement into a well-lit pharmaceutical laboratory. Despite the absence of windows, artificial lighting illuminated the space brilliantly. Upon closer inspection, she could hear the hum of concealed exhaust fans diligently ensuring a fresh atmosphere. To the left, a laboratory table mirrored those found in university chemistry labs, leading Amelia to suspect that Li Yunlong may have procured this equipment directly from such an institution. The test tube racks looked strikingly familiar. On the right, a compact workstation emitted a continuous buzz, indicating its active operation rather than mere decoration. Opposite the entrance stood a specially designed cabinet, meticulously organized with various materials. Most striking was the classical Eastern alchemical furnace situated in the center of the room, towering nearly 2 meters high and almost touching the ceiling. How Li Yunlong managed to bring such a substantial object into the space remained a mystery. The alchemical furnace is adorned with nearly 100 electric heating devices installed at various locations, intricately connected to an equal number of electric cooling mechanisms and an even greater number of temperature measuring instruments, all meticulously arranged in circuit connections to a workstation. Is this ancient Eastern alchemical furnace heated and cooled by electric devices? Amelia is quite unaware. Surrounding the furnace is a metallic staircase, with a specially crafted circular stone altar fixed between it and the door. Judging by the marks upon it, the blood sacrifice that Li Yunlong spoke of was likely conducted here. Li Yunlong retrieved a pharmaceutical process manual, which he had authored, from the toolbox on the left side of the door and handed it to Amelia. As she held the substantial, dictionary-thick manual, her eyes widened in astonishment. A cursory glance at the complex and convoluted procedures left her utterly defeated. Oh my goodness, this is exceedingly challenging. I fear it may take me a month to memorize it. Li, could you possibly demonstrate it for me? Li Yunlong replied, very well, as long as you possess the patience. To the right of the door, a cage filled with small rabbits purchased from a pet store was present. Li Yunlong used his abilities to lull them into slumber, facilitating management and preventing any accidents. He casually selected one rabbit and placed it upon the altar for the blood sacrifice. As the efficacy of the blood sacrifice commenced, he activated a pre-edited program, allowing for precise temperature control of the alchemical furnace under the workstation's supervision. Utilizing the staircase, he ascended and descended around the furnace, methodically adding pre-processed materials in a specific order and location. This process involved another blood sacrifice, and, after nearly an hour of diligent work, Li Yunlong performed the third blood sacrifice. With the completion of this ritual, it signified that the majority of the preparation for the nourishing tonic had been accomplished, leaving only approximately half an hour for cooling to finalize the process. A successful refinement would yield over 100 liters of the nourishing tonic, enough to fill a large barrel for Amelia to portion out as needed. Amelia regarded Li Yunlong's design process as remarkably successful. Was this not a success on the first attempt? If this is not mere coincidence, does it not imply a 100 success rate? Li, isn't your current design quite commendable? I perceive a favorable success rate. Sacrifices of this nature are not a significant issue. We can devise a way to package it with professional terminology. This illustrates the distinction between the layman and the expert. The layman perceives only the surface, unaware of the underlying complexities. Li Yunlong had to elucidate further. Amelia, if I were to operate it myself, the success rate would undoubtedly exceed 90. You must not forget that this intricate process is, in fact, a product of necessity. Through my own mystical rituals, I could effortlessly accomplish this procedure. Amelia shook her head, finding the mystical aspects rather detestable, yet remarked, but your recent operation does not seem overly absurd. While it may be intricate, many experiments are far more complicated than your procedural design. It should not be deemed excessively difficult, should it? Li Yunlong, Amelia, you must not have thoroughly examined the pharmaceutical process manual I provided, have you? Li Yunlong, feeling rather helpless, reiterated that this pharmaceutical procedure is designed for the general public and holds little significance for him personally. Amelia was rendered speechless, realizing that these stipulations were meant for others, not applicable to someone of his stature. Is this pharmaceutical process not excessively intricate and cumbersome? Could it not be suitably simplified or replaced with an alternative method? Amelia suggested that Li could explore different approaches, perhaps even harnessing the power of deities. This reflects a divergence in perspectives between the East and the West. In America, where Christianity is prevalent, it is common to invoke divine assistance for various matters. Conversely, in the East, while it is customary for individuals to enter temples and offer incense or bow to deities, there is seldom an assumption that one can demand favors from the divine. Even the ordinary person must make a vow when seeking assistance, and fulfillment of such requests often entails a commitment to repay the favor. For practitioners, there are even more prohibitions, with the adage that inviting deities is easy, but bidding them farewell is challenging. Among lesser practitioners, one might encounter rituals like invoking deities or divination. Yet the more formidable the practitioner, the more they tend to shun such practices, often seeking to obscure their presence from divine or demonic entities, adhering to the principle of respecting the supernatural while maintaining distance. Although religious figures may not emphasize this aspect, do you truly believe that these deities lack their own expectations? While the nameless and faceless deities might be less formidable, which powerful entity is truly easy to provoke? Li Yunlong, with limited abilities and lacking a supportive background, sincerely wished to avoid entanglements with such forces and thus unhesitatingly declined Amelia's suggestion. Chapter 20. The celestial train with Amelia momentarily deceived, Li Yunlong enjoyed a tranquil existence. Although Amelia placed great importance on the nourishing soup project, from Li Yunlong's perspective, this endeavor must be postponed, as his primary focus and energy should be devoted to the research on real-time interdimensional connections. Unfortunately, the pursuit of research is notoriously unpredictable, and this holds true whether one approaches it from a scientific or mystical standpoint. Initially, progress was smooth. Replicating the process with samples proved relatively effortless. However, as time progressed, complications arose. The methods employed by the perpetrator of the mirror game case, when viewed through a mystical lens, were decidedly rudimentary. They merely exploited a characteristic of the spatial environment to achieve their ends. To illustrate, the perpetrator's approach involved drilling a small hole in one side of a closed cardboard box, and then creating a corresponding hole on the opposite side. The air within the box could transmit sound, allowing one to shout through one hole and be heard from the other. If it were merely this, the research potential of the project remains substantial. The greater challenge lies in the deepening investigation by Li Yunlong, who discovers that this method cannot convey physical objects. It can transmit information and energy, yet is subject to spatial influences during the process, leading to losses and distortions. Li Yunlong is confident he can find solutions, believing that even if problems remain unsolved now, hope persists for the future. However, after extensive research, he finds himself unable to transmit even a drop of water or a sheet of paper through this method, which is quite perplexing. On this day, Amelia again sought out Li Yunlong. Perhaps in an effort to strengthen their relationship, Amelia made it a point to visit Li Yunlong at least once a week. As a somewhat renowned journalist, Amelia possesses high emotional intelligence and has her own strategies for managing relationships. She and Li Yunlong have always enjoyed pleasant interactions. Li Yunlong has reflected on his own shortcomings in socializing, recognizing that he has not been adept at building friendships, which explains his limited circle. Amelia, on the other hand, seamlessly gathers information from within the television station, compiling daily updates to send to Li Yunlong via email. Much of this information comes from the citizens of Los Angeles, as few journalists are willing to pursue the stories further. Often, a few sentences suffice to conclude a report. Occasionally, some stories that a few reporters might be inclined to follow are dismissed for various reasons, yet Amelia leverages her authority to uncover them. In reality, compiling this information into an email takes up little space, and Amelia's dedication in visiting him further demonstrates her commitment, which explains her rising prominence at the station. Having grown quite familiar with each other, Amelia and Li Yunlong engage in open conversations that span a variety of topics. As a news reporter well-versed in diverse matters, Amelia frequently encounters peculiar rumors. However, such tidbits are absent from the information she shares with Li Yunlong. In the course of their discussion, they touched upon a recent strange occurrence. Amelia recounted that a colleague on the night shift had received a supernatural video concerning the heavenly train. Li Yunlong responded, "Heavenly train? You're not referring to that ghostly train that appears exclusively at midnight, are you?" Amelia nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is the legendary heavenly train, Li Yunlong Musha. Who could possibly be so unfortunate as to encounter such a phenomenon?" Amelia inquired, "Why do you say that? Do you perhaps know the secret of the heavenly train?" Li Yunlong replied, "I actually know a bit." He chuckled and shook his head, adding, "As a journalist, your curiosity is quite profound. You should be aware that trains originated in 1840, with the first steam locomotive dating back to 1804. Nearly 2 centuries have passed, and countless stories of joy and sorrow have emerged surrounding them. Supernatural legends about trains are common across the globe, and the tale of the heavenly train is no exception. While variations exist in different regions, they all share a common thread. It is said to be a train that travels to heaven." Amelia interjected, "I am aware of what you shared. Tell me something I do not know." Li Yunlong responded, "Very well, Amelia, allow me to share something you might find enlightening. The phenomenon of the heavenly train, or the eerie legend surrounding trains, if indeed true, would signify a formidable mystery within the realm of the occult." Li Yunlong gazed seriously at Amelia, declaring, "I am not jesting. You must not provoke such matters." Amelia, perplexed, inquired, "Are you suggesting that this mystery is exceedingly perilous?" "Indeed, it is exceedingly dangerous," Li Yunlong affirmed. Amelia discerned the crux of his words. "Do you imply that the cost of such a curse can be borne by others?" "Of course," Li Yunlong replied. "It's akin to purchasing a train ticket. There is no stipulation that only you must pay for it." Their discussion on the heavenly train might have concluded there, but unexpectedly, on September 22nd, Amelia returned to seek Li Yunlong. Her expression and the very cadence of her speech radiated excitement. "Do you recall the video of the heavenly train I mentioned a few days ago?" "Indeed, I remember. What transpired?" Li Yunlong's kuntanansa shifta. "Amelia, you did not watch that video, did you?" Startled by his reaction, Amelia responded, "I did watch it. Is there a problem?" She hastily pressed, "Li, what is it? Is there something amiss with me?" With a sigh, Li Yunlong declared, "Amelia, I perceive a curse upon you. Is that so?" She stammered, genuinely alarmed. "You have a way to assist me, do you not?" "I can indeed help you," Li Yunlong replied, "but it depends on the price you are willing to pay. Whatever the cost, please help me lift this curse." She implored, "Amelia, you misconstrue my meaning. As business partners, how could I charge you? The price I refer to is what you decide to sacrifice to lift the curse." Confused, Amelia asked, "I do not quite understand. Are you not the one to lift the curse? Why must I determine how much I am willing to pay?" "Because while the curse may be limited in quantity, its qualitative aspects are profound from an esoteric standpoint. To eradicate it entirely from you, merely erasing memories may not suffice. A portion of your soul must be severed. Thus, you must decide the extent of your sacrifice." Chapter 21. The Heavenly Train, Part 2. Amelia was so frightened she stuttered, "Erase. Erase memories? Sever my soul." Even with her scant knowledge of the occult, she recognized the ominous implications of such terms. "Is there not another way?" Li Yunlong pondered seriously for a moment. "Amelia, if I recall correctly, you profess the Christian faith?" "Yes, indeed, I am a Christian," she affirmed. "Then, unless you can transform from a mere follower to a true believer before the curse manifests, there is little hope. Are you suggesting that the omnipotent Lord can redeem me?" I knew the Lord's power is boundless. Oh, omniscient Lord, I am your devout follower. Li Yunlong, observing her fervor, could only smile wryly. Amelia, such actions will prove futile. To truly attain the ability to invoke divine power to dispel curses, a devout believer must not merely rely on words or actions. Rather, one must reach a state of communion with the divine. In such moments, the glory of God envelopes the body and soul, and the profound love of the Almighty embraces you, allowing curses to dissipate naturally. Li Yunlong could empathize with Amelia's distress. Anyone would feel aggrieved when inexplicably afflicted by a curse. Amelia, you must understand that in the realm of mysticism, time and space are merely relative concepts. Imagine, in the realm of physics, the distance between us is vast. Li Yunlong gestured to illustrate the space between himself and Amelia. Yet in mysticism, these distances are subjective. With sufficient power and a means of connection, he brought his hands together and clapped them forcefully, symbolizing their connection. In the current situation, the heavenly train represents that formidable and mysterious force, and the video serves as the medium. When you watch the video, the curse naturally descends upon you. Ignoring Amelia's disapproving expression, Li Yunlong continued, "This curse, though transmitted through your eyes, primarily affects your memory, subsequently tainting your soul. I could exert my own strength to erode the curse upon you, but as long as the contamination in your soul and memory persists, the heavenly train can inversely amplify the curse's potency. If we cannot eradicate the curse entirely, my efforts would be in vain. After all, no defense is infallible. Only the complete obliteration of the curse offers a true solution." Amelia pondered this for a moment. "Li, is there no other way?" Li Yunlong replied, "No. Amelia, I will accompany you to the television station. You can procure a temporary identification for me, can't you?" "Of course, Li. But what are we going to do at the television station?" Amelia inquired. Li Yunlong was determined to test his luck. Although the curse was transmitted via video, there exists a concept of origin in mysticism. If fortune smiles upon us, and the curse does not originate from the heavenly train, but rather from the initial footage, then by destroying that original video, we could potentially lift the curse afflicting you. Though Li Yunlong framed it as a mere gamble, the prospect of easily dispelling her curse excited Amelia. Eagerly, she urged Li Yunlong to the television station, with Amelia at the wheel and Li Yunlong resting in the passenger seat. While both spoke the truth, Li Yunlong withheld certain thoughts. As business partners, he resolutely refused to accept Amelia's money, partly out of pride and partly because he harbored doubts about the situation. The phenomenon known as the heavenly train was far from the idyllic name it suggested. In reality, it was merely a collective term, distinct from a singular ghost born from a person's grievances. The heavenly train phenomenon often encompasses complex, multifaceted supernatural occurrences. Due to the intricate nature of its causes, no authoritative classification exists, compelling the phenomenon to be grouped under the singular name of the heavenly train. Concerning her own life, Amelia exhibited remarkable initiative, driving swiftly until she arrived at the television station. There, she promptly arranged a temporary pass for Li Yunlong, instructing him to display it prominently on his chest. "I will inform them that you are a personal investor interested in my project, here to assess the situation," she explained. Wealthy individuals, particularly those willing to part with their money, are invariably in high demand. Perhaps feeling more at ease in her familiar environment, Amelia finally felt inclined to jest with Li Yunlong. Li Yunlong shrugged. "No problem, madam. You are the expert. I shall follow your lead." As a somewhat renowned journalist in Los Angeles, Amelia possessed a modest independent office within the television station, albeit located in a somewhat obscure area requiring passage through several corridors. As it was his first time within the station, Li Yunlong observed his surroundings while following Amelia, only to be met with a sense of disappointment. Numerous outdated pieces of equipment were still in use, and both the office space and the filming locations appeared rather chaotic, starkly contrasting with Li Yunlong's glamorous preconceptions of the television station. It seemed the station was not as illustrious as he had imagined. In her office, Amelia accessed a video file on her computer but refrained from opening it immediately, cautiously inquiring of Li Yunlong about the next steps. "Amelia, you should position yourself behind the monitor and refrain from watching while the video plays," he directed. Li Yunlong then opened the video file, which was merely a brief clip lasting less than 5 minutes. The footage began from within a train carriage, capturing various scenic views during the train's journey. The content was evidently disjointed, leaving one to wonder if filming had been abruptly halted or if content had been edited out during post-production. The video comprised 3 segments, or rather 3 locations: an underground lava lake, a similarly subterranean complex of passages, and finally, the breathtaking starry sky above the clouds. After scrutinizing the cursed video twice, Yunlong closed the file and fell into deep contemplation. Minutes passed, and seeing him still silent and lost in thought, Amelia could no longer contain her curiosity. What do you think? Is it possible to break the curse by destroying the video? Yunlong ceased his reflection and shook his head at Amelia. I have examined the video thoroughly. The curse's origin does not lie within the video file. It undoubtedly stems from the heavenly train. Yet, the reasoning behind it eludes me. Indeed, it is madness, he declared, striking his hand with force. Amelia, you're truly brilliant. Perhaps this matter can be resolved with relative ease. Chapter 22. The heavenly train? No, I never stated that, Yunlong clarified. However, your earlier comment has prompted a realization. Perhaps the curse afflicting you is not as troublesome as I initially presumed. Amelia inquired. Are you suggesting that the curse upon me is not as perilous as you had imagined? Yunlong insisted. No. I can assure you that the curse you bear is exceedingly dangerous. If no measures are taken to resolve this, you shall perish within 7 days. How infuriating. A beautiful girl like me has so much youth to savor. How could I be so unfortunate as to be cursed by some celestial train? Is it true that my vibrant life is reduced to merely 7 days? Please no. As this thought crossed her mind, Amelia's eyes reddened, and her breathing grew labored. What do you mean, Lee? Are you suggesting I can only live for another 7 days? This, indeed, was quite the revelation. Amelia noted Yunlong's choice of words. You mentioned enduring the curse rather than lifting it, correct? Yunlong affirmed, yes. If my conjecture holds true, we need not exert ourselves to dispel the curse. We merely need to survive the next 7 days, after which the curse will lift on its own. Amelia leaped joyously. That is wonderful, Lee. This is the best news I've heard today. However, Yunlong cautioned, let us not celebrate just yet, Amelia. I must find a way to validate my hypothesis. Of course, Lee. What should we do? That night, at 11:30, Yunlong and Amelia huddled in the car, not far from an abandoned train station near Yobelinda. Amelia felt utterly insane. Why am I here with you, conducting this experiment? Yunlong sighed in exasperation. Haven't I explained already? You are under a curse, and the reason it has yet to manifest is that I am using my own power to suppress it. If you stray too far from me, I can no longer contain it. Though the spatial lines are convenient, they have limitations. Yunlong's life force is potent for both personal fortitude and suppressing malevolent forces. To subdue the curse afflicting Amelia requires a considerable amount of this life force. If too distant, the spatial lines cannot bear such a burden. Then why must you lead me to this eerie place in the dead of night? Amelia retorted. Given her predicament, she begrudgingly accepted Yunlong's offer to impart some esoteric knowledge. You mention this, Lee, but what relevance does it have to our nocturnal excursion? Yunlong explained, the curse itself can be viewed as a medium in mysticism. It operates bidirectionally, as the saying goes. So one cause, reap two effects. I can utilize the curse as a conduit to track the celestial train. He tapped the car window, indicating the forsaken train station outside. Now, Amelia comprehended Yunlong's implication. Are you suggesting that the celestial train will pass through the station tonight? Her face turned pale with fear, and she turned to start the car. But Yunlong stopped her. What are you doing? Lee, you know full well the celestial train wields formidable curse power. Why would you bring me here? Do you wish for my demise? In stark contrast, Yunlong remained unfazed. Do not panic, Amelia. With my presence here, the curse shall be subdued by my strength, rendering it incapable of causing you harm. Let's take a few deep breaths together, calming ourselves and not allowing fear to overwhelm us. Amelia, being a member of society's elite, diligently practiced deep breathing several times after receiving Yunlong's assurance, gradually finding her composure. Lee, I trust you have your reasons for this, but do you not think it poses a significant danger for us? Since Amelia acknowledged her mistakes and softened her stance, Yunlong decided not to press the matter further. If everything were to adhere strictly to the principles of a zero-sum game, then it would be impossible for everyone to enjoy themselves together. It is indeed necessary to provide Amelia with some reassurance. Amelia, do you recall my reaction after watching the curse video? It simply does not make sense. Amelia nodded. You reminded me of a possibility. Perhaps the heavenly train has gone mad. Amelia struggled to comprehend that evil is not always synonymous with madness. Yunlong shook his head. Amelia, evil and madness are two distinct concepts. In other words, evil is not necessarily mad. He gestured with his hands, illustrating a construction of building blocks. A train is composed of numerous different components, and the heavenly train is no exception. Much like assembling blocks, it is constructed from many parts. albeit these parts are comprised of countless malevolent souls. Thus, the heavenly train is perilous and formidable, as it is fundamentally an army made up of these wicked souls. Amelia gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, now grasping the true horror of the curse posed by the heavenly train. Yunlong continued his analysis. As an army, it requires a purpose to sustain its existence, an organizational structure, a system for generating resources, and a backup maintenance system. When you equate it to a human army, it becomes readily comprehensible. This complex and powerful army must engage in numerous aspects. Yet there is at least one crucial element that cannot be overlooked: money. Amelia quickly understood. A modern army is a formidable beast, yet simultaneously, it is a voracious monster that devours funds. To maintain its strength, the financial demands are akin to an abyss. If Amelia recalled correctly, the most recent military budget submission had exceeded $500 billion. Thus, the prevailing theory is that waging war equates to burning money. A pauper cannot afford to engage in warfare. Otherwise, within a few days, funds would be depleted, leading to bankruptcy without further conflict. How could one continue under such circumstances? Amelia felt bewildered by Yunlong's reasoning. If the heavenly train has indeed gone mad, shouldn't it be even more dangerous? Why do you believe the curse is now easier to resolve? Why risk bringing me here to test this hypothesis? Yunlong smiled with satisfaction. Madness will compel the heavenly train to recklessly squander its power. In such circumstances, its immediate threat level will soar, yet at the same time, it will become reckless and unhinged in its control over that power. In other words, in this circumstance, the curse it unleashes is reduced to mere basic operational capability. As long as one does not stand directly in its path, it will not target you, while simultaneously losing all capacity for flexibility and adaptability. Yunlong proudly wiggled his fingers, stating that if the heavenly train indeed manifested such an issue upon verification, then Amelia, congratulations. You need not worry about the curse threatening your life. I can cast targeted spells to buy time. With a stroke of luck, perhaps within 7 days, the heavenly train will squander its own power through reckless consumption, leading to its own destruction, thereby automatically lifting the curse upon you. Chapter 23. The heavenly train. Amelia finally exhaled, as ever since she learned of the accursed spell cast by that wretched heavenly train, her heart had remained in a state of suspense, although a true resolution had yet to be found. Yunlong's logical analysis instilled in her an instinctual belief in his correctness, igniting a glimmer of hope to resolve this dreadful curse. While Amelia felt a sense of relief, Yunlong remained vigilant. Supernatural phenomena are perilous, even within the realm of mysticism, and given Yunlong's current strength, he could not afford to be complacent. Checking his watch, he estimated the time and retrieved a toy water gun from his pocket. This bizarre action left Amelia utterly bewildered, yet the situation escalated as Yunlong did not cease. He aimed the gun at Amelia and pulled the trigger. Instinctively, she raised her hands to shield herself, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" A ghastly green mist emanated from the nozzle, thin and almost imperceptible, particularly as it enveloped her entire body, leaving her clothing seemingly unchanged, and her exposed skin, such as her face and palms, only felt a slight dampness. Yunlong, however, expressed discontent. "Why are you blocking it? This is a magical potion I concocted myself. Applying it to you serves as a magical medium. I can utilize it to construct a magical firewall, safeguarding you against the heavenly train's harm." Amelia recognized her instinctive reaction was unwarranted and awkwardly chuckled. "Well then, how about spraying me again?" Yunlong decided against it, reasoning that its function as a medium was already sufficient for my spellcasting. Besides, excessive spraying would be wasteful. This substance has a limited duration. Based on my estimations, the heavenly train will pass by in approximately 10 minutes, and I must prepare in advance. With that, Yunlong produced a small paper figure from his pocket. Its crude appearance suggested it was merely cut out with scissors, crafted by Yunlong himself. Lowering the car window, he placed the paper figure flat in his palm, took a deep breath, and forcefully blew towards it. The figure was propelled from his hand, soaring out of the window. Amelia's eyes widened in astonishment. While Yunlong's preceding actions seemed somewhat normal, the moment the paper figure took flight, the entire sequence veered into the realm of the irrational. According to the principles of physics, this diminutive paper figure, once released from Yunlong's grasp, is destined to descend to the ground. The only variable lies in the intervening journey. It may be swept away by a gust of wind, carried to unknown locations, entangled with water, branches, or other debris. And before it ever reaches the earth, it may be irrevocably damaged. Regrettably, this little paper figure defies the laws of physics entirely, upon leaving Li Yunlong's hand. It thrives in the breeze, as if it were a balloon, forcefully inflated from a mere flat sheet of paper into a robust, human-shaped entity of considerable height, width, and depth. Ultimately, what began as a figure smaller than a palm has transformed into a towering puppet, standing a staggering 1 meter and 90 centimeters tall. Resembling a brawny giant, it is devoid of clothing, its entire surface a delicate yellow hue, and its proportions meticulously mimic those of a human form. Upon closer inspection, its exterior bears little resemblance to human skin, instead presenting as a finely textured wood-like material. As a puppet, it lacks a face, featuring only a vague outline. Amelia is profoundly grateful for her resilient heart, for Li Yunlong's display has utterly shattered her worldview. If these occurrences are not mere illusions, then what significance remains for the laws of physics? How can a plain little paper figure metamorphose into a hulking, nearly 2-meter-tall puppet in less than a minute? Where does the material that fills its body originate? If its form is not augmented by any substance, merely expanded by breath like a balloon, how does it maintain its steady stance upon the ground? Outside the vehicle, the wind blows. As Li Yunlong has opened the window, Amelia can feel the breeze rushing in, and in such an open space, the wind is indeed considerable. She is certain of this, given the minuscule mass of the paper figure. If one were to adhere to the laws of physics, it would have long been swept away by the wind. Witnessing such an inexplicable phenomenon firsthand, Amelia can only whisper to herself, "Indeed, the mysteries of the arcane cannot be elucidated by the laws of physics. Is this your wondrous magic, Li? I envy you. Perhaps you consider this ability commonplace, but to me, it is astonishingly extraordinary." Li Yunlong merely shrugged, choosing not to engage with Amelia's musings. Be that as it may, we must attend to business now. Let us retrieve the tools. Amelia procured a specialized toolbox from a back seat, a possession of the television station, and any damage incurred would require her to bear the cost. Upon opening the toolbox, she revealed a portable information processing system, accompanied by a small box containing 16 specially designed information collection devices. In simpler terms, this equipment is intended for covert recording. While American journalists may not exhibit the same fervor as their British counterparts, they are nonetheless remarkably bold. Not only do they engage in surreptitious recording, but they're also capable of breaching barriers. The television station has historically adopted a tacit approval of such behavior among its reporters, even providing myriad convenient tools. With this covert recording equipment being one of them, Amelia continuously handed the information-gathering device, a wireless camera used for covert surveillance, to Li Yunlong. This device was only slightly larger than a button, and, thanks to advancements in digital processing and precision engineering, such a diminutive camera could simultaneously transmit captured digital video files and audio recordings to a portable processing system. Its sole drawback was its limited power, even under optimal conditions. Its effective operational range did not exceed 1 kilometer. Li Yunlong affixed the camera he held onto the paper puppet, whose exterior resembled wood, appearing sturdy with no soft parts. However, as Li Yunlong placed the camera, it felt as though his hand were submerged in water, enveloped softly. Once he secured the camera and withdrew his hand, the puppet's surface reverted to its wooden texture, losing all semblance of softness, with the camera fixed precisely in place. To capture video from multiple angles, Li Yunlong equipped the paper puppet with an array of cameras. 2 for the eyes, 2 for the ears, 2 for the shoulders, 2 for the hands, 2 for the elbows, 2 for the knees, as well as cameras on the front and back of the chest, the top of the head, and the back of the skull, totaling 16 cameras. Li Yunlong and Amelia then verified the functionality of the cameras. Amelia operated the portable processing system and, after a few minutes, confirmed to Li Yunlong that everything was functioning properly. Li Yunlong closed the car window, maneuvered the paper puppet, and positioned it at the abandoned train station platform, where it stood motionless. The simplicity of the paper puppet's structure rendered it weak. Without Li Yunlong's control, it would remain inert even if struck with a knife. Even an ordinary person could easily destroy it with the right approach. In a one-on-one confrontation, the odds of victory exceeded 60%. Considering the puppet was merely made of paper, if not for Li Yunlong's development of spatial lines, long-distance manipulation of the puppet would have been impossible. Yet, given that the train, known as the Heavenly Train, was a lethal trap, this inexpensive paper puppet was perfectly suited to serve as expendable fodder. Li Yunlong's assessment of the Heavenly Train proved remarkably accurate. The paper puppet had barely waited 5 minutes on the platform when an ancient-looking train, reminiscent of those seen in films, hurtled down the long-abandoned tracks. The speed was astonishing. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, despite the distance, the train had already arrived at the small station. Instinctively, Amelia covered her mouth, Even an ordinary person, if still in possession of their wits, would sense something amiss about this train. After all, the tracks and station had long been deserted. How could a train be racing through the night at such an extraordinary speed? Moreover, although the exterior of the train appears remarkably antiquated, upon closer inspection, one can discern that it exudes a peculiar freshness, even when viewed from a distance. A strange luminescence envelopes the entire train, reminiscent of cinematic special effects. After all, it is not a mere light bulb capable of radiating light in such a manner. The third point pertains to the enigmatic sounds surrounding this peculiar train. Whether in motion or stationary at the platform, an odd cacophony seems to flow around it. This is neither the whistle of a train nor the mechanical clatter of its operation. Rather, it resembles the wind swirling about, chaotic and piercing. As if countless souls were lamenting in disarray, their cries echoing like desperate pleas for help. And upon closer listening, it might even seem that vile curses were being uttered. It is unlikely that any sane individual would find such a chorus appealing. Yunlong gently patted Amelia's shoulder, reassuring her not to panic. We are far enough away. With me by your side, it cannot harm you. Prepare the equipment. I intend to bring the paper puppet on board. Chapter 24. The Heavenly Train. Through the manipulation of spatial lines, Yunlong remotely controlled the paper puppet, awakening the curse sealed within it. The Heavenly Train, as expected, halted at the station, automatically opening its doors to welcome the puppet aboard. Curses belong to a significant category within the realm of mysticism. In the Eastern esotericism that Yunlong specializes in, there exists a myriad of curses, from common ones like haunting spirits and bloodthirsty apparitions, to more complex ones such as the law of threefold return and the 7 arrows of the nail head. While the latter may be fewer in number compared to their lesser counterparts, their complexity and peril escalate exponentially. Thus, Yunlong possesses a few adept techniques concerning curses, confident in his skills surpassing that of the brute force exhibited by the Heavenly Train. At first glance, the Heavenly Train's method of disseminating curses through video files may appear ingenious. However, disregarding the significant cost-effectiveness loss, it is fundamentally a reckless endeavor towards self-destruction. Spreading curses via video files, while simple and convenient, inherently carries randomness and uncontrollability. The quicker the dissemination, the broader the impact, making it increasingly susceptible to retaliatory strikes from opposing forces, thus leaving less time for one's own reaction. It is akin to kindling a fire in the desolate wilderness at night. While it may deter small creatures from approaching, it simultaneously exposes one's position, inviting the attention of formidable predators unperturbed by flames. In contrast to the Heavenly Train, Yunlong is not quite a predator himself. Rather, he might be likened to a cunning fox, poised to take advantage of the former's downfall, eager to seize a substantial share of its nourishing bounty to satiate his ravenous hunger. However, achieving this requires not only the courage to take risks, but also the requisite skill to navigate such treacherous waters. Yunlong possessed the remarkable ability to encapsulate the curses from the video within the confines of a paper puppet, ensuring that they would not pose any trouble when dormant. When activated, this clever ruse allowed him to deceive the Heavenly Train, leading it to believe that genuine prey awaited, eagerly welcoming the puppet under his remote control onto the train. Amelia, is it possible that the video files we recorded might also become vessels of the curse? She inquired with a hint of concern. Fear not, Yunlong reassured her. Even though the Heavenly Train is a formidable supernatural entity, crafting a curse that can be disseminated through video files is no trivial task. Moreover, the cameras are affixed to my puppet, which, from an esoteric perspective, is considered an integral part of it. Should a curse exist, it would first have to confront my puppet. As long as the puppet remains unscathed by the curse, our recorded footage will remain unaffected. While his reasoning possessed a semblance of logic, it conveniently overlooked many critical details, serving merely to assuage Amelia's worries. What Yunlong refrained from disclosing was that if the Heavenly Train remained composed, his actions could be perceived as a provocation, even if no external signs were evident. The puppet's intrusion into the train's interior would inevitably attract attention, leaving them with no choice but to confront the terror of the Heavenly Train. However, Yunlong soon relinquished this enticing notion. Weighing the strengths of both parties with rationality, he recognized that if he were but a small pebble, the Heavenly Train was a torrential mudslide. Attempting to swallow an elephant with a serpent would yield a failure rate exceeding 90%. Even if, by some miracle, he succeeded, could he truly navigate the impending collapse of the Heavenly Train? Would it not drag him into the depths of despair amidst its madness? Yunlong firmly believed that necessary risks were unavoidable, yet to leap blindly into a pit of flames fully aware of its lethal perils. It was not bravery, but folly. A wise man would not act thus. As Amelia organized the recently received video files, she forcibly suppressed her lingering fears. Lee, were you not frightened just now? She smiled, observing him. I was so startled that I momentarily forgot your work. Do these videos contribute to your endeavors? Despite being mentally prepared for the good news, upon receiving it, Amelia could not contain her laughter. This is truly splendid, Lee. What should I do next? As she drove home, she noticed that Li Yunlong remained lost in thought, silent and contemplative. Unable to bear the weight of unsaid words, she initiated the conversation. Lee, did you notice those passengers aboard the heavenly train? After a moment of silence, Amelia continued, I was reviewing those videos, and among them were 3 individuals from our television station, while 2 others were unfamiliar to me. However, the Indian gentleman works in our news office's post-production, and we affectionately dubbed him Baldy Ollie. After a brief silence, Amelia finally spoke. Thank you, truly thank you, Lee. Without your assistance, I might have become one of them. Chapter 25. The celestial train. Amelia's emotions were somewhat unstable. Li Yunlong gently patted her shoulder, seizing the moment to infuse her with a calming elixir from his alchemical practices. We are friends, Amelia, do not forget this. I willingly offer my help, so do not feel burdened. The calming elixir was a rather elementary potion, merely serving to stabilize one's mind. However, its virtue lay in its balanced and gentle nature, renowned for being harmless to the human body, making it perfectly suitable for Amelia in this moment. Amelia rubbed her eyes, which were slightly moist, and took several deep breaths, gradually regaining her composure. I apologize for my display, Lee. I believed I possessed enough courage to confront any issue. It is not the first time I have encountered danger at work. However, curses. She trailed off, gripping the steering wheel tightly, shrugging her shoulders and shaking her head. I truly feel at a loss. Li Yunlong, risusurit, her, Amelia. Regarding your situation, as a researcher of the arcane, I can share my experiences with you, teaching you how to confront such challenges. That would be wonderful, Lee. Thank you, Amelia replied, not opposing his viewpoint. Although Li Yunlong's perspective may have its flaws, where else could she find a reliable person to impart knowledge of the mystical? Li Yunlong continued, Christianity venerates the Holy Trinity in theology, yet on a personal level, it emphasizes the original sin inherent in humanity, positing that humans are born with it. So, Amelia, what do you believe this original sin is? Uncertain of her answer, Amelia ventured, I suppose original sin refers to the 7 deadly sins? The 7 deadly sins are a concept introduced by the Catholic Church, enumerated by the 13th century Dominican priest St. Thomas Aquinas, which include pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. You are correct, but it is not a complete understanding, Li Yunlong countered. Original sin encompasses the 7 deadly sins, yet it is more intricate than that. You may interpret it as the survival instincts of humanity. Amelia found Li Yunlong's viewpoint somewhat biased. Li, if it is an instinct inherent to humanity, why is it termed original sin? Without hesitation, Li Yunlong pointed out, the reason is, of course, the perspective. The stance of religion has never aligned with humanity. It only stands with itself. Surely not. Shouldn't religion stand with the divine? Amelia questioned. Have you read the Dead Sea Scrolls? What do they say? In the great stone house, there is no God. This phrase essentially refers to religion. This argument is somewhat disheartening, starkly contrasting with the impression Amelia has always held. Fortunately, Amelia adheres to Christianity, which offers a degree of leniency in this respect. Coupled with the information explosion of modern society, as a journalist, Amelia has cultivated a resilient heart through her work, enabling her to calmly listen to Li Yunlong's outlandish theories. Had this been a medieval Catholic believer, Li Yunlong's recent statements could have landed him on the pyre. Very well, Li, you are an expert in mysticism, and I believe we should delve into the matter of overcoming fear. We can discuss these religious issues at another time. Certainly, Amelia, Li Yunlong replied. Fear is a form of original sin, an instinct inherent to human survival. What you must do is confront fear, embrace it, master it, and treasure it as your own. Amelia interjected, wait a moment, Li. Are you suggesting that I should cherish my fear? You just said that fear is a human instinct and an original sin. How can confronting fear transform it into a treasure? Li Yunlong responded, you see, Amelia, therein lies the crux of the issue. The education you have received, the reactions of those around you when discussing fear, and various external influences have distorted your will, leaving a warped imprint in your heart. Thus, you have never truly faced your fear. Your understanding and judgment of fear are merely the distorted marks imposed by others. Amelia pondered Li Yunlong's perspective for a moment. acknowledging some truth in his words. However, she questioned, "Isn't fear a negative emotion? According to your reasoning, I merely lack understanding of this emotion, which hardly relates to cherishing it." Li Yunlong countered, "That is solely because you have yet to genuinely confront your fear." Amelia remained skeptical, wondering if fear could indeed be a positive force. Li Yunlong explained, "Fear itself is neither good nor bad. It becomes our treasure when we utilize it effectively, rather than allowing it to govern us." Amelia retorted, "Isn't it all just fear? I fail to see any distinction." With patience, Li Yunlong elaborated, "Amelia, you have not undergone training in mysticism, which prevents you from personally experiencing the subtle differences involved. Let me provide you with a few simple examples to illustrate my point. For instance, Amelia, when you cook in the kitchen, you use knives, correct? Do you ever joyfully take a knife and cut, stab, or poke yourself?" Li Yunlong nodded. "Your choice mirrors that of most people. The fear of a knife inflicting harm prevents you from using it against yourself. This exemplifies the application of fear to ensure self-protection." Frustrated, Amelia exclaimed, "Isn't that just stating the obvious?" Ultimately, being no fool, she fell silent and contemplated Li Yunlong's words seriously. From a common-sense standpoint, his statements seemed trivial, but how might they be interpreted from a mystic perspective? Amelia contemplated the necessity of incorporating psychology and evolutionary biology, recognizing the profound role that fear plays, far exceeding the limits of her previous imagination. The example provided by Li Yunlong was trivial, merely applicable to the realm of tools. However, as Amelia followed this line of thought, she pondered its implications in various aspects of life, be it while operating electrical appliances, driving an automobile, or engaging in sports. Such meticulous consideration revealed that Li Yunlong's seemingly insignificant example could indeed extend to countless facets of everyday existence. What Li Yunlong had previously illustrated was but a minor instance within personal life. Allow me to present a more substantial illustration. Amelia, have you ever contemplated the foundation upon which federal law is upheld? The answer lies in fear. Amelia, however, contested Li Yunlong's assertion, believing that the authority of federal law is maintained by the enforcement agencies of the federal government. With a disdainful chuckle, Li Yunlong retorted, "The enforcement agencies of the federal government? Really?" He gestured with 2 fingers, indicating a minuscule number. He questioned, "Not to mention the few personnel in the enforcement agencies. Even if we were to consider all federal employees, how significant is that in comparison to the vast population of citizens?" He stretched out both hands in a grand gesture, illustrating how minuscule that percentage truly is. Li Yunlong's assertions were not mere fabrications. Even the American populace frequently critiques their federal government for being bloated and inefficient. Yet, when it comes to law enforcement, no police department in any state dares to boast about being adequately staffed. Every year, the shortage of personnel is a recurring theme in their rhetoric. Amelia found herself unable to counter Li Yunlong's claims, as they were clear and undeniable truths. Nevertheless, she recognized a critical issue. If fear is indeed such a treasure, why has no one disclosed this to the public over the years? Amelia did not believe that only Li Yunlong possessed insight. His notion that fear is a treasure, if properly harnessed, could lead to significant revelations. While Amelia held confidence in her professional abilities, she never underestimated her peers. Thus, Li Yunlong's perspective must have overlooked something crucial. Otherwise, this knowledge would not remain obscured from the public eye to this day. Chapter 26. The heavenly train. Amelia felt her spirits plummet further. Initially driven by fear in search of solutions, she had welcomed Li Yunlong's offer to enlighten her on the mysteries of the arcane. She had hoped this would provide a remedy to her concerns, but instead, after listening to Li Yunlong's convoluted explanations, she found herself beset by even more questions. A sudden realization dawned upon her. Mysticism is not merely a game for amusement, but rather a force to be reckoned with. "Thank you, Li. I believe I've grasped the essence of it now. Please take a moment to rest. We shall soon arrive at my residence." Had Amelia truly come to understand? The information gathered by the sensory control superpower revealed to Li Yunlong that the reality was quite different. However, Amelia was not Li Yunlong's disciple. Thus, it was not his place to comment on her choices. "You understand, Amelia. I will rest for a while. Call me when you arrive." With a moment to himself, Li Yunlong turned his thoughts inward. On the morning of September 23rd, Amelia indulged in a leisurely slumber, rising at 10 o'clock. She called the television station to request a leave of absence. After hanging up, her expression darkened. "Li, my colleagues at the station informed me that many people went missing last night. Some of their families have chosen to report it to the police, but due to time constraints, no case has been filed. The station refuses to address the matter and is suppressing information from above. Although the public remains unaware internally, there is growing anxiety among the staff. Amelia hesitated before informing Li Yunlong. I just spoke to a friend about the video. I advised him to be extremely cautious. This situation might reach others. Li Yunlong waved his hand dismissively, saying little. Being so close, how could he not have heard Amelia's earlier words? The sensory control ability was not merely ornamental. After all, who among us does not have relatives or friends? Could Li Yunlong truly expect Amelia to remain silent while her loved ones face danger? Thus, he did not press her too hard. It's all right, Amelia. After all, you are a friend. If you can lend a hand, do so. However, Li Yunlong's expression turned serious. But Amelia, you must take the necessary precautions and arrange the relevant matters promptly. He then removed the battery from his phone, severing all communication with the outside world. I will also disconnect the telephone line. Li Yunlong felt helpless. Your colleagues at the station went missing last night. Their families must be frantic. You let something slip during your call. What will you do if they come looking for you? If you choose to help them, I must make it clear. Once you leave my room, I cannot guarantee I can keep the curse at bay. He continued, staying here if they come seeking assistance. How will you respond? My power is not limitless. I can manage to contain the curse for one person, but if another arrives, what then? Will I save you or them? Amelia was taken aback. Perhaps she had not considered this dilemma earlier or had subconsciously overlooked it. Now, Li Yunlong had laid the issue bare before her, and she could no longer evade it. A choice was imperative. At that moment, Amelia's phone rang. Without a glance, she violently removed the battery, perhaps applying too much force, causing her phone to fall to the ground. Defeated, Amelia sank onto the sofa. Her hands pressed tightly against her face. The sound of her sobs gradually filled the air. Li, why must you force me into such a cruel decision? Li Yunlong replied, because we lack the power to confront this adequately. In this situation, to foolishly leap forth and aspire to be a savior will inevitably lead to harming oneself and others. I see no other outcome. In truth, Li Yunlong's inexperience is evident. He should have severed Amelia's ties with the outside world long ago. Despair can drive a person to madness. Even a straw will be clutched with desperation. For now, we can only be grateful that Amelia spoke little earlier. Otherwise, those individuals could have arrived in a frenzy, potentially wreaking havoc on Li Yunlong's magical array, and he might not have been able to safeguard Amelia flawlessly. Shaking his head to cast aside such thoughts, Li Yunlong left his chair and sat cross-legged on the floor. Amelia, perplexed, wondered what Li was doing. Li, what is the matter? Why are you suddenly sitting on the ground? Li Yunlong replied, I need to concentrate to accumulate as much power as possible. If those people truly come for us, I will have more strength to adapt. Amelia opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. Do not panic, Amelia, Li Yunlong reassured her. I have told you to transform fear into your treasure, rather than allow it to dominate you. A positive mindset will enhance your resistance against the curse. If you're hungry, there is ample food in the refrigerator. Just heat it up. If you feel bored, there is a television. You may watch it, but refrain from going online. There are books on the shelf against the wall. Feel free to peruse them if you're interested. Do not worry about disturbing me. I have reached a level of practice where external noises have little effect on me. With that, Li Yunlong maintained his cross-legged position, falling into silence. Amelia composed herself, prepared breakfast, and then turned on the television, idly flipping through channels. Due to his personal entertainment preferences, Li Yunlong had not subscribed to any premium channels. Initially, Amelia thought this state would persist for quite some time. However, to her surprise, just past 11 o'clock, Li Yunlong opened his eyes and stood up. Amelia, gather your things. We must leave immediately. Li, has something happened? Li Yunlong retrieved a water gun and aimed it at Amelia. When outside, it is not like being at home. Without the support of the magical array, we must rely on alternative means. When abilities are insufficient, medication must suffice. Then, Li Yunlong packed a suitcase and, with Amelia, set out once more. Do not drive your car. Take mine. After turning a few corners, Li Yunlong found a secluded spot and parked, ensuring there were no cameras nearby. This will do. Li Yunlong pulled out a canister of spray and began to coat his car. Amelia, curious, stepped out to see what he was doing. It turned out that the mystique of the arcane was indeed unpredictable. In just 3 minutes, the car's exterior transformed into a unique tricolor design, and astonishingly, the license plate number changed as well. Get in, Li Yunlong urged, leading the way back into the vehicle as they resumed their journey. Chapter 27. The Heavenly Train. Amelia remarked, Li, do you really need to be this cautious? You're acting like a spy. Li Yunlong, you two are engaged in the field of journalism, and surely you possess some awareness of the influence wielded by your colleagues. Given the constraints we face, Had it not been for the fear of squandering our strength, I would have resorted to disguise techniques long ago, ensuring that even those familiar with you would be unable to recognize you. Amelia, surely this is an exaggeration. We are not fugitives. I would contend that even fugitives find themselves in a more advantageous position than we do. At the very least, their notorious reputations deter many from meddling in their affairs. But as for us, is there anyone who would harbor any fear? Amelia, what madness has overtaken these individuals? I too am a victim. What trouble they conjure for me is utterly unwarranted. If they possess any capability, let them pursue the heavenly train instead. Yunlong's own kin and friends have vanished due to a curse. Anyone in his position would feel a sense of urgency. You suggest they seek out the heavenly train. Do you truly believe they could find it? Amelia, you are different. As an ordinary individual, what combat potential can a mere woman like you possess? Even the concept of righteousness is easily misconstrued, for in the best light, you could be seen as an informed witness, while in the worst, a suspect. Were it not for our time constraints, I suspect the legal proceedings would have already concluded, and you would be awaiting the police to issue a warrant for your apprehension. Amelia, exasperated, exclaimed, "These scoundrels!" Suddenly realizing that, throughout their conversation, Yunlong had neglected to mention his own name, she questioned, "Why do you not speak of yourself? Are you not concerned?" Yunlong replied, "I consider myself an adventurer, and I possess considerable confidence in my ability to evade capture." Every half hour, Yunlong would use a water gun to replenish Amelia's magical spray. As they drove about for the afternoon, it was only by nightfall that they turned the vehicle around and returned to the vicinity of Yobelinda. They located a nearby motel, where Yunlong fabricated a name, and the two rented a room converted from a mobile home, settling in. After securing the door and drawing the curtains, Yunlong meticulously drew a circular magical array on the floor using special pigments. He placed glass vials filled with various potions at the cardinal points, north, south, east, and west, while positioning a chair in the center for Amelia to sit upon. Without the expansive magical array that had previously filled the room, he resorted to a simplified version of the four-symbol array, which, although smaller in scope, would still serve to suppress the curse's effects. "Why have we come here?" Amelia inquired. "Is it true that the most perilous places are the safest? My recollection of the heavenly train is vivid, and the curse upon me remains unbroken. Is it wise to remain so close?" "Amelia, are we gambling on luck?" "Indeed, we have come here to tempt fate. Take this," Yunlong said, handing her a necklace that was undoubtedly a cheap trinket bought from the roadside. The chain was thin, and its design and luster were lackluster, featuring only a faux pearl of visibly poor quality as its sole adornment. At this moment, Yunlong would not jest. Amelia accepted the necklace, scrutinizing it for a considerable time without discerning any hidden significance. There is no need for further examination. The only valuable aspect of this necklace is that counterfeit black pearl. Have you heard of the protective charm? The counterfeit black pearl is merely a protective charm artificially concocted through potions. Does Amelia require me to ingest it? Yunlong refuses to do so at this moment. "Amelia, under our present circumstances, if we are not discovered by those troublesome individuals, I can devise a means to help you endure the days of the curse's affliction. However, should they come knocking, do you truly believe they will be reasonable?" After careful contemplation, Amelia ultimately shook her head, evidently lacking optimism. The likelihood of Yunlong's grim scenario occurring is quite high, and that probability only escalates with time. Even if I manage to aid your escape now, can we truly evade them perpetually? The logic is evident, and Amelia comprehends it well. If only one person seeks her today, tomorrow there could be 3, and the day after 10. The longer we prolong this, the more frantic those relatives, driven mad by their loved ones' disappearances, will become. Ultimately, we cannot hide indefinitely. Thus, we must devise a secondary plan. Should circumstances deteriorate, a solution is imperative. Amelia, can you conceive of any strategies? Yunlong did not deny it. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted the necklace to Amelia moments ago. "I have indeed formulated a plan, yet it is a gamble, with your life as the wager. Therefore, if we can avoid employing my method, let's do so. You are likely more experienced in managing public incidents and various crises than I am. Given a choice, I would prefer to implement your strategy." Amelia offered a wry smile, her expression reflecting despair. Crisis management merely revolves around a few tactics: diverting attention, refreshing public personas, and engaging in clandestine dealings. However, all these necessitate team support, particularly financial backing, let alone the fact that I must sever all external communications. Even in the most favorable circumstances, I lack the resources to initiate crisis management independently. Faced with relatives of the missing who have descended into madness, I doubt I could engage in rational exchanges of information with them. What could I possibly do to resolve such issues? Should I merely let them see the deceased? Lee, do share your approach. Amelia's eyes widened as she fixed her gaze on Li Yunlong. Li, surely missed. After a moment's hesitation, she finally voiced her concern. What precisely do you mean by the dire realities you mentioned? Li Yunlong replied that the upper echelons of the federal government and news conglomerates are simultaneously intervening, suppressing all information related to the heavenly train. Amelia could hardly fathom the possibility. How could this be? There must be over 30 individuals who have viewed the footage on television. Do they intend to bury the fact of these disappearances? Li Yunlong opined that they might pursue a dual approach. On one hand, exerting pressure from above to stifle the situation. On the other, deploying professionals to resolve the matter concerning the heavenly train. Amelia countered, saying this situation is not necessarily adverse for us. If official professionals manage to rectify the issues surrounding the heavenly train, wouldn't the curse upon me be automatically lifted? Li Yunlong shook his head. Amelia, you are far too optimistic. What sort of individuals would these official professionals be? The law enforcement officers, without a doubt, exhibit a rather crude and straightforward demeanor. Are you not already aware of their style? If they were to discover that you had viewed the video yet remained unscathed, how do you suppose they would react? As a journalist, Amelia possesses a certain understanding of the methods employed by these so-called elite individuals within American law enforcement, largely aligning with Li Yunlong's assessment. Nevertheless, a novel idea struck her. What if we were to proactively propose a collaboration with them? Amelia spoke while keenly observing the subtle shifts in Li Yunlong's expression. This notion, however, was rather unscrupulous. While she referred to a partnership, it was clear that she, as the cursed individual, had little to offer in terms of collaboration with such official professionals, essentially intending to thrust Li Yunlong into the forefront. Li Yunlong shot Amelia a disdainful glance, and, with a hint of irritation, retrieved a card from his pocket, slapping it into Amelia's hand. Upon closer inspection, she found it to be an identification card that confirmed Li Yunlong's status as a special consultant for the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Amelia was genuinely unaware of this official designation, and her response was, Li, since you hold the title of an FBI special consultant, it will certainly facilitate our collaboration with official professionals. Li Yunlong was taken aback by Amelia's seemingly astute demeanor in everyday life, yet her folly emerged at this critical juncture. Amelia, do you truly believe that those high-ranking officials, while forcibly suppressing news about the Heavenly Kingdom train, are silently dispatching professionals to resolve its issues solely to rescue the missing individuals? His tone dripped with sarcasm, unmistakably perceived by Amelia. Without granting her a chance to respond, he continued, what do you think these professionals are? They are merely the so-called white gloves in the hands of the powerful. Do you understand why I am reluctant to engage with them? Once you fall into their grasp, the situation would be entirely beyond our control. The best-case scenario I can envision is that we sign a confidentiality agreement, binding us to keep everything secret for a lifetime buried deep within us. Even in that ideal scenario, have you considered how you would confront the families of your missing colleagues at the television station? The most significant issue, however, is the likelihood of such an ideal situation, which, in my calculations, is exceedingly low. The greatest probability is that once we are in the hands of those professionals, we will be coerced into confronting the Heavenly Kingdom train. Should we succeed, the accolades will belong to them. Should we fail, our very lives will be forfeit, rendering any concerns about leaks utterly moot. Amelia's countenance darkened. Though she harbored some ulterior motives, she was merely a victim of her own confusion. Li Yunlong elucidated the situation clearly. Amelia, being entrenched in the world of journalism, possessed a considerable understanding of the true character behind those glamorous figures. Despite the selfish and malicious nature of Li Yunlong's thoughts, Amelia confirmed that the dreadful outcome he described was indeed highly probable. Have our circumstances truly deteriorated to such an extent? Li Yunlong shrugged nonchalantly, expressing, I do not know. These are merely my conjectures. My sole endeavor is to strive for the best possible outcome while simultaneously preparing for the worst-case scenario that may arise. After much contemplation, Amelia resolved, Li, please share your plan with me. Li Yunlong replied, my plan is quite simple. The so-called professionals wield power over you solely because you are but a mortal. Thus, by transforming our perspective, we may compensate for our vulnerabilities. Without weaknesses, we shall not be manipulated by them. Instead, we can turn them into pawns for our own advantage. Amelia countered, Li, I concede that I am merely an ordinary person. However, should they come knocking at our door, representing the federal government, and if they wish to conscript you against your will, what then? Once her mind sharpened, Amelia regained the acumen of a seasoned journalist. To her, it appeared that she and Li Yunlong were bound together in this perilous situation. Neither could escape, and she questioned why she was continually the focal point of their discourse. What about you, Li? Li Yunlong, unfazed, responded, I am a scholar of the arcane, an adventurer. I possess numerous means to contend with them, so there is no cause for concern. Amelia's expression remained unchanged, yet the sparkle in her eyes dimmed momentarily before returning to normal. She suddenly realized that many circumstances may have long since surpassed her control. The crux lies with you, Amelia. Should the worst-case scenario I anticipate materialize, the fate of your existence will ultimately rest in your hands. The potion I offer you bears minimal harm to the body, at most. It will impose a burden akin to carrying a 30-kilogram backpack. Even if you were to consume it now, its effects would sustain you for 7 days. However, it is not a panacea. It serves merely as a man-made safeguard, incapable of suppressing the curse of the heavenly train. Its true efficacy will only manifest once you find yourself ensnared by the heavenly train, as it can protect your body and soul, preventing fatal harm from befalling you. Thus, even if you succumb to the curse and fall into the clutches of the heavenly train, there exists an 80% chance that it will help you endure the most perilous times, allowing you to emerge as one of the fortunate survivors. Amelia did not share Li Yunlong's optimism. An 80% chance translates to a nearly 20% possibility of demise in the most favorable scenario. This was not a mere mathematical exercise or a game. One's life is singular, and even a 1% chance of failure could lead to dire consequences. Is there no option to utilize other magical artifacts? For instance, items such as a magical sword or a wand, even if they do not enhance my defense, could still augment my offensive capabilities. It is an admirable thought, yet it fails to consider the practical circumstances at hand. Li Yunlong adresa Amelia, stating that he did not lack offensive magical artifacts, nor was he reluctant to offer them. However, he first needed to ascertain her resolve. Did she intend to survive? Or was she willing to expend her life to diminish a fragment of the power of the celestial train? Amelia, of course, wished to survive. Li Yunlong responded that apart from potions, he could not provide her with anything else. Amelia inquired, why is that? Does enhancing my power somehow jeopardize my survival? Indeed, it was so. Li Yunlong emphasized that even if they combined their strengths, confronting the celestial train head-on was futile. Its might far surpassed theirs. As a mere mortal, even if he were to bestow upon her a powerful magical artifact, she would be incapable of wielding it, let alone utilizing it. Carrying a potent magical item that she could not employ would only serve to attract the ire of the celestial train, which, in its madness, would not hesitate to eliminate her first. Conversely, potions were different. They would be ingested and would create a protective spell effect within her body, making them exceedingly difficult to detect externally. If the detection methods were lacking, it might even go unnoticed. The celestial train had succumbed to utter madness. If she feigned compliance, it might overlook her peculiarities. In such a case, she could find a discreet corner to lie low and thereby increase her chances of survival. Li Yunlong's strategy was indeed sincere, and Amelia had no qualms accepting it. At this juncture, survival was paramount. What room was there for hesitation? Moreover, journalists operating in perilous locations, such as battlefields, undergo specialized training before embarking on their assignments. A crucial lesson is to declare in multiple languages, do not shoot. I am a journalist. Do not underestimate this tactic. Many war correspondents have survived by employing it. Li Yunlong clarified that he did not mean to imply that when professionals approached her, she should merely comply. Amelia, it was imperative not to misunderstand. She must strive to safeguard her rights. Once they came knocking, he would have his own methods of dealing with them. In their desperation, they would shift all the pressure onto her. Li Yunlong pondered his words. He would not speak at that moment. Among the professionals, it would be a stroke of luck if 3 out of 10 statements were truthful. Amelia envisioned them as cunning and avaricious merchants. If they succeeded, they would mercilessly drain every last drop of your essence and consume every morsel of flesh. To protect herself, she must resolutely engage in battle against them. Certainly, I do not intend for you to confront them head-on, for you are merely immortal. In terms of strength, whether it be the heavenly train or these seasoned professionals, you are no match. You must employ strategy and methodology, fully harnessing your intellect and utilizing every advantageous element as your weapon, such as the disparity of information, time, and perception between both parties. It would be wise to first strive to keep yourself detached from the fray. If that proves impossible, engage in patient negotiation. After all, if they truly wish to lead you to your demise, even for the sake of demonstrating their sincerity and bolstering your motivation, They will likely offer some benefits. Did not Amelia place herself in the balance for a trade? No issue. Amelia exudes such confidence that Li Yunlong finds himself pondering whether this mentality is advantageous or detrimental. After all, his studies do not encompass economics, and he lacks certainty in these matters. Presumably, having confidence in oneself must be a positive trait. Ultimately, one can only observe without being careless. Amelia, it is prudent to prepare diligently. Li Yunlong smiled and applauded, exclaiming, "You are truly magnificent." He began to retrieve items from his suitcase, but then declared, "No, I believe we should wait." "Wait?" Amelia inquired. Li Yunlong continued, "In terms of strength, influence, or information, we cannot possibly compete with the official representatives. Our best course of action is to minimize our own errors as much as possible. The adage, the more one does, the more one errs, the less one does, the fewer mistakes one makes. Doing nothing results in no errors holds true. We have severed all connections with the outside world. Secluding ourselves here significantly reduces the likelihood of being discovered. Unless they employ vast resources as the officials do, it would be quite challenging for them to locate us. Even if they were to come knocking, they could not morally dictate terms, for one could simply say, 'I was frightened and sought refuge here,' and no one could fault that." Li Yunlong extracted a mobile phone from his suitcase and handed it to Amelia. This was not his personal device, as he had long since removed the battery from his own. It was a spare phone. "Place your SIM card in this," he instructed, "and when those professionals arrive, use this phone to call the police. If they inquire, simply state that your previous phone was damaged." "Will this be of any use?" Amelia questioned. Li Yunlong candidly replied, "Its utility is limited. Given our scant resources, we can only resort to minor tricks. However, in this performance, although they may dominate the stage, we cannot entirely relinquish our role. Even if it is but a faint sound, we must have our presence. Regardless of their official status, procedural justice should still be acknowledged." Chapter 30, The Heavenly Train, Part 11. As Adonis, the deputy, it is his responsibility to liaise with various parties and coordinate potential issues, including managing seemingly non-urgent intelligence. Among this was the information just received. Adonis pondered and decided to approach his superior, Captain Wales, before proceeding with the operation. The Los Angeles Police Department had recently received a call reporting an emergency from Ms. Amelia, who stated over the phone that she was in danger and required police assistance. The captain of the Welsh team pondered for a moment, resting his chin on his hand, a playful smile gracing his face. "Adonis, we have just located the key suspect, Ms. Amelia, who promptly reported the incident to the authorities. Do you consider this mere coincidence?" A knock echoed from outside the door. Amelia turned to glance at Li Yunlong, who was engrossed in carving wood, and reluctantly took the initiative to invite the visitor in, as the door was not locked. The door swung open, and the captain strode in with calm and steady steps, accompanied by the vigilant Adonis, both clad in bulletproof vests. Amelia interjected, "Please wait, regardless of your identities or affiliations. If you wish to glean valuable information from me, I ask that you maintain a respectful distance and refrain from disturbing the magical circle beneath my feet. Otherwise, the curse that I've been suppressing will be unleashed, a scenario I believe we all would prefer to avoid, wouldn't we?" The captain halted, and Adonis followed suit. With a measured turn of his head, the captain scanned the room. Despite the sunglasses obscuring his eyes, an unsettling aura emanated from him. "Ms. Amelia," he addressed, shifting his gaze towards Li Yunlong and Mr. Brooke Lee, who were seated by the window. "I am captain of the 17th Division of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, here on behalf of the federal government to address the case of the missing 922 individuals in Los Angeles." As he spoke, the captain's eyes remained fixed on Li Yunlong, clearly aware of who held greater significance between the two. To his dismay, Li Yunlong remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to the conversation. The captain raised an eyebrow, surveying the room once more, particularly scrutinizing the magical circle at Amelia's feet, before addressing Li Yunlong with a heavier tone. "Mr. Brooke Lee." Yet, Li Yunlong continued to sit in silence, unperturbed by the external developments. It appeared as though he was entirely detached from the world around him, maintaining his stillness. A team member nodded and, without hesitation, prodded Li Yunlong's shoulder with his weapon. "Stop playing the fool. If you dare resist, I will not hesitate to fire." However, the team member stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Had it not been for his extensive training, he might have inadvertently pulled the trigger, causing chaos. To onlookers, the sight was shocking. The weapon's muzzle had pressed directly against Li Yunlong's body, forcefully driven downward from his shoulder to his abdomen. Amelia gasped, nearly crying out in alarm. But what followed was even more bizarre. Li Yunlong's figure dissipated like ink diffusing into water, vanishing entirely, leaving only a small paper puppet leaning against the chair's back. Amelia finally screamed instinctively, "A paper puppet!" The captain suppressed his rage at being outsmarted. "Remain calm, maintain formation, and utilize all available equipment. We must locate Brooke Lee." Although he had been outwitted, the captain of Wales still believed he had a chance. The art of invisibility and hypnosis, while seemingly miraculous, was merely effective against an individual. When faced with a group of well-trained soldiers, the captain doubted the efficacy of such tricks. Moreover, to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, he had brought an array of specialized equipment, including infrared observation devices, portable radar, and artificial electronic dog-nose trackers. Perhaps your extraordinary spells can bewilder the human mind, but what can you do against these machines? After all, as a leader among seasoned professionals, the captain maintained his composure in the face of these bizarre phenomena, allowing his subordinates to quickly regain their calm and coordinate their efforts methodically. Observing his team act efficiently, the captain's mood slightly improved. He pulled over the chair where Yunlong had just sat, dusted off the imaginary dust with his hand, turned around, and, adopting a relaxed tone, addressed Amelia. "It seems you possess much intelligence that I am unaware of." He gestured towards his subordinates, engrossed in their various instruments. "I believe we have ample time for a discussion now." Adonis stood behind the captain, ready to serve as an impromptu scribe. "Is it because of the puppet you mentioned earlier?" the captain inquired. "Indeed," Amelia replied. "I had no idea that Brooke Lee's paper puppet could reach such an extent. It is indistinguishable from a real person. Can you imagine? I was conversing with it just before you arrived, and it even drew back the curtain to look outside." Chapter 31. The celestial train. Amelia adjusted her posture for greater comfort. She had only encountered it once on the evening of September 22nd, during Brooke Lee's close examination of the celestial train to validate his hypothesis. The captain noted the term celestial train. "Was there any difference between the puppet you observed then and the one just now?" he asked. "They are fundamentally two distinct entities," Amelia explained. "The puppet I saw last time was quite rudimentary, merely a piece of paper cut into a human shape with scissors." She elaborated on her previous encounter with a paper puppet. After listening to her description, the captain felt an ache in his head. This paper puppet was essentially a mystical version of a robot, brimming with possibilities. To make matters worse, its production cost was alarmingly low. Take a piece of paper, cut it into a figure, blow on it, and voila, the puppet is completed. What difference does that make from zero cost? The captain resolved to set aside this conundrum for the moment. "So, Amelia, how well do you truly know Brooke Lee?" After a serious contemplation, Amelia arrived at a self-deprecating conclusion. Almost nothing at all. The captain could hardly believe the extent of her ignorance. Amelia Brooke Lee possesses a rather introverted disposition. She favors listening over speaking when engaging with others. She describes herself as a freelance writer, adventurer, and researcher of the occult. However, after spending considerable time in her company, I have yet to witness her entertain friends from these realms, as her life adheres to a remarkably regimented routine. I am uncertain of her sources of leisure, for during our encounters, I have observed her never indulging in television. It appears she never lacks for financial resources, yet I have never seen her squander money frivolously. It is as if she embodies a reclusive ascetic dwelling within the urban sprawl, mechanically repeating the same simple existence day after day. Captain Wales, in his impatience, redirected the conversation to a topic of his concern. "Miss Amelia, you are undeniably alluring. After such a lengthy companionship, does he not harbor any desire to deepen your friendship?" With a silent sigh, Captain Wales stifled his morose thoughts. Amelia's worth in his eyes diminished once more. After such an extended period together, even absent a passionate infatuation, one would think it not too challenging to entice him to your bed. The inability to achieve even this minor feat only served to explain her abandonment. "Miss Amelia, let us discuss the 922 disappearance case. How much do you know about it?" Amelia perked up, aware that the crux of the matter had arrived. "You see the magical circle I currently occupy? It is not a disappearance at all. It is the curse of the heavenly train. I too am afflicted by this curse. And had it not been for the suppression of the magical circle, I would have long since fallen into the hands of the heavenly train." "Is the curse you mentioned related to the video you spoke of during your conversation with your colleague?" Captain Wales inquired. "Indeed," Amelia replied. "Captain Wales, you repeatedly mentioned the term heavenly train. Who or what is the heavenly train, and why does it disseminate curses through video?" "The heavenly train is not a person. It is an ominous and dangerous supernatural phenomenon, a conglomeration of many malevolent souls. It has spiraled into madness, indiscriminately spreading curses via video." At that moment, Yadunis leaned in to whisper into Captain Wales's ear, reporting the fruitless search for Yunlong and and seeking permission to expand the search radius. Captain Wales nodded in agreement, having grown increasingly pessimistic about the search outcomes. Miss Amelia, from where do you acquire this information? Of course, it is all provided by Brookley, Amelia replied. As anticipated, Captain Wales let out a quiet sigh. Amelia was, indeed, a mere decorative figure, leaving him to attempt to extract whatever remaining value she might possess. Miss Amelia, what evidence does Brookley have to confirm that the heavenly train has gone mad? Indeed, Brookley has conducted experiments and filmed the interior of the heavenly train. About 15 minutes later, Captain Wales approached Amelia once more. Miss Amelia, I hereby summon you, in the name of the federal government, to participate in the investigation of the 922 disappearance case. Amelia, weak and powerless, extended her hands towards the captain of the Welsh team, lamenting, I cannot even lift the curse that afflicts me. What use am I to you? Her complexion turned ashen upon hearing this, for despite her preparedness, she had never anticipated the gravity of the situation would escalate to such an extent. The weight of over 300 lives rested heavily upon her shoulders, and even a fraction of that burden threatened to topple her. Thus, Amelia resolved to cooperate fully with the captain of the Welsh team. Aside from the life-saving potion provided by Yunlong, she divulged every detail she could muster, sharing all conceivable information, regardless of its potential utility. The captain, along with his subordinates, crafted a tailored action plan for Amelia from a professional standpoint. As the clock struck 7 that evening, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Amelia was fully equipped. Though not a seasoned warrior, her gear prioritized protection. Instead of an arsenal of firearms, she bore tracking devices, military-grade equipment vastly superior to civilian products, capable of ensuring the captain could effortlessly pinpoint her location. The captain nodded at Amelia, signaling the commencement of their operation. She reciprocated with a nod, inhaled deeply, and stepped out of the protective magic circle. Once bereft of the circle's safeguards, Amelia found herself ensnared by a cacophony of sinister whispers. She had barely time to scream before her voice dwindled into silence. With a vacant expression, she lowered her arms, straightened her posture, and her eyes lost their luster. Her pallor stark. To an observer, she appeared to have lost a considerable amount of weight, standing eerily still like a passenger aboard the celestial train depicted in the video. The prepared group maintained a safe distance from Amelia, with various tracking devices at the ready. Vehicles, including command cars and light armor vehicles, were already mobilized to ensure Amelia, now under the curse, remained within their control. Yet, the unfolding events exceeded the expectations of these professionals. Cursed, Amelia did not walk, but rather awkwardly adjusted her direction like a marionette, stepping forward into the encroaching darkness. The captain of the Welsh team maintained a composed demeanor as he scrutinized the screen before him. His skilled subordinates reported that the tracking device was severely compromised, yet they could still ascertain Amelia's location. However, she moved with astonishing speed, almost as if executing a series of short-distance spatial jumps. Nevertheless, her trajectory was linear, confirming that her destination was undoubtedly the abandoned Yobelinda train station. The captain promptly initiated Plan B, hastening towards the ambush site. Captain Wales and his subordinates were not ones to waste time. After extracting ample intelligence from Amelia, they had long since formulated several operational plans and mobilized targeted support forces. Recognizing the abandoned train station as the most likely site for the celestial train's appearance, they deployed a special squad to prepare for an ambush. Although Amelia's abilities, unleashed after her curse, were somewhat unexpected, Captain Wales remained steadfast in his belief that the entire operation was still under his control. Chapter 32. The celestial train 13 Adonis hesitated for quite some time, but ultimately resolved to voice his concerns to Captain Wales as the convoy made its way to the ambush site. He understood that questioning his superior at this juncture was akin to challenging authority, but Adonis had his own ambitions and principles since enlisting in the military. Captain, why are we allowing Amelia to undertake such a crucial task? If it is merely about the curse, while the cursed video has been sealed, it would not be an issue for us to access it given our clearance. The young men participating in this operation are all capable. None of them feared death. Are you referring to Brookley? Captain Wales inquired. Indeed, I am speaking of Brookley, Adonis affirmed. Due to confidentiality, you were unaware of the case I was to oversee before arriving in Los Angeles. In fact, I came specifically for Brookley. However, I was compelled to first address the 922 missing persons case. Although Brookley played a minor role in the missing persons investigation, his involvement was far from honorable. Adonis concurred with this assessment, having determined from Brookley's conduct in the missing persons case that he was indeed a scoundrel. Captain Wales nodded in agreement. Precisely. He is a selfish cad. Despite possessing numerous secrets, he remains indifferent to the lives of others. If Amelia had not alerted her colleagues during our phone call, we would not have been able to swiftly identify the source of the incident. I can also assure you that he has not been truthful with Amelia. Captain Adonis, are you suggesting that we may have been deceived? No, Captain Wales replied. I merely propose that Amelia has been misled by him. He has likely not lied regarding the intelligence about the celestial train. Captain Wales retrieved a small box from his pocket and displayed it to Adonis. Inside was an item resembling a specialized adhesive bandage. This is the reason I sought Brookley. It is a miraculous substance that grants ordinary individuals a certain degree of resistance against magic. And the source of this medication is Brookley himself. After speaking, Captain Wales carefully placed the box back into his pocket. Many friends have likely seen the film Dying to Survive, starring Soo-jung. The anti-cancer drug featured in the film is called Gleevec, chemically known as imatinib mesylate. The Indian generic equivalent is priced at merely 200 yuan per box, while the pharmaceutical company sells the same medication for a staggering 500 yuan per box. Furthermore, the Indian generic version is not recognized by other countries and is considered an illegal substance. The pharmaceuticals produced by the pharmaceutical companies are deemed lawful and can be sold globally. The distinction lies in the fact that these companies possess complete intellectual property rights over their products, thus enabling them to legally reap exorbitant profits. Similarly, Li Yunlong's bitter medicine can be viewed in this light. Upon careful calculation, he too holds full autonomy over his intellectual property. The Captain of Wales and Adonis, upon merely brushing their lips together, usurped Li Yunlong's agency, making unilateral decisions that disregarded his interests, even going so far as to shift all responsibilities onto him with alarming zeal. But did Li Yunlong ever consent to their choices, regardless of the truth? In response to the Captain of Wales' proclamations, Adonis exhibited an ample degree of acceptance and understanding, stating, "Sir, I comprehend. What shall we do next?" The Captain of Wales then prioritized the dismantling of the malevolent entity known as the Heavenly Train, aiming to rescue the missing individuals trapped therein before addressing the case of Brookley. Although Adonis displayed some emotional turbulence during their journey, both he and the Captain of Wales belong to the echelon of leadership that rides rather than drives, allowing their convoy to arrive at the ambush site smoothly and punctually. The well-trained Special Operations team had prepared for the ambush, and the professionals assembled for support had also arrived. Upon his arrival, the Captain of Wales took command of the operation, which proceeded largely without incident, save for an unexpected complication concerning Amelia. The signal emitted by the tracker affixed to Amelia was severely hampered, confirming her presence at the abandoned train station. Strangely, however, the professionals who had established the ambush perimeter found themselves unable to locate her or ascertain her position, creating a scientifically unexplainable phenomenon that was indeed vexing. The Captain of Wales could not help but express gratitude for the intelligence provided by Amelia, without it tracking the cursed individual, especially in light of the peculiar occurrences triggered by the curse, would have been nearly impossible, let alone successfully establishing an ambush against the Heavenly Train for a targeted assault. As midnight approached, the Heavenly Train appeared as anticipated, coming to a halt at the station in an orderly fashion. Amelia manifested on the platform, smoothly boarding the train. The Captain of Wales, monitoring the surveillance footage on the display, silently timed the operation in his mind, confirming that Amelia had successfully boarded before promptly issuing the command to act. In the next moment, the bizarre locomotive of the Heavenly Train came under a concentrated assault. Although the Special Operations team employed conventional firearms, the ammunition was specially crafted, ordinary yet uniquely silver-coated bullets, alongside an array of specialized ordnance infused with holy water, inscribed with runes, and utilizing unidentified explosive materials. Remarkably, energy projectiles were even among the arsenal, their origin a mystery. Concurrently, a ceremonial procession of over 30 individuals, clad in resplendent religious attire and wielding various ritualistic implements, advanced towards the Heavenly Train under the leadership of a bishop, performing a religious rite as they approached. These professionals are the exorcists summoned by the Captain of the Welsh team from the church. The battle swiftly escalated, with the Heavenly Train shedding its train-like appearance to transform into a multitude of phantoms and demons, fiercely resisting. The Captain of the Welsh team, adapting to the circumstances, continuously deployed troops in a targeted manner, gradually constricting the struggling space of the Heavenly Train until its ultimate demise. Although the conflict was intense for a moment, it was merely a matter of garbage time. From the moment the Heavenly Train fell into the ambush set by the Captain of the Welsh team, its inability to escape immediately sealed its fate of destruction. The heavenly train is indeed a formidable and terrifying supernatural phenomenon, but in its utterly deranged state. It could not effectively wield its terrifying power, recklessly squandering its strength without wisdom. Faced with targeted assaults, how could it possibly prevail? Among the professionals dispatched by the Federation, there might not have been any experts, but the Federation's wealth enabled them to deploy various specialized weapons, indiscriminately bombarding their target. Even an ant could bring down an elephant. Moreover, the captain of the Welsh team was no fool. He was well aware of the lack of expertise within his ranks. Upon realizing the situation, he summoned skilled individuals from a church. The first step concentrated firepower on crippling the locomotive of the heavenly train. Without the locomotive, how could it possibly escape? Then, the experts summoned by the church moved in to suppress it, while the special operations team executed targeted strikes. The heavenly train was reduced to scrap metal in less than 10 minutes. Since the entire operation unfolded as anticipated, collateral damage was minimal, 1 severely wounded and 3 with minor injuries among the combatants. Unfortunately, 2 unfortunate passengers aboard the heavenly train lost their lives to stray bullets, while fewer than 30 others sustained minor injuries. With the successful elimination of the heavenly train, its curse naturally dissipated. However, days had passed since the incident, and a portion of the passengers had already been consumed by the heavenly train. After accounting for survivors, a total of 288 individuals emerged, including Amelia. The official personnel, led by the captain of the Welsh team, were preoccupied with treating the injured and managing the aftermath amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, where's Yunlong? Not far away, approximately 500 meters in a straight line from the abandoned train station where the heavenly train was ambushed, there lay a long, dry irrigation ditch, within which Yunlong concealed himself. To avoid detection, he ingeniously crafted a hidden shelter using multiple paper puppets, comfortably watching the battle unfold from within. After witnessing the heavenly train being overwhelmed and destroyed, Yunlong finally grasped why officials in the Marvel Universe often towered above with overwhelming resources. Although he had never seen Magneto or Professor X in person and could not truly assess their current power, he could discern their limits of exertion. Take Professor X as an example. In the exaggerated lore of Marvel, when using a brainwave amplifier, he possesses the mental prowess to eliminate everyone on Earth. In reality, the brainwave amplifier is merely a magnifier. It can only amplify what is already amplifiable. This means that, regardless of how much the brainwave amplifier enhances Professor X's abilities, the output can never surpass the limits imposed by the X gene itself. At present, Yunlong can assert with confidence that the power of the X gene is equivalent to that of the 7th consciousness, with perhaps a slight connection to the 8th consciousness, the Alea consciousness. Thus, the notion that Professor X could employ the brainwave amplifier to augment his powers to the extent of annihilating all of humanity is utterly implausible. Let us further examine the parameters of Professor X's abilities. According to Marvel's lore, when not utilizing the brainwave amplifier, Professor X's effective range is approximately 400 kilometers. When employing the device, his range purportedly extends to the entire globe, which should refer specifically to Earth. This premise bears a striking resemblance to communication distances, much like how we can engage in global conversations using ordinary mobile phones. As for the idea of controlling the minds of everyone within that range, that is a preposterous notion. If one were to draw a circle with a diameter of 400 kilometers in a bustling urban area, one must consider the vast population encompassed within it. If Professor X possessed such capabilities, he would have long since dominated the world through sheer personal force, rather than remaining confined to his modest territory. In truth, Professor X's psychic powers are remarkably susceptible to countermeasures. Within the Marvel Universe, there exist numerous individuals who are entirely unfazed by his mental prowess. Even those who may harbor fear are not without recourse. One could take a page from Magneto's playbook and construct a targeted helmet, rendering Professor X's mental strength utterly ineffective. Eliminating him would be a straightforward task. Simply preemptively lock onto a target and utilize long-range weaponry, such as missiles or artillery. In such scenarios, Professor X would find himself powerless, his psychic abilities ineffectual against machines. If even the far-reaching powers of Professor X can be so easily thwarted, one can only imagine the vulnerabilities of Magneto, whose range is comparatively limited. The notion that Magneto could control the global magnetic field from a stationary position is laughable. It would be far simpler to obliterate the Earth entirely. Setting aside the allure of such grandiose claims, the limits of Magneto's powers become starkly apparent. In the films, Magneto has been shown dismantling and manipulating a bridge and regardless of the difficulties involved, let us assume he is capable of such feats. The bridge in question is less than 2,000 meters long. Meanwhile, artillery used by the military typically boasts a range exceeding 200 kilometers. If one were to substitute the metal projectiles with specially designed ordnance that is immune to Magneto's influence, how many rounds do you suppose it would take to eliminate him? Thus, through this analysis, we can comprehend why federal officials, fully aware of Magneto's abilities, still dare to label him a terrorist. In their eyes, he is simply a terrorist, nothing more. Magneto and Professor X epitomize the zenith of individual power among mutants within the Marvel Universe. If even they find themselves in such dire straits, it is hardly surprising that others, like Wolverine or Rogue, struggle to thrive, while the likes of the Red Hulk are easily captured and imprisoned. Overall, aside from the Heaven train crashing at a velocity far exceeding Lee Yunlong's estimates, other circumstances largely aligned with his predictions. As anticipated, Amelia was coerced by those so-called professionals from the authorities to board the Heaven train. Yet, what did she gain by risking her life? Merely an insurance position for a backup plan, a task that anyone could accomplish. Why, then, were these so-called experts insistent on forcing Amelia to undertake it herself? Lee Yunlong swiftly concluded that those scoundrels cloaked in their false integrity possessed no discernible moral standards. Such a role was purely expendable. How could they sacrifice professionals like himself? After all, anyone could take that risk. Amelia, you are conveniently cursed, saving them the trouble of seeking someone else. You may as well proceed. The unfortunate reality for Amelia was evident. Past experiences serving as a cautionary tale, Lee Yunlong reminded himself to remember this lesson, jotting down in his notebook to never trust the moral caliber of these bureaucratic scoundrels. As for the notion of rescuing Amelia once she found herself in peril, they were merely business associates, lacking any familial ties. In such a dangerous situation, to recklessly charge forward without regard for his own life. Unless Lee Yunlong's intellect had plummeted to sub-zero levels, such an outcome was inconceivable. In fact, Lee Yunlong privately reveled in Amelia's tragic predicament, forced by those so-called professionals to board the Heaven train. Even though the train was on the brink of collapse due to its own madness, Lee Yunlong dared not risk boarding it himself. Nonetheless, the core secrets of the Heaven train held immense allure for him. If he could not uncover these mysteries before its inevitable destruction, they would be lost forever alongside the train itself. Having foreseen Amelia's coerced boarding, Lee Yunlong had already devised a compromise to navigate this predicament. Chapter 34. Heaven train 15. Glancing at his phone, he noted it was already 2 in the morning. With a malicious intent, Lee Yunlong sent a text message to Amelia, containing a mere simple greeting. How are you faring now? Is Amelia truly faring well? Certainly not. While the Heaven train had indeed been neutralized, severing its source of power, the curse did not simply vanish like a fleeting pleasure. Although the curse did not directly claim lives, its repercussions would not dissipate alongside its disappearance. The passengers aboard the Heaven train had not suffered significant casualties due to the authorities' actions, yet their physical and mental states were far from optimal. Approximately 170 individuals, in particularly dire condition, had been transferred to intensive care, while the rest had found their way to the hospital. Even Amelia, who had fared the best, now lay in a hospital bed, pallid and receiving intravenous treatment, her mental state deteriorating as she frequently experienced confusion and memory lapses, more severe than those of a drunken reveler. In such circumstances, Amelia was certainly unable to check her text messages. Fortunately, due to the captain of the Welsh team's regard for her, the message was promptly discovered by his subordinates and reported to him. After a moment of contemplation, the captain pondered whether the source of the message could be traced. It was sent by Adonis from Brooklyn's residence, utilizing his personal phone. The captain swiftly made a decisive call to assemble our team, declaring, "Today, I shall resolve the Brooklyn case once and for all." The captain was acutely aware that despite possessing considerable authority, it was not feasible to gather such a multitude of skilled professionals in such a brief span of time. This was primarily due to the immense upheaval caused by the incident involving the Heavenly Kingdom train, which had prompted higher-ups to allocate him a substantial amount of resources. If he did not seize this opportunity while these individuals were still under his command, he would struggle to mobilize even a third of them by the following day. Particularly those exorcists summoned from the church were not within his direct purview. Enlisting their aid would require significant concessions from the higher echelons. Thus, if he did not take advantage of the current situation to bolster his cause, he would find future opportunities utterly elusive. Half an hour later, Lee Yunlong, through puppets he had positioned outside, detected an imposing and malicious force approaching. The operation was remarkably straightforward, dismissing conventional protocols such as knocking, presenting identification, or displaying court documents. A fully armed special operations team surrounded Li Yunlong's residence, utilizing specialized tools to swiftly breach the door. More than 10 armed operatives surged in, rapidly seizing control of Li Yunlong's quarters, after which the captain of the Welsh team, accompanied by 3 religious figures, made his entrance. Li Yunlong leisurely set his teacup down on the table, unfazed even as 4 members of the special operations team aimed their weapons at him. His demeanor remained remarkably composed, even allowing himself a yawn before turning to the captain, inquiring, "So, you're their leader? I wonder what compels such an audacious visit at this late hour." Li Yunlong shook his head with a wry smile, reflecting on the absurdity of the charges against him. With my mere capabilities, how could I threaten the security of the Federation? I know without being asked that those high-ranking officials have likely never even heard my name. Could you not find a more credible pretext? There is no need for such grandiosity, officer. Let's speak candidly. Perhaps we could even become allies. What say you? The captain's expression hardened as he commanded, "Arrest him." 2 members of the special operations team lunged forward, only to grasp at thin air. Li Yunlong, seatakomli, was nothing but an illusion. The captain deftly sidestepped to the left, while the 3 religious figures behind him began to gesture and recite incantations. In response, a mocking smile graced Li Yunlong's face. Then, his figure rapidly faded, vanishing entirely, leaving behind a finely crafted paper effigy upon the back of the chair, which spontaneously ignited without any breeze, reducing to mere ashes and leaving nothing else in its wake. 3 religious figures did not cease their actions. Rather, they continued for several minutes, akin to a ritualistic dance, before finally informing the captain of the Welsh team that the sorcerer had escaped. Despite being seasoned professionals equipped with an array of specialized tools, their efforts extended well into the morning, past 9 o'clock. Exhausted from the relentless pace, the captain of the Welsh team finally exhaled a sigh of relief, indulging in a hot dog and a cola to replenish his energy. His subordinates had completed all necessary tasks, albeit while grappling with their fatigue to conduct a final inspection, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they were ready to wrap up their operations. The captain instinctively glanced towards Li Yunlong's modest abode, feeling a lingering sense of dissatisfaction at having failed to apprehend him. The window on the 2nd floor, now devoid of its panes, revealed a fleeting silhouette of Li Yunlong, who was smiling back at him. Startled, the captain focused intently, only to find the space empty. Could it be that my exhaustion has conjured illusions? As he sat in the vehicle deep in thought, he made a decisive resolution regarding Adonis. Adonis is, indeed, commander. The captain issued a warrant for Brooke Lee's arrest and ordered the house to be sealed. After a moment of silence, he added that someone should keep watch over the premises. Once more, the figure of Li Yunlong materialized at the 2nd floor window, silently observing the departing convoy, and he sighed wistfully, recognizing that they were ultimately not kindred spirits. Chapter 35. Mr. Ghost's Haunted House. On October 29, 2000, Amelia returned to her long-missed television station, where the incident of the heavenly train had ultimately been suppressed through a collusion of high-ranking officials. Nonetheless, these officials were quite generous with compensation. Amelia had spent a month in the hospital without incurring any expenses and, thanks to a confidentiality agreement, received a one-time payment of $100,000. Determined to put the heavenly train incident behind her, she resolved to immerse herself back into her work. However, upon her arrival at the station, she was met with a shocking reality. Due to her prolonged absence, she had not lost her job, but had seen her status plummet. The small independent office that had once been hers was now occupied by another, and the position of news anchor had been usurped. She was left to handle internal documentation tasks within the station. As for her vehicle, it was retained by the police as evidence due to her association with Li Yunlong, forcing her to take a taxi to the bar. Unfortunately, when she exited, no taxis were waiting, and as she walked forward, she contemplated visiting a used car market in a couple of days to purchase a new vehicle, feeling the inconvenience of being without one. Subsequently, Li Yunlong's actions led Amelia to suspect he had truly lost his sanity. He astonishingly rolled down his car window, leaning out with a foolish grin, and waved cheerfully at the patrolling officer, asking, "Hey, buddy, working late tonight?" What astonished Amelia was that the officer, despite clearly recognizing Li Yunlong, had no intention of arresting him. Instead, he responded with a crude gesture and some harsh words before driving off, as if Li Yunlong were invisible. Amelia felt somewhat overwhelmed, grappling with the bewildering circumstances at hand. What an outrageous scenario it was. Had the police sunk into such depths of corruption that they could ignore the brazen provocations of a wanted criminal in broad daylight? In a daze, Amelia found herself seated in Li Yunlong's car. "Would you care to visit my home?" Li Yunlong inquired, stepping out of the vehicle and opening the door, beckoning her inside. "Come in, Amelia." As Amelia alighted from the car and entered the house, she was struck by how the interior remained unchanged from her previous visit. It was then that she noticed Li Yunlong had not followed her inside. What was he up to? Turning her head, she caught sight of him at the threshold, gesturing towards her Mercedes. To her astonishment, the brand-new vehicle began to compress, folding down to a diminutive size until it transformed into a palm-sized paper car that flew effortlessly into Li Yunlong's hand. Amelia's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape as if one could easily fit a duck egg within. She was rendered speechless, flailing between pointing at Li Yunlong and the origami car, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. Only when Li Yunlong closed the door and entered the room with a cup of tea did she regain her senses. "What on earth did you just do? Did we really travel here in that paper car?" Li Yunlong gently placed the teacup into her hands, guiding her grip as he settled down to enjoy his tea. "How does it feel?" he asked with a relaxed smile. "You have personally boarded the heavenly train. If the heavenly train can carry passengers, why should my paper car not do the same?" He patiently awaited Amelia's comprehension, but her thoughts pivoted to another matter. "I know you're wanted by the authorities. While I am convinced of your innocence, how did you manage to make the police overlook you?" "Initially, a host of inexperienced officers sought to apprehend me. However, after I played a few tricks on them, they ceased their efforts." Li Yunlong spoke nonchalantly. Yet the reality of that week had been nothing short of a nightmare for the Los Angeles Police Department. He had never harmed anyone. Yet any officer attempting to capture him would be subjected to his mischievous antics. Disturbingly, these were no mere pranks. They were capable of shattering one's worldview. Every night, Li Yunlong would venture into the police station, engaging those who sought to arrest him in conversation. Despite being right before their eyes, the officers could not capture him. If ignored, while he would not attack, he would ensnare them in meaningless chatter, driving them to the brink of frustration and fury. One particularly unfortunate officer, overwhelmed by the mental strain, drew his weapon and began firing within the station, only to be apprehended by his colleagues and forcibly sent for psychological treatment, from which he had yet to emerge. The precariousness of his job security now hung in the balance. In the Los Angeles Police Department, it seems that no one is unaware of Li Yunlong. Even the higher-ups dare not send their subordinates to apprehend him, fearing that their officers might end up mentally unstable, perhaps even taking their own lives in despair. Chapter 36. Mr. Ghost's haunted house amidst the serenity of the courtyard. Amelia was engrossed in her mobile device when she suddenly heard a hushed voice beckoning her. "Shh, over here. Come quickly. Curious." Amelia glanced in the direction of the sound and spotted a young boy peering over the fence from the neighbor's yard, his face partially obscured, wearing an anxious expression as he gestured for her to approach. Perhaps boredom or a hint of curiosity compelled Amelia to stroll over, playfully addressing the charming lad. "What can I do for you?" To her surprise, this young boy was indeed a fan. It had been over a month since she last graced the news, yet someone still remembered her. Amelia felt a surge of joy as she extended her hand with poise, saying, "Hello." The boy, displaying remarkable sensitivity, grasped Amelia's hand warmly. "Bob." He introduced himself. "This is my home." With a hint of embarrassment, Bob explained, "Oh, it's not quite like that. I just happened to see you standing there while I was taking out the trash. I was worried for your safety, so I called you over. I realize now that I might have been too forward and not considerate of your interview." Amelia reassured him, "You certainly did not interrupt my work. I have finished for the day and merely came here to meet a friend." As she prepared to leave, a colleague remarked, "Goodbye, Ms. Amelia. Wishing you success in your endeavors." He muttered under his breath, "Reporters are incredibly dedicated, even venturing to haunted houses at such late hours." By chance, Amelia overheard this comment. "Haunted house." She chuckled, shaking her head, pondering what expression Li Yunlong would wear upon hearing such a remark. Her colleague continued, "Oh, I recall now. You must be referring to Mr. Ghost's haunted house. It stirred quite a commotion back in the day, but eventually, the higher-ups made it clear that not only here but everywhere, there were directives issued, rendering it devoid of newsworthiness. Now it garners little attention, likely destined to become an urban legend." The saga began on September 26, 2000, when Captain Welsh, despite exhausting all efforts, failed to capture Li Yunlong. In a fit of rage, he ransacked Li Yunlong's home, leaving no stone unturned. Ceilings, walls, floors, windows, and doors were all dismantled. Even the courtyard was excavated in pursuit of an alchemical furnace, resulting in devastation akin to a locust swarm, transforming the once cozy villa into a dilapidated structure, sealed and cordoned off with police tape. Such a ruckus could not go unnoticed, but the American public, accustomed to various spectacles, would likely only encounter it as a mere blurb in a tabloid. The real trouble arose when night fell on that fateful day. To everyone's astonishment, Lee Yunlong's house was lit up brilliantly, even with the police seals and tape still in place. Who could be so audacious as to so brazenly flout federal law? As a law-abiding citizen imbued with a profound sense of federal honor, Lee Yunlong's neighbor, Bob, promptly alerted the authorities. The Los Angeles Police Department, unhesitatingly, dispatched a considerable force to encircle Lee Yunlong's modest abode. The commotion drew a crowd of onlookers, including journalists and numerous nearby residents. At this juncture, a keen observer noted an inconsistency. Was it not stated that the doors and windows had been dismantled? How could they appear intact now? Had they been swiftly renovated? Regardless of public speculation, the LAPD remained resolute. After attempts at negotiation proved futile, they sent officers to breach the premises. The specifics of what transpired inside remain unclear to outsiders, but it is evident that the situation was far from smooth. Chaotic sounds emanated from Lee Yunlong's residence: gunfire, panic screams, furious roars, and the cacophony of collisions and walls being struck. The officers outside, visibly flustered, quickly organized another team to enter. Yet this only intensified the disorder and noise within. After a few minutes, the officers retreated, failing to bring anyone out. They convened to deliberate, seemingly ignoring the gathered journalists. With only a single patrol car remaining, the other officers withdrew, leaving the situation unresolved. This behavior was uncharacteristic of the LAPD. Observers noted that Lee Yunlong's home had returned to an eerie calm, as if nothing had transpired, continuing to exude light and merriment. At this moment, a journalist received a tip-off from within the police department, claiming that the LAPD had experienced disturbances in the latter half of the night on September 26th. If true, this would constitute a significant scoop, prompting journalists to act swiftly. During a press conference at the LAPD, the spokesperson categorically dismissed such baseless and absurd rumors. That evening, more precisely from 6 p.m. on September 27th until 7 a.m. on September 28th, the LAPD mobilized personnel to cordon off their precinct, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting, particularly the insatiably curious journalists. Meanwhile, observers noted that after dark, Lee Yunlong's home resumed its previous state, brightly illuminated once more. On September 28, 2000, mainstream media, concerned about their reputation, had yet to cover the evident supernatural occurrences at Lee Yunlong's residence. In contrast, tabloids, unrestrained by such concerns, began to report on the situation with increasing detail, with one tabloid journalist linking Lee Yunlong's home to the alleged haunting at the police department. That evening, Lee Yunlong's abode continued to shine brightly, while the LAPD once again cordoned off the area, barring all entry, particularly from those pesky journalists. Enthusiasts of the paranormal began to take an interest in Lee Yunlong's dwelling. By September 29, 2000, mainstream media still had not followed up on the events. Tabloids, however, commenced fabricating wild stories, with various rumors and theories swirling chaotically. The spokesperson for the Los Angeles Police Department vehemently refuted various rumors, adamantly asserting that the department was certainly not haunted. That evening, Lee Yunlong's humble abode remained illuminated, its lights aglow. As expected, the LAPD cordoned off the area, apprehending any intrepid reporters who dared to cross the line. Outside Lee Yunlong's residence, an inexplicable throng began to gather. Lee Yunlong's dwelling, attracting audacious journalists eager to capture photographs. By day, it appeared to be nothing more than an unremarkable pit. However, as night fell, the pit would be shrouded in darkness, leaving Lee Yunlong's home steadfastly standing, indistinguishable from its neighbors. If one were to overlook the peculiarities, the only oddity was that Lee Yunlong's residence remained brightly lit throughout the night. Journalists attempted to peer through the windows, only to find the interior resembling a still photograph, with Lee Yunlong seated alone, sipping tea. Consequently, the residence was officially dubbed the Ghost House of Mr. Ghost in the News. Due to its newfound fame, some ventured from afar to witness the spectacle, though most only dared to visit during daylight, hastily departing before dusk. A few reckless souls who dared to intrude upon Lee Yunlong's abode met with unfortunate fates, descending into madness. This chain of events might ultimately transform Lee Yunlong's home into a renowned tourist attraction. Amelia, gathering information, discovered that there were sporadic reports from October 9, 2000, but by October 10th, all traces of information seemed to have been forcibly erased. At this juncture, Amelia's curiosity as a journalist was fully piqued. She was convinced that something significant had transpired, prompting the higher-ups to conspire to suppress the matter. Although they could manage to stifle the broader narrative and even obliterate related records, it was implausible to erase all witnesses in such a short span. Those within the television station, being news professionals, surely included informants. After spending 2 days and 300 on hospitality, Amelia finally gleaned the truth. On the night of October 9th, 2000, around 8 p.m., over 100 zealous Christian fanatics, armed and led by a priest, stormed into Li Yunlong's residence. It is difficult to fathom how so many could fit within such confines. Approximately 15 minutes later, these individuals emerged in a line, spilling onto the street, where they began to violently turn upon one another. The priest leading the charge met with the most gruesome fate when the police arrived to clear the scene. They could not even piece together his remains. In the aftermath, only 10 individuals survived, and of those, 3 perished in the hospital. The ultimate fate of the remaining 7 remains unknown, even to their colleagues. In summary, with so many lives lost in such a sudden and catastrophic manner, the incident attracted significant attention, prompting the higher echelons to clamp down on all information. The police were dispatched not to confront Li Yunlong's residence, but to disperse those who sought to approach once darkness fell. Both mainstream media and tabloids received stern warnings regarding the ghost house of Mr. Ghost. From then on, everything faded into silence, disappearing from the public's eye. Amelia felt a chill creeping over her scalp. The higher-ups must be taking action, and she knew something had gone awry. However, she never anticipated that matters would escalate to such magnitude. Now, Amelia was immensely grateful for having consciously maintained her distance from Li Yunlong, resolutely deciding never to engage in foolish actions again. She would never venture into Li Yunlong's little abode again. The celestial train, in a frenzy, had laid bare its core. Li Yunlong exploited the potion within Amelia's body as a medium to remotely replicate the secrets embedded in the core of the celestial train. Yet the intricacies involving the soul, life, and other fundamental matters are no trifling matter. Although the core of the celestial train had been fully exposed and lost its protection, it had gone completely mad. Li Yunlong dared not blindly replicate its core. He could only cautiously select fragments he deemed safe, recording them in batches. This method was not only inefficient, but also posed many challenges for research. It was akin to forcibly shattering a painting into countless pieces, and then try to extract those that appeared aesthetically pleasing. The fragments he managed to extract, in terms of capturing the essence of the original artwork, would likely represent less than 10%, and the completeness of the conveyed information would be alarmingly inadequate. In contrast, the recorded data stored within Amelia could be viewed as a reflection of the core of the celestial train at a particular moment. Unrestrained by Li Yunlong's concerns, the potion could harness its full power to capture everything, recording as much as possible. Thus, for Li Yunlong, this data was akin to a treasure trove, with the recorded fragments in his possession serving as keys. Unlocking this treasure would merely be a matter of time, after which all the secrets of the celestial train would be laid bare to him, allowing him to indulge at will. Chapter 38. The arrival of the Black Widow. Li Yunlong had once pondered his position seriously, ultimately realizing that he neither wished to join S.H.L.D. nor any other organization. However, in the perilous realm of Marvel, venturing alone posed a significant risk. If calamity struck and no one was there to lend a hand, what were the odds of emerging unscathed? Thus, even superheroes sought to forge friendships and find allies, prompting S.H.I.L.D. to strive for the assembly of the Avengers. If Li Yunlong was unwilling to join an organization, he had to devise ways to enhance his margin for error. By increasing his tolerance for mistakes, the risks within that scope would not inflict severe harm upon him. Minor setbacks would merely serve as nourishment for personal growth, thereby alleviating concerns regarding companions or heirs. Yet, this raised a pertinent question. The complexity of human society has evolved for a reason. What qualifications did Li Yunlong possess to believe he could navigate these challenges? In truth, since the withdrawal led by the captain of the Welsh team on September 26, 2000, Li Yunlong embarked on a new round of research. Why did Li Yunlong transform his humble abode into a haunted house? He was indifferent to notions of sovereignty. Rather, his intent was to erect a target, akin to igniting a flame in the darkness, luring those moths drawn to the fire into his trap. After all, venturing out in the dead of night to hunt down criminals was an arduous task, and indiscriminately apprehending strangers for experimentation was somewhat unethical. Thus, he decided to emulate Jiang Taigong, dangling a baited hook 3 feet above ground, leaving it to fate when they came knocking. Initially, Li Yunlong referred to the technique of constructing the haunted house as shadow alchemy, a method utilized in the creation of the heavenly kingdom train's form. While it appeared to the untrained eye as a robust steel shell, resilient under gunfire, the structure was, from a mystical perspective, far from ideal, loose and fragile, dissipating under sunlight quicker than morning dew. Hence, Li Yunlong's skill tree branched into yin-yang alchemy, aiming to transcend the shadow alchemy of the heavenly kingdom train, synthesizing ancient Eastern Taoist principles to achieve a more favorable outcome. Yet, this was merely the inception of a theoretical framework with a long journey ahead. The existence of the haunted house indeed attracted a multitude, including a significant number of police officers. Li Yunlong regarded them all as experimental subjects, primarily focusing on the architecture of the soul. He dared not replicate the structure exhibited by the heavenly kingdom train, for aside from it, the most advanced soul architecture he possessed was that of a human. Such experiments, entangled with the mysteries of the soul, were inherently perilous. Even conducting preliminary tests posed astonishing risks. Li Yunlong consciously selected experimental subjects from specific regions, ensuring a methodical approach. While this undoubtedly slowed progress, in the absence of comprehensive theoretical guidance, it was the safest course, effectively managing experimental hazards and striving to prevent fatalities. The Los Angeles Police Department indeed boasted numerous talented individuals, and with their assistance, Li Yunlong's experiments achieved remarkable advancements. Their initiative and creativity often surpassed Li Yunlong's expectations. And if not for the fear of provoking them into a vengeful pursuit, he would have relished the idea of nurturing them for daily experimentation. In stark contrast to these professional officers, the civilians resembled disorganized brigands, their clamor louder than their resolve, with few daring enough to enter the premises. A gaggle of attention-seekers, fixated on opportunism, lacking the courage to wager their own lives, yet daring to engage in the mysterious arts. Li Yunlong held them in disdain. On the night of October 9, 2000, however, a surprise awaited him. Over 100 armed Christian zealots, led by a priest, exhibited a unified transformation in their soul architecture. In religious parlance, they were deemed those favored by the Lord, walking in the path of righteousness. From the perspective of Li Yunlong, their souls exist in a state of structural instability due to this transformation, which, if allowed to continue, may potentially evolve into something greater, perhaps even transcending the limits of mere mortals and reaching a state akin to the divine. However, the more probable outcome is that, under the immense pressures from both internal and external forces during this transformation, they may collapse under the strain, meeting a grim demise. Li Yunlong conducted an experiment on them as a collective, and predictably, they all succumbed to collapse. Their spiritual structure was even less robust than that of ordinary police officers. After being driven to madness by Li Yunlong, these zealous Christian fanatics nearly annihilated themselves in mutual slaughter. Subsequently, the attitude of the Los Angeles authorities underwent a complete 180-degree turn. Initially indifferent to Li Yunlong's modest abode, the police began, on October 10, 2000, to deliberately cordon off the area surrounding his dwelling, forbidding civilians from reveling there after dark. This posed a slight inconvenience to Li Yunlong's experiments. Without his many subjects conveniently presenting themselves, he was compelled to venture into downtown Los Angeles after nightfall to seek out those marginalized criminals devoid of rights. Overall, the impact was limited and not overly significant. Human adaptability is remarkably strong, and within a few days, everyone grew accustomed to the new normal. Even after dark, the vicinity of Li Yunlong's dwelling no longer buzzed with activity, and the local police adjusted to the sight of Li Yunlong's figure moving about in the shadows. This tranquility persisted until November 29, 2000. At 5 p.m., the Black Widow, clad in a sleek, form-fitting outfit that accentuated her alluring figure, appeared outside Li Yunlong's abode. The daylight still lingered, and apart from an empty, gaping pit, there was nothing else present. The Black Widow casually tossed a small box into the pit before turning to board a command vehicle. Surrounding the command vehicle were numerous other vehicles, with a multitude of professional personnel busily setting up various equipment. All residents within a 3-block radius had been temporarily relocated, as the Los Angeles police had mobilized fully to isolate the area. With the assistance of the higher echelons of Los Angeles, a news blackout and traffic control were to be enforced that night, ensuring that no inquisitive journalist would intrude upon the scene. Special access routes had been prepared, with military personnel on standby. Once the Black Widow signaled, they could be in position within 10 minutes. Everything was poised for a significant operation that night. The Black Widow smiled seductively savoring that long-lost, fervent sensation rising from the depths of her being, unable to restrain herself from eagerly anticipating the moment of reckless abandon. As the sun set and night enveloped the world, Yunlong's abode re-emerged as before, illuminated by powerful lighting that rendered the area as bright as day. While high-definition cameras diligently recorded every moment of Yunlong's dwelling's appearance, the once barren pit in the earth seemed to have been enchanted at a certain moment, revealing a scene reminiscent of special effects from a fantastical film. It filled from the bottom upwards: earth, a basement, contents within the basement, an ascending staircase, a door, a foundation, the turf of a small courtyard, flooring, tables and chairs, walls, windows and doors, and a roof. In mere seconds, Yunlong's quaint abode emerged entirely from beneath the ground, flawless and even adorned with a thoughtful railing, steadfastly illuminated. Black Widow stood quietly beside the monitor, while professionals manipulated various devices, continuously compiling data from a scene. The comprehensive detection equipment that had been deployed into the pit during the day was now completely unresponsive. Should the self-destruct command be initiated? Black Widow nodded, and the personnel issued the self-destruct order. Minutes later, they reported back to her that the command had elicited no response whatsoever. Black Widow nodded again, a result she had anticipated. Now, they awaited the directive to act. Such commotion at the site was not orchestrated by Black Widow. The diverse footage and data collected by the specialized equipment would be selectively shared with three parties: the SHIELD agency behind Black Widow, the high-ranking officials of Los Angeles, and the military of the United States. The uproar caused by Yunlong exceeded his own expectations. The experts at SHIELD were not idle bystanders, swiftly devising a detailed operational plan concerning him. Persuading the U.S. military to cooperate did not require excessive effort. It was merely a matter of conducting a live-fire exercise, utilizing some of the outdated munitions stored away, while also testing several new pieces of equipment. The prolonged delay stemmed primarily from the high-ranking officials in Los Angeles. Burbank, after all, was part of Los Angeles, and allowing the military's war-hungry personnel to enter with their weapons, brazenly hosting a campfire gathering, was not something the officials were willing to entertain. Even with SHIELD mediating, obtaining the approval of Los Angeles elite was nearly an impossible feat. It wasn't until the night of October 9th, 2000, when a group of armed Christian zealots, numbering in the hundreds, faced total annihilation, that the stance of the Los Angeles officials began to soften. Even so, SHIELD had to exert tremendous effort to facilitate this joint operation. Thus, the data obtained on-site must be shared with their partners. Chapter 39. The arrival of Black Widow. Black Widow approached Yunlong's quaint dwelling with a leisurely grace, her steps fluid and alluring. Many men watching a live feed could not help but swallow hard. She was truly a vision of beauty, externally calm, yet internally vigilant. Black Widow knocked smoothly on the door. "Mr. Lee, please open the door. We need to have a conversation with you." What sort of madness was this? It was barely the end of 2000, and how could Black Widow and her SHIELD associates have arrived so swiftly? Yunlong felt an impulse to curse. He merely wished to develop in seclusion. Was it necessary to bring so many people, creating a spectacle akin to a film shoot? He had no intention of engaging in extravagant exploits. Yunlong was not mistaken. The excuse presented by the high-ranking officials of Los Angeles to the public was that they were here to film a war movie. Hollywood, the epicenter of global cinema, is a fitting locale to film a war movie, a notion easily grasped by all. When the Black Widow, accompanied by a contingent from SHIELD, appeared at the doorstep, Yunlong found himself somewhat bewildered, questioning the unfolding drama. In Yunlong's strategic design, an early entanglement with SHIELD was never anticipated. However, the progression of events did not adhere to his intentions, following its own set of principles. Faced with the imminent situation, he was compelled to devise a response. By the time the Black Widow knocked on the door, Yunlong had resolved not to overthink his approach, opting for steadfastness in the face of uncertainty. Should the Black Widow choose not to enter, he would feign ignorance. If she dared to step inside, he would treat her as a subject of experimentation. Despite the formidable nature of SHIELD and the renown of the Black Widow, he refused to be intimidated by such factors. Have you ever watched the television series The Blade of Light? Though I'm not its protagonist, I'm still known as Yunlong. Without the spirit of the Blade of Light, one cannot rightfully claim the name Yunlong. The Black Widow knocked persistently, yet there was no response from within. Instead of anger, A playful smile graced her face as she remarked, "Banner, it seems we need your assistance. Come in and greet our Mr. Bruce Lee." A cultured middle-aged man, exuding a hint of dishevelment, descended from an armored vehicle. He instinctively straightened his attire before approaching Li Yunlong's modest abode, striking an unusual pose at the door, as if holding his breath. A sudden wave of déjà vu washed over Li Yunlong. This appearance and posture were reminiscent of Banner. The Black Widow had retreated to the street, while Li Yunlong's dwelling, despite its bizarre exterior transformation, was clearly descending into a precarious situation. The greater the commotion, the more evident the ineffectiveness of suppressing the Hulk. It seemed a resolution was imminent. The clock in the corner of the surveillance monitor indicated that the battle had commenced for 5 minutes and 48 seconds. With a thunderous roar of Hulk, Li Yunlong's abode succumbed to the Hulk's overwhelming might, collapsing under the strain as fragments of walls, furniture, and glass scattered chaotically. Before the onlookers could revel in the spectacle, a chilling voice interjected with a cold hum. The remnants of Li Yunlong's shattered home began to coalesce, transforming into a colossal arm that reached upward from the ground, fiercely grasping the airborne Hulk before he could touch down. The scene resembled a child clutching a slightly oversized Hulk action figure with a single hand. It is crucial to understand why the Hulk is dubbed the Hulk. Dr. Bruce Banner stands at a height of 1.75 meters when untransformed. However, upon transformation, he towers at approximately 3 meters. In a country where the average height is merely 1.7 meters, and even in the United States, where the average height hovers around 1.78 meters, no one could contest his claim to the title of giant. To be able to grasp the Hulk in one hand, treating him as a mere toy, one must calculate his height based on human proportions. By laying the palm flat upon a surface and measuring the distance from the tip of the middle finger to the base of the palm, one can roughly estimate the height to be 110 times this measurement. Following this method, the child's height would exceed 24 meters. What does this imply? A single floor of a residential building is approximately 3 meters high. Thus, this child would stand taller than an 8-story edifice. Should such a colossal child manifest in the world, it is likely that instead of enjoying the protections afforded by child rights laws, he would be treated as a demon by the adults around him. The Hulk struggles desperately within that enormous palm. If one were to simply and crudely assemble bricks, stones, and would to form the shape of a hand, it would be impossible to capture the Hulk, for he would have easily escaped using his brute strength. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that these materials merely mimic the appearance of such substances. In essence, they are alchemical materials crafted through the arcane talents of Li Yunlong. He can effortlessly alter their structure, consciously enhancing their toughness and stickiness. Thus the Hulk, ensnared within that palm, find himself trapped in a quagmire of alchemical composition. Moreover, this confinement is not a 360-degree encirclement. Rather, it first secures the torso and then extends outward, continuously disrupting and restraining the Hulk's limbs. Despite his fierce struggles and roars, he finds himself powerless, a mere plaything within the colossal hand. Black Widow, while intently observing the struggle between the Hulk and the immense palm, issues a command into her communicator. Prepare Operation 3 immediately. Await my order to fire. The upper portion of the Yunlong's abode has already been obliterated by the Hulk's raw power, the debris coalescing into a gigantic arm. Meanwhile, the foundation of the house below the surface flows and shifts like water, forming a vast and indistinct visage that opens its enormous mouth toward the sky. The gigantic arm, in synchrony, bends downward, positioning the Hulk directly above the gaping maw, seemingly intent on swallowing him whole. As Black Widow readies her laser cannon, aiming at the giant's mouth below, she hesitates, refraining from issuing the command to fire, as if waiting for the Hulk to be consumed. Fortunately, the Hulk is not devoured. Unfortunately, Li Yunlong does not intend to frighten the Hulk, but rather to use him as a subject for experimentation on site. The enormous hand exhibits astonishing dexterity, coordinating its fingers and palm to simultaneously restrain the Hulk's limbs while exposing his head, neck, chest, and abdomen directly above the gaping maw. In the next moment, a peculiar luminescence erupts from the mouth, striking the Hulk with force. The nature of the emitted light fluctuates rapidly, transitioning from intense heat to extreme cold. From extreme cold to vibration, from vibration to corrosion, from corrosion to chaotic cutting, and finally from chaotic cutting to molecular disintegration. In less than a minute, after several attempts, the Hulk's physique began to sustain significant damage. All he could muster was a feeble howl. When attacked, he foolishly exposed his glaring vulnerabilities. Was this a moment for Li Yunlong to seize the opportunity to strike, or did he have other intentions? The human body's 7 orifices are inherently fragile. By opening his mouth, he essentially created a gateway, laying bare his delicate internal organs. Were it not for the Hulk's unique constitution, possessing multiple lives, he would have surely met his demise at the hands of Yunlong. In both Marvel comics and films, the Hulk has exhibited astonishing combat prowess. Yet, from Yunlong's perspective, Dr. Bruce Banner's psyche must be in shambles. After years of arduous struggle, he finally became a paragon of scientific achievement, only to find himself transformed into a brutish warrior of pure melee combat due to an experimental mishap. Such a professional misalignment is truly disheartening. Chapter 40. The arrival of Black Widow. If one merely considers these displays, the Hulk's advantages in close combat appear nearly invincible. However, what is Yunlong's expertise? He is a researcher of the arcane. Engaging in mysticism, he cannot simply acquiesce to whatever the Hulk claims. Despite the Hulk's formidable strength, he is not invulnerable. This limitation is dictated by his existence within the mortal realm. According to the principles of mysticism, even a true deity, if they were to descend to Earth, could only wield a fraction of their divine power, unless they chose to annihilate the world. This is a law of the earthly domain that preordains a cap on their capabilities. With such a ceiling established, it follows that no one is genuinely invincible. If even true gods are bound by this rule, the Hulk is no exception. This understanding serves to fortify one's confidence theoretically. With confidence established, the next step is practical execution. In Yunlong's grasp, the Hulk was but a frog on a chopping block, entirely at his mercy, incapable of mounting any resistance. From Yunlong's perspective, the Hulk's apparent strength could stem from either a transformation of his soul or his body, or perhaps both. Given his current predicament, could there be any unforeseen variables? Did he truly believe his skills were mere trinkets? Through a few experimental maneuvers, Yunlong soon discerned the Hulk's weaknesses. Although the Hulk was powerful, his physical form was composed of organic cells. By harnessing his own energy to suppress the Hulk's strength and employing molecular disintegration techniques, Yunlong could easily dismantle the Hulk's body. The Black Widow's laser cannon targeted the giant's mouth. A blinding beam of light surged into Yunlong's mouth from the side, disrupting the energy equilibrium and triggering an explosion. The ground bore a colossal and indistinct visage that erupted in a fiery display from within. The theoretical development of laser weaponry began long ago, with military experiments dating back to the 1980s and 90s. However, it was established that Earth's atmosphere is not conducive to laser weapons. They consume immense energy and are severely limited in range and power. Laser beams dissipate rapidly within the atmosphere, rendering their practical use a distant prospect. Little did anyone anticipate that SHIELD would employ them against Yunlong. The first team of Black Widow is fully prepared. Observe my movements and execute the second action plan. Open fire. Black Widow strikes first, unleashing a barrage of gunfire aimed at Yunlong's massive arm. Though the colossal visage on the ground has been obliterated, the damage is negligible in the eyes of Yunlong. The concentrated assault from Black Widow and her subordinates, despite employing specialized ammunition, inflict little more than a minor annoyance upon him. With a sweeping motion of his enormous arm, he hurls the severely injured Hulk like a stone, crashing him down onto the laser weapon, which is instantly reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Fortunately, the operators had the foresight to retreat in time, avoiding injury. With the laser weapon rendered useless, the simulated hail of bullets from Black Widow and her team is of no concern to Yunlong. His colossal arm disintegrates, and all the fragments float back to their original positions. As the scene before him blurs, adjusts, and sharpens into focus, Yunlong's humble abode stands restored to its former glory, illuminated from within. Despite Black Widow and her team's relentless barrage, the damage inflicted upon the cabin is swiftly repaired, enduring less than a second before mending itself. It appears to be a futile endeavor, and even with prior preparation, the ammunition Black Widow and her team can carry is finite. Despite their coordinated efforts to maintain suppressive fire, they soon exhaust their supplies, forcing the gunfire to cease. The door to Yunlong's cabin swings open, revealing 17 identical versions of himself stepping out sequentially. Those who had previously fired upon his arm, including Black Widow, find themselves face to face with each Yunlong, unable to escape. He then launches into a seemingly trivial monologue, commenting on the splendid weather, sunshine in the morning, a northwesterly breeze at noon, and hail in the afternoon, while rambling about breakfast. Black Widow, anticipating this reaction from Yunlong, swiftly issues commands to execute Plan B, while while centering her thoughts to brace for the impending 5 arduous minutes. The SHIELD operational plan has undergone several revisions, incorporating intelligence provided by the Los Angeles Police Department. Initially, the LAPD dedicated a week to engage in a battle of wits with Yunlong, believing they had deciphered his secrets, including his operational patterns. It was discovered that if anyone invaded Yunlong's cabin or interfered with him directly, he would seek them out for a conversation, a reaction indifferent to the number of assailants. The LAPD once attempted to deploy 232 personnel to disrupt Yunlong simultaneously, only for him to manifest 232 identical versions of himself, each engaging in conversation with one of the officers, ensuring no one could escape. Yunlong's conversations have become a taboo within the LAPD, instilling fear in all. His notorious reputation stems from 3 defining characteristics of his dialogues. The first characteristic is that as soon as darkness falls within the confines of Los Angeles, Yunlong will undoubtedly come looking for you. Once he has sought you out, there is nowhere to hide, nor any means to flee. The Los Angeles Police Department has exhausted every possible means to evade the relentless pursuit of Yunlong, yet none have succeeded in eluding him once he has set his sights on them. To avoid detection, the officers devised numerous strategies. Some took to helicopters soaring high above. Others donned diving suits to plunge into the depths, while others sought refuge in sealed chambers where they could only breathe through oxygen tanks. However, without exception, they all fell prey to Yunlong, whether in the air, underwater, or even within the confines of these rooms. He traversed through walls like a specter. Ultimately, one officer, in a moment of inspiration, climbed a ladder to a point of suspension, believing himself unreachable. Yet, astonishingly, Yunlong conversed with him in midair for a full 5 minutes. The second peculiarity lies in the fact that when Yunlong engages in conversation, he appears to be nothing more than an ordinary individual, his features, attire, and movements betraying no hint of the supernatural. One can hear his breath, feel the rhythm of his heartbeat, and discern each word he articulates. Standing close enough even allows one to catch a whiff of his scent. Yet, the reality is that the Yunlong before you is an illusion. Attempts to grasp him yield nothing but emptiness, and bullets find no target. The officers have not lacked for alternative methods, dousing him with holy water, scattering blessed salt, striking him with the Bible, employing various magical artifacts, invoking talismans from different faiths, and chanting exorcistic incantations. None have succeeded in dispelling Yunlong. Now, Black Widow must confront the specter of Yunlong, whom the entire LAPD dreads, in conversation. Initially, she perceived no oddity in the encounter, yet as time progressed, the rigorously trained Black Widow began to sense a disconcerting shift in her mental state. Subconsciously, she believed herself to be perfectly normal. However, when she attempted to exert control over her body, she discovered her faculties waning significantly. Despite having undergone genetic enhancement, Black Widow's combat style prioritizes agility, and her ability to control her physique and reaction speed far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Yet, unbeknownst to her, she had unwittingly relinquished this prowess, experiencing at least a 50% decline in her combat effectiveness. This was merely the beginning. As time unfolded, an uncontrollable torrent of thoughts flooded her mind. At that moment, a tremendous roar erupted. Hulk. The sound jolted Black Widow's consciousness, and she beheld the green giant rising anew, akin to an indestructible insect, launching himself into the air, not to engage Yunlong, but rather directing his fury toward the brightly illuminated cottage of Yunlong, standing silently in the midst of it all. Chapter 41. The assault of Black Widow. Despite the Hulk being subdued by Yunlong, the surrounding personnel continued their tasks with an air of detachment. Black Widow experienced a fleeting resurgence of spirit due to the Hulk's outburst. Yet the ensuing conversation with Yunlong remained a source of unexpected torment for her. After enduring 5 long minutes, a brief lull in Yunlong's discourse presented an opportunity for Black Widow to seize. She hastily proclaimed her willingness to apologize for her actions. Director Nick, how did you feel after conversing with him? Black Widow mused, reflecting on the experience, which she found utterly horrendous. Now I comprehend the apprehension exhibited by the officers of the Los Angeles Police Department towards him. Engaging in conversation with him is an exercise in psychological torment. Even my brief encounter of a mere 5 minutes left me yearning to draw my firearm and eliminate him. Yet, reason prevailed, reminding me of my utter impotence in the situation, compelling me to endure in silence. Therefore, the detective from the LAPD's Major Crimes Unit, who managed to sustain a dialogue for 25 minutes before succumbing to madness, possesses an extraordinary level of mental fortitude. Director Nick, however, faces issues that extend beyond mere psychological resilience. Observe these data points. He displayed certain analyses from SHIELD experts on the screen, revealing to Black Widow that the cameras and audio devices had indeed captured data from Bruce Lee, and the infrared cameras recorded his image. Yet, upon examining these data sets, it becomes evident that no one is present before you. This indicates that while Bruce Lee exists within the realm of human perception and the devices derived from it, he is entirely absent in equipment such as radar that transcends human sensory capabilities. I do not grasp your meaning, Director, Black Widow inquired. Regrettably, we must presently acquiesce to the LAPD's conclusion that Bruce Lee does not exist, Director Nick replied. To contend with the dialogues of Lee Yunlong, the LAPD exerted considerable effort. They even enlisted mediums, exorcists, bishops, and pastors. Yet despite failing to resolve the issue, they theorized that Lee Yunlong is, in fact, a non-entity, and that their conversations are mere illusions born from a curse. Essentially, Lee Yunlong embodies the manifestation of evil and chaos in this world. What he articulates is inconsequential. The phenomenon of his very presence is paramount. His intrinsic malevolence and disorder will undoubtedly influence you, which is the fundamental reason his conversations are so terrifying. Black Widow pondered. What then of Mr. Ghost's haunted house? Director Nick's expression darkened further. Among all detection devices, it is undeniably present. Our personnel attempted to collect samples on-site, yet any specimen that ventured beyond the confines of the residence would vanish instantaneously. Experts have yet to provide a rational explanation for this phenomenon. What of it from an esoteric perspective? Black Widow queried, recalling that Bruce Lee claimed to be an expert in mysticism. Although Bruce Lee professes to be a researcher of the mystical arts, he has indicated that his primary focus lies within ancient Eastern esotericism. Our department has engaged experts predominantly versed in Western mysticism, who lack significant understanding of ancient Eastern practices. Thus, we are confronted with a misalignment of expertise. I anticipated that those so-called experts would prove unreliable in a critical moment. Black Widow grimaced, contemplating the urgency of seeking external assistance. Military personnel have already arrived, led by Colonel Strick, whose reputation leaves much to be desired. Exercise caution, Director Nick advised. Understood, sir, Black Widow acknowledged. She had indeed heard of Colonel Strick's notoriety. The American military had collaborated with mutants during World War II, and since that time, they have been keenly aware of mutant capabilities, with subsequent covert operations never ceasing. Colonel Strick is indeed responsible for a military research project, yet his notorious reputation is not solely due to this undertaking. The military's research has involved human experimentation, resulting in the tragic deaths of numerous innocent civilians, a grim reality that is all too common in America. The crux of the matter lies in Colonel Strick's profound animosity towards mutants. However, he finds himself utterly powerless against radical organizations such as the Hellfire Club and the Brotherhood of Mutants. Instead, he is fixated on the more moderate war police, becoming their primary target and suffering repeated failures that have rendered him a source of ridicule, thus tarnishing his reputation within the military. It is highly probable that he requested to partake in this operation of his own volition, though his true intentions remain unclear. As the representative of SHIELD on-site, Black Widow must closely monitor him to ensure he does not instigate any incidents, as it would lead to complications for all involved. The military's forces are not merely arriving with a few transport vehicles and squads. They are deploying an arsenal that includes tanks, mobile artillery, rocket launchers, and other formidable weaponry designed for warfare. Reports indicate that armed helicopters and fighter jets will soon be in position as well. Black Widow is beginning to worry that these warmongers might seize this opportunity to obliterate Burbank entirely. Colonel Strick currently finds himself in a precarious position within military. Due to personal connections, he has clashed with the X-Men multiple times, resulting in humiliating defeats, and the research project he oversees has failed to yield satisfactory results, leading to his gradual marginalization. His decision to join this operation was driven by the attention it has garnered, while he is indifferent to the scrutiny from SHIELD and the higher-ups in Los Angeles. The military elite's interest is something he craves. He seeks to showcase the power of his X-weapons to the world, aspiring for a dazzling future. Chapter 42. The Assault of Black Widow. Black Widow paid little heed to the boastful soldiers, her primary focus directed toward Colonel Strick. At present, he appears to have no ulterior motives, which, while somewhat unexpected, is ultimately preferable. Completing the mission as planned is certainly more desirable than encountering issues. The military operates with remarkable efficiency. Although the surrounding residential areas pose some challenges in establishing their positions, they manage to devise solutions. This task is significantly less arduous than engaging in battle, where adversaries would not grant the luxury of leisurely fortification. Once the military's formidable weaponry is properly positioned, its destructive potential can be fully unleashed. Now, these weapons are unleashing a relentless barrage of fire upon Li Yunlong's modest dwelling. The cacophony of artillery creating a light more blinding than any artificial illumination. Within the command vehicle, even through the monitoring systems, Black Widow can witness the dazzling flames of war. Taking a deep breath, she savors the intoxicating scent of steel and fire, war and smoke. A fragrance brimming with alluring desire. Yet, it seems that something essential is missing. The Black Widow concentrated her thoughts, suddenly realizing what felt amiss with the surveillance data. Why did Mr. Ghost's haunted house not respond? The missing element was the tremor of an explosion. The booming sound produced during the firing had created interference, causing the Black Widow to overlook the issue initially. Yet, after such an extensive barrage, all aimed directly at Mr. Ghost's haunted house, what were the results? Modern artillery and rockets, in pursuit of lethality, are rarely solid projectiles. They're designed to explode upon impact. Even a single shell detonating at such close range would generate a discernible vibration, felt even within the command vehicle. However, there was no such reaction whatsoever. Could it be that none of the bombs striking Mr. Ghost's haunted house had detonated? The military personnel may have noticed the anomaly, or perhaps not. Yet they showed no intention of ceasing fire, continuing until their stockpile was utterly depleted, reluctant to relent. The haunted house exhibited visible damage, yet restored itself to pristine condition in less than a second. Colonel Strick approached the Black Widow directly, exasperated, demanding to know what in the world was happening. The Black Widow replied, "We are equally perplexed, which is why we require the military's collaboration for experimentation." Strick, momentarily speechless, turned and stormed away in frustration. The Black Widow squinted, pondering the ulterior motives of this cunning old fox. The military brass quickly resolved to maintain the offensive, mobilizing as many outdated munitions as possible, determined to obliterate the cursed haunted house, even if it meant resorting to throwing stones. An urgent mobilization ensued, as obsolete weaponry was transported from nearby arsenals, employing an almost reckless abandon in expenditure to bombard Li Yunlong's cabin. Moreover, over 20 sorties of armed helicopters joined the fray. Ultimately, a fighter jet was even deployed, launching a missile at Li Yunlong's cabin, coordinated with ground-based laser guidance systems. Such air-to-ground missiles are typically reserved for military installations, and their use against Li Yunlong's modest abode could scarcely be described as anything less than extravagant. This revelry persisted until approximately 6 in the morning, when all ceased fire, gazing at the seemingly unscathed Li Yunlong's cabin, defiantly illuminated. Then, in the dawn's light, it vanished like a mirage. Without Li Yunlong's restraint, the Hulk erupted from the earth, bellowing as he leaped from the pit. The Black Widow rushed over, striving to calm him before he could wreak havoc. Colonel Strick approached the pit alone, peering down with keen scrutiny, finding not a single fragment or bullet. As dawn broke, the military personnel withdrew, and Dr. Banner was escorted to a vehicle for rest. While S.H.I.E.L.D. agents busied themselves with equipment, the Black Widow gazed at the unremarkable pit, suddenly feeling as though everything experienced the previous night had been an unreal, grand dream. What on earth had we done? Sitting alone in the command vehicle, the Black Widow felt her mental state was far from optimal. As a seasoned agent, she had witnessed extraordinary phenomena that most people could only dream of. Yet the eerie presence of Mr. Ghost's haunted house ranked foremost among her experiences, not due to its terror, but because of the profound psychological impact of its serene defiance in the face of the military's concentrated assault. Having graced the battlefield, she was acutely aware of the terrifying capabilities of modern weaponry, a manifestation of humanity's collective intellect harnessed for destruction, a steel beast deserving of reverence, crafted for the most efficient slaughter. Yet, this emblem of violence, under the cover of night within that tranquil abode, lost its invincible majesty. Black Widow sensed a silent collapse within a corner of her soul. What had become of this world? It had turned absurd and unfamiliar. Director Nick, with his stern demeanor, scrutinized Black Widow Natasha through the surveillance footage, remarking, "Your mental state appears to be lacking." She adjusted herself slightly, replying, "It's nothing, sir. I can manage." Nick did not press further, assuring her, "Do not burden yourself with psychological strain." Although this operation did not yield the anticipated results, we suffered no significant losses. Rather, we gathered invaluable first-hand data. Director, have our experts derived any useful insights regarding Mr. Ghost's haunted house? Black Widow struggled to comprehend. If Li Yunlong's cabin truly existed, the military's firepower could have obliterated it countless times over. Conversely, if it was merely an illusion, it would aptly explain its rapid restoration post-destruction. Yet, regardless of the cabin's reality or mere phantasm, where had the military's munitions vanished? As the military brass stated, even if it takes stones, we shall crush that haunted house. Last night, the military had unleashed a relentless barrage, and by Black Widow's estimate, even the antiquated munitions in the armory must have exceeded $10 million in expenditure. Even if those shells, rockets, missiles, bombs, and grenades had expired, rendering them incapable of detonation, their sheer mass and volume still remained. Did they not? The weight of so many munitions, merely counting the mass of the bullets, would require tons as a unit of measure, far surpassing the total volume of Li Yunlong's cabin. Enough to fill that vast pit in the ground and potentially construct a 3-story edifice. Where had it all gone? Black Widow found herself utterly confounded. After a moment of silence, Nick reflected. It was not that Black Widow lacked the clearance to access such intelligence, but rather that even he found the experts' conclusions to be utterly ludicrous. They theorized that Mr. Ghost's haunted house existed precisely at the juncture of two worlds. Thus, all our assaults had effectively entered another realm, failing to produce any impact in our world, nor leaving behind any trace. What a fantastical conclusion. The Black Widow then inquired how the experts explained Bruce Lee's erratic behavior throughout Los Angeles. Director Nick responded that the experts believed Bruce Lee had never actually appeared in Los Angeles. What people witnessed was merely a highly deceptive projection. The Black Widow stifled her urge to scoff and asked about Dr. Banner. After all, he transformed into the Hulk and had entered and exited the scene. The clever subordinates had this flaw. They possessed their own thoughts and were not easily deceived. Director Nick scratched his head, stating that the experts considered the Hulk's physiology to be unique, a special case. If all questions could be resolved in such a manner, what purpose do these so-called experts serve? I know that the only skill those scoundrels possess is to swindle funds. The Black Widow then questioned how to explain that terrifying giant during the battle with the Hulk. Meanwhile, Li Yunlong was assessing his gains. Chapter 43. Agent Coulson the S.H.I.E.L.D. Operation targeting Li Yunlong could be said to embody the essence of military strategy, swift, ruthless, and precise. In a manner entirely unforeseen by Li Yunlong, they had united with the military and high-ranking officials in Los Angeles, executing a splendid combination of tactics. Was Black Widow, representing S.H.I.E.L.D., truly that powerful in Los Angeles? Had Dr. Banner, the Hulk, become entangled with Black Widow so early? Li Yunlong, lacking the support of an intelligence system, was left with many unanswered questions. However, the S.H.I.E.L.D. operation was far less perilous for Li Yunlong than it appeared. Strategically, their approach had already faltered, despite its tactical surprise. Li Yunlong's modest abode resembled Mr. Ghost's haunted house. It was merely a target he had deliberately placed in the open. Even if it were destroyed, it would not cause him significant harm. Moreover, after the Hulk was subdued by Li Yunlong, all military assaults appeared to him as nothing more than a vibrant fireworks display. Was the disparity truly that vast? Indeed, the gap was significant. In this joint operation by S.H.I.E.L.D., Li Yunlong derived two primary insights. The first was a first-hand understanding of the limits of the American government's exertion under normal circumstances. The ultimate force employed by the American federal government to suppress opposition was not S.H.I.L.D., local police, or the FBI. It was ultimately the military. Yet, even the military had its limits. Without engaging in a cost-irrelevant war mode, the combat effectiveness mobilized would not surpass that of this operation. After all, one could not recklessly cultivate nuclear mushrooms in their own backyard. This signified that as long as Li Yunlong did not expose any weaknesses, the official American stance would be to turn a blind eye, refraining from making threats or calls for violence. The second insight, which Li Yunlong valued, was the advanced template of the Hulk. Once the Hulk fell into Li Yunlong's grasp, he did not treat the creature with any courtesy. He meticulously conducted examinations, collected detailed data, and engaged in a literal dissection, preserving the biological specimens. If all the preserved living biological organs were assembled, they would nearly constitute another Hulk. Indeed, the indomitable spirit of Dr. Banner, the Hulk, is remarkably resilient, exhibiting astonishing regenerative capabilities. Otherwise, he might have perished at the hands of Li Yunlong long ago. On the evening of December 11th, 2000, around 8 p.m., two men clad in suits arrived at the doorstep of Li Yunlong's modest abode and rang the doorbell. Li Yunlong felt a slight headache. The S.H.I.E.L.D. organization truly was relentless. Just days after the Black Widow's departure, here came another visitor. The men at the door included an old acquaintance of Li Yunlong's, Agent David from the FBI, accompanied by a rather prominent-haired individual whose familiar smile revealed him to be the renowned Agent Coulson. The decoy outside had not detected a large contingent, and after a moment's contemplation, Li Yunlong approached the door, donning a welcoming smile before opening it. "Ah, Agent David, it has been quite some time. And this must be your colleague? Please do come in." Agent David maintained a stern demeanor, presenting a businesslike facade. "Mr. Lee, I apologize for the unexpected visit, but I am merely executing my superior's orders as an introducer to Agent Coulson." He stepped aside, granting passage. Agent Coulson extended his hand with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Lee. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Coulson." While Agent David exuded an air of nonchalance, Li Yunlong felt a tinge of awkwardness. "Ah, Agent David, you truly are quite the impetuous individual. Agent Coulson, if you have no pressing matters, would you care to join me in my modest dwelling?" "Then I shall graciously accept your invitation," Agent Coulson replied. Li Yunlong led him into the living room, offering him a seat. "Would you prefer water or tea? Do you have coffee?" Agent Coulson inquired. "If so, I would appreciate a touch of sugar." "Please hold on," Li Yunlong said as he turned to head to the kitchen. Seizing the opportunity, Agent Coulson adjusted his tie and activated the detection device he had brought. He had prepared extensively for this meeting, as the previous joint operation orchestrated by the Black Widow had revealed Li Yunlong's formidable nature. S.H.I.E.L.D., while not on par with the military in terms of overall combat capability, was a clandestine organization adept at handling peculiar incidents and possessed its own trump cards. For this operation, Coulson had sought several advanced technological marvels acquired by S.H.I.E.L.D. Among these was confirmed to be of extraterrestrial origin, while the others, though not definitively alien, were unique technological innovations that even S.H.I.E.L.D. could not replicate. However, after a comprehensive evaluation, it was deemed that their cost-effectiveness was relatively low, as Earth had developed similar functional technologies, allowing them to be requested for use when necessary. Li Yunlong returned with a cup of coffee for Agent Coulson, sweetened as requested, and prepared himself a cup of tea. Comfortably seated, he took a gentle sip of his tea. "Agent Coulson, I'm curious about the purpose of your visit today." Chapter 44, Agent Coulson. Part 2. Agent Coulson smiled and retrieved an identification card from his pocket, presenting it to Li Yunlong. "I almost forgot to introduce myself properly. My full name is Philip J. Coulson, but you may call me Phil or Coulson, whichever you prefer. Currently employed at the Bureau of Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, commonly referred to as SHIELD, or the Agency of SHIELD. Agent Coulson approached with a purpose. After a cursory glance at the identification, Li Yunlong returned the document and inquired, "Agent Coulson, what brings you here?" "We hope that Mr. Bruce Lee can cooperate with our endeavors," Agent Coulson replied. "What endeavors?" Li Yunlong questioned. "There are individuals and occurrences in this world that often defy the understanding of ordinary people. We, as SHIELD, serve as a protective barrier, shielding society from these extraordinary phenomena. Therefore, we hope Mr. Bruce Lee will accept our agreement and refrain from disrupting the lives of the common populace. If that is the case, it is a simple matter. There is no need for any agreement. As you can see, my life is quite tranquil, and I never disturb others," Li Yunlong asserted. "We are well aware of Mr. Bruce Lee's character and hold it in high regard. However, we desire a more formal arrangement. Should Mr. Bruce Lee consent to sign a formal agreement, we will be able to offer you greater protection and services," Agent Coulson explained. Li Yunlong regarded Agent Coulson with a hint of amusement. "Do you have the text of the agreement with you?" "Of course," Agent Coulson replied, producing a document and handing it to Li Yunlong. Upon receiving it, Li Yunlong noted its substantial thickness, comparable to that of a dictionary. "Please hold on a moment. I will review it first." "That is only reasonable. Please do not rush. We have ample time," Agent Coulson assured. Li Yunlong spent 5 minutes perusing the agreement, paying considerable attention to its contents. Though his physical form was absent, the computational resources engaged in processing such trivial matters were negligible. His sensory control required the simultaneous coordination of vast amounts of data for an ordinary individual. Grappling with such complexity would likely lead to mental exhaustion. Now, having established his mystical skill tree, he could utilize a paper puppet to create an auxiliary intelligent processing system, akin to a mystical computer effectively doubling his information processing capabilities. Had he not been preoccupied with multiple issues, he could have deciphered the text of the agreement in mere seconds. The document, upon cursory examination, displayed a commendable eloquence, albeit infused with the customary air of superiority characteristic of American officialdom. While there was a degree of sincerity in the delineation of rights and responsibilities, it was not devoid of problematic clauses. For instance, the supervision stipulations imposed stringent requirements on the signatories, which, in Li Yunlong's view, were even more rigorous than those governing bail conditions within the judicial system. Closing the agreement, he tapped his fingers upon it twice and returned it to Agent Coulson. "What are your thoughts, Mr. Bruce Lee?" Coulson inquired. "On this matter, I only perceive a gross violation of freedom and democracy," Li Yunlong replied. "Is the so-called SHIELD, which you serve, truly a legitimate organization? Who precisely drafted this agreement? Has the responsible party even studied law? What of human rights? What of the spirit of the Constitution? Surely, you are not here merely to toy with me." Agent Coulson found himself in quite an awkward predicament, struggling to maintain the semblance of a smile. Despite meticulous planning and preparation, an unforeseen flaw emerged in this ostensibly standard protocol. Agent Coulson had invested considerable effort into investigating Li Yunlong. SHIELD had thoroughly examined his background, discovering that his social connections were virtually non-existent. Even with Amelia, who was most familiar with him, a careful analysis would reveal no substantial ties. In his daily life, Li Yunlong resembled a reclusive individual, not merely adhering to the law, but lacking even the opportunity to transgress it. Yet, this very Li Yunlong exhibited unmistakable signs of anomalous financial sources. His personal dossier was confirmed to be entirely fabricated. SHIELD had dispatched operatives, dedicating time and resources to trace Li Yunlong's former identity, but to no avail. The search yielded no results. The experts at SHIELD conducted psychological profiling on Li Yunlong, yet even they could not vouch for its accuracy. The most troubling aspect lay in the fact that although Li Yunlong claimed to be a researcher of the occult, evidence suggested he possessed formidable and mysterious powers. The failure of Black Widow's mission left SHIELD nearly powerless in addressing the enigma that was Li Yunlong. Agent Coulson found himself under pressure, with director Nick Fury making no demands of him, as Coulson's mission was primarily exploratory. The higher-ups in Los Angeles had decisively refused to collaborate with SHIELD against Li Yunlong, which severely restricted SHIELD's capacity to deploy substantial force, as they had during Black Widow's operation. Consequently, Coulson was left to devise a strategy independently. Upon reviewing the agreement, Li Yunlong had no intention of signing such a dubious document. It was clear to any discerning individual that this agreement was designed to bind the signatory, crafted from the perspective of those in power, presenting a facade of benevolence while lacking any genuine sincerity. "I have no interest in this agreement, nor in your organization, SHIELD. The nature of this contract suggests it is likely not a legitimate entity. If you truly wish to engage with me, we might consider forming a partnership of a more personal and commercial nature." On this note, Li Yunlong's confidence surged. "I have a friend named Amelia. Perhaps you know her? Together, we are collaborating on a project called the Nourishing Soup. Its prospects are vast, with predictions that it could revolutionize the beauty and wellness industry." Such bold claims compelled Coulson to take notice. What if it were indeed true? Should we pursue collaboration, this project would be off the table. However, I possess numerous other intriguing offerings. Merely a glimpse would assure you that you have never encountered anything like them. You, who toil under the authority of others, braving the elements daily, might find yourself injured at any moment. Li Yunlong gestured expansively over the table, and a suitcase appeared, seemingly conjured from thin air. Its lid opened to reveal 50 diminutive glass cylinders, each filled with a vibrant red liquid. Although the manner in which these items manifested was somewhat uncanny, Coulson, having been mentally prepared, was not startled. Rather, he displayed a keen interest. "Mr. Brookley, could you provide an introduction?" Li Yunlong casually retrieved a small red vial from the box, referring to it as the Little Red Bottle. "Have you ever played the video game Diablo? It features the concept of red and blue potions. This item serves a similar purpose, intended for the treatment of minor injuries. Despite its glass-like packaging, it is actually crafted from a special type of sugar glass, composed of ingredients akin to common sugar, and is quite fragile. When you embark on a mission, place one in your mouth. Should you sustain an injury, simply bite down and swallow. It will take effect within a minute." Coulson inquired, May I attempt it? Li Yunlong responded, Are you certain? If you're uninjured, you won't discern any effects. An injury can be quite painful. Maintaining a smile, Coulson accepted the little red bottle from Li Yunlong, scrutinizing it closely. Without hesitation, he placed it in his mouth, rolled up the sleeve of his left arm to reveal his skin, and unsheathed a dagger, decisively slicing into his arm. He then promptly crushed the vial in his mouth. Blood flowed from the wound, but within 5 seconds, the bleeding ceased. The visible injury healed at a remarkable pace, completely mending within just half a minute. Coulson produced a handkerchief to wipe away the blood, flexing his arm multiple times, aside from a slight loss of blood and a minor difference in skin tone. His arm had remarkably restored itself in such a brief span. Coulson's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. How much for this little red bottle? I will take them all. Chapter 45, Agent Coulson, Part 3. Li Yunlong replied, Each little red bottle is priced at 100,000. Purchase 50 at once, and I will include a complimentary carrying case. A carrying case only costs a few dollars. Consider it a small courtesy, he added. Coulson asked, Shall I pay by bank transfer or cash? Li Yunlong, smiling, handed over a slip of paper with his bank account details, stating, It's flexible. Choose whichever payment method is most convenient for you. Coulson glanced at the note and recognized the number as Li Yunlong's bank account. He promptly retrieved his phone to initiate the transfer, having the authority to temporarily allocate $5 million, which would arrive shortly, and he would file a report later. Given the extraordinary nature of the little red bottle, approval was assured. Before long, Li Yunlong received a notification from a bank. Upon confirming the transaction, a smile spread across his face. Dealing with an esteemed client like Agent Coulson is truly gratifying. For this experiment, consider the little red bottles as my complimentary gift. With a gesture towards the carrying case, the quantity of vials increased to 50. Coulson rose to his feet and shook hands with Li Yunlong, pleased with their collaboration. Well done, Coulson, Director Nick commented. The little red bottles will soon be dispatched to headquarters. The experts are eager to delve into their secrets. Based on this encounter, how do you assess Mr. Brookley? Coulson replied, He appears quite composed on the surface. On the surface? Nick inquired. Indeed, Coulson affirmed. I engaged in conversation with him, exchanging laughter and sharing moments of direct physical contact, having clasped hands more than once. The impression that Brookley imparted to me was not that of a living being, but rather that of a remarkably lifelike puppet. Director Nick, are you suggesting that based on your intuition, he resembles a puppet that is strikingly human? They cannot elucidate how the suitcase materialized, nor can they account for the miraculous effects of the small red vial. As for the other matters, they are utterly incapable of discerning any issues. Let us not concern ourselves with them. Did you experience anything particularly unique upon entering the haunted house? Coulson felt nothing amiss. It was akin to stepping into an ordinary household. My senses informed me that all I encountered was genuine, yet my reason insisted that everything was merely an illusion. I had also visited the large pit revealed during the day, descending to personally feel the soil at its bottom, and I'm certain it was not a figment of my imagination. Thus, I find myself unable to comprehend the events I faced under the cloak of night. Given the current circumstances, Director Nick, I require you to maintain contact with Brookley. Please take this opportunity to rest. I shall arrange for modifications to the agreement and enlist the expertise of financial specialists to devise a commercial strategy to ascertain the surprises we might glean from him. Coulson acknowledged this, yet that very night, no new directives were issued. On the evening of December 12, 2000, Coulson returned to Li Yunlong, armed with the freshly minted agreement and a bulging wallet. Li Yunlong welcomed Coulson warmly, yet he did not even glance at the new agreement. I shall not peruse such documents, Agent Coulson. My trust in her S.H.I.E.L.D. has waned. We may be friends now, but I have no desire to foster a friendship with the organization you represent. This was a clumsy approach to problem-solving, typical of a recluse. You may deceive me once, but thereafter, my trust in you will evaporate. Trust is a commodity that can be both inexpensive and exorbitantly valuable, depending on how it is wielded. From Coulson's perspective, it seemed that Li Yunlong was not inclined to sign the agreement, so he set it aside and proceeded to request the purchase of additional small red vials, only to be met with refusal from Li Yunlong. Agent Coulson, I do not operate a mass production facility. This is merely a private workshop with limited production capacity. Therefore, I can only sell you 50 small red vials each month. You may come to me on the first of each month with your payment. This was not favorable news for Coulson, as time was of the essence. The experts at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters had thoroughly analyzed the small red vial. Its packaging was unimpressive, and they had easily synthesized their own version. However, the formulation contained within perplexed the experts, despite many aspects of its mechanism remaining unclear. Replicating it in the lab was not an insurmountable challenge. Logically, the small red vial sold by Yunlong should yield effects similar to those of the lab's synthesized products. Yet, the laboratory's versions exhibited no wound-healing properties. Instead, they morphed into a potent stimulant that nearly drove the test subjects to madness. Experts ultimately attributed this disparity to the influence of a mysterious force, believing that the small red vials sold by Yunlong contained a certain enigmatic power that scientists were unable to detect in their laboratories. It was this very force that produced such miraculous effects. Coulson intended to continue trading for extraordinary items beyond the small red vials, but Yunlong refused, citing the need to cultivate trust between the two parties, as they had only just begun their dealings. According to Yunlong's explanation, this situation resembled the purchasing levels in a game. Regardless of one's wealth, if one's level was insufficient, he would not sell his valuable items. Faced with this peculiar rule set by Yunlong, Coulson had no choice but to retreat. As the year-end approached, Coulson made frequent visits. And although Yunlong did not relent, Coulson continued to return every few days. However, being a busy individual with numerous tasks at hand, Coulson's visits dwindled after January 2001, culminating in just one visit on February 1st. This pattern of monthly transactions persisted until June 2001, when Yunlong presented Coulson with a second product available for sale, a disposable teen contract. Coulson scrutinized the contract in his hands as dissenting voices within SHIELD emerged regarding the continued purchase of Yunlong's products. After all, an expenditure of $5 million per month, even for an organization as affluent as SHIELD, was no trifling sum. Although the small red vials exhibited extraordinary effects, the inability to fully comprehend and assimilate the underlying technology implied that mass production was unattainable. Without the capacity for large-scale assembly, satisfaction regarding profit distribution would remain elusive, which was the reason behind Coulson's initial fervent visits, later reduced to once a month. Contracts of this nature had long existed, but recently, Yunlong had enhanced the technology behind them, seeking to extract some funds from Agent Coulson. This particular contract, although disposable, was a genuine magical contract. Simple to use and convenient, it was particularly suited for personnel engaged in specialized work. Priced at a mere $1 million per contract, it was astonishingly affordable. To protect his interests, Yunlong stated he could only sell 5 such contracts to Coulson each month, wearing a facade of beneficence. Coulson, however, viewed the matter differently. While Yunlong adhered to certain regulations, such as allocating part of the payments from SHIELD to cover legal fees and taxes, he simultaneously employed false identities, harassed police departments, and retaliated against civilians, disregarding legal boundaries. Experts from SHIELD noted this contradiction during their psychological profiling, but could not provide a definitive answer. They merely speculated, one hypothesis being that Yunlong was fundamentally indifferent to the law. His compliance with certain regulations and avoidance of trouble stemmed not from a respect for legalities, but from an underlying fear. He must always be in dread of something. If this conjecture holds true, it would be a fortuitous revelation for S.H.I.E.L.D., suggesting that there exists a means to exert control over Yunlong. However, the underlying fears that plague Yunlong remain unanswered by experts to this day. In Chapter 46, The Enchantress, from the small red vial sold by Yunlong to S.H.I.E.L.D., experts gleaned valuable insights. Compared to the vast organization of S.H.I.E.L.D., although Yunlong's product is remarkable, its efficacy falls short of the ideal expectations. This is primarily because S.H.I.E.L.D., as an organization, is prepared to sacrifice lives, a cost that, when measured in monetary terms, far outweighs the purchase of items from Yunlong. While Agent Coulson believed that acquiring a small red vial could potentially save a life in critical moments, from the broader perspective of S.H.I.E.L.D., only the lives of a select few core agents warrant the expense of purchasing such vials, and these individuals are few in number, rendering the need for multiple purchases unnecessary. The true beneficiaries of the small red vial are those engaged in frontline combat, of which there are many, and the exorbitant price of the vial precludes its application to them. Therefore, Coulson understands the internal dissent against the ongoing procurement of the small red vial. Yunlong's newly presented product, touted as a genuine magical contract, raises questions. Could its application mirror that of the small red vial? Coulson harbors significant doubts. Upon examining the contract stipulations, he finds them intriguing. It requires a signature in blood, evoking unsettling associations. In myth and legend, pacts with devils often necessitate one's own blood as a signature. In the realm of mysticism, human blood carries profound significance, viewed as an outpouring of one's life essence. Though this contract is intended for one-time use, it is still a magical covenant, and its design necessitates that the user is immortal. Without the use of blood, a mere pen signature would utterly fail to invoke any magical effect. Furthermore, how much blood can one truly use for a signature on a magical contract? A simple pinprick on a fingertip, yielding a few drops, would suffice. Coulson is not merely required to sign in blood. Yunlong emphasizes the importance of the blood itself, not just inscribing one's name. The blood applied to the signature line is indeed your mark. The use of your mortal name bears no significance, as it cannot elicit any magical consequence. Coulson reflects on the many myths wherein knowing a person's name grants the power to curse them. Yunlong finds this notion rather distasteful, noting that such misconceptions arise from ignorance. What you refer to is not myth, but rather fairy tales. What utility lies in knowing a mortal's name? Have not many criminals altered their names? In the study of mysticism, a mortal's name holds negligible value. If one seeks to curse another based solely on a name, that name must align with the true name as designated in incantations, or at the very least, be a fragment of that true name. Have you watched exorcism films? In those narratives, the priests invoke the sacred name of God during exorcisms, within incantations. Such a name is regarded as a true name. Some grimoires meticulously document the names of demonic entities, which are indeed true names, albeit only fragments of them. By combining these names with incantations and specific rituals, one can engage in communication with such entities. However, such practices are perilously dangerous. If one wishes to avoid an ignominious demise, it is best to refrain from meddling with such matters. Coulson hastily transcribed Yunlong's words, forgiven Li's prowess. It was inconceivable that he would fabricate something so trivial. Recording this information would undoubtedly enhance one's comprehension of the arcane forces at play. It was revealed that merely applying one's own blood to the signature section would suffice to invoke magical effects, rendering a signature unnecessary. Yunlong displayed a knowing smile, as if to say, you grasp the concept swiftly. This was, in fact, a clandestine application of a magical contract. The captain must be one of their own, yet the team members need not share that same allegiance. During missions, safety is not always guaranteed, and there are times when expendable assets must lead the charge. Yunlong gestured towards the terms of the puppet curse. This is precisely where it comes into play. In that instant, Coulson's mind traversed a labyrinth of possibilities, conjuring numerous ways to exploit this magical contract. From this insidious perspective, the contract's value increased significantly. However, what did this insignia signify? Coulson pointed to the end of the puppet curse clause, where he discerned a symbol resembling the number 3. That indicates a level 3 restriction, Yunlong explained. The contract's puppet curse has an energy ceiling. Level 1 pertains to ordinary individuals, Level 2 to trained soldiers, and Level 3 to the pinnacle of humanity. Yunlong shrugged nonchalantly, proclaiming it merely a disposable trinket worth $100,000, questioning what formidable power one could expect from such a contract. He added a cautionary note. The date marked in the lower right corner of the contract signifies its expiration. Should any issues arise post-date, they would bear no responsibility. Coulson's mind raced with a torrent of expletives, yet he ultimately decided against purchasing the small red vial, opting instead to acquire all 5 contracts. On the evening of June 2, 2001, an individual bearing an uncanny resemblance to Coulson appeared at Yunlong's doorstep, politely knocking on the door. He was met with an exuberantly warm welcome from Yunlong, who, without hesitation, grasped his hand and ushered him into the living room. Would you prefer water or tea? Other beverages are also available. Beautiful ladies always receive special treatment. The shapeshifter paused momentarily before mimicking Coulson's voice, inquiring, Mr. Brookley, have you made a mistake? Yunlong, beaming with delight, assured, there's no mistake. I too possess the X gene. And how should I address you, fair lady? The shapeshifter remained silent for a brief moment, refraining from altering her appearance, yet her voice no longer echoed Coulson's. You may call me Raven. How did you discern my identity? Though this was but a minor secret, it pertained to his innate abilities. Thus, unless you became his companion on this journey, he would not divulge the truth. The shapeshifter's form began to transform, revealing a stunning blonde beauty in Yunlong's living room. What a miserly man you are. What do you mean by companion? Yunlong revia. A companion is one who traverses the path of enlightenment with me, a bond even closer than that of marriage. The shapeshifter cast a flirtatious glance at Yunlong. unperturbed by his remarks. She languidly leaned against the table, inquiring about refreshments. "What would you like to drink, Li Yunlong?" "I would fancy a cup of mushroom coffee," he replied, a rather unconventional request. Li Yunlong maintained his composure, asking about her flavor preference. "A misty, deep black coffee," she specified. He gestured for her to proceed, and a cup of misty, deep black coffee materialized before her like an apparition. The shapeshifter lifted her gaze to Li Yunlong, then turned her attention back to the enigmatic coffee before her. As a combat expert, she possessed unwavering confidence in her instincts and judgments. Yet the manner in which this coffee appeared was undeniably peculiar. Cautiously, she took a sip, exclaiming, "How delightful! How on earth did you achieve this?" I suppose you will insist on keeping a secret," she continued. Li Yunlong simply smiled and nodded in silence. "Do you often treat women so brusquely?" "I presume you have always been single," she remarked. Li Yunlong replied, "While your conclusion is correct, your reasoning is flawed. My primary research focus lies in the ancient mysticism of the East, and I adhere to its stringent principles when considering a partner. If those criteria are not met, I would rather remain solitary." Intrigued, the shapeshifter queried, "What do you think of me? Could I ever become your companion? To speak candidly, your power is simply too feeble. Not only would you need considerable effort to become my companion, but given your maturity, your worldview is likely already set. The possibility of altering your cognitive patterns is minuscule. And it seems unlikely that you could ever attain the status of my companion in this lifetime," he replied. "What do you mean by companion?" she asked. The term companion originally referred to the tools used by alchemists. It has since evolved to denote a female partner in cultivation practices, he explained. Although the shapeshifter prided herself on her refinement, Li Yunlong's words incited her ire. "Are you suggesting I am merely a tool?" she retorted. "Not all. Your strength pales in comparison to mine, rendering you currently incapable of being my companion," he clarified. With a mix of anger and amusement, she challenged him. "Weak, am I? Then why don't you demonstrate your formidable power to this weak woman?" The shapeshifter, indeed, had ample reason to be proud. As a prominent member of Magneto's Brotherhood of Mutants, she had engaged in countless perilous escapades, leveraging her shape-shifting abilities to navigate military-restricted zones as if they were mere playgrounds. Her reputation among mutants was formidable, and although she may not possess the greatest combat prowess within the Brotherhood, she was undoubtedly the most well-informed. Chapter 47. The enchanting shapeshifter. Li Yunlong pondered for a moment before stating, "Forgive my candor, but given your current circumstances, I surmise you may struggle to comprehend my strength." Before she could retort, he added, "To that end, allow me to present you with a small gift." He extended his hand, revealing a glass vial containing a blue liquid, lying flat upon his palm. Having identified her objective, the shapeshifter resumed her pursuit of knowledge, swiftly uncovering further revelations. Although the high-ranking officials in Los Angeles are preoccupied with damage control, the military have been excessively reckless at that time, leaving behind conspicuous traces. Mystique merely infiltrated the city government and obtained a wealth of materials. From these documents, it can be inferred that the military had mobilized considerable resources, only to achieve nothing of significance, which incited considerable ire among the city's elite, leading to the suspension of numerous collaborative projects with S.H.L.D. As Mystique continued her investigation, she discovered that S.H.L.D. had not made any substantial moves following the incident, yet Agent Coulson, a trusted aide to Director Nick Fury, was frequently seen around. Thus, on June 2, 2001, after confirming that Agent Coulson had departed, Mystique decided to delve into the secrets of the haunted house herself. Li Yunlong felt somewhat embarrassed by his performance in front of the alluring woman, contemplating whether he should assign a subordinate to provide timely support at the opportune moment. "You see, I can anticipate that you might not comprehend this," he mused. "If I were to tell you that this little object could change the world, or at least alter the current precarious situation of mutants, would you believe me?" Mystique, suppressing her smile, regarded the glass vial in Li Yunlong's hand with seriousness. "Are you suggesting that this small object can indeed change the world and our plight as mutants? Are you sincere?" Mystique understood that Li Yunlong spoke the truth. The number of mutants was significantly dwarfed by that of ordinary humans, and with fewer numbers came diminished resources. Moreover, the internal divisions among mutants were evident. Despite the Brotherhood of Mutants led by Magneto being well known, Mystique, as an elder, was acutely aware of their true standing. "Are you implying that this little blue vial can increase the number of our brethren?" Li Yunlong remained silent, merely smiling as he presented the blue vial before Mystique. He gazed at her, appreciating her beauty as if she were a work of art, and excitedly applauded. "Raven, your physique is truly a masterpiece of divinity." I find myself at a loss for words to describe the allure of femininity that your body embodies. You are indeed a gift to man, with a smile. Li Yunlong gestured for her to look, and an open suitcase appeared on the table like a phantom, filled with 50 small blue vials. At the same time, the damage to the table vanished, and the shards that had fallen to the floor disappeared. The name Small Blue Vial is derived from a game called Diablo, where a similar vial is used to replenish magical energy. I believe that physics must adhere to the principle of conservation of energy, as does mysticism, and there is no reason that the X gene should not comply with it as well. Therefore, I have developed this small blue vial specifically to replenish the energy consumed by those who have awakened their genes. Essentially, these vials do not enhance the power of the X gene. Rather, they provide targeted energy replenishment. For an ordinary person, it merely serves as an energy-boosting beverage. However, take note, for those possessing a dominant X gene, standing on the brink of awakening, my small blue vial is the key to unlocking a new world. Li Yunlong spoke with ease, while Mystique felt a surge of excitement within her. Having recently experienced it firsthand, Mystique has gained a profound understanding of the effects of the little blue vial. As a seasoned combatant with extensive knowledge of her shape-shifting abilities, one might wonder why she does not transform into Colossus or Wolverine during battles. With Colossus's formidable defensive capabilities and Wolverine's adamantium claws providing unparalleled offensive power, such transformations would seemingly render her invulnerable to danger and significantly enhance her safety. However, it is not that Mystique is unwilling. Rather, she is constrained by hidden limitations within her shape-shifting powers, a reality she fully comprehends yet feels powerless to change. Upon consuming the little blue vial, Mystique realized a new possibility. Thanks to the targeted energy boost from the vial, her shape-shifting abilities exhibited extraordinary limits far beyond her previous experiences. This revelation ignited a fervent desire within her for more of the little blue vials. Li Yunlong's explanations opened a gateway to a new world for her. The thought of countless ordinary individuals awakening their X gene and becoming mutants after consuming the vial thrilled her immensely. Rising gracefully, Mystique approached Li Yunlong with feline elegance. Wrapping her arms around him from behind, resting her head on his shoulder, and playfully licking his earlobe while murmuring, "You truly are unexpectedly powerful. Do you realize that for a woman, a strong man possesses an irresistible allure?" Li Yunlong chuckled with pride, replying, "I not only recognize this, but am also aware that beautiful women hold a captivating charm for men." Yet, he resolved to decline Mystique's advances, expressing that it was an honor to attract someone as striking as her. But regrettably, her strength was insufficient. Even with a touch of cruelty, he felt compelled to refuse her for her own safety. With a graceful turn, Mystique leaned softly against Li Yunlong's embrace. He instinctively placed a gentlemanly hand on her shoulder. She cupped his face gently in her hands, gazing into his eyes. "Am I truly beautiful in your eyes?" Mystique's intuition and experience assured her that Li Yunlong spoke the truth, bringing her immense comfort. Many men have praised her beauty, but that was only after her transformations. Few could accept her true form, and even fewer could genuinely appreciate her allure. Yet, Mystique did not realize that her situation resembled a misstep in a gaming realm. Had she been in Japan, where otaku culture flourishes, she might have already achieved prominence. Unfortunately, she finds herself in America, a stronghold of Christianity, where her leader, Magneto, has yet to succeed, leaving her in dire straits. In terms of ability, even within an organization like SHIELD, she could rank among the top female agents. However, her appearance aligns with the archetype of a woman from beyond, making her integration into this Christian-dominated land challenging. Li Yunlong's genuine admiration for her true form was not feigned, and in a moment of impulse fueled by her emotions, Mystique leaned in to kiss him. Chapter 49. The Enchantress. The words of the Enchantress were a declaration, signifying her acceptance of Li Yunlong's actions and her willingness to embrace him on that foundation. But did Li Yunlong reciprocate? After a moment of contemplation, he recognized that his feelings were merely a superficial infatuation with the Enchantress's physical form, devoid of any emotional connection. How refreshing it was to be so straightforward. Li Yunlong gently caressed the Enchantress's face, yet his words were unyielding. "Riven, you are truly exquisite. Yet, beauty alone is not a justification for altering my steadfast principles. You must comprehend that for individuals like us, traversing the path of the extraordinary, the pursuit of power should be our ultimate aim. We are solitary evolutionaries, having forsaken the tranquil lives of mortals not in search of love. Thus, I would rather witness your quest for loftier aspirations than to see you blindly pursue me. The enchantress responded, I understand that for a man of your formidable stature, beautiful women are merely embellishments in life. I too yearn for greater power, yet I find myself at a loss as to how to achieve it. Can you assist me? Indeed I can. Yunlong Raplia. I can employ my methods to enhance your strength. While it may be nearly impossible to grant you overwhelming power, I can certainly elevate you beyond your current state. However, my capabilities are presently limited, and to ensure safety, it will require a significant investment of time. Are you able to remain by my side for an extended period? How long might that take? The enchantress inquired. Yunlong estimated at least 5. After that, will the power I possess enable me to be your companion on this journey? She asked. No, he stated firmly. Even if all goes well, the strength you gain will merely serve as my furnace. Even if your innate talent surpasses my estimations, and you acquire greater power in the same time frame, unless you achieve the discovery of the Tao heart, you will ultimately not be able to become my companion. The enchantress pressed. You frequently mention the discovery of the Tao heart. What precisely is it? Yunlong explained, the discovery of the Tao heart is a term specific to Taoist cultivation. You may interpret it as a form of enlightenment, a seed of spiritual elevation. However, the criteria for the Tao heart are stringent and have specific orientations. According to Taoist theory, every individual possesses a Tao heart. It is akin to one's inherent nature. Yet, the average person may live their entire life without achieving the discovery of the Tao heart, making it exceedingly difficult to embark on the Taoist path. In your case, having reached adulthood, your worldview is established, and your mental framework is relatively stable. Thus, the likelihood of discovering your Tao heart becomes exceedingly slim. After some reflection, Yunlong noted, given that we have just met and our mutual trust is minimal, it would be reasonable not to sell you anything of value. However, you are a beauty, and thus should receive certain privileges. Pointing to the small blue vials on the table, he added, these vials are worth 100,000 each. If you purchase the entire set, I shall gift you a suitcase. The enchantress scoffed, a suitcase is hardly a significant privilege. Car dealerships offer fuel cards and maintenance tools with their vehicles. How much does a car even cost? Your small blue bottle sells for 5 million, and you dare to offer just a single suitcase. Mystique's displeasure was clearly etched on her face, and Yunlong could certainly perceive it. With a subtle exertion of force, he delivered a resounding slap to Mystique's shapely rear, eliciting a soft gasp from her. Yunlong laughed heartily. Fear not, my beauty. When I promised you preferential treatment, I meant it sincerely. He then retrieved a suddenly appeared booklet and tucked it into Mystique's embrace. This contains the formula and chemical structure of the small blue bottle. With this knowledge, and with Magneto's legendary prowess, he should be able to manufacture the small blue bottle himself. At that point, you could indulge in it, as if it were mere soda. Mystique's eyes sparkled with excitement. The effects of the small blue bottle were indeed remarkable. It was merely a product, a finished pharmaceutical. The distinction between a recipe and a product was profound. If the Brotherhood of Mutants could produce the small blue bottle in large quantities, the potential profits were unimaginably vast. The resources at the Brotherhood's disposal were considerably fewer than those of S.H.I.E.L.D., and spending $5 million on 50 small blue bottles would undoubtedly cause Magneto some distress, even if he remained silent. Conversely, purchasing the formula for $5 million would surely make Magneto wake up smiling from his dreams. Faced with such immense benefits, one could hardly blame Mystique for willingly offering herself to Yunlong, even if it meant conceding a bit to him. Darling, you are simply magnificent, Mystique proclaimed, planting a kiss on him. After a prolonged moment of intimacy, she utilized Yunlong's device to transfer $5 million to him. In a buoyant mood, Yunlong resolved to be exceptionally generous. Raven, while I am delighted by your visit, this place has long been under S.H.I.E.L.D. scrutiny, so I advise you to refrain from seeking me out too often. Mystique responded, what am I to do when I miss you? Yunlong assured her. I have a solution for that. Furthermore, Raven, the preferential treatment I wish to extend is truly for you. While the small blue bottle holds great value for Magneto and the Brotherhood, it offers limited assistance to you personally. Hence, I have decided to present you with something genuinely remarkable. This was an unexpected delight, and Mystique joyfully embraced Yunlong once more, showering him with kisses. Feeling quite pleased, Yunlong invited Mystique to sit on his lap, wrapping his left arm around her torso while cradling her in his embrace. With his right hand, he gently tapped the surface of the table, causing a circular shield to materialize before them. The shield bore a resemblance to Captain America's, though it lacked the ornate embellishments, showcasing a rustic simplicity. Crafted entirely of metal, its hue resembled ancient bronze, exuding a subdued brilliance. Even under the light, its polished surface refracted no glaring metallic sheen. With delight, Mystique grasped the shield in her hands. It was a one-handed shield, and given Mystique's petite frame compared to Captain America's, it would easily cover a significant portion of her vital areas. Slightly weighty, it suggested the composition was not merely bronze, but rather some form of alloy. Mystique struck the shield with force, causing her fingers to ache, yet the shield remained silent, showcasing its heavy and robust essence. Darling, are you truly intending to give me this shield? Do not jest. Merely touching it, without even laying it down, is absurd, unless I am mad. How could I possibly bestow such a valuable item upon you? Li Yunlong coughed a couple of times, forcibly redirecting the conversation. This is not merely a shield, or rather, it is not an ordinary shield. This is a magical artifact of true power, the Earth Chariot. Mystique clutched the shield tighter. Darling, do you wish to give it to me? Why are you so eager at this moment? Li Yunlong coughed several times before ultimately feigning ignorance. To acquire such an item requires payment. Utilizing magical artifacts demands a price. And the Earth Chariot is no exception. Should you wish to wield the Earth Chariot, you must enter into a magical contract with me. Mystique hesitated for a moment, placing the shield on the table while still keeping a hand pressed upon it. What must one sacrifice to establish this magical contract? Li Yunlong replied, no matter how favorably I treat you, you must agree to 3 conditions. What conditions? Mystique inquired. Li Yunlong stated, first, you shall not oppose me. Agreed, Mystique affirmed. Thirdly, when your power has grown to meet my requirements, you shall be obligated to serve as my crucible. After a moment's contemplation, Mystique decided to acquiesce. Agreed, since you have consented, let us now formalize this magical contract. Li Yunlong raised his left hand and plunged it directly into Mystique's chest. As if her body were merely an illusion, Mystique looked up at Li Yunlong and then down at the arm embedded in her chest, feeling no pain, yet distinctly sensing a strong hand firmly grasping her beating heart. Focus, Li Yunlong commanded. Now, recite with me the 3 conditions I've just stated. Li Yunlong recited first, and Mystique followed suit. Upon completion, Li Yunlong solemnly queried, do you willingly adhere to the terms of the contract? Ido, Mystique affirmed. Riven, Li Yunlong declared. The magical contract was sealed, and through it, Mystique would become the pilot of the Earth Chariot. The Earth Chariot itself is a powerful magical artifact, not only formidable in strength, but also versatile in function. I shall impart to you the methods and fundamental skills required for its operation. However, to truly unleash its potential, you must diligently study and practice, uncovering the true strength of the Earth Chariot through your own efforts. Moreover, as a magical artifact, the Earth Chariot can serve as a simple altar. With our magical contract established, you may utilize this altar to conduct spirit communication with me. However, your power is significantly inferior to mine, and such communication may impose a heavy burden on your soul. You must regulate the frequency of our exchanges. Once a month should be manageable for you. On the night of the 15th, at midnight, you may engage in spiritual communication with me. Chapter 50. The Enchantress on the night of June 5th, 2001, at 9:00 p.m. The Enchantress departed from Li Yunlong's humble abode, bearing a shield. By 10:20 p.m. that same evening, Magneto, accompanied by his subordinates, hastily exited the base. This location had long been under Magneto's stewardship, nestled near Hawaii. Originally an island composed of unique materials with a high metal content, it had been transformed by Magneto through considerable time, effort, and resources. Although it retained the appearance of an island, it was, in reality, a colossal warship capable of repositioning itself when necessary. For instance, it had already maneuvered close to Hawaii and could submerge beneath the surface if required. This creation was Magneto's pride and a vital asset for the Brotherhood of Mutants, serving as a fortified base. However, the island's air defense alarm had just been triggered. An unidentified flying object was hurtling towards them at a speed of Mach 3, originating from the direction of Los Angeles at an altitude of 20,000 meters. The fact that the alarm system detected this intruder was largely fortuitous. Magneto had indeed prioritized the development of the air defense system, investing significant resources into its construction. Several spy satellites belonging to the Brotherhood orbited in low Earth orbit, without which detection would have been nearly impossible. Furthermore, the object's audacity was striking. It approached brazenly without any attempt at concealment. The American air defense systems were not to be underestimated and had already been alerted. The Brotherhood lacked the resources and personnel to establish extensive monitoring stations across the United States. It was only when the military's emergency communications activated a secret passage set by Magneto that the Brotherhood's air defense system began to operate with purpose, enabling them to track the target. Ultimately, this object did not resemble a military creation. Its size was too diminutive, and its flight path suggested that its operator was utterly inexperienced in aviation. The route appeared haphazard, as if it were careening towards any location with thunderstorms. Surely, it could not be attempting to provoke the American military. Perhaps this object was merely passing through, Magneto mused, harboring a flicker of hope. If the object were indeed a new type of missile, the island's weapon systems would stand little chance of intercepting it in midair. Even with his team present, Magneto was uncertain of their ability to halt it. While he held great confidence in his powers, the speed of this object rendered it nearly uncontrollable. Tragically, Magneto came to the disheartening realization that his subordinates would struggle not only to intercept it, but even to approach it. Mach 3. The devastation caused by low-altitude flight would be catastrophic. Despite the frequent portrayals of fighter jets soaring through urban landscapes in films, such aerial maneuvers are hardly feasible in reality, as they cannot attain significant speed. If a secure flight path were established, allowing pilots to accelerate without trepidation, the sonic booms produced during supersonic flight could shatter the windows of nearby buildings. The velocity required to break the sound barrier exerts considerable influence on the surrounding air, creating a chain reaction of effects that render low-altitude flying perilous not only for the aircraft itself, but also for everything in its vicinity. Though the impact zone is considerably smaller, it bears resemblance to the aftermath of a hurricane. In such perilous and intricate environments, the few subordinates under his command would be fortunate to emerge unscathed, with little capacity to attend to anything else. Regrettably, the object in question appeared to be directed towards Magneto, as the personnel at the base had already reported the situation to him. The air defense system indicated that the object was descending towards the base. Magneto gazed skyward. The nocturnal scenery was enchanting, albeit visibility was poor. The radar indicated that the object was quite diminutive, and despite his best efforts, Magneto could not discern it with the naked eye. Daylight might have offered a better chance. Yet the object's speed was astonishing, outpacing sound itself. Though it would leave a noticeable trace, its small size rendered it less conspicuous against the vast sky, and perhaps, with a stroke of luck, one might glimpse a fleeting white line. Soon enough, Magneto located the object, not due to an abrupt enhancement in his eyesight, but rather because the object had hovered approximately 200 meters above the island. Its diminutive size and considerable distance from the island, coupled with the winds over the sea, meant that apart from the cacophony it generated, it did not create much disturbance. The sudden appearance of such a striking object in the night sky captured everyone's attention, especially as it descended steadily towards the ground. The onlookers regarded it warily, at a loss to comprehend its nature. It resembled a shield in size, yet there were no reports of shields that could fly. There were no visible propellers or external propulsion systems. What force enabled its flight through the air? Magneto found himself puzzled as he sensed no unusual fluctuations in the magnetic field. He had previously attempted to exert control over the object, but to no avail. His magnetic powers were disrupted upon nearing it. Even if the object were metallic, and its hue reminiscent of bronze, Magneto felt embarrassed by his inability to manipulate it. As time passed, the shield descended steadily, and as it approached the ground, a palpable repulsive force emanated from it, expanding outward from its center. Rather than confront this force head-on, the gathered individuals, including Magneto, opted to widen their perimeter. This was the territory of the Brotherhood of Mutants, well-equipped and numerous, and regardless of who approached, they felt emboldened to stand their ground. What emerged was mystique. Aside from Magneto, everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. Only Magneto remained with a stoic expression. "Raven, what brings you here?" he inquired as he escorted Mystique into the inner sanctum of the base, delving into some highly classified core areas. Mystique leisurely followed behind him on his left. Accustomed to the authoritative demeanor he exuded, Magneto guided her to his private laboratory, a space that boasted the highest levels of confidentiality and security even within the island's base. A separation zone exceeding 20 meters in length lay between the corridor and the laboratory, devoid of any connections. Peering down, one could see molten lava below, part of the island's power system, while an automated weapons system guarded the aerial checkpoint. Any attempt to access the laboratory from alternative routes would face an impenetrable rock layer over 10 meters thick, rich in metallic components, rendering even missiles ineffective. Upon reaching the edge of the corridor, Magneto stepped into the air without hesitation. Pre-prepared metallic materials flew forth, constructing an entirely metallic pathway beneath his feet. This unique design was a testament to Magneto's ingenuity. Each time he traversed this path, pride swelled within him. Not only was it striking, but it also showcased his commanding presence. However, this time, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Mystique did not follow him onto the metallic walkway. Instead, she maintained her position at his left rear, seemingly treading upon an invisible path in the air, smiling as she accompanied him into the laboratory. Magneto felt an odd discomfort, but refrained from letting his personal feelings prompt an outburst toward Mystique. Instead, he inquired about the shield. What exactly is this? Are you aware of the trouble it has caused us? Observing Magneto's angered visage, Mystique suddenly burst into laughter, her voice ringing like silver bells. Unfortunately, Magneto's foul mood prevented him from appreciating her mirth. He slammed his hand on the table and demanded, "What are you laughing about?" In this private laboratory, he knew precisely where everything was, and with the force of his gesture, numerous metallic objects trembled, akin to soldiers rallying to amplify their king's presence. Magneto stared incredulously at Mystique, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Yet, years of experience allowed him to regain composure swiftly, deducing the cause. Level 4 gravity control? When did you awaken such formidable mutant abilities? Chapter 51. The enigmatic Mystique. Mystique shook her head. I have not awakened level 4 gravity control. Magneto gazed curiously at the small blue vial within the box. What purpose does this vial serve? How can you so dramatically proclaim it has the power to change the world? Without hesitation, Mystique seized one of the small blue vials from the box. This is meant to be consumed directly. As she spoke, she placed the small blue vial into her mouth, crushed it, swallowed, and then gestured for Magneto to follow suit. It was evident that he would feel a pang of concern. Mystique produced a small booklet and thrust it into Magneto's hands, which bore an expression of deep empathy. What is this? He inquired, casually flipping it open. The formula for the small blue vial, Mystique replied. Magneto, a self-taught genius with limited formal education, found himself with a finished product as well as the formula for reference. After several hours of experimentation, he successfully concocted the elixir contained within the small blue vial. Naturally, he could not test it on himself. Instead, he summoned Sabretooth, who, upon consumption, experienced remarkable effects. After dismissing Sabretooth, Magneto was exhilarated and discussed with Mystique his plans for mass production of the small blue vial. It was then that Mystique revealed its true purpose. Magneto was nearly delirious with joy, exclaiming, "The key to world transformation is in my grasp. This moment is crucial for the fate of our Brotherhood of Mutants. You must immediately secure the entire island and shut down all external communications. I will activate the navigation system and initiate underwater submersion. In 3 days, I can establish a production line. Within a week, we will reach San Francisco, where I have acquaintances who can revamp the production line and market it as a functional beverage." Mystique expressed her doubts, questioning whether the small blue vial could pass food and beverage inspections. Magneto waved his hand dismissively, asserting that the priority was to ensure those in need could access it. They simply did not have the luxury of waiting for approvals. However, Mystique pointed out that to the average person, the small blue vial was merely a functional drink, not a drug, and therefore lacked the potential for significant profit. Without adequate profit margins, how many would be willing to assist them? Magneto, embodying the shrewdness of a leader, understood the intricacies involved. We need not traverse the channels of drug dealers. We shall pursue the path of retailers. Mystique questioned whether retailers would dare to sell such an entirely illicit product. Magneto explained that this was precisely why they needed to invest effort into the packaging. With appealing packaging and a sufficiently low price, retailers would feign ignorance upon seeing it. Countless genuine prophets were awakened, pondering the sudden and significant shifts in fate. What had transpired? Why had the currents of destiny produced such palpable ripples? The future had become obscured. Li Yunlong laughed triumphantly within his lair, determining that since he could not foresee the future, he would emulate a chess player casting his pieces onto the board, striving to steer the game in the direction he desired. Meanwhile, Agent Coulson's HILD was reporting to Director Nick Fury, stating, "Sir, our investigation has confirmed that on the evening of June 2nd, 2001, Mystique from the Brotherhood of Mutants transformed in my likeness and infiltrated Mr. Ghost's haunted house. On the night of June 5th, when she emerged, she carried a shield. On the evening of June 5th, the military's air defense radar system detected a remarkably small, unidentified flying object that launched from Los Angeles, ascending to an altitude of 20,000 meters at a velocity of 3 Mach, heading towards the Brotherhood of Mutants armed base, Steel Island, situated in Hawaii at the time. When our personnel arrived to investigate today, They found that Steel Island had inexplicably vanished. Has Director Nick located Steel Island yet? No, sir, answered Coulson. Are there any significant activities from the important members of the Brotherhood of Mutants? None, sir, replied Coulson. Director Nick pondered gravely for a moment, expressing a foreboding sentiment. Coulson, Mr. Ghost's haunted house is shrouded in mystery. We remain oblivious to the dangers that may lie within. Mystique's metamorphic abilities render her an expert infiltrator. Given the duration of her absence, it is highly plausible that she has procured something exceedingly perilous. I shall promptly arrange for surveillance on the Brotherhood of Mutants, and you must return to Mr. Ghost's haunted house to ascertain precisely what Mystique has acquired. Understood, sir. On the evening of June 6, 2001, Coulson, having flown in on ASHIELD aircraft, once again knocked on Li Yunlong's door. As he entered and settled himself, Coulson eagerly posed his inquiry. Mr. Brookley, on June 2nd, did the member of the Brotherhood of Mutants, Mystique, impersonate me during her visit? Did she cause you any detriment? Of course not, replied Li Yunlong. A beautiful lady is always welcomed. That is indeed splendid news, said Coulson. Did she purchase any items from you while she was here? Yes, Li Yunlong affirmed. Was it the small red vial and a disposable magical contract? No. She acquired the small blue vial instead, and additionally rented a high-grade magical artifact, the Earth Chariot, under her personal identity. Coulson felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. If the small blue vial were akin to the power-restoring items in the video game Diablo, what purpose would it serve if Mystique had indeed taken it? For an ordinary individual, Li Yunlong responded, it functions as an energy-replenishing beverage. And for mutant? Coulson pressed. It effectively replenishes energy consumed by their X gene, Li Yunlong explained. Coulson struggled to rein in his emotions. Is the small blue vial easily replicable? Not particularly, Li Yunlong replied. It does not require any rare materials, making it relatively simple to reproduce. Disregarding decorum, Coulson dashed out of Li Yunlong's quarters, retrieving SHIELD's specialized phone to activate the emergency communication function. As soon as the call connected, Coulson shouted, Sir, Mystique has secured the small blue vial. The small red vial heals injuries, but the small blue vial specifically replenishes the energy consumed by mutants' X genes. Li Yunlong remarked on the Earth Chariot, a high-grade magical artifact, stating it possesses remarkable versatility. In simpler terms, the Earth Chariot can manipulate gravity within a certain range. Thank you, goodbye, Coulson uttered, turning swiftly to exit. However, in his haste, he stumbled and fell, quickly regaining his footing to continue his flight. Chapter 52. The 9/11 incident on September 12, 2001, Director Nick sat alone in his office, beset by a throbbing headache. Ever since Agent Coulson had returned with grim tidings on June 6, 2001, the SHIELD organization had been plagued by misfortune. In an attempt to thwart Magneto's machinations, SHIELD deployed extensive manpower and resources. However, to their bewilderment, Magneto had taken on a surprisingly subdued demeanor, rendering the entire Brotherhood of Mutants eerily silent. After thorough analysis, SHIELD concluded that this silence was merely the calm before the storm, believing that the longer Magneto remained quiet, the more ferocious his eventual outburst would be. Thus, rather than easing their efforts, SHIELD intensified their endeavors, only to find themselves committing a grave strategic error, as Magneto continued to retreat into his shell, refusing to respond to any provocations. Despite having identified the instigator, law enforcement found themselves powerless against Magneto, who, as the notorious leader of the international terrorist organization known as the Brotherhood of Mutants, was a figure too prominent to be easily apprehended. In their desperation, the police turned to SHIELD, which ultimately uncovered Magneto's counterfeit operations. Meanwhile, Professor X stood before a mirror, noticing numerous small dark spots atop his head, which was a promising sign. At this rate, a full head of hair would soon be within reach. A tall, imposing middle-aged man approached from behind, his glasses failing to mask his formidable presence. Finally, he had acquired the ability to assume human form. How goes the reverse engineering of the little blue vials? Professor X inquired. Unlike the leadership of Professor X, many ordinary mutants were profoundly affected by the ongoing turmoil. For instance, a weeping young girl named Rogue, who had long awakened her own mutant abilities, wrapped herself tightly in layers, deliberately avoiding contact with others. This behavior, of course, earned her no friends, rendering her a pariah among her peers. When Magneto's counterfeit products hit the market, Rogue fortuitously discovered them and, emptying her savings, purchased a substantial quantity of the little blue vials. After consuming them, she found herself able to control her powers, ensuring that her intimate interactions would not inadvertently drain the life from others. Elated, Rogue invited her new boyfriend to her home that very night. However, he suffered a debilitating back injury due to physical exertion and was subsequently hospitalized. The following day, he callously ended their budding romance, leaving Rogue heartbroken. To make matters worse, the adage bad news travels fast held true as someone leaked the story of her misfortune. Poor Rogue not only lost her new boyfriend, but also earned herself the unflattering nickname of the Savage Girl. As she sat alone in her home, consumed by feelings of injustice, her tears flowed freely. Indeed, a sorrowful tale indeed. Mutants like Little Mischief, who dwell among the common folk, are, in truth, the individuals most profoundly affected by the counterfeit realities crafted by Magneto. The vast majority of them possess mutant abilities that are rather trivial, and when classified by their powers, most can only be categorized as level 1 mutants. They exist in a state of estrangement from ordinary individuals and lack a formidable mutant organization to unify them, thus relegating them to an absolute minority within the political landscape. The blue pill does not fundamentally alter this predicament. However, its effects can instill a glimmer of hope among them. Sometimes the essence of life hinges on that very hope. A minor alteration today may herald entirely different outcomes in the future. The transformation of an individual's destiny may seem inconsequential in the grand scheme, but what of thousands, or even tens of thousands? Moreover, countless carriers of the X gene, upon consuming the blue pill, gradually discover new possibilities. All of this resembles countless minuscule droplets converging into the river of fate, steering the future towards a new direction. Magneto and the Brotherhood of Mutants have recently been thriving. The Earth War Chariot is indeed an extraordinary magical artifact. Its interior houses a self-contained space of 100 cubic meters. Mystique, as the charioteer, can escort others into this realm, although those who enter are subjected to the oppressive forces of the space, rendering them immobile. The trade-off is unparalleled agility. The Brotherhood of Mutants, being an international organization, possesses a reservoir of talent even in high-end sectors like aviation, guided by professionals. When Mystique pilots the Earth War Chariot, she can deftly navigate around numerous danger zones. Given the chariot's velocity, as long as they avoid the mines, neither the American military nor SHLD can contend with it. This situation has already placed SHILD at a disadvantage, but calamity struck again on September 11, 2001, when a thunderous shockwave resonated through the air. Hijacked by terrorists, an airplane collided with the Twin Towers. Chapter 53. The Transformation of the United Federation, the Twin Towers, officially known as the 1 and 2 World Trade Center in New York, are among the city's iconic structures. On September 11, 2001, 4 planes were hijacked. 2 destroyed the Twin Towers, another crashed into the Pentagon, while the last, thwarted by the passengers' resistance, crashed into the ground before reaching Washington. The federal government urgently issued a no-fly order, halting all commercial flights. The New York City government mobilized in haste, striving for rescue, yet mismanagement marred their effectiveness. The consequences of this orchestrated terrorist attack were devastating. Statistics reveal that over 3,000 lives were lost and more than 6,000 were injured on that fateful day. The direct losses in terms of buildings, lives, and post-disaster recovery efforts are estimated to exceed $50 billion. Insurance companies will likely face claims surpassing $10 billion for this tragic event. These are merely the losses that can be easily quantified on surface. The World Trade Center served as the headquarters for numerous prominent corporations. This heinous act of terrorism not only obliterated their offices, but also claimed the lives of many key employees, rendering these companies nearly incapacitated and resulting in substantial data loss. Notable enterprises affected include, but are not limited to, Bank of America, Asahi Bank, Deutsche Bank, International Trust Bank, Kemper Insurance Company, Marsh Insurance Company, Empire Life Insurance Company, Guy Carpenter Insurance Company, Cantor Fitzgerald Investment Company, Morgan Stanley Financial Company, and the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. In light of these factors, the American stock market plunged dramatically, leaving experts in despair over the volatility, with some estimating the losses could exceed $1 trillion. In the face of this world-shattering act of terrorism, the machinations of Magneto appear trivial by comparison. The U.S. federal government, now incensed, mobilized from top to bottom, with the military placed on high alert, ready to deliver devastating strikes against any adversary. Ironically, in this state of emergency, the once dominant found itself sidelined, a situation quite contrary to its usual prowess. Even director Nick Fury, who was ousted, found himself at a loss for words. Plans to apprehend Magneto were abruptly thwarted, leaving him unresolved and tepid. It was not that SHIELD lacked the desire to act, but rather that its true capabilities were far from the robust image it projected. Without institutional support and the ability to mobilize on a grand scale, even with its own special operations team, how could SHIELD possibly locate Magneto in such a vast world? However, this was not the source of Director Fury's greatest distress. It was the shifting international landscape and the transformation within the federal government. On September 13, 2001, the Secretary of State announced that the primary suspect in the terrorist attacks was Osama bin Laden and his terrorist organization, Al-Qaeda. On September 14th, the House of Representatives authorized the use of military force. On September 27th, the Department of Justice publicly released the findings of its investigation into the attacks. On October 7th, the federal government officially declared military action in Afghanistan, marking the commencement of the War on Terror. On October 26th, the Patriot Act was signed into law. An increasing barrage of bad news left Director Fury with a perpetual scowl, despite his naturally dark complexion. The Patriot Act granted the federal government and law enforcement agencies greater flexibility and authority, expanding their powers of enforcement and jurisdiction. Many actions that were once the domain of clandestine agencies like SHIELD could now be legally and openly undertaken by police departments, such as wiretapping, investigating the personal privacy of lawful citizens, and accessing confidential client information from legal companies. In certain instances, actions could be taken based solely on suspicion. These developments severely undermine the foundational existence of SHIELD, eroding and fracturing the power it wielded, inflicting far greater harm than any supervillain could ever achieve. As the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury possesses the ability to view issues from a national perspective. Through a series of actions, he has come to comprehend that the federal government of the United States is poised to adjust its national policies. Undoubtedly, the foremost priority in this new policy is counterterrorism, relegating all other matters to a secondary position. This signifies that as long as Magneto refrains from engaging in terrorist activities, no matter how audacious his fraudulent endeavors may be, the federal government will not endorse SHIELD in taking a firm stance against him. This is merely a subtle indication of the policy adjustments within the federal government, and further actions and significant changes are anticipated in other areas. What transformations will unfold within the internal dynamics of the United States? In the face of such monumental shifts, what path should SHIELD pursue? As the current director, Nick Fury is unequivocally burdened with the responsibility of leading SHIELD through this tumultuous period, enduring pressures while striving for continued development. It seems imperative to consciously decelerate conventional operations. Nick Fury contemplates that the nature of SHIELD's work renders it unpalatable to politicians, yet the complexities and dangers of the world necessitate the existence of SHIELD or similar organizations by various governments. This complexity inherently shapes SHIELD's own intricacies, and even with a clear understanding of these realities, Nick Fury finds himself powerless to alter them. In a relatively stable environment, matters are manageable. However, once ensnared in the tumult of transformation, SHIELD may expose its vulnerabilities, becoming a conspicuous target, a tool for adversaries to wield at their discretion. Should a powerful figure deem SHIELD devoid of utility, its demise could be imminent. This cannot be allowed to transpire. A sense of mission burns fervently within Nick Fury, compelling him to prepare contingency plans, ensuring that even in the most dire circumstances, SHIELD possesses the resources for a resurgence. In 2001, the repercussions of terrorist attacks and a plummeting stock market left federal companies in disarray. By 2002, the economic landscape showed no signs of improvement, as federal statistics indicated a continued decline, leading to widespread bankruptcies. Amidst the cacophony of despair, the unnoticed transition of ownership in several beverage companies went largely unremarked upon. Mystique materialized from the air, her cloaking effect eliciting a twitch from Magneto. "Eric, it appears you have adjusted well to your role as a boss," he remarked. Reflecting on how leading a company is far simpler than managing the Brotherhood of Mutants. Mystique's operations have finally found their footing, with their production now accounting for 12 of the nation's market share. Theoretically, 1 in every 10 individuals is consuming their blue bottles. Magneto shook his head, deeming this insufficient. However, our growth potential is severely limited. We are under constant scrutiny, and any misstep could lead to repercussions. Do you have any novel ideas? Mystique contemplated their current trajectory in the beverage sector, acknowledging the limited room for advancement. However, if we rebrand and venture into snacks and dining, what might that yield? As Magneto began to contemplate Mystique's proposal, he realized that after so much time spent on counterfeit products, he had already mastered the formula for the small blue bottle. If he were not to delve into beverages, he could explore the possibility of incorporating the essence of the blue bottle into snacks and other culinary ventures. The technical challenges in doing so should not be insurmountable. However, despite his assets soaring recently, his cash flow had been depleted due to extravagant expenditures, making it increasingly difficult to acquire substantial food processing enterprises in the short term. At a fortuitous moment, Mystique introduced the concept of food truck. Since the Brotherhood of Mutants lacked the financial means to undertake grand projects, it would be prudent to start on a smaller scale. The Brotherhood's mission was to advocate for the rights of mutants, striving to unite them in this endeavor. Yet, the lower-tier mutants found themselves in an awkward position. Their powers were limited, rendering them of little utility, and they remained estranged from ordinary humans. Consequently, those who joined the Brotherhood could only serve as peripheral members, consuming resources without offering significant assistance in return. Chapter 54. Yunlong plays chess. The prospect of this promising venture invigorated both Magneto and Mystique. Magneto recognized the need to organize a team to evaluate the feasibility of the food truck plan. If it proved viable, a detailed proposal would need to be crafted, followed by the mobilization of adequate funds and resources to propel the initiative forward. These multifaceted tasks fell upon Magneto's shoulders. Mystique, too, faced her own challenges, possessing the Earth Mover. She had become the most mobile member of the Brotherhood. With the Brotherhood expanding nationwide, their counterfeit operations flourished, while communication among members was manageable. The transportation of essential materials depended heavily on Mystique. It could be said that the growth of the counterfeit enterprise to its current scale owed at least 13 of its success to Mystique's contributions. Today, Mystique sought out Magneto to retrieve a batch of vital equipment, for his prowess in mechanical manufacturing was nothing short of extraordinary. The food truck initiative was a spontaneous inspiration. Whether it would succeed remained uncertain in Mystique's mind. Now that the equipment was in her possession, she chose not to rush into deliveries. It was essential to carve out some time for oneself. Driving the Earth Mover, Mystique found a picturesque hillside where she decided to take a brief respite. Standing on the grass, she stretched comfortably and reclined in an invisible lounge chair. The Earth Mover's power was both formidable and wondrous. This intangible force field was merely one of its most fundamental applications. Though she was in the wilderness, Mystique harbored no fears for her safety, nor did she dread the prospect of ambush. The vehicle's features were extensive, and in consideration of her personal security, she selected a shield that provided all-weather, all-angle passive defense, greatly ensuring her safety. With a mental command, Mystique summoned a series of delightful amenities: a sunshade, a small tea table, sunglasses, and an array of snacks and chilled drinks, allowing her to savor the moment in utmost comfort. These are not mere illusions. The Earth War Chariot possesses an internal space of 100 cubic meters, which Mystique refers to as the cockpit. It has long been utilized by her as a personal repository. Were it not for the necessity of transporting equipment and supplies for the Brotherhood of Mutants, she could have stowed away even more of her personal belongings. This space is also capable of accommodating living beings. However, anyone other than the pilot would find themselves immobilized by the oppressive forces of the space upon entry. All members of the Brotherhood who have ridden in the Earth War Chariot, including Magneto, have expressed dissatisfaction. To quote Magneto, "It feels akin to being trapped like a fly in amber." One can easily infer the poor quality of the experience. Now that the domestic situation has somewhat eased and the Brotherhood is no longer the target of universal scorn, no one is willing to accompany Mystique on the Earth War Chariot any longer. Though devoid of beaches, there is sunlight, verdant trees, snacks, and refreshing beverages. She luxuriates in moments of leisure, and most importantly, she is accompanied by the Earth War Chariot, which brings her immense joy, relaxing her body and focusing her spirit. Mystique connects her essence with the core of the Earth War Chariot through the conduit provided by their magical pact. This connection transcends mere corporeal existence, and she prefers to refer to it as the soul of the Earth War Chariot. Mystique is unaware of what the souls of others might resemble, nor does she comprehend the essence of the souls of animals or plants. However, through the core of the Earth War Chariot, she can reflect certain aspects of her own soul. In comparison, she discerns that the core does not mirror her soul. Rather, it resembles a complex, artificially crafted mechanism beyond her imagination. Can magic create a soul? Before her interaction with the Earth War Chariot, Mystique had never contemplated this question. Yet, after her engagement with it, this inquiry seems to yield an unwelcome answer. If souls can be artificially manufactured, what of life itself? If both soul and life can be creations of man, what fundamentally distinguishes a human from a sophisticated puppet? The Earth War Chariot is alive. It cannot be regarded as an inanimate object. It possesses its own energy cycle, capable of transformation and growth. Thus, it must be treated as a loyal companion and a dependable friend. Through their magical covenant, your spirit will intertwine with the core of the Earth War Chariot, confronting the truest aspects of one another. This was the teaching imparted by Li Yunlong as Mystique learned to master the Earth War Chariot. Moreover, Mystique now senses an increasing rapport between herself and the Earth War Chariot, a promising development. Li Yunlong once recounted the tale of the oil vendor, emphasizing that through the accumulation of time and skill, even if she cannot fathom his intricate theories, she can master the Earth War Chariot through her own understanding. In that eventuality, the power of the Earth War Chariot will become her own, and her wisdom will reflect that of the chariot, culminating in the ideal form of mastery. After enduring the disturbances from various factions, including civilians, the Los Angeles Police, and SHIELD, Li Yunlong's life has finally returned to a state of tranquility. In his moments of contemplation beyond his research, Li Yunlong often ponders the question of what the future holds. His experiences in this world have revealed to him the unreliability of Marvel's narratives. Despite having made significant strides in his research, the lack of subjects has rendered Li Yunlong fruitless in his attempts to foresee the future. Consequently, he finds himself, much like countless ordinary individuals, utterly perplexed about what lies ahead. Although Li Yunlong is a reclusive homebody, spending his days in Los Angeles and venturing nowhere else, this does not imply that he is willing to accept the bitter fruits of the world's progress without resistance. After grappling with the uncertainty of the future, Li Yunlong arrives at a conclusion. Since the future remains unpredictable, he shall endeavor to steer it towards his aspirations. Even if he has reached this conclusion, given his introverted nature, the practical implementation of his plan seemed distant. However, at this juncture, Mystique unexpectedly presents herself. While Li Yunlong is also engaged with SHIELD, the organization cannot serve as his target, as it operates within a rigid framework that cannot be easily manipulated by him. Mystique, on the other hand, is entirely different. Although she is backed by Magneto and the Brotherhood of Mutants, it is evident that this grassroots organization pales in comparison to the long-established SHIELD, making an ideal target for Li Yunlong to exploit. After providing Mystique with the formulas for the small red and blue vials, Li Yunlong, considering the need for additional security, also leased her the Earth Battle Chariot. The unfolding events proved that Mystique's capabilities far exceeded Li Yunlong's expectations. Chapter 55. Time Flows Like Water. Mystique possesses commendable personal abilities, as an elder of the Brotherhood of Mutants and a key operative under Magneto. Her voice within the Brotherhood is, in reality, somewhat limited. This awkward situation stems from the fact that her shape-shifting ability does not equate to formidable combat prowess. With the Earth Battle Chariot that Li Yunlong leased to her, Mystique compensates for her shortcomings in strength, thereby demanding Magneto's attention when she speaks. Magneto is known for his irascible temperament and inflexible approach, preferring direct confrontation in battle. His leadership of the Brotherhood arises more from his ideals and his mastery over magnetic fields than from any exemplary qualifications as a leader. With her newfound strength, Mystique's status within the Brotherhood suddenly ascends, compelling Magneto to treat her opinions with greater seriousness. The result is a swift transformation in the Brotherhood's operational style, shifting from mindless aggression to a more adaptable and strategic approach, all while striving to secure benefits for themselves. Their initial deception operation proves successful, and the prophets act as a lubricant, smoothing out conflicts and uniting the Brotherhood in purpose and strength, ultimately unleashing astonishing power as they distribute counterfeit goods nationwide. The pace and results of this expansion left even Li Yunlong in a state of astonishment. As the small blue vial spread its influence, it established a formidable momentum. At this juncture, even the full might of SHIELD could not eradicate it. With the game having reached this critical point, Yunlong had, in fact, achieved his ideal objective. The world is vast, and who knows how many powerful figures are casting their pieces onto this board. Yunlong was acutely aware that his efforts were merely those of a novice player. To recklessly throw his pieces in such a colossal and intricate game could very well lead to a total loss. Yet one cannot live without aspirations. A life devoid of ambition is scarcely distinguishable from that of a dead fish. The investments Yunlong made were limited. Should he incur losses, he would accept his misfortune. But what if success were to be achieved? As he expressed to Mystique, in Yunlong's view, the most pressing issue concerning mutants was their severely insufficient numbers. The small blue vial was the key to addressing this dilemma. Do not underestimate the small blue vial. In fact, when compared to the small red vial, it more profoundly symbolizes Yunlong's evolution. Each small red vial necessitates an invisible, specialized functional module to effectively heal bodily injuries. A module that can currently only be produced by Yunlong himself through his unique soul architecture. In contrast, the materials required to manufacture the small blue vials are readily available, and while the synthesis process may be somewhat laborious, large-scale production under modern technology is entirely feasible. This innovation reflects Yunlong's in-depth research into the X gene and human biology. It is precisely this profound understanding that enables him to achieve such miraculous effects through mere pharmacology. As the art of warfare teaches, a skilled strategist may not boast of grand achievements, yet they hold dominion over life and death. What might occur if the population of mutants were to increase on a massive scale? According to Yunlong's calculations, this would create a new social class. Though he remains uncertain about the duration and cost of such a transition, a glance through history reveals that no significant upheaval has ever occurred without casualties. The emergence of a new class signifies that existing interests must be reallocated. Disrupting someone's livelihood is akin to murdering their kin. Who could possibly endure such a fate? It would be a wonder if they did not take up arms in retaliation. For mutants to ascend to the historical stage as a new class, bloodshed, whether that of others or their own, is an inevitability. In Yunlong's perspective, this price is entirely justifiable. He is unaware of the circumstances on other Earths. But in the Marvel Universe, numerous extraterrestrial beings exist. This interstellar context dictates that Earth cannot remain isolated. Even if the governments of Earth operate harmoniously, they cannot alter the perilous disadvantages posed by the cosmos. Regardless of whether the Marvel narrative unfolds as anticipated, Earth will inevitably confront alien beings one day. In Yunlong's estimation, faced with such a grim future, neither superheroes nor various advanced technologies can serve as the primary forces. The only true power lies within humanity itself, capable of being mobilized for widespread application. Yunlong reflected on the possibility of an alien arrival. If escape were not an option, he would inevitably share the burden of blame. Should there be mutants at the forefront, at least a modicum of balance could be added to the scales of victory and defeat. With the increasing number of mutants, a transformation was imperative. In this impending revolution, regardless of the bloodshed, Yunlong's own vitality would remain intact. Thus, the path forward became strikingly clear. In May 2002, the Osborn Group experienced tumult, exacerbating the already dire economic conditions in America. The federal government intervened urgently to stabilize the market, averting a collapse, yet the American economy was irreversibly on the decline. On March 20, 2003, under the pretext of the Iraqi government employing weapons of mass destruction and supporting terrorist activities, the United States, bypassing the United Nations, launched a war against Iraq in coalition with the United Kingdom and other nations. This conflict was regarded as a continuation of the Gulf War, hence termed the Second Gulf War. On April 9, 2003, American forces invaded Baghdad. By May 1, 2003, the federal government proclaimed success in its military operations in Iraq. However, American troops did not withdraw. Under the guise of reconstruction, a substantial military presence remained. In June 2004, following the defeat of the nefarious scientist Dr. Octopus, the superhero Spider-Man gained widespread acclaim. By the end of 2004, statistics indicated a recovery in the American economy. In 2005, a notable resurgence became evident. The positive trajectory continued into 2006, albeit with emerging dissenting voices. In May 2007, the once celebrated Spider-Man seemed to encounter difficulties, with public perception of him declining sharply. By July 2007, many astute financial professionals sensed an impending crisis and anxiously sought solutions. In reality, on February 13, 2007, the New Century Financial Corporation had issued a profit warning for the fourth quarter, triggering turmoil in the stock market. On April 2, 2007, the second-largest subprime mortgage company, New Century Financial, declared bankruptcy, resulting in the layoff of 54 employees. On July 10, 2007, Standard & Poor's downgraded the ratings of subprime mortgage bonds, leading to a significant upheaval in global financial markets. On August 2, 2007, the German Industrial Bank announced a profit warning, predicting losses of €8.2 billion. On August 6, the 10th largest mortgage institution in the United States, the American Home Mortgage Investment Corporation, sought bankruptcy protection. On August 8, Bear Stearns, the 5th largest investment bank in the U.S., announced the collapse of 2 of its funds. On August 9, BNP Paribas, France's largest bank, declared the freezing of 3 of its funds. On August 13, the Japanese company Reborn Group reported a loss of 600 million yen. Finally, on August 16, the largest commercial mortgage company in the U.S. faced a plummeting stock price and an impending bankruptcy crisis. Despite the numerous interventions by the Bank of Japan, the European Central Bank, the Bank of England, the Reserve Bank of Australia, and the Federal Reserve to inject liquidity into the financial system, and the federal government's commitment to implement a comprehensive plan to salvage the financial crisis, the economy shows no signs of recovery. In this economic turmoil, the Brotherhood of Mutants finds itself unable to stand apart, primarily due to its considerable size and complexity. The successful execution of the Fast Food Truck Initiative has granted the Brotherhood a vast network across the United States. According to the Brotherhood's own statistics, the number of mutants in America has surpassed 10 million, with approximately 7 million benefiting from the Blue Bottle Initiative. Meanwhile, Professor X, leveraging his psychic abilities, shamelessly recruits many promising newcomers to his side. The Brotherhood, relying on the Fast Food Truck Network to coordinate mutants across various regions, has evolved into a large organization with over 5 million registered members. However, due to its previously tarnished reputation, it has had to rebrand itself as the New Century Brotherhood. Although the total membership has increased, significant internal issues have emerged. The organization is now rife with factions, bloated in structure, and plagued by inefficiency. While Magneto officially remains the leader, the local branches operate independently, rendering his authority largely symbolic. The mere fact that the Brotherhood has not collapsed under these circumstances is nothing short of miraculous. Even Magneto himself cannot be certain that the Brotherhood will remain intact by tomorrow. Previously labeled as the Evil Brotherhood, its core membership was small and the peripheral members numerous, allowing Magneto to make unilateral decisions. Now, with the increased membership comes a diversity of opinions. Although few can challenge Magneto directly, there are those who can. Factions form today and dissolve tomorrow, compounded by various external forces. The Brotherhood has transformed into an unwieldy giant, appearing robust, yet lacking the capacity for resistance, awaiting the decisive blow from any adversary. Moreover, Magneto senses that he is now fighting for his own survival. His troubled past has rendered him a target, with anyone seeking to exploit the Brotherhood likely to confront him first. Chapter 56. The Fall of Magneto. Mystique stands alone atop a skyscraper, gazing toward the small villa where Magneto currently resides, a mere 5 kilometers ahead. She has been waiting and observing from this vantage point for nearly half an hour, perhaps to witness the twilight of an era that belongs to Magneto. The long-range observation capabilities provided by the Earth Mover enable her to perceive the scene with remarkable clarity. A profound psychic sensation is distinctly conveyed to Mystique, akin to someone politely knocking at the door. The power of Earth Mover not only safeguards Mystique's physical form, but also connects her psyche through a magical contract, rendering most mental attacks and control techniques ineffective against her. Mystique established a safe zone, channeling a portion of her psychic energy into Charles. Have you come as well? The distinctive characteristics of Mystique's psychic power were evident, and she easily recognized who it was. Professor X projected his own illusion within the safe zone, his striking hair truly captivating. "You are here too, are you not?" Mystique remarked. "Eric and I have been old friends for many years, and it seems he may not pass this trial today. I am here merely to bid him farewell." "Professor X, do you not wish to lend him a hand?" Mystique shook her head. "Charles, this is no longer a matter of my willingness to assist him. You are aware of Eric's current predicament. His ideals and ambitions are exceedingly grand. I once advised him against the Brotherhood's reckless expansion, yet he disregarded my counsel. In 2006, I urged him to abandon the Brotherhood and extricate himself, only to be cast out instead. At this juncture, who can he trust? Who would believe in him? Nevertheless, Professor X was determined to make an effort. As Magneto's longtime friend and rival, Their lives had been a tumultuous dance of love and conflict. Professor X found himself unable to take action. Since the 9/11 terrorist attacks, the U.S. federal government prioritized counterterrorism as a national policy. And with the growing number of awakened mutants, many perceptive individuals began consciously extending goodwill towards mutants. As a representative of the moderate faction among mutants, Professor X was portrayed as a positive archetype for public relations, and he embraced this change, using the opportunity to further his influence, becoming a well-known figure. If Professor X were to act recklessly today in an attempt to save Magneto, it would likely render all his previous efforts futile, a consequence he could not accept. Thus, he needed to find someone else to rescue Magneto. In his view, the only person with the capability and likelihood of intervening was undoubtedly Mystique. Understanding Professor X's intentions, Mystique recognized that he was attempting to play the benevolent role while urging her to risk herself for Magneto's sake. A cold smile formed within her. Did Professor X believe she remained that naive girl from the past? Now, empowered by the Earth Mover, Mystique had become the leader of a formidable faction within the Mutant Brotherhood. Her reputation was already established, and though she had previously struggled to gain followers due to her limited strength, everything changed with her newfound abilities. With her talent and shrewdness. Within Magneto's Brotherhood, Mystique's influence had grown significantly. Were it not for a few factions banding together, she would be the second in command by now. Thus, the tensions between Mystique and Magneto had evolved beyond personal grievances to a conflict driven by the pursuit of power. It was a testament to her nostalgia that she could merely observe Magneto's demise without intervening. Did Professor X truly expect her to rush in to save Magneto? He needed to awaken to reality. Ultimately, Professor X could not persuade Mystique and was unceremoniously expelled from the psychic realm by her growing impatience. The urgency stemmed from the fact that the villa had finally come under attack. For humanoid robots, each standing at a height of 2.5 meters, began to encircle the villa from 4 distinct directions. Initially, Magneto intended to exert his control over them. After all, these metallic constructs seemed like a boon for him. Mystique even questioned the sanity of those orchestrating the operation. According to the intelligence she had gathered, this mission had drawn considerable attention. Yet it appeared to be executed by a private company, Trask Industries. Had the personnel from this company not conducted a thorough investigation into Magneto's background prior to their actions? It soon became evident that Mystique's apprehensions were unfounded. Magneto's efforts were in vain, as the 4 robots exhibited no fear of his magnetic control. Mystique noticed Magneto's fury. Although his words were unclear due to the distance, she deciphered them through lip-reading, blood of angels. This phrase was unfamiliar to her, but it was clear that Magneto was not merely rambling. She committed the term to memory, convinced that answers would soon follow. The villa, chosen by Magneto as the battlefield, had been pre-stocked with substantial amounts of metal. Now, under his command, these metals encased the 4 robots, seemingly intent on entrapment. Mystique, however, grew perplexed as she adjusted her vantage point. The assembly of these metallic fragments appeared rather unstable. The robots unleashed their onboard weaponry, breaking free from the metallic confines with ferocity, allowing Magneto to take flight. This was not an optimal choice. The villa had been reinforced, and even with the presence of snipers, Magneto's safety was considerably enhanced by its protection. Yet, he found himself compelled to take risks. Encircled on the ground by 4 machines designed for slaughter, with his magnetic abilities proving ineffective against them. If he did not seize this opportunity to escape, his situation would worsen. Magneto's powers enabled him to achieve short-range, low-altitude flight by utilizing his armor, albeit at a less than ideal speed. Nevertheless, the ability to fly conferred significant advantages in aerial maneuverability during combat compared to ground units. The robots, evidently resolute in their pursuit of Magneto, or perhaps their controllers were, activated their propulsion systems and soared toward him. Calmly, Magneto repositioned himself, striving to buy as much time as possible. He swung his arms, and a torrent of metal fragments erupted from the villa, aligning with his will to coalesce into a solid sphere of metal. He commanded this massive orb as one would swat a rat, bringing it crashing down with tremendous force. This straightforward yet forceful metallic impact effortlessly obliterated one of the robots. The remaining 3 quickly maneuvered to flee, but by this time, Magneto had once again levitated the colossal metal sphere into the air. The 3 robots dispersed in different directions, and Magneto managed to destroy one more before thousands of small flying devices surged toward him. Each of these devices was only slightly larger than a fist. Under normal conditions, they could be remotely controlled from the ground, but when interference occurred, they would follow preset programming to charge towards their target. The so-called killer bees are, after all, inexpensive, self-flying explosives akin to one-time-use grenades. Magneto's expression remained unchanged as he pointed downward at the metallic orb he had just conjured. The orb disintegrated into numerous metal fragments, layered and swirling around him, creating a 360-degree defense with no vulnerabilities. Although Magneto's magnetic control was ineffective against the killer bees, the bees could not breach his multi-layered defense. Bolivar observed Magneto ensnared by the killer bees and smirked. Liquid projectile, aim, and fire. Savor the power of the angels. With Magneto incapacitated, the mobile artillery unleashed a specially designed shell. The swarm of killer bees, under remote control, cleared a path for the projectile. The shell struck Magneto's layered defense. There was no violent explosion, yet the pressurized liquid within was propelled outward. Upon being doused by this liquid, Magneto's defenses collapsed instantaneously, sending him plummeting to the ground. Before he could land, he was besieged by a multitude of killer bees that launched a devastating assault, leaving him utterly obliterated. "This is impossible," Mystique exclaimed, furiously smashing a nearby railing to bits. However, being seasoned in battle, she quickly reined in her emotions and regained her composure. Mystique was well aware of Magneto's capabilities. It was inconceivable that he could be so easily vanquished. Therefore, there were only two possible explanations. The first possibility was that the Magneto before her was merely an imposter. Shaking her head, she dismissed this notion. It was not so simple to deceive her keen senses. Moreover, given Magneto's prideful character, he would never resort to a decoy, even in the face of imminent danger. The glimmer in Mystique's eyes turned dangerous as she considered the second possibility. If Magneto's apparent ineptitude was not a result of his own failings, it could very well stem from the blood of angels he had mentioned earlier. Chapter 57. The blood of angels. Mystique knew precisely where to seek answers, though it was not with Yunlong. Ever since leaving his abode, she had not contacted him even once. In her eyes, he was a complete scoundrel, always intent on using her as a tool. Were it not for the acknowledgement that she could not overpower him, she might have eliminated him long ago. There was no way she would willingly reach out to him. Focusing her mind, Mystique amplified her psychic signal through the earthbound vehicle. "Charles, I require your assistance." Such a mental call would be inaudible to ordinary individuals, yet for Professor X, as long as he was attuned to this vicinity, he would undoubtedly hear her. Professor X's mental prowess responded swiftly, and Mystique guided it into the sanctuary of her psychic realm. "Charles, you know the reason for Eric's demise, don't you? What precisely is the blood of angels?" Professor X shook his head, sighing as he lamented, "I never anticipated Eric would meet such an end. The cause of his death is indeed the blood of angels. It's astonishing that this phenomenon still exists. In legend, there were two races, demons and angels, both possessing formidable powers. In their conflicts, the angelic race emerged victorious, sealing the demons away in another realm. In legend, the blood of angels is said to possess extraordinary powers, capable of combating evil." Mystique scoffs, declaring, "So we're the evil." Professor, she's interjects, "No, I believe the blood of angels possesses a formidable exclusivity. Merely approaching it can repel all genetic forces." Mystique laments, "So Eric has met his untimely demise in vain." She grits her teeth, glancing at the villa where Magneto lost his life, and resolutely turns away. This matter transcends the mere death of Magneto. Should this so-called angelic blood be utilized on a large scale by the federal authorities, mutants would forfeit all advantages. This is a significant issue that could affect the very existence of all mutants. If clarity is not achieved swiftly, Mystique fears she shall find no solace in sleep. Meanwhile, Coulson is seated in the humble abode of Li Yunlong. "Mr. Li, I bring you an intriguing gift," he announces. Li Yunlong, somewhat disinterested, inquires, "What is it this time?" Over the years, Li Yunlong has gradually opened his doors to S.H.I.E.L.D. for several products. However, perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. has grown wiser, now opting for limited purchases for research and reserves, rather than consistently sending Li Yunlong money each month. This has inadvertently provided Coulson with additional tasks, as he occasionally presents Li Yunlong with peculiar items, and out of curiosity, Li Yunlong has never requested money from him. Coulson retrieves a small box from his pocket and opens it, revealing a test tube sealed with a cork, containing a liquid that appears to resemble blood. Li Yunlong casually picks it up, examining it. This box is quite impressive. The blood's vitality is preserved remarkably well. Coulson maintains a smile. Li Yunlong removes the cork and holds it to his nose, inhaling deeply for a moment. He then pours a portion into his palm for a closer inspection, ultimately consuming the entirety of the blood in a contemplative savor. Coulson, with concern, asks, "How is it?" Almost losing his balance, he adds, "Please do not jest. You know I'm not inquiring about that." Li Yunlong concedes, "All right, no jesting. From where did you acquire such a remarkable substance? If you possess a larger quantity, I am willing to purchase 200 milliliters for 100. Coulson responds, "I obtained it from another source." "What is this substance? What is its purpose?" Li Yunlong explains. "This appears to be human blood, but it is not just any ordinary blood. Those who possess this blood must be extraordinary in nature. I mean extraordinary not only in character and behavior, but also physically distinct." Coulson questions, what kind of anomalies might arise? Li Yunlong admits, it is difficult to ascertain. "If you can procure a significant quantity of this blood, I can conduct an experiment at no cost to you, which may reveal the potential physical anomalies." Coulson probes further. "What about other aspects? What is the utility of this blood?" Li Yunlong scratches his head, pondering. For ordinary individuals, it seems to hold little utility. One cannot simply consume it. Even if one does, excessive intake would not benefit an average person's body. Coulson inquires, "What if the subject is not an ordinary person?" Li Yunlong responds, "Then it could prove to be immensely valuable. Human blood is in essence a magical substance, and the blood you have brought forth is indeed the finest among such materials, for those who practice the rites of deities and demons. Just as blood alone can yield remarkable results. If one were to encounter a ruthless individual, they might seize those who bear this blood as offerings, which would undoubtedly be a spectacle to behold." As he spoke, a mischievous grin spread across Li Yunlong's face. Coulson engaged in further conversation with Li Yunlong, perusing the catalog of goods he could offer, ultimately departing without spending a single dollar. Along the way, as Coulson drove, he communicated with director Nick Fury, inquiring about the experimental outcomes. Coulson reported a complete lack of effect. Neither the haunted house nor the target showed any signs of influence. He even sampled a portion of the blood, declaring it quite delectable. Nick Fury rubbed his temples, pondering the implications of angelic blood. In Coulson's view, it bore no significance for ordinary individuals. However, it proved invaluable during the sacrificial rites to deities and demons. He expressed a keen interest in those who possessed such blood, asserting that their appearance would markedly differ from the average person, making them exceptional offerings for the divine. The timing of this phenomenon was particularly crucial. Just as he believed he had made a strategic move with the increase in mutant numbers and the strengthening of their forces, the emergence of angelic blood threatened to render all his previous efforts futile. What should he do? Perhaps he could take matters into his own hands. After all, angelic blood was not a formidable adversary. Analyzing the blood to trace back to the angels would likely yield mediocre results. Even if he faced 1, 2, or even 100 or 80, they would scarcely be enough to withstand Li Yunlong's prowess. Moreover, with Li Yunlong's current capabilities, he could wield advanced curses such as the Gentleman's Grace, decapitated across 5 generations. By tracing the origin of the angelic blood, he could follow the lineage both upwards and downwards for 2 generations each, totaling 5 generations of kin, all of whom he could curse to death. But should he really proceed with such drastic measures? Li Yunlong rose to pace the room, observing the haphazardly displayed aphorisms adorning the walls, most of which he had transcribed himself. One particular saying caught his attention: "Murder is one way to resolve a problem, yet it is not necessarily the best solution." He halted, fixating on this phrase, mulling it over. Ultimately, Li Yunlong seated himself at the table, retrieving paper and pen, pausing all other endeavors. He intentionally slowed his thought process, recording his questions and reflections. He began by noting the increase in mutant numbers and their overall development. Then he drew a bidirectional arrow, followed by a notation of angelic blood and its suppressive effects on mutants. After comparing the two, he inscribed beneath the mutants the figure of over 10 million. To the right, he drew a question mark. Lifting the paper to scrutinize it closely, Li Yunlong suddenly burst into laughter, realizing that his cultivation of inner tranquility was still lacking. How easily he had been thrown into disarray by trivial events, forgetting entirely what he intended to accomplish. "I'm not a caretaker of mutants, nor have I ever aspired to see mutants ascend as the rulers of Earth. My desire has always been for mutants to join the ranks of humanity as a formidable class. The strength of mutants should ideally enhance the overall power of humankind. Focusing solely on the plight of mutants, without considering how to transform their advantages into the foundation for all of humanity, is a misguided approach. To ensure the realization of one's objectives, it is not contingent upon the fate of any single mutant. Even the demise of both Magneto and Professor X would bear little consequence. Likewise, the development of mutant organizations holds minimal bearing on my aspirations. The downfall of both the Brotherhood of Mutants and the X-Men would not significantly impede my goals. My singular aim is to ensure a continuous increase in the number of mutants. In theory, all humans in the Marvel Universe possess the X gene, though only a limited number awaken their mutant abilities. Thus, as long as a certain quantity of the small blue vials continue to circulate among ordinary individuals annually, an increase in the mutant population is inevitable. However, the question remains, can the distribution of the small blue vials still be curtailed? Even a collaboration between SHIELD and the federal government would find it impossible to achieve that now. The small blue vial has become a titan in the realm of functional beverages, delivering immense benefits to countless individuals daily, establishing a production and supply chain that is increasingly refined. Numerous manufacturers of functional drinks clandestinely analyze the small blue vial, subsequently incorporating it into their own beverages. After all, the small blue vial is beneficial not only to mutants, but also to ordinary people. Many who have tasted it have developed a fondness for its flavor. This is the consumer market, which equates to profit. Entrepreneurs, driven by the desire for wealth, often disregard legalities. Having ensured that my objectives remain unscathed, I turn my attention back to the startling sample of angel blood that Coulson had just delivered. After conducting my analysis, I noted its unique structure, which posed challenges for its bearers. Creatures possessing angel blood can be referred to as angels. Given the extraordinary nature of their blood structure, one can surmise that their bodily composition must also align with this peculiarity, for otherwise, survival would be impossible. This overall distinctive biological structure necessitates a highly specific living environment, one markedly different from that of ordinary humans. If their numbers are few, perhaps one or two, accommodations can be made. However, should their population swell, significant issues would arise. Chapter 58. The Crumbling Brotherhood of Mutants. If the intent were to suppress the emergence of this new class of mutants, SHIELD, and the federal government might exert considerable efforts to artificially cultivate angels. Yet, the high demands of angels for their living conditions dictate that such endeavors would require immense investment. Cultivating 100 or so would be manageable, and even producing 1,000 or 10,000 could be feasible. The crux of the matter lies in the subsequent challenge of scaling their numbers, a burden that the federal government would find untenable. Should their population remain stagnant, angels cannot evolve into a new class. They would at most constitute a rather unique military force. As for mutants, the number of mutants in America has now surpassed 10 million, establishing a new social class that is no longer merely a slogan, but a reality. As long as there are no large-scale natural disasters or man-made calamities, the status of this mutant class remains unassailable. This is determined by the overall population of mutants. And over time, Yunlong believes that their numbers will continue to swell. Within a decade, a demographic explosion of mutants is anticipated. The situation regarding angels requires no elaborate deductions, even if the federal government initially expends considerable effort and resources to nurture the angels. Their numbers will inevitably plateau at around 10,000. The government cannot overlook the cost-effectiveness of this endeavor. Regardless of their willingness, they will be unable to provide continued support. Moreover, the angels' high environmental demands make it impossible to maintain their numbers without extensive human and material resources. Instead of increasing, their population is likely to dwindle over time. After a decade of such consumption, it is uncertain how many angels will remain. Even in the current scenario, the federal government struggles to commit to such a substantial resource allocation merely to increase the number of angels. When all calculations are made, the mutants, bolstered by their sheer numbers, will undoubtedly overshadow the angels. In stark contrast to Yunlong's languor, Mystique has been caught in a whirlwind of activity since the death of Magneto, wishing for days that could stretch to 48 hours, overwhelmed by her obligations. Mystique had anticipated Magneto's demise and had made considerable preparations in advance. Originally, according to her plan, she intended to assemble a team from within the Brotherhood of Mutants after Magneto's incident, while also taking a significant bite out of the Brotherhood to secure ample initial funding. Although the matter of angel blood diverted some of Mystique's attention, following the pre-established plan should not pose significant issues. The American economy was not faring well in 2007. Magneto's death seemingly triggered a switch, casting the Brotherhood of Mutants into the financial arena, where countless ravenous financiers pounced, swiftly devouring this lucrative opportunity. Mystique estimates that the assets associated with the Brotherhood of Mutants reached upwards of $100 billion, providing a feast for many and even momentarily improving the American economy. However, during this process, the original members of the Brotherhood of Mutants reaped little benefit. In fact, the vast majority of its lower-tier members suffered greatly. The job positions generated by the Brotherhood's enterprises were initially reserved for its members. Now, with the Brotherhood dissolved and its assets consumed by others, these primary mutants were naturally cast aside. The already struggling American economy in 2007, marked by layoffs and significant challenges in reemployment, saw mutants thrust from their once well-compensated positions, stripped of organizational support, and plunged into dire straits. The lifestyle of many Americans is characterized by a lack of savings and a tendency to spend money intended for tomorrow today. When employment is suddenly lost, the situation becomes dire, compelling many to take desperate measures. Moreover, the underlying forces at play exacerbate the tension between mutants and ordinary individuals, thrusting this conflict into the limelight once again. For modern nations, financial stability poses a significant challenge. When financial systems falter, it precipitates a cascade of issues affecting all levels of society, such as the current predicament in America, where problems stemming from subprime loans have triggered a domino effect, unveiling an array of increasingly complex and severe complications. In the face of this monumental crisis, countless individuals are seeking solutions, cognizant that as time elapses, the issues grow more daunting, ensnaring more people and prompting an escalating number to devise methods of self-rescue. The resultant atmosphere is one of chaos. An increasing number of individuals are losing faith in, or lack the patience to await, intervention from the federal government. Consequently, each person operates from their own self-interest. One devises Plan A, another Plan B, while yet another formulates Plan C, without any cohesive coordination. Amidst this turmoil, there are those with dark intentions who seek to exploit the chaos. The collapse of the Brotherhood of Mutants, marked by the death of Magneto, caught many off guard. But this upheaval did not come without consequence. What becomes of the over 5 million former members of the Brotherhood? Although their organization was dismantled by insidious premeditations, leaving them unable to band together for support, the abrupt loss of livelihoods raises questions about their potential for unrest. If one cannot sustain themselves, what hope is there for survival? With desperation comes the threat to life itself, rendering laws meaningless. Ironically, the greater the disorder, the more opportunists emerge, brandishing various slogans and rallying cries for their causes. Recent news has been rife with protests, leading to several violent clashes, and many prisons are now overcrowded. On the night of October 31st, 2007, a stout middle-aged man, not particularly tall but exuding strength, pushed an elderly gentleman in a wheelchair to the modest abode of Li Yunlong and rang the doorbell. Upon opening the door, Li Yunlong inquired, "Are you Professor X? Then this must be Wolverine. Please come in." Professor X, uninvited, entered, while Wolverine remained silent, guiding him into the small dwelling. "Would you prefer water or tea?" Li Yunlong asked. "Just 2 cups of water will suffice," replied Professor X. As Li Yunlong presented the glasses, he remarked, "Professor, you are quite the celebrity. What brings you to my humble abode today?" Given their lack of prior acquaintance, Li Yunlong was perplexed by the professor's visit. After all, he was merely an illegal resident in Los Angeles, while Professor X had become a well-known figure on television over recent years, frequently participating in influential programs and recognized as a representative of the mutant community's positive image. Curiosity piqued, Li Yunlong decided to inquire directly, "Is Mr. Bruce Lee also a mutant?" It seems that everyone is now aware of the name Bruce Lee that Li Yunlong has adopted for himself, and they also recognize that this name is a mere facade. Nevertheless, the name has become a common reference, and Li Yunlong is indifferent to it. His sensory mastery is indeed a remarkable gift bestowed by the X gene. "I am a mutant who has awakened to my extraordinary abilities. Professor X, I wonder if Mr. Bruce Lee is familiar with the classification system devised by S.H.I.E.L.D. for mutants?" Li Yunlong harbors a disdain for the cunning ways of Professor X, for he knows that in a battle of wits, he would be outmatched. However, the classification system mentioned by Professor X is something Li Yunlong has never heard of from Coulson. Despite Coulson's ever-smiling demeanor, he is a quintessential wolf in sheep's clothing, adept at concealing his true intentions. Each time he visits Li Yunlong, he is armed to the teeth, unless Li Yunlong chooses to confront him openly. Any confrontation would likely attract the attention of S.H.I.L.D., which he has never wished for. Could there be some deeper significance to this classification? Professor X, unhurried, took a sip of water and explained that S.H.I.L.D. D, categorizes mutants into 5 levels of danger based on their abilities, with level 1 being the least dangerous and level 5 the most perilous. This notion is rather novel. It is not based on the strength of energy, but rather on the level of danger posed. Yunlong finds himself perplexed by how such classifications are determined. How can S, H, I, L, D ascertain who possesses dangerous abilities and who does not? Establishing a uniform standard seems nearly impossible. For instance, if one possesses the ability of Iron Fist while another has the power of color manipulation, how does S, H, I, L, D decide who poses a greater threat if both intend to wreak havoc? The average person might instinctively deem the Iron Fist to be more dangerous. Given its capacity for overt physical destruction, striking a person could lead to serious injury or death, and demolishing cars or walls requires no tools, making the destructive potential abundantly clear. Yet, what if my color manipulation were used with malicious intent? For example, if I were to obscure a pilot's vision with black, could that lead to a plane crash? Or if I were to cover a bus driver's eyes, how many lives would be lost in an accident? Thus, the assessment of danger becomes an exceedingly complex endeavor. Professor X sighed heavily, his expression somber. I have heard whispers that S, H, I, E, L, D intends to advocate for federal legislation to establish a long-term mandatory framework for assessing the safety levels of mutants. Yunlong now comprehends the gravity of Professor X's troubled countenance. Should the federal government indeed pass such legislation, it would equate all mutants with criminals or, at the very least, potential offenders. From the perspective of mutants, this represents a profound injustice, a blatant form of racial discrimination that would cast the entire mutant community into the abyss through state policy. Yunlong inhaled deeply, reminding himself to remain composed and not to panic, even if Professor X's words ring true, and if this proposal has already been reviewed and approved for implementation. He must take the time to deliberate carefully. In times of great consequence, maintaining tranquility is paramount to avoid perpetual regret. This is the course of action that must be taken. Thus, Yunlong mimicked Professor X's calm demeanor and took a sip of water, reassuring him. You need not worry so much. Chapter 59. Conflict of perspectives while indulging in boastful musings. Yunlong attempted to gather his thoughts, only to find himself utterly at a loss. He decided to continue his bluster without addressing the fact that this bill fundamentally contravenes the spirit of the Constitution, nor the immense resistance it would face should it seek passage. Even if, by some miracle, the bill were to succeed, what would be the consequence? Impatiently, Yunlong interrupted Professor X, asserting, first, this bill has yet to be passed. Second, even if it does pass, we must assess whether it is detrimental or beneficial to us. Third, considering the combined might of the S, H, I, L, D, and the federal government, to what extent do you believe this bill could be enforced? Fourth, even if we assume the worst-case scenario where everything descends into chaos, we can always choose to cast our votes with our feet and simply depart from the realm of the federal government. For the second time, Yunlong raised his hand to cut off Professor X's discourse. Forgive my impertinence, dear professor, but may I inquire as to your current position within the federal government? Yunlong continued, in which political party do you lead? Or are you a figurehead of a particular movement? He recalled that the largest grassroots organization for mutants was the Brotherhood of Mutants, also known as the New Generation Brotherhood, boasting over 5 million registered members. I wonder, Professor, are you affiliated with them? This remark struck a deep chord. Professor X had a tumultuous relationship with Magneto throughout their lives, and the Brotherhood was Magneto's domain. Even if the organization were still standing, Professor X would find it difficult to associate himself with it. What Yunlong truly wished to convey was quite simple. Professor, you are neither a high-ranking official within the federal government, nor a renowned politician of any party, nor even a representative of a significant grassroots organization. So please refrain from attempting to play the role of a eunuch who harbors the emperor's concerns. It would be far more liberating to simply pursue your own endeavors. In response, Professor X found himself equally vexed. Yunlong's demeanor was akin to a stone in a latrine, both unpleasant and unyielding. He hesitated to confront him directly, not out of a lack of desire, but because he had already attempted to engage Yunlong when he entered, and predictably, it had ended in failure. Ever since Mystique acquired her formidable Earth Mover, Professor X could no longer exert his mental powers to control her, as the Earth Mover was, in fact, leased to her by Yunlong. Thus, it was anticipated that Professor X's telepathic abilities would prove ineffective against Yunlong. Fortunately, he had never relied solely on his mental prowess to impose his will. Professor X, hailing from an affluent background, was shaped by elite education from a young age, rendering his experiences with Magneto, who had been thrust into a concentration camp during his youth, irrelevant. He fully understood the significance of a good reputation, unlike Magneto, who had become a notorious international terrorist with a tarnished name. Instead, through years of diligent effort, he had successfully cultivated an image of a benevolent elder, embodying the epitome of an ideal persona. Professor X often professed, "I would never intrude upon your mind without your consent." Yet, should the necessity arise, he would find it exceedingly challenging to maintain his mental faculties at full capacity for 24 hours, tracking anyone at will. Thus, he merely reframed the impossible as a principle. It was akin to the cycle of repeated battles and failures, an age-old strategy. Professor X mentioned the importance of not being proactive. With his profound mental abilities, does he still need to take the initiative? Lacking the power to protect one's own spirit, merely being in proximity to Professor X allows him to passively perceive the whispers of your soul. Professor X felt compelled to reason with Yunlong, emphasizing that we should not abandon our voices, nor should we choose silence due to our perceived weaknesses. However, Yunlong interrupted Professor X's discourse for the third time, an act of discourtesy that incited Wolverine's fury. He arched his back like a ferocious beast, growling threateningly at Yunlong. Yunlong simply flicked his index finger in the air, causing Wolverine to recoil as though struck hard in the face, leaning back yet remaining firmly grounded, as if an invisible wall held him in place. It was evident that the blow had rendered him disoriented, and curiously, no sound accompanied this peculiar exchange. Professor X's expression darkened, yet he swiftly intervened on Wolverine's behalf, offering, "I am willing to apologize on Logan's behalf. He may be a bit temperamental, but he possesses a good heart." Yunlong replied, "It's quite all right, Professor. I merely wish to calm him down." Yunlong genuinely harbored no fear of Wolverine. The human body is an intricate and sophisticated system. Mere rapid healing is insufficient. With a mere flick of his wrist, Yunlong could unleash Wolverine's powers uncontrollably, rendering him a grotesque shadow of his former self. Furthermore, Wolverine is not truly indestructible. Only the Phoenix might hold such a distinction. Wolverine is simply more resilient than most. "Professor, will Logan be all right?" Professor X inquired. "It's merely dizziness from the shock. He will regain consciousness in a few minutes." Yunlong remarked, "Your perceptions are keen, Professor, but I truly do not wish to discuss political matters. Those not in positions of power should refrain from political speculation, as I do not occupy such lofty heights. It is unnecessary for me to contemplate such issues. More importantly, any conclusions drawn may very well be erroneous." The revelation struck Yunlong like a thunderbolt. He recognized that he lacked the qualifications and experience to engage in international affairs. The mere increase in the mutant population was already a significant achievement. Any further actions without caution could lead to harm for both others and oneself. To Yunlong, Professor X's situation presented considerable concerns. It is not that individuals should remain indifferent to political issues, but rather that caring and participating are distinctly different matters. A figure like Professor X, who lacks a clear political stance and merely embodies a moderate perspective, is not unlike a weather vane. Whose interests do you truly represent? Whose voice do you intend to amplify? Where do you firmly stand? Politics is the art of compromise. However, without a principled foundation for such compromises, one is merely opportunist, unworthy of the title of politician. Currently, Professor X's ambiguity regarding his political principles and boundaries renders it difficult to ascertain his stance. Were it not for his successful personal image, he might have long been dismissed as a political opportunist, losing his credibility in the realm of politics. Professor X discerned that beneath Yunlong's words lay a multitude of unspoken sentiments. However, when it comes to political affiliations, the notion of individual freedom is a quintessentially personal liberty, one that cannot be dictated by others, even by one's own parents. It is imperative that children are not coerced into making choices they do not wish to embrace. Yunlong is not a student of Professor X, and thus the professor's actions have somewhat overstepped the boundaries of propriety. To remain aloof is of no avail. "Mr. Brook-Lee, this tempest will ensnare us all." "Professor Yunlong, you are overthinking this. In the shadow of Professor X, where can one find safety?" The two, Professor X and Yunlong, exchanged a tense gaze, momentarily frozen in place. At that very moment, Wolverine stirred, shaking his head. As he regained his awareness, he rapidly recalled the circumstances that led to his current state of disarray, letting out a furious growl, intent on confronting Yunlong. Professor X swiftly intervened to restrain Wolverine. Chapter 60. The filthy blood of Angel's Wolverine's recovery allowed Professor X to breathe a silent sigh of relief. According to his calculations, the risks of meeting Li Yunlong were manageable, yet a gentleman does not court danger recklessly. Prior to this encounter, the professor had made various preparations, one of which was to select Wolverine as his companion. As the principal, possessing the formidable X-Men at his disposal, including numerous skilled individuals such as Storm, Cyclops, and Colossus, one might wonder why he chose Wolverine to accompany him. Wolverine's abilities and combative nature render him an ideal human shield, and given his frequent memory lapses, in a critical moment, Professor X could effortlessly exert his telepathic powers to control Wolverine. This would ensure maximum safety for the professor, regardless of whether it involved deflecting bullets or engaging in combat. Afterward, with a slight manipulation, neither others nor Wolverine himself would suspect a thing. However, this would only be the last and least favorable option, which Professor X wished to avoid. Mr. Broccoli, it appears we cannot find common ground in our political ideologies at this juncture. Might I ask you for a favor? What assistance could I possibly provide? One must tread carefully with such a cunning fox. I have heard that you share a cordial rapport with Agent Coulson from S.H. Ld. Would you be so kind as to convey a message to him? There is no need for any obligation. Merely inform him that I would like to have a personal conversation with him. Is that all you require? Indeed, that is all. If all goes according to plan, Agent Coulson will visit tomorrow, and I shall relay your message to him. Thank you, Professor X. As Wolverine drove, carrying Professor X, the latter remained deep in contemplation. Wolverine, growing increasingly impatient, questioned, "Why are we seeking out this scoundrel? I can smell his self-serving stench from 3 blocks away. He will not come to our aid." Professor X opened his eyes, projecting an air of control in front of Wolverine. It is undeniable that Brook Lee is profoundly selfish. He favors taking over giving. Yet he is ultimately a mutant, our brother, and we must trust that he is willing to sacrifice for the sake of mutants, even if his contributions may be minimal. With a sigh, Professor X lamented to Logan, "At this moment, we, the entire mutant community, find ourselves at a perilous crossroads. Eric's demise symbolizes the end of an era. With his passing, the Brotherhood of Mutants has drawn its final curtain." Reflecting on this, Professor X, the longtime adversary of Magneto, felt a twinge of melancholy. However, this event has set a dreadful precedent, serving as a very poor example. The carrion crows and greedy jackals now feast upon the corpse of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Rubbing his temples, Professor X exhibited signs of fatigue, recognizing that these avaricious beings would never be satisfied. We will inevitably become their next targets, and thus we must mobilize to thwart their reckless rampage in order to safeguard the innocent. Wolverine shook his head, casting a critical eye upon Professor X's blind optimism. Yet, he remained silent. He preferred to settle matters with his fists rather than engage in verbal discourse. Approximately an hour after Professor X's departure, 4 towering humanoid battle robots stormed into Li Yunlong's modest abode, leaving no trace of their presence. Thousands of killer bees charged forward, invading Li Yunlong's dwelling, never to emerge again. Inside the command vehicle, Bolivar pounded the table in fury, exclaiming, "Damn it! Does angel blood have no effect on phantoms?" Within Li Yunlong's domicile, the door swung open, revealing 32 iterations of Li Yunlong advancing towards Trask's convoy. The convoy attempted to scatter and flee, yet the Li Yunlongs effortlessly infiltrated the vehicles. Each automobile went berserk, crashing violently until rendered immobile. Even as the vehicles lay incapacitated, the cacophony of screams, curses, roars, pleas, gunfire, and dying moans persisted. Nearby residents were jolted from their slumber, expertly dialing emergency services, then securing their doors and windows. Despite the gradual fading of the chaos outside, not a single soul dared to step beyond their threshold. It was not until the morning of November 1st, 2007, when the sun illuminated the land, that law enforcement finally arrived. The military personnel under Coulson had preemptively sealed off the entire company. Trask had an agreement with the military, and given that Trask products had recently eliminated Magneto, the military was unlikely to relent. Director Nick Fury scoffed, "Those bastards are truly merciless." The Sentinel robots and accompanying weaponry produced by Bolivar's Trask Industries could not possibly remain concealed from the director of S.H.I.L.D. at his level, and the military brass were well aware of the reality. In pursuit of acquiring more angelic blood, Bolivar shifted his strategy, since direct cloning of blood was unfeasible. Why not clone the angel instead? Indeed, Bolivar's ambition lay in the infamous realm of human cloning. This technological challenge had been surmounted by scientists, rendering it akin to the process of in vitro fertilization. Though this endeavor may seem high-tech at first glance, the reality is that humanity currently faces insurmountable challenges in the cultivation of human embryos with existing technology. Scientists have resorted to placing fertilized eggs within a maternal host, treating living women as mere vessels for gestating artificial life. This practice raises significant ethical concerns. Even if Bolivar sets aside his conscience, he must confront numerous issues. The first pertains to the eggs, followed by the matter of the gestational host, and subsequently the living conditions during pregnancy. These represent merely the major challenges. If one were to consider the myriad of smaller complications, it could lead to a veritable headache. In truth, Bolivar has not been able to resolve these dilemmas perfectly. The survival rate of the angelic clones is alarmingly low, falling below 5%. Those few that do survive cannot remain within the maternal host for the full 10 months. Typically, Bolivar extracts them after approximately 7 months, as their creation serves primarily to harvest the blood coursing through their veins. Thus, as long as he can ensure their survival, he removes them from the maternal environment and places them in especially designed incubators, stimulating their rapid growth with various hormones. Bolivar's convoy has been specially modified, with one vehicle designated for transporting the angelic clones. Prior to battle, blood is extracted from the clones and mixed on-site with concentrated holy water to create angelic blood. Sentinel robots and an array of accompanying weaponry have been specifically outfitted with compartments for storing this angelic blood, which can be injected on-site using specialized machinery, thereby ensuring that the angelic blood effectively suppresses the abilities of mutants during combat. Chapter 61. The mutants in turmoil. Although the angelic blood produced by Bolivar is disgustingly tainted, none can deny its efficacy in real combat. Magneto was defeated, and angelic blood undoubtedly bore a significant share of the credit. For the military, this is sufficient. They are unconcerned with the imperfections of the angelic blood, confident that their own experts will soon resolve these minor issues. Director Nick cast a sidelong glance at Coulson, realizing that the agent training cannot be relaxed. Seizing the opportunity to support the superior, he deemed the failure to coordinate on such a simple matter as a poor reflection. Setting aside military matters, it was equally essential to keep a watchful eye on Trask's activities. Coulson. Yes, sir. When you visit Mr. Ghost's haunted house today, see if you can gather any useful intelligence. Understood, sir. That evening, around 10 p.m., Coulson arrived at Li Yunlong's modest abode. My apologies, Mr. Brookley. I was delayed by some matters and arrived later than intended. Not a problem, Li Yunlong replied. What does Mr. Coulson plan to procure today? Let us hold off on that for now. I have a few inquiries for you, Mr. Brookley. How fortuitous. I happen to have a message from Professor X for you. He wishes to establish contact with you on a personal level. Li Yunlong shrugged. Those fellows are indeed unfortunate. Last night, Professor X imparted some alarming news to me. A group of individuals is scheming to malevolently target mutants. As you know, I'm also a mutant, and upon hearing of such a perilous situation, I hastily upgraded my defenses. Just after completing the upgrade, they crashed right into me. Li Yunlong spread his hands in an innocent gesture. Coulson, with his keen instincts as a professional agent, noted the significant keyword in Li Yunlong's words. Professor X. This prominent mutant has not been idle since Magneto's demise, especially with his recent exuberance, providing Bolivar with ample reason to focus on him. According to the insights gathered by SHIELD, the blood of angels is most effective in suppressing mid to long-range energy-based mutant abilities, followed by some peculiar close-range abilities, such as those causing burns through skin contact, bodily transformations into bladed forms for harm, or corrosive saliva attacks. The least affected are purely physical enhancement abilities. Both Magneto and Professor X possess powers that are severely curtailed by angelic blood. Merely carrying a standard unit of this blood renders Professor X's mental prowess ineffective. Without his mental abilities, what combat efficacy can Professor X possibly retain? Yet, instead of launching a surprise attack on Professor X, Bolivar chose to confront Li Yunlong directly. What a mindless maneuver. Coulson and Li Yunlong engage in a brief conversation and peruse the latest product catalog, ultimately purchasing only 10 red vials before departing. The red vials are an upgraded version of the small red vials, identical in size and packaging, yet within the solution, one could distinctly observe numerous golden specks moving rhythmically. Upon ingestion, the red vials not only heal the body more swiftly than the small red vials, but also have a longer-lasting effect. During the duration of the drug's efficacy, one essentially becomes a counterfeit Wolverine, priced at a mere 200,000 per vial. Since Li Yunlong introduced the red vials, SHIELD, has not purchased any small red vials. After bidding farewell to Agent Coulson, Yunlong felt a sense of satisfaction regarding his response. Although there is no concrete evidence, it is suspicious that shortly after the cunning Professor X departed, Bolivar arrived with robots in tow. Yunlong is unwilling to believe that Professor X had no involvement. At most, he merely refrained from direct action, opting instead for some form of diversionary tactics. This only further illustrates Professor X's unreliability. In Yunlong's perspective, the importance of alignment in one's principles cannot be overstated. Perhaps initially neither party harbored malicious intentions, but if their fundamental stances diverge, caution is warranted. It is prudent to avoid deepening ties. Otherwise, one may find themselves at odds in the future, unable to blame others for the fallout. It is evident that Professor X and Yunlong do not share the same path. Thus, Yunlong does not perceive any wrongdoing if he were to act against Professor X. Similarly, should Yunlong choose to undermine Professor X in the future, he would harbor no remorse or hesitation, believing such actions to be justified. On November 2, 2007, Rico, please attend to these documents. Seated in her spacious and brightly lit office within the corporate building, Mystique handed over the recently reviewed documents to her assistant, a slight headache troubling her. The assistant's name is Riko Kojima, a mutant hailing from a minor Japanese sect. Unable to thrive in Japan, she sought refuge in America. Possessing commendable personal qualities and skills, she was discovered by Mystique, who took her under her wing as an apprentice. Both in terms of work and abilities, she has now reached a level of independence. Japan is infamous for its myriad of minor sects, each with an astonishingly tenacious spirit, often boasting of lineages spanning countless generations. Yet in truth, the entire sect barely comprises a handful of individuals. Riko Kojima emerged from such a minor sect, trained as a ninja. However, as the world undergoes transformation, individuals inevitably face various upheavals, manifesting as increasingly acute conflicts among people. This culminated in internal strife within her sect, with Riko becoming the unfortunate scapegoat, bearing the brunt of blame. Had she not awakened her optical camouflage abilities during her flight, she would have been killed before even reaching America. Upon her arrival, she was considered an undocumented immigrant, forced to take on illicit work to survive. By chance, she became entangled with the expanding brotherhood of mutants and fortuitously crossed paths with Mystique, ultimately rising to prominence as one of Mystique's most trusted allies. Mystique's current office is situated within a skyscraper on New York's Financial Street. Officially, Riko is the owner of this company, ostensibly dedicated to handling claims related to remote mail loss. The name alone suggests a company geared towards retirement, especially in an era dominated by the internet, where few still rely on mail. In reality, this establishment serves as Mystique's information hub for coordinating her operatives. The workforce here is minimal, comprising dependable mutants. All windows are one way, and while there is no reception desk, security is present at the entrance, ensuring that mutants can work and live within the company without concern. Mystique currently presents her true self, with the Earth Mover looming in the background. Her emotions are a blend of joy and sorrow. As a small collective within the mutant community, Mystique has organized her followers under the guise of a company, facing numerous challenges along the way. Initially, she anticipated soaring to great heights, only to encounter fierce storms and looming clouds. Presently, the company's financial statements reveal a continuous pattern of losses. If this trajectory continues, it may not endure even a year. Should the overall economic climate deteriorate further, Mystique's small enterprise could face bankruptcy within 6 months. From this perspective, tears would indeed be warranted. Yet, the intelligence gathered presents a silver lining, indicating that the mutant community, regardless of race or class, is finding resilience and vitality amidst adversity. In truth, Mystique correctly anticipated the beginning, but faltered in her subsequent predictions. When the storm struck, she realized her impotence in the face of such overwhelming forces. This is not a matter that can be resolved by eliminating one or two individuals. With her current capabilities and the Earth Mover at her disposal, Mystique possesses at least an 80% chance of assassinating the sitting president of America under a covert approach. Yet, what purpose would such an act serve? Would it simply plunge the current government into chaos? Without the government, isn't the economic crisis even more severe? It is akin to a valiant warrior arriving on a battlefield she cannot comprehend, uncertain of whom she ought to vanquish. Mystique could indeed leverage her powers to seize funds necessary for maintaining her enterprise. Yet her aspiration in establishing her own organization is to cultivate companionship and assistance, rather than to nurture parasitic leeches, mere burdens upon her. Chapter 62. The Mutants in turmoil, much like numerous American corporations today, Mystique's company grapples within a treacherous economic landscape. However, this does not pertain to the facade of her organization. Mystique oversees a modest consortium comprised of subsidiaries, including restaurants, fast food outlets, warehousing, logistics, and basic material processing. Originally, this small consortium had nearly formed a self-sustaining industrial chain, boasting ample cash flow and devoid of direct ties to the financial sector, ideally serving as a sanctuary amidst the economic tempest. Yet in reality, such small consortiums and enterprises like Mystique's possess exceedingly limited resilience in the face of a widespread economic crisis. For instance, a businessman, once thriving and involved in numerous sectors, may find himself ensnared by a financial debacle due to imprudent investments, leading to a shattered capital chain, desperate attempts at salvage yielding naught, and ultimately resulting in bankruptcy and flight, with the court freezing all assets under his name. Ironically, the logistics warehouse managed by Mystique's team is rented from this very businessman. At the time, considerations of size, location, amenities, and pricing seemed optimal, with no foresight of impending legal seizures. Unless one possesses prophetic abilities, how could anyone foresee such a situation? When the warehouse encounters issues, it is akin to a chain being stuck. Processed raw materials have nowhere to be stored. And restaurants and fast food establishments in dire need of fresh supplies find themselves bereft. Thus, Mystique's entire consortium is plunged into chaos and financial loss. This encapsulates the lamentable plight of small enterprises and consortiums during economic downturns. At such times, no choice is devoid of error, every action rendered misguided. In stark contrast, larger corporations and conglomerates exhibit far greater resilience. The larger the entity, the stronger its capacity to weather risks. As long as the leadership remains sound, even amidst substantial losses, these behemoths can endure the economic winter, emerging as triumphant entities when the climate of the economy warms once more. Moreover, the capitalist economy harbors an inherent food chain. During prosperous times, when growth is orderly, the dynamics remain obscured. However, when the overarching economic climate descends into crisis, those at the apex of the food chain, large corporations, conglomerates, and financial titans, will descend fiercely, embarking upon their own lavish feasts. In this fray, no one is entirely secure, yet the colossal, well-prepared Leviathans undoubtedly assume the role of hunters within this tumultuous arena. If one were to adhere strictly to the law, it is likely that Mystique would merely watch helplessly as her small faction plunged into the abyss. However, it is common knowledge that such a scenario is implausible, not to mention someone like Mystique, who harbors a notorious past. Even a law-abiding businessman, faced with the dire prospect of losing his life's work, would often choose to defy the law, taking risks to salvage both his wealth and himself. Reiko Kojima is the leader. As part of a mutant collective, specifically one that originated from the Brotherhood of Mutants, she certainly values the might at her disposal. Reiko, being Mystique's most trusted aide, commands a special operations team of 12. All mutants, known by the codename Invisiblade. As night deepens, the office of Black Bear Logistics remains bustling with activity. Black Bear Logistics is a core enterprise of the Bearhead Gang, a small-time crime syndicate operating in New York, which has its own methods for survival in the underbelly of society. Political activities are incessant in America. Protests, gatherings, and movements occur throughout the year, some legitimate, others decidedly not. How does one mobilize for these unreasonable and illegal activities? By wielding the capitalist tool of monetary influence. As long as the funds are sufficient, participants can be summoned. For instance, who among the well-intentioned citizens would engage in the recent assaults on mutants? Such nefarious tasks require specialists, and the Bearhead Gang excels in handling such affairs. Mystique stands atop a rooftop, her cold gaze fixed upon the bustling Black Bear Logistics below. Utilizing the scanning capabilities of the Earthbound war machine, she has confirmed that the leader of the Bearhead Gang is within. Reiko, unleash the Invisiblade to wreak havoc. A smile graces Mystique's lips. In less than 5 minutes since the operation commenced, Black Bear Logistics has fallen into utter silence. The Invisiblade is now clearing the scene, and within 10 minutes, they will depart. By the time the police arrive, there will be no bodies, no blood, and no valuables left behind. The authorities may uncover some criminal evidence, perhaps bullets and bullet holes on the walls, but in the absence of witnesses or corpses, the most they could do is file a missing persons report, which would soon fade into obscurity. Mystique is quite pleased with this operation. It exemplifies the strategic advantage of mutants, employing overwhelming force to crush everything in their path. There was no need for exhaustive intelligence gathering prior to the action, with no risk of alarming the enemy. The operation was a straightforward display of brute strength, leaving no room for reversal, followed by a swift cleanup to eliminate any potential traces. This is the ideal vision of the Invisiblade for Mystique. Of course, such brazen actions are not without repercussions. The Barehead Gang is merely a group of hired thugs, and Mystique's approach may easily offend the more powerful figures behind them. Nevertheless, Mystique remains unperturbed. Since the adversaries have already dared to target mutants, what is there for her to fear? According to the intelligence gathered by Mystique, there are a total of 17 small to medium-sized gangs in New York, such as the Barehead Gang, that exploit mutants. Mystique plans to visit each of them in the coming days, armed with her intangible blade, ensuring they all meet their demise. None shall escape. She intends to seize their wealth to alleviate her own impoverishment. Do they truly believe that with Magneto's demise and the Brotherhood of Mutants in shambles, the current mutants are mere lambs for the slaughter? Dream on. I, Mystique, will make these scoundrels realize the magnitude of their grievous errors. When the intangible blade severs their heads, they will descend to hell to repent for their transgressions against mutants. Chapter 63. The Mutants in Turmoil. Initially, this situation might have been fortuitous for the Daphne family, who were all mutants awakened within a short span of time. There was no hierarchy among them, allowing for a harmonious existence. However, unforeseen circumstances arose as an economic crisis altered the external environment. Under immense pressure, some individuals deliberately ignited tensions between ordinary people and mutants. As a family entirely composed of mutants, the Daphnes became prime targets for targeted attacks, causing their living conditions to deteriorate rapidly. Daphne even contemplated relocating her entire family to escape the dire circumstances. Fortunately, this bleak situation shifted 2 weeks ago when Daphne and her family joined a locally organized, spontaneous support group for mutants. Thanks to Magneto and the Brotherhood of Mutants, despite Magneto's demise and the Brotherhood's unexpected collapse, something unprecedented occurred. The majority of mutants in the same area became acquainted with one another. While strangers instinctively harbor wariness and distrust, members of the same community establish basic communication. Such was the case with the Brotherhood of Mutants. Had Magneto's vision been realized, the assembled mutants would have been coordinated under the Brotherhood's guidance. However, with Magneto's untimely death, the Brotherhood quickly fell apart, and the once cohesive mutants reverted to a disunited state. Without an individual or organization to reassemble these mutants, this fragmented condition would likely persist for an extended duration. Yet, as the economic crisis struck, the rapidly deteriorating societal conditions compelled every mutant to band together. The external pressures forced even those who were previously only acquaintances to unite for warmth and support. The mounting external challenges left the mutants with little choice but to gather in solidarity. The ancient and loosely structured mutual aid societies have emerged as a choice for mutants. While the community may not be well acquainted, it is of little consequence. We have all registered as members of the Brotherhood of Mutants. There exists no formal hierarchy, which is perfectly acceptable. This purely spontaneous assembly of mutants in a given area forms a rather rudimentary mutual aid society, devoid of the need for intricate structures. What matters most is that, despite the discrimination mutants face in society, the federal government of the United States is legally obliged to recognize mutants as legitimate citizens. Prior to awakening their X gene and acquiring superpowers, mutants were ordinary individuals. Since these ordinary individuals were acknowledged as legitimate citizens by the federal government, it follows that, upon their transformation into mutants, they too must be recognized as such. This legal continuity, even in the face of opposition from certain politicians, is an undeniable truth. Though these politicians seldom dare to mention it publicly, all the while being acutely aware of it. Now, mutants are gathering in the form of mutual aid societies, where simple exchanges can yield substantial change. There is no need for overly sophisticated or systematic approaches. Rather, individuals come together to share snacks and beverages, engaging in casual conversation about familial matters and personal grievances. Oh dear, my son has been getting into fights at school. What should I do? Fear not. I have a friend working at a law firm. I shall give you his number as a business introduction. I'm immensely grateful. My son is merely acting in self-defense. With a lawyer's assistance, I wonder what those rogue school board members can do. Recently, the economy has been struggling. My wife has already switched jobs twice. It's a common plight. The economic crisis makes it difficult for everyone. What does your wife do? She specialized in metal materials during her studies, worked in a company, then transitioned to a laboratory, and now back to a company. Isn't she a high-caliber talent? With such a wealth of experience, She qualifies as an industry elite. My sister's husband is a department head at a company, and he's in need of skilled professionals like her. Would she be interested in a job change? Those scoundrels take things too far. What does it matter if one is a mutant? Were we not all ordinary people before awakening our X-gene abilities? Calm down, calm down. There are indeed some excessive individuals out there. How can I remain calm? They initially littered in front of my house, then defaced my walls. And now they have begun to vandalize my windows. Call the police. I did, but that rogue-ass brother works at the police station. The officers merely feigned concern and left after a few words. Such audacity. But I am prepared. Next time those ruffians come around, I shall deal with them. That is a commendable idea. But what if they come in numbers and are armed as well? We cannot simply allow them to run amok. If they continue their antics, how can our families sustain themselves? My dear wife and child are utterly terrified. They can hardly find a moment's peace. However, this predicament is not insurmountable. I previously served a 2-year tenure at the police department, during which I acquired certain techniques. Here, take this food and have a sip. Now, enlighten me on what other techniques are involved. Law enforcement operates within established protocols. They cannot act arbitrarily. There are legal boundaries that must not be transgressed. Before making a report, one must be adequately prepared, following a specific sequence of actions. Once these steps are properly executed, you effectively secure your position. When the police arrive, regardless of their thoughts, they must file your case. Should they attempt to cover up or refuse to file your report, simply inform them of your intention to lodge a complaint. Such behavior will invariably lead to consequences for them, not only jeopardizing their standing within the force, but also allowing you to pursue compensation through legal channels. My poor daughter is being bullied by those unruly children at school. She is so young and gentle. How could she possibly endure such torment? Is your daughter attending school there? Yes, she is. I had heard that this school had a commendable environment and ensured quality education, which is why I chose it for my child. I never anticipated such incidents would occur. The school indeed boasts a commendable environment and excellent teaching standards. My child is also enrolled there. Your child is as well? You should consider transferring schools. There's no need for such anxiety. Listen to me. My child currently holds a position in the student council and is organizing children from mutant families within the school. This initiative has gained considerable traction and is aptly named the Genius Collective. The Genius Collective? I haven't heard of it. Oh, I recall now. Is it not referred to as the Freaks Club? What do you mean by Freaks Club? Do you desire for yourself and your child to be labeled as freaks? Yes, it is the Genius Collective. The Genius Collective. Splendid. Thank you. Chapter 64. The Mutants in Turmoil. This rudimentary and simplistic mutual aid society offers limited assistance to each mutant, and its overall impact is minimal. After all, over 90% of the members are merely ordinary mutants, lacking extraordinary abilities or elevated social standing. However, when a sufficient number of mutants congregate within the same locality, they inherently form a formidable influence. As this influence stems not from an individual, but from a cohesive and powerful collective. As the mutual aid society expands in membership and influence, mutants in the same region, regardless of prior affiliation with the Brotherhood of Mutants, will spontaneously join the current mutual aid society. The increasingly hostile social environment compels them to seek this alternative. Once the mutual aid society reaches a certain threshold of growth, all participating mutants will recognize the conveniences afforded by the society. A select few may even find their destinies altered, embarking on entirely different paths of development. The transformations they undergo profoundly impact the other members of the mutual aid society. Such significant changes occurring right before one's eyes, within one's immediate circle, wield a tremendous influence on individuals. People ponder, if he can succeed, why can't I? The allure of greater prestige, increased income, and a more splendid life beckons. As more and more individuals strive and toil, a virtuous cycle emerges. The larger the number of diligent individuals, the greater the foundation. With the support of the Mutant Mutual Aid Society, if utilized wisely, it becomes a formidable force. Ultimately, some will achieve success, becoming new and more resplendent role models. These achievers cannot abandon the Mutant Mutual Aid Society. For those who have endured arduous struggles to attain success are acutely aware of their dependencies. They understand that mutants are positioned as a marginalized group within society, and without the backing of their fellow mutants, their rights and futures could be ruthlessly stripped away. This is a matter of fundamental survival interests. Who, unless foolish, would relinquish their own benefits? And if one is foolish, how many can truly succeed? Currently, the number of mutants in America has surpassed 10 million. What does this signify? Mathematically speaking, there is approximately 1 mutant for every 32 citizens. Moreover, the number of mutants continues to rise steadily. In Los Angeles alone, the police force is quantified per 10,000, calculating based on the 32-to-1 ratio how many law enforcement officers are mutants. When this ratio is extrapolated to encompass all of Los Angeles, how many mutants reside there? Prior to the awakening of genetic abilities, mutants may have engaged in any number of professions. Even if the proportion were minimal, how many celebrities could become mutants? How many prominent figures would join their ranks? How many offspring of affluent families would transform into mutants? Regardless of whether they hail from the upper echelons or the lower strata of society, would they willingly relinquish all they possess upon becoming mutants? Would they simply yield to ordinary individuals with whom they share no kinship? Such notions are mere fantasies. If such naive souls existed, do you truly believe they could witness the dawn of another day, betraying one's own race and class? Who would dare to wholeheartedly embrace them? A glance through the annals of history reveals that such individuals seldom meet favorable fates. In America, capitalism prevails, emphasizing the ownership of resources. These resources are not solely economic or material. Intangible assets are also counted among them. In reality, various resources in America have already been divided among the oligarchs, with political resources falling prey to the same fate. For newcomers aspiring to rise, the challenges are insurmountably daunting. The emergence of mutants as a distinct race, community, or class has indeed unsettled the traditional power dynamics while simultaneously presenting immense opportunities for the new generation. This opportunity extends beyond mere businessmen and politicians. It is comprehensive and multifaceted. Through the lens of simple sociological principles, we can discern that the greater the population of a nation or class, the higher the likelihood of producing elites and prodigies. The population of mutants in America alone surpasses 10 million. With such a vast base, even if 90% of them inhabit the lower echelons of society, one must ponder how many elites and geniuses could emerge from this totality. The awakening of the X gene, despite its energy level being merely classified as 1, is it truly devoid of significance? The plight of the Daphnis family is not an isolated incident, but reflects the experiences of countless mutant households enduring hardships. Mutant mutual aid societies sprout like mushrooms after the rain, flourishing across the vast landscapes of America. Those with keen insight and ambition have noticed the transformations among mutants and the astonishing energy generated by their substantial numbers. Underlying currents are surging, and change is brewing, with innumerable individuals reaching out, dreaming of seizing the greatest rewards for themselves. On December 24, 2007, perhaps to ensure the American populace could enjoy a joyful holiday, Wall Street investment bank Merrill Lynch announced 3 sale agreements to alleviate financial difficulties. That night, Yunlong spent a solitary Christmas Eve in his humble abode. The continuous unfolding of domestic and international events exerted significant influence, compelling the powerful elite in America to fumble, unable to concentrate their efforts on the mutants, thereby granting mutants a rare opportunity for peaceful development. At this point, the mutant population in America has exceeded 10 million. Even now, should those at the top contemplate taking action against mutants, there are far too many below who would not permit it. At this juncture, Yunlong opines that his involvement with the small blue vial has created an impact that solidifies the position of mutants as a race, a collective, a class, an irreversible trend. In the face of the now formidable mutants, no one can easily erase their existence. Yunlong believes it is time to declare the dawn of the mutants to all who inhabit this world. Their moment has arrived. From the perspective of extraterrestrial civilizations, Earth, or Midgard, is part of Yggdrasil and legally belongs to Asgard, the territory of the Aesir. The Aesir, with their long lifespans, although somewhat resembling humans in appearance, are fundamentally a different species. While humans boast a history of 5,000 years, to the Aesir, humanity's history likely pales in comparison to the lifespan of their god Odin. However, the Aesir, who might be seen as the suzerains of Earth, do not rank among the foremost powers in the Marvel Universe. They resemble provincial landowners, confined to their own territories. The 3 acknowledged empires in the Marvel Universe are the Kree Empire, the Skrull Empire, and the Shi'ar Empire. In contrast, the Aesir's renown seems limited to the vicinity of the world tree Yggdrasil, and their internal governance faces significant challenges, with uprisings occurring frequently. Their outer defenses are riddled with gaps, allowing individuals to breach their realm with ease. Not only does this apply to the Earth they refer to as Midgard, but even Asgard itself frequently encounters issues. Without even mentioning the exalted beings, such as the Celestials and the Asgardians, the Earth has already been visited by numerous extraterrestrial entities. As clearly articulated in Captain Marvel, the Skrulls and Kree have made their way to Earth, without any hesitation towards the Asgardian lineage. Analyzing this situation, the future of Earth indeed appears bleak. Ironically, this very planet has been deemed a treasure trove by the Asgardians, harboring time stones, space stones, and reality stones, the ether. It would be a miracle if nothing went awry. Contemplating this, Yunlong couldn't help but scratch his head. The fleeting joy brought by the mutants was long forgotten. If only the strength of humanity could be effectively unified. Shaking his head, he dismissed such unrealistic fantasies. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Even granting himself a century, he doubted he could realize such dreams. Setting aside these impractical aspirations, he was left with the starkness of reality. With a deep breath, he concluded that, in order to secure a prosperous future, the only reliable ally he had was himself. Opening his database, he realized that his time for peace was limited, and thus he resolved to continue his research. Perhaps with a stroke of luck, he could achieve some results that might improve his circumstances. On Christmas Eve of 2007, Yunlong spent the night in solitude. By April 20th, 2008, under the cover of night, the Flame and Romance Bar was still in operation. Behind the bar, a distracted bartender momentarily lost focus, only to return to reality moments later, oblivious to any peculiarity in his demeanor. Before him stood a manifestation of Yunlong, who silently shook his head. This bar occupied a gray area between light and dark, frequented by mercenaries and assassins. And the bartender was well acquainted with the undercurrents of this world. Yunlong had forcefully invaded his memory, but failed to locate a suitable target. Invisible to the eyes of others and undetectable by machines, Yunlong's presence seemed ethereal. He slipped away like a phantom, seamlessly navigating through the crowd, and then passing through walls to emerge onto the street. No one could see him, nor could any device capture his image, and he appeared utterly nonchalant throughout the process. In a world engulfed by such transformative upheaval, as everyone was swept along, what gave Yunlong the audacity to declare his withdrawal? Certainly, it was his own strength that afforded him this prerogative. But did he possess enough power? Upon careful reflection, he realized, to his dismay, that he did not. Despite projecting an image of fearlessness, if he were truly unafraid, why would he remain cooped up in his modest abode? The very act of exuding such bravado hinted at his underlying fears. While others may be oblivious, he was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Should the American military decide to unleash a nuclear strike on Los Angeles, there would be nowhere for Yunlong to hide, and he might indeed fall victim to their might. Even without the use of nuclear weapons, the population of mutants in America alone has surpassed 10 million, although the majority, approximately 90%, possess only the lowest energy levels. The sheer volume presents an unpredictable array of extraordinary abilities. It is conceivable that a handful of these individuals could possess powers capable of pinpointing Yunlong's true location, potentially leading to a targeted strike that, should he be unable to evade, might result in his demise. The existence of such threats instinctively arouses a sense of imminent danger within Yunlong, prompting his heightened awareness of the potential hazards to his life. Through the mastery of his sensory perceptions, he issues a warning to himself. How deeply does Yunlong fear death? He immediately begins to consolidate all available resources, seeking an effective means to safeguard his existence from being abruptly extinguished. In his research, he discovers numerous strategies, but the most ideal solution remains beyond his current capabilities. The ultimate method would involve the alchemical creation of a golden elixir. A single grain swallowed would grant him autonomy over his fate. However, while this ideal remains a distant aspiration, it is unattainable for Yunlong at present. The most feasible course of action for him now is to transmute his physical form into a Fashun Dharmakaya. Yunlong's greatest vulnerability lies in his corporeal self. Although significantly stronger than the average individual, concentrated attacks could still lead to his demise. Should he succeed in transforming his physical body into a Fashun, these vulnerabilities would dissipate. The Fashun represents a fundamental elevation in the essence of life, enhancing adaptability, survival instincts, and combat prowess to an entirely different realm. Of course, the Fashun is not without its disadvantages. While his original body is akin to wandering freely in the wilderness, the Fashun would necessitate adherence to specific principles, akin to a race car confined to a designated track. Should he find the path unsuitable in the future, transitioning to a different course would prove exceedingly troublesome. Nonetheless, such concerns are matters for the future. If Yunlong does not devise a means to become swifter and stronger, he may find that he has no future at all. Thus, the choice is undeniably clear. Although the cultivation of Fa Shun is considerably more attainable than that of a golden elixir, this Fa Shun is not the exalted version of legend. It is merely Li Yunlong's bespoke creation. A humble imitation. Nevertheless, even through shortcuts, it may still be classified as a Fa Shun. Theoretically, Li Yunlong has long been prepared to construct his ideal Fa Shun, leveraging the power of his vital essence as a foundation, employing sensory mastery as the nexus, and integrating years of research findings. He is entirely capable of forging his envisioned Shiva Fa Shun, blood river Dharmakaya. The crux of the matter lies in replacing his true self with this Fa Shun, meaning that the Fa Shun must become his genuine body, a notion that may sound like a tongue twister. Yet, if we consider it from a different perspective, it becomes easily comprehensible. His true self is akin to a mortal human body, having accompanied him from the moment of separation from the maternal womb to the present day. The Fa Shun is akin to an artificially crafted high-tech mechanical body, boasting extraordinary combat capabilities. However, one must integrate oneself into this Fa Shun, which necessitates a complete transfer of the operational system originally designed for the corporeal form into this technologically advanced construct. It is imperative that this transfer is executed flawlessly. Any mishap could jeopardize the integrity of the Fa Shun, even if it can withstand the tumult of such a transition. Can the human physique truly compare to a machine-made body? Is it prudent to merely relocate the control system? These are the pressing concerns that plague Li Yunlong as he contemplates the transition to Fa Shun. As the saying goes, solutions often outnumber the problems, especially in desperate circumstances. In a moment of urgency, Li Yunlong conceived a dual cultivation method. By refining his essence through an alchemical furnace, he could augment his strength, rendering his initial dilemmas moot, and thereby simplifying the challenges associated with the Fa Shun. In the Epic of Heroes, recall that Li Yunlong once viewed Mystique as a pivotal asset to leverage the Mutant Brotherhood's influence in proliferating the Blue Vial. He considered the Blue Vial virtually a gift, even going so far as to lease a battle vehicle to Mystique. At that time, he was preoccupied with the advancement of the mutant race, establishing a rather lenient magical contract with Mystique. This leniency has now allowed her to exploit the agreement, leaving Li Yunlong unable to contest its terms. Truly, a benevolent spirit is often taken advantage of. Fortunately, Li Yunlong has since grown in prowess. Armed with a wealth of X-gene data gathered through Mystique's coordinates, he is now capable of transforming an ordinary woman into a suitable furnace. The crux of the issue lies solely in her will, or rather, whether her soul structure can withstand the upheaval of this transformation. In Los Angeles, finding a young, beautiful, and compliant woman, one who can bring joy both in and out of the bedroom, is quite feasible, especially with Hollywood nearby. Many actresses could easily meet such criteria. However, for Li Yunlong, the majority of actresses possess flawed soul structures. They are accustomed to duplicity, embodying one persona on screen and another in life. He doubts their capacity to endure the tumultuous transformation. Europeans place great emphasis on lineage, believing noble blood begets nobility. Yet, through his research, Li Yunlong refutes this notion. How much power can lineage truly confer? Even mutant bloodlines offer limited strength. He posits that if nobility exists, it must manifest within the structure of the soul. Through simple calculations, Li Yunlong concludes that those who are born with an ideal soul structure, those truly noble, are exceedingly rare, even throughout the annals of human history. Does this mean the human soul cannot be noble? Not all. His studies reveal that the human soul is far less resilient than one might assume. It is, in fact, quite fragile, yet this fragility endows it with remarkable plasticity. A mortal's lifespan may be but a century, yet within this brief span, the malleability of the soul presents the genuine potential to cultivate a noble essence. Although such an achievement is exceedingly challenging, the sheer number of humanity renders the nobility forged through perseverance far more prevalent than that of innate aristocracy. Theoretically, one would seek such rare women among those aspirants who possess ideals, faith, and ambition. However, Li Yunlong promptly dismissed this option. In America, where Christianity is pervasive, if such women truly exist, they would likely be akin to saints, and one could hardly expect a revered figure to serve as Li Yunlong's crucible. Would they not simply host a barbecue featuring him instead? It is wise to avoid such risks. With this path proving fruitless, it is prudent to explore alternative routes. For the chasm between life and death harbors great terror. Those who confront mortality, those who grapple with the very essence of existence, although they may easily meet their demise. possess an unparalleled opportunity to transcend their souls compared to the ordinary populace. Los Angeles may not be a battlefield, yet it does not preclude the existence of such individuals. Assassins and mercenaries could indeed emerge from this milieu. Li Yunlong expended little effort in locating their intermediary, the bartender he had previously dealt with. Regrettably, however, the pool of women engaged in such work was exceedingly limited. After sifting through the bartender's memories, Li Yunlong was disheartened to discover that he had come up empty-handed. The intermediaries operating in Los Angeles were scarce, and this was the last one available. While there were others online involved in similar illicit activities, Li Yunlong's ability to infiltrate their websites was hampered. Typically, those engaged in such unlawful enterprises exercise considerable caution, maintaining physical separation between their databases and networks. Without the ability to pinpoint their coordinates through a computer, as long as they remained outside Los Angeles, Li Yunlong found himself powerless against them. Might he need to devise a scheme to persuade Nick, that formidable figure, to have SHLD select from the ranks of female agents on his behalf? The complexity of this dilemma was far from trivial, and regardless of the outcome, it was evident that substantial sacrifices would be required. Li Yunlong felt an acute sense of frustration. Fortune is a capricious entity. Whether one experiences luck or misfortune remains elusive even to the individual involved. Just as Li Yunlong grappled with his predicament, a golden-haired beauty rapped gently at the door of his modest dwelling. Upon opening the door, Li Yunlong was greeted by a woman clad in office attire, exuding an air of elegance. Standing at 1.8 meters and weighing over 90 kilograms, she lacked the typical allure of femininity but embodied a robust vitality. Judging by her bone age, she was approximately 33 years old. Her visage was commendable, and with makeup, she could easily score an 8 out of 10, presenting herself as a woman of remarkable distinction. "Please do come in." Without hesitation, the blonde beauty entered the living room alongside Li Yunlong. "Shall we settle in for some tea or water?" "Water will suffice," she replied. As he offered her a glass, Li Yunlong inquired, "May I ask how to address you?" "My name is Sana Valerie. You may simply call me Sana." "Very well, Ms. Sana. What brings you to my humble abode?" Sana had been diligently adjusting her mindset since receiving this task 3 days prior, striving to prepare herself, yet all the information had led her efforts into a cul-de-sac. The objective that Sana now faces is distinctly different from all her previous missions. She is uncertain about the identity of her target, and there lingers a profound doubt as to whether the target is even human. The abode of Mr. Ghost. Upon receiving this assignment, Sana found herself questioning her superior's sanity for instructing her to engage with a specter in a haunted house. After confirming that Mr. Ghost was not merely a code name, Sana felt her worldview shatter. Although born into a Christian family and herself a believer, she recognized her faith as superficial. Having experienced the battlefield and shared a resting place with corpses, Sana dismissed the existence of ghosts, zombies, and other supernatural phenomena. Otherwise, the battlefield would be teeming with spirits. The classified materials presented to her further convinced Sana that she had been maliciously thrust from the realm of reality into a fantastical domain. "Are you certain this is not a Hollywood fantasy blockbuster? Concentrated fire on a mere residential structure, with machine guns and grenades aside? What on earth is this tank? Mortars, armed helicopters, and then a fighter jet, air-to-ground missiles were unleashed." The most absurd part was that after such a night of turmoil, the house remained utterly unscathed, still standing intact. Sana distinctly recalled feeling deceived and, in a fit of anger, coldly informed her superior that while the fantasy film was well crafted, she had no intention of participating. The information provided by her superior was scant. Despite the military's interest in Mr. Ghost Haunted House, it fell under the jurisdiction of SHIELD, and the military could not intervene recklessly. Recently, however, through the assistance of an informant, the military had acquired several useful pieces of intelligence, clarifying how to engage with Li Yunlong and discovering the most advantageous approach. Military experts had profiled Li Yunlong's psychology, leading to the selection of Sana for this targeted operation. Sana was not presenting herself as a military representative. Rather, she approached Li Yunlong as an individual. This not only rendered SHIELD unable to object, but also allowed the military to sidestep any conflict with them. More importantly, it made her more acceptable to Li Yunlong, as intelligence revealed his aversion to official representatives and preference for personal interactions, particularly with attractive women. In response to Li Yunlong's inquiries, Sana endeavored to appear as natural as possible, of course, to procure those special items from you. "It is indeed my honor to meet you, Li Yunlong." Tapping lightly on the table, it seemed to transform before her eyes into a computer screen, displaying a catalog of goods with crystal clarity. As she swiped her hand across the surface, she realized it functioned like a touchscreen. After taking some time to examine it closely, she noted that the catalog presented to her was identical to that shown to Agent Coulson of S.H.O.D. However, Sanaa had no interest in those items, Mr. Brooke. Compared to the goods listed, I am far more intrigued by the other items in your possession, such as the advanced magical artifact, the Earth War Chariot. Li Yunlong responded with interest. In this light, Ms. Sana, it appears you have been referred by a regular patron. However, you may be unaware that the items showcased in the catalog I presented are available for purchase with currency. The exchange of magical artifacts cannot be facilitated through monetary means. Sana inhaled deeply, her expression transforming into one of unwavering determination. Mr. Brookley, long before my arrival, I had made ample preparations and resolved to sacrifice everything for this endeavor. My body, my life, my soul, all are expendable. Li Yunlong refrained from responding immediately, instead gently tapping his fingers on the table. After a minute, he spoke. Ms. Sana, do you truly comprehend the implications of what you were saying before me? Are you genuinely prepared? Li Yunlong was indeed a stubborn gentleman. And what of your family? Even disregarding your colleagues and friends, do you not consider your blood relatives? Sana replied, my mother perished in a car accident when I was 2, and my father succumbed to alcoholism 3 years ago. I have no family left. Li Yunlong countered. No, you still have a half-brother. Sana exclaimed, that is impossible. My father never mentioned anything about a brother. With a smile, Li Yunlong gestured in the air, conjuring a three-dimensional image of a middle-aged man, accompanied by text indicating his identity and residence. You may verify this. Modern DNA testing can easily ascertain your familial connection. By obtaining certain information from Sana, he could directly infiltrate various interconnected databases, police, hospitals, social institutions, government agencies, and so forth, to swiftly identify the brother of whom Sana was unaware. While it seemed magical, it was merely a reflection of the interconnectedness of life, especially regarding one's direct blood relatives. Much like the ancient practices of Eastern divination, through external observation, one could easily deduce the number of family members and ascertain who among them still lived with nearly perfect accuracy. Li Yunlong's perceptive abilities far surpassed those of a mere fortune teller. Sana stared intently at the apparition, gasping for breath, paralyzed by the revelation. Li Yunlong allowed her this moment of contemplation. After several minutes, Sana slumped in her chair, defeated. It is unnecessary. Every individual has their own destiny. I have mine, and he has his. It is best not to disturb his fate. Let us proceed with our transaction. Wait. Sana did not extend her hand for a handshake. Does shaking hands signify my agreement and the signing of a magical contract? Indeed, replied Li Yunlong. But you just mentioned magical artifacts. What about the stone demon mask? It is neither a chariot of earth nor even a high-level magical artifact. Li Yunlong spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. Ms. Sana, the value of individuals differs greatly. You are merely an ordinary person, and in my eyes, you possess no remarkable qualities. Even the rental of the Mist King mask is granted solely in recognition of your commendable resolve. Though it may be harsh to say, your worth does not warrant my leasing of high-level magical artifacts. Sanaa resolutely concealed her hands behind her back, fervently shaking her head. If you refuse to lease me the advanced magical artifacts, I will not, under any circumstances, enter into a magical contract with you. Li Yunlong countered, no way, you say? Sanaa, you cannot possibly refuse. Then it seems this deal cannot be concluded tonight. He remarked, nevertheless, it is of no consequence. Where commerce fails, civility remains. Allow me, Miss Sanaa, to escort you out. Sanaa stubbornly clung to her seat. No, I will not leave. Li Yunlong, rubbing his temples, feigned exasperation. Miss Sanaa, this is not conducive. Please understand, I do not wish to be impolite. Sanaa certainly recognized that Li Yunlong was not to be trifled with, yet she gritted her teeth, steadfast in her demands. Unless you agree to lease me the advanced magical artifacts, I shall not, under any circumstance, sign a magical contract with you. Li Yunlong covered his face with one hand, exhaling deeply, while the other hand snapped his fingers. Instantly, Sanaa felt her body lose its autonomy, compelling her to rise and walk towards the door, which swung open of its own accord. No, Mr. Brookley, you cannot do this. Listen to me. Before Sanaa could articulate her protest, her body had already exited the small cabin, the door slamming shut behind her. Regaining control of herself, she cried out, no, let me back in. Desperately, she attempted to force the door open. With her years of combat training, a mere wooden door should pose no obstacle. Alas, Li Yunlong's abode was impervious to reason, and even the door was no exception. Sanaa exhausted every means, even drawing her self-defense pistol to fire a shot, but all her efforts were in vain, yielding no results. Overwhelmed, she wept like a helpless child. Despite the pain from her previous exertion, she had not shed a tear, yet now, faced with the impenetrable door, she succumbed to despair and collapsed before it, weeping uncontrollably. Sanaa did not know how long she cried, but suddenly, the door that seemed eternally unchanged swung open from within, revealing Yunlong, who looked down upon her from above. "Miss Sanaa, your despondency is quite unbecoming. I preferred your earlier, more spirited demeanor. Please come in. I can at least provide you with some washing amenities." Sanaa was bewildered as to how she found herself inside. When she regained her senses, she had already completed her ablutions and was seated in the very chair she had occupied upon entering, a glass of water in hand. "Miss Sanaa," Yunlong began, "I have observed your remarkable determination to lease the advanced magical artifacts from me. Might you enlighten me as to your motives?" Sanaa remained silent for a considerable time before finally lowering her head and shaking it lightly from side to side. Yunlong inquired, unable to disclose your reasons? "Then, Miss Sanaa, please raise your head and meet my gaze." Though hesitant, Sanaa complied with Yunlong's request. "Miss Sanaa, are you truly prepared to sacrifice your body life and soul solely to lease these advanced magical artifacts from me?" Sanaa could not help but feel a flicker of surprise. "You would agree to lease me the advanced magical artifacts?" Yunlong replied, "No. However, I am willing to offer you an opportunity. Not merely an opportunity to rent high-level magical artifacts, but also a chance for you to pause and reflect. Sanaa, as long as you are willing to lease me the advanced magical items, I will acquiesce to your every request." "Ms. Yunlong, this is precisely why I wish to afford you the time to contemplate. You do not grasp the profound implications of your choices. It signifies not only the loss of your past, but, more critically, the forfeiture of your future. Therefore, let us renegotiate the magical contract. I shall grant you 3 days, during which you may rent the specter mask of the King of Fog free of charge, allowing you to visually assess whether those who brought you here are prepared to embrace the consequences. Should you still choose to approach me after 3 days, I will subject you to corporeal transformation, enabling you to serve my purposes. If you successfully endure the transformation, you will become my crucible, at which point I shall gladly lease you the Beast God Crystal. Now, are you inclined to enter into a magical contract with me?" Yunlong extended his hand once more towards Sanaa. After a moment's hesitation, Sanaa reached out, firmly clasping Yunlong's hand. "Very well, the contract is now established. Miss Sanaa, I shall elucidate a few matters for you, so please take heed." After undergoing all examinations, Sanaa was escorted to the interrogation room, where her superior awaited her behind a desk. Countless eyes observed her through the immense one-way glass, while several cameras captured her every movement from various angles, with the footage set to be transmitted with a 10-second delay. Sanaa understood that this was merely the initial display. There were military higher-ups monitoring the situation. "General A, what are the results of Agent Sanaa's examination?" The soldier doctor reported no issues. Yet the soldiers hesitated before reluctantly inviting specialized professionals to confirm that Agent Sanaa harbored a formidable curse. "General," exchanged glances with 2 other generals, signaling for the inquiry to commence. Let's hear her account. Receiving the directive through her earpiece, Sanaa's superior, codenamed Mr. M, began to question her. "Please detail the entirety of the operation." The soldier experts meticulously analyzed the peculiar stone comprising the specter mask of the King of Fog, ultimately concluding that it was not composed of any known earthly material. The compositional analysis revealed that the substance originated from a unique state formed by the coagulation of human blood. In essence, the specter mask was sculpted from congealed human blood. General furrowed his brow. What are its functions? How is it to be utilized? What do the experts say? The soldier experts were unable to provide an answer. "General A, our experts have no conclusions. What are the specialists we engaged?" The soldier disdainfully scoffed. Those hired experts wouldn't even dare enter the chamber housing the specter mask. They merely scream of evil and curses, demanding destruction, behaving as if they were lunatics, completely devoid of reason. Mr. M suddenly shifted the topic, and Sanaa was not surprised. The military's approach dictated that their methods could not be as meticulous as those of researchers. Often, their way of handling issues was to charge ahead. The phantom mask of the Fog King could temporarily bestow upon its wielder powers akin to those of the Fog King himself. Who is the Fog King, and what powers does he possess? Mr. M inquired. Sanaa replied, "You may envision him as a vampire lurking within thick fog. However, his powers are intricate and cannot be succinctly articulated in simple terms. Nevertheless, The magical artifact was designed with the user's convenience in mind, allowing them to intuitively grasp its fundamental functions through magic. And how is it to be used? Mr. M pressed. Sanaa explained, I have established a magical contract with Mr. Ghost. As long as the phantom mask of the Fog King and the chosen user are brought before me, I can bind a mask to the user, granting them the temporary powers of the Fog King. Is there no one else who can accomplish this aside from you? Mr. M asked. Perhaps you might consider bringing Mr. Ghost along, Sanaa suggested. Can the phantom mask transform the user into a vampire? Mr. M queried. Absolutely not. Sanaa retorted. But you just implied otherwise. Mr. M countered. I meant that they can temporarily possess the powers, not that they truly become a vampire. Sanaa clarified. Can the user create new vampires? Mr. M continued. Not at all. Sanaa affirmed. Then during this temporary transformation, will the user be subject to the weaknesses of a vampire? Mr. M inquired. They would indeed fear sunlight or similar forces. Hence, the title Fog King. He shrouds himself in dense fog to protect against the sun's harm, Sanaa explained. What of other weaknesses? Holy water, crosses, garlic, silver? Mr. M pressed. Unless they possess qualities akin to sunlight, I could doubt they would have any effect, Sanaa estimated. After a brief discussion, the three generals decided to bring both the phantom mask and the user to her. Sanaa turned to the selected user and asked, Are you ready? Soldier C is prepared. You may commence at any time, came the response. Soldier C's expression was peculiar, a blend of calm and confusion, tinged with an indescribable understanding. He spread his arms, shielding his eyes, and murmured, How annoying! Why is it so dazzling? Suddenly, a mist enveloped Soldier C, rapidly thickening until he was completely concealed. From the outside, nothing could be discerned, while the rest of the interrogation room remained pristine, devoid of any haze. I'm so thirsty. The utterance was so soft that even Mr. M, present in the room, questioned whether he had truly heard it. The dense fog silently advanced towards Mr. M, and the once ordinary Soldier C had now transformed into the Fog King. Do not forget your mission, soldier, Mr. M exclaimed, rising abruptly to confront the advancing mist with all his might. The fog halted its advance, and Soldier C's voice echoed from within, But I am so thirsty. Someone, take him to Laboratory 3 at once. Mr. M commanded. Sanaa stood quietly to one side, observing as the soldier enshrouded in dense fog, referred to as C, was taken away, neither speaking nor moving. Mr. Sanaa, the agent, despite being closer in proximity, why did he choose to attack me? Sanaa responded, It is I who entered into a magical pact with Mr. Ghost. Mr. M, these matters of mysticism are truly bothersome. The inquiry between Mr. M and Sanaa continued, while the attention of the three generals had entirely shifted, now riveted on the third laboratory, where tests on the King of Fog were underway. The military has never been devoid of troublemakers. Those who breach discipline and warrant execution number more than just a few. Following the orders of the generals, a transgressor was brought forth, stripped of all restraints and provided with a military dagger. His task was to enter the third laboratory and engage in a life-and-death struggle with the unarmed Soldier C, where ultimately only one would emerge alive. To have survived as a troublemaker in the ranks of the military, and to have descended to such a level of misconduct, undoubtedly indicates a nefarious character. Initially appearing fierce and bloodthirsty, upon entering and encountering the peculiar mass of fog in the center, all their ferocity was instantly cast aside as they cautiously maintained their distance, daring not to approach. General A, you are worthless. A coward. Is this how you intend to secure victory? Even if he survives, he should be executed. The soldiers standing nearby remained silent, secretly holding disdain for General A. It is easy to boast from the safety of the command room. If you were to confront such a monster in person, I do not believe you would still be so boastful. Just moments ago, he was responsible for escorting Soldier C to the third laboratory, and even he, a seasoned veteran of many battles, felt an overwhelming chill coursing through him as he neared the strange mist surrounding Soldier C. That sensation was not merely the temperature dropping. It was an instinctual warning from the body to retreat, to stay far away, lest death befall him. In the face of such a creature, caution alone could offer a glimmer of hope. Charging recklessly would surely lead to doom. Driven by primal hunger, Soldier C afforded his opponent no opportunity. With a sudden movement of the fog, a powerful arm emerged, fingers seamlessly piercing the carotid artery before the adversary could react. General A, where are our researchers? They must come quickly to analyze what has transpired. Perhaps due to Soldier C's recent indulgence in blood, his mood appeared rather buoyant. As he instinctively thinned the surrounding fog to facilitate the researchers' examination of himself, the researchers, trembling with trepidation, encircled Soldier C, employing various apparatuses to scrutinize his body. However, an unexpected incident occurred during the blood draw. Although the needle had penetrated the artery, not a single drop of blood could be extracted. The nurse responsible for drawing blood was on the verge of tears, having attempted multiple times without success. Soldier C leaned closer to the nurse's ear, whispering, "Your scent is delightful. Why not offer me your blood as well?" The poor nurse, terrified, let out a shriek and fled the laboratory in haste. The researchers, originally encircling Soldier C, were compelled to withdraw in fright. The mist enveloping Soldier C thickened once more. However, he emerged from the dense fog, his face barely visible. Yet it was insufficient. He craved more, an insatiable thirst for blood. As he gazed at the screen, where Soldier C increasingly resembled a vampire, General A clenched his teeth and coldly inquired, "How many death row inmates do we have left?" "There are 2 soldiers," came the response. "Not enough. The numbers are too few. Immediately assemble a special operations team, 50 strong. Provide them with all existing data, and equip them with whatever weapons they require. I want them ready on Simulation Battlefield 5 within half an hour, aimed at annihilating the King of Mist." Turning to the screen displaying the King of Mist, he disregarded the fact that it couldn't hear his words. "Well then, this time I shall ensure you are fully sated, should you possess the capability." General A roared in fury. The others in the command room remained silent. Yet one of the numerous screens froze on a frame depicting Soldier C, revealing his face from the dense fog. The records indicated that Soldier C was 39 years old, and prior to his engagement with the King of Mist, his visage was known to all. However, the image now frozen on the screen showed a face that bore no resemblance to his former self. It appeared far younger, akin to that of an 18-year-old youth, brimming with vitality and energy, devoid of any trace of the weariness of middle age. The Simulation Battlefield 5 mimicked a complex urban terrain designed for close-quarter combat. A special operations team of 50, armed with all the information regarding the King of Mist and equipped with whatever arms they desired, had sufficient time to establish their positions. In General A's view, under these circumstances, the target was merely an adversary. There was no reason for defeat. Half an hour later, the King of Mist entered the battlefield alone, only to be met with a barrage of concentrated fire. The once cohesive mass of mist erupted like a stampede, rapidly dispersing in all directions. Within 1 minute and 37 seconds, the dense fog enveloped the entirety of Simulation Battlefield 5. Throughout this time, the sounds of gunfire, explosions, and shouts echoed incessantly. Yet, as the fog fully shrouded the battlefield, all sounds abruptly ceased as if someone had pressed the stop button, plunging the area into an eerie silence. What transpired? Even as General A struggled to maintain composure, a tremor laced his voice. "General, the strange mist possesses an overwhelming interference capability. We are entirely unable to ascertain what transpired during that brief span of time. Who should we send?" The question seemed superfluous, with so many personnel at the base. Any one of them could do. Yet, the gravity of the situation was clear to all. Soldier C had evidently gone mad, and anyone dispatched might be swiftly eliminated. If the intent was not merely to send someone to their demise, then the choice of envoy warranted careful consideration. Magic artifact from Sana differed significantly from modern technological products. The same artifact, when wielded by one individual, might be utilized effectively, while in the hands of another, it could drive that person to madness. I, the one who has entered into a magical contract with Mr. Phantom to lease magical artifacts, am acknowledged by him as capable of wielding such powers. However, others have not received Mr. Phantom's endorsement and are likely incapable of mastering these magical implements. General A, how then shall we discern who possesses the requisite ability to command these artifacts? Sana, I fear you may only seek counsel from Mr. Phantom. General A fell into a contemplative silence. What remedies do you propose for the current uncontrollable user? Sana instructed her companions to equip themselves with non-lethal weaponry and ample restraints, accompanying her to confront the rogue user. If I can face the spectral visage of the King of Mist, I shall forcibly strip it from the user through the powers bestowed upon me by our magical contract. Once liberated from the King of Mist's influence, the user will revert to their human state. Those accompanying me should then be capable of managing the aftermath. General A replied, "Very well. I shall arrange for this at once. You must depart immediately." The situation progressed smoothly as Sana stood at the edge of the dense fog, beckoning towards its depths, and the diminutive visage of the King of Mist flew into her grasp. A few individuals rushed forward, but Sana remained motionless, sparing herself the effort. Those souls had long since perished. General, discontent, exclaimed, How can you conclude so hastily without even a glance? The individuals who rush to assist, General, judging by the condition of the bodies, are undoubtedly deceased. General A retorted, must you so quickly undermine my confidence? Can the dead still move? Just moments ago, I witnessed them in motion. In the realm of magic, many phenomena defy our conventional understanding. The power of the King of Mist includes the ability to resurrect the dead. Should a corpse lie within the vicinity of his influence, whether slain by him or enveloped in his fog, the King of Mist can restore the deceased to their peak combat prowess, transforming them into puppets under his command. General A, does this mean he can forge his own undead legion? Indeed, Sanaa affirmed. What else could justify his title as the King of Mist? This revelation shocked not only General A, but also the other two generals present. The legends speak of vampires possessing eternal youth and immortality. Whether the user of the King of Mist's visage shares this gift remains uncertain. Yet it is undeniable that after his blood-sucking, an astonishing rejuvenation occurs. Sanaa's disclosures indicated that the King of Mist harbors a fear of sunlight and similar forces. However, he obscures his vulnerabilities by shrouding himself in the fog he controls. Moreover, through the act of killing and blood-sucking, he expands the range of his fog. The more he claims, the greater the expanse of his dominion, and the mightier his undead legion becomes. This is an utterly one-sided and scrupulous strategy. No wonder the so-called experts deem the visage of the King of Mist as an evil that must be eradicated. Should this entity spiral out of control, what monumental price must humanity pay to subdue him? If the legends hold true, he may indeed embody an immortal being. How then shall we contend with such a foe? In the time that follows, apart from the essential moments of respite, Sanaa finds herself entangled in the tedious inquiries conducted by the military regarding the specter of the Fog King. Despite the overwhelming nature of the situation, Sanaa maintains an air of composure, displaying only the occasional lapse in concentration while everything else remains perfectly in order. Meanwhile, the formidable power exhibited by the Fog King's specter has sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of the military. The base has been cordoned off by troops, with the security alert level escalated to its zenith. Entry is permitted only, while exit is strictly forbidden. With Sanaa as their ultimate safeguard, the military hastens to conduct a series of extreme tests on the Fog King's specter. The results of these tests nearly drove the researchers to the brink of madness. The military has enlisted a new subject, whose performance surpasses that of Soldier C significantly, at least exhibiting the ability to retain rationality and cooperate with the experiments. This time, the military has learned from past experiences, providing only a death row inmate for the subject to siphon blood from. Even in a state of hunger, the subject's body exhibits remarkable signs of rejuvenation, and testing reveals an explosive power exceeding 2,000 newtons. What does this signify? Consider a punch press, commonly employed in the processing of gaming tokens or metallic basins. Steel plates several millimeters thick can be processed in one stroke. Should a worker inadvertently extend their hand during the operation, they would undoubtedly emerge maimed. Current test data suggests that even in a state of deprivation, the Fog King's power remains formidable, with attack strength comparable to that of a humanoid punch press. The bulletproof vests worn by soldiers are rendered as inconsequential as mere wooden boards, easily pierced with a casual strike. At this juncture, the results concerning Soldier C have also emerged. His mental state is evidently compromised. However, upon the removal of the Fog King specter, a marked improvement is observed. Experts currently assess that he has a significant chance of returning to normalcy within a matter of days. More crucially, Soldier C's physique is akin to a masterpiece of ancient Greek sculpture, embodying the perfect golden ratio. Medical examinations corroborate that Soldier C's body has reverted to its peak, the youngest, most vibrant, and most promising form of life, a theoretical embodiment of human perfection. The combination of youthful vigor and mature intellect paints the portrait of an idealized sovereign. 3 generals and high-ranking officials convene in a meeting, with General A helplessly noting the absent-mindedness of those present. This is hardly surprising. The fabled elixir of immortality lies within reach, and even the mere act of selling this information to those in need could yield immense profit. It is universally understood that this is merely a matter of time. Even the military cannot perpetually suppress such revelations. The one who first capitalizes on this knowledge stands to gain the most bountiful rewards. Yet, despite the collective awareness among everyone in the room, no one could depart at this moment. External communications have been severed, and the sole topic of discussion in this meeting revolves around Sanaa, the only individual with the privilege and necessity to leave at this critical juncture. The individuals gathered in the conference room, including the military elites behind them, remained oblivious to the fact that Sanaa, who had been in isolation for several days, was paradoxically the most informed person within the entire base. It is rather absurd, isn't it? The one who is isolated, interrogated, scrutinized, and guarded turns out to be the most knowledgeable about the relevant circumstances. This exemplifies the profound disconnect that often exists in reality. The reason for this is quite simple. Sana understands that through the magical contract signed with Li Yunlong, he has been granted the ability to perceive events directly. Consequently, Sana can wield the powers of this magical pact to employ abilities akin to clairvoyance and enhanced hearing, rendering the entire base transparent to him. He can observe anyone he wishes and hear any conversation he desires, even if they retreat to the most secure conference rooms. Such measures offer him no protection. The only force capable of obstructing Sana's observations is the thick fog conjured by the Fog King. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that it is Sana who entered into the contract with Li Yunlong. This means that Sana's authority supersedes even that of the Fog King's fog. He can easily allow the fog's obscuring effects to be lifted, eliminating any final blind spots. The sights, sounds, and thoughts available to him have caused Sana to question the very essence of his existence. What kind of education and distortion had he endured to so naively choose to obey the commands of these scoundrels? Yet, the die is cast, and there is no turning back for Sana. In truth, Sana's understanding is not entirely accurate. To Li Yunlong, Sana is not indispensable. Among those Li Yunlong knows, the mutant queen possesses the innate qualities most suited to becoming a vessel. However, the mutant queen's own consciousness is unwilling to serve as Li Yunlong's tool. Furthermore, when a magical contract was signed, Li Yunlong's focus was not on the mutant queen, but rather on the overall development of the mutant race, leading to a flaw in the contract that is not a flaw in the conventional sense. Now, the mutant queen is being evasive about her role as a vessel, and Li Yunlong finds himself unable to identify any faults within the contract. Thus, the true value of Sana lies in awakening Li Yunlong from his cognitive blind spots. Since transformation is inevitable, having already altered the human form, why should the structure of the soul remain unchanged? This revelation opens up an abundance of potential candidates. Li Yunlong, being the one to execute the bodily modifications, is fully aware of the challenges that may arise during the process. Therefore, if he strategically focuses on altering the soul's architecture, the overall success rate could exceed 70%. In America, there are countless individuals willing to risk everything for money. Li Yunlong has no specific requirements regarding physique, appearance, or age. Surely, he would not struggle to find women willing to serve as his vessels. It is not a matter of sending anyone to their demise. For mere $100,000, the number of women voluntarily agreeing to be his vessels could be incalculable. Even if the first attempt fails, repeated trials are bound to yield success. The reason Li Yunlong initially failed to contemplate this issue is that he approached it from his own perspective, projecting his own experiences onto others. The human body is a complex supersystem, intricate yet fragile. Bodily modifications not only inflict damage and harm, but also pose a significant risk of diminishing future potential. The consequences of such modifications are severe. The alteration of one's soul structure is perilously more treacherous, the repercussions of which cannot merely be described as grave. It is akin to self-sabotage. As a cultivator, Li Yunlong would rather wager his life on a possibility than accept such a choice. For practitioners, death may be an acceptable outcome. Yet self-destruction of one's path is utterly intolerable. Thus, unbeknownst to him, Li Yunlong finds himself in a cognitive deadlock when faced with choices. However, breaking free from this impasse reveals boundless horizons ahead. With Sana's accumulated knowledge and experience, she cannot fathom the extent of Li Yunlong's strength, let alone comprehend the true essence of power. She is aware only of the magical contract established between herself and Li Yunlong. Yet what is this contract? How does it exist? How does it function? What should one do if unforeseen circumstances arise during the establishment of the contract? No, Sana remains oblivious to the fact that behind this lies years of Li Yunlong's arduous efforts, achievements that are unattainable for the average person. As Li Yunlong delves deeper into his research, his findings multiply, leading him to gradually form his own understanding of power and strength. When the topic of strength arises, people often pose the question, is it powerful? However, in Li Yunlong's view, this inquiry is fundamentally flawed. If one confines the scope to that of mortals, the pertinent question should rather be, are mortals truly weak? From an individual perspective, every mortal is indeed weak. Yet, as a collective, humanity cannot be deemed weak. On the contrary, Li Yunlong perceives the potential of the human race as extraordinarily vast. Thus, if one wishes to claim that a certain individual is powerful, it is imperative that this individual has transcended the limitations of the mortal race. The name Marvel was actually a later alteration. It was originally called Timely Comics. Stifled by the constraints of time and capability, the narratives of Marvel are rife with logical fallacies. Nonetheless, Li Yunlong's research unexpectedly demonstrates that the existence of superheroes and individual strength is indeed plausible. The universe we inhabit operates under its own laws, which dictate the upper and lower limits within it. For instance, if the universe establishes an upper limit for energy intensity, then unless one can transcend these universal laws, energy will always exist within a certain intensity threshold. This principle forms the very foundation of the existence of superheroes or individual strength, regardless of societal, national, or technological advancements. The limits of energy intensity remain finite. Yet, if an individual is sufficiently powerful, even when standing alone, they will not falter in terms of unit energy intensity. Within 3 feet, one can rival nations. Thus, superheroes are no longer mere dreams. On the grand stage of the entire Marvel universe, the strong are no longer solitary. Li Yunlong yearns for such a future, dreaming of inscribing his own legend upon this magnificent stage. Meanwhile, Li Yunlong was engulfed in dread at the prospect of such a future, one devoid of a sanctuary for the weak. As a weakling himself, the thought of living in a world where he could not even govern his own mortality was terrifying. Yet, a moment of rational contemplation would reveal an undeniable truth. Unless Li Yunlong resigned himself to a fleeting existence, the inevitability of such a future loomed large. Provided he lived long enough, the only course of action available to him was to enhance his capabilities to the utmost before all unfolded, to prepare for all that he could, and then to face the future with composure. This may sound deceptively simple. Enter into a magical contract? Certainly, it must operate upon the very essence of one's soul. Yet, the reality is far more complex. Allow me to elucidate with a tangible example. Envision a personal portable computer that Li Yunlong must create, one that is anchored to the soul of Sanaa. This device must encompass a multitude of functions. It must facilitate human-machine interaction with Sanaa, connect with Li Yunlong for necessary exchanges of information, and require a source of energy to sustain its operation. Naturally, Li Yunlong cannot rely on remote energy transmission. The power must be derived locally, with the only feasible source being Sanaa herself. Such a cross-domain energy supply system is essential for prolonged functionality. Moreover, the device must possess remarkable durability, capable of maintaining stability over an extended period, so that even the slightest mishap does not lead to its destruction. Its functionalities should be as streamlined as possible. The more intricate the design, the more complicated the foundational requirements, and, consequently, the higher the probability of errors. But do you think that is the crux of the challenge? The real difficulty lies in the fact that the portable computer crafted by Li Yunlong is to be affixed to the core of Sanaa's soul. This is tantamount to performing a craniotomy on Sanaa, installing a device that must operate for at least 47 years. While the human soul harbors immense potential, its resilience is not as robust as one might presume. Li Yunlong must seize the opportunity to complete the entire process, from creation to installation, only with Sanaa's consent and an open heart, all while ensuring that the procedure and its aftermath inflict minimal harm on her soul and body. The disparities between individuals are vast, and the chasm between Li Yunlong and Sanaa is even greater. For Sanaa, the special, soul structural component that exists as a magical contract constitutes a significant burden, while for Li Yunlong, it is akin to a mere keychain, something he can pocket if he fancies it or discard if it does not please him. Thus, the magical contract established with the client does not hold the same weight for Li Yunlong as it outwardly appears. For him, what truly matters is the preparation he can undertake in the face of an unpredictable future. Countless nights spent in deep contemplation, grappling with the solitude of repeated failures, where success is but a sweet fruit born of relentless toil, yet failure remains the norm. Whether it be the magical artifact, the ghost mask of the King of Mist, already leased to Sanaa, or the advanced magical artifact, the beast god crystal, which Li Yunlong has pledged to lease to her in the future. Essentially, these are merely byproducts of Li Yunlong's experimental research, and one might even argue that they represent the repurposing of failed research endeavors. Both aspects, to varying degrees, embody Li Yunlong's vision of a solo military force, though neither has achieved success. The shortcomings of the Undying Legion are glaringly apparent. Its vulnerability to light poses a significant risk. Should this flaw be exploited, the Undying Legion could be rendered nearly worthless. While the Beast God crystals yield a more advantageous beastly army, they too are fraught with numerous drawbacks, the most prominent being the difficulty in amassing sufficient numbers. When the ranks of cannon fodder are insufficient, what practical value remains? Li Yunlong's dream of a singular military force still has a long journey ahead. Of course, Sana possesses her own value. Theoretically, with her body and soul undergoing transformation, there would be no need for further considerations. Any woman would suffice. However, such recklessness inevitably leads to a dismal success rate. Ideally, the higher the innate qualities of the subject undergoing transformation, the better the outcome. Those with the potential to become a furnace themselves would be most desirable. In this regard, Sana is barely above negligible. Nonetheless, her remarkable resolve to dedicate her body, life, and soul is undeniable. While many may merely voice such intentions, few can truly commit to such an extent. Perhaps only fervent zealots could. Sana's steadfast refusal to disclose her reasons led Li Yunlong to refrain from further inquiries. Before the transformation, the rationale was inconsequential. After the transformation, it would matter even less, as the complete reconstruction of her body and soul would render any capacity for resistance against Li Yunlong impossible. Her personality and conduct would inevitably diverge from her former self, alleviating any concerns Li Yunlong might harbor. On the evening of April 23, 2008, under the escort of a military team, Sana once again entered Li Yunlong's modest abode. Without hesitation, she affirmed her readiness, stating she was prepared to commence at any moment. Then sleep, Li Yunlong replied, gently placing his hand upon her forehead to guide her into a profound state of slumber. This was not merely a physical repose. More importantly, Sana's soul would also descend into a deep dormancy. The actual transformation would not occur within the confines of the small room. Inducing her into a state of sleep so early served a dual purpose of confidentiality. Sana would be transported through the dream path directly to Li Yunlong's true form, where the metamorphosis from mortal to furnace would take place within his secret stronghold. Upon successful transformation, with the furnace's assistance, Li Yunlong would stand a considerable chance of swiftly achieving his blood river dharma body. Human transformation encompasses a broad spectrum, with the most familiar representations often found in cinema, such as organ replacements, less frequently limb exchanges, and more drastic alterations like internal organ swaps. In extreme cases, one might consider replacing everything but the brain. However, this approach raises ethical dilemmas. How much of the individual remains after such extensive alterations? Li Yunlong, of course, cannot afford such recklessness. To expedite the attainment of his blood river dharma body, he intends to employ the method of dual cultivation. Seeking a shortcut that necessitates the cooperation of the furnace he intends to utilize, rather than creating an invincible warrior on the battlefield. When the topic of cultivation arises, most people envision the grueling practices of enduring the harshest winters and sweltering summers. The protagonist endures immense hardship, often accompanied by an elder imparting wisdom about the folly of relying on external aids, warning against the temptation of taking shortcuts. Ultimately, after decades of perseverance, the protagonist achieves remarkable mastery and basks in glory. However, the Confucian perspective leans more towards academia. Thus, let us consider two examples that resonate more with the general populace. Most are familiar with the classical masterpiece Journey to the West, where Sun Wukong, under the tutelage of the venerable patriarch Bodhi at the mountain of the far-reaching heart, has both senior and junior disciples. Yet, what accounts for Sun Wukong's unparalleled fame? Aside from innate talent, the most pivotal factor was the secret teachings bestowed upon him, including the golden elixir technique and the 72 transformations, alongside the cloud somersault technique. In the late Qing and early Republican eras, the literary world witnessed a prodigy known by the pen name of Huanzhu Luzhu, who penned the groundbreaking work The Legend of the Swordsman of Mount Shu. Within this narrative, the core disciples of the Amei sect, namely the 3 heroes and 2 clouds, confront seasoned rogue swordsmen with blatant disrespect, not only lacking reverence, but also resorting to scornful insults. Their audacity stems from the backing of the Amei sect and their formidable prowess. Interestingly, older disciples of Amei often find themselves bullied by these rogue swordsmen. What accounts for the disparity in strength? All disciples study from the same Amei texts. Could it be that the older practitioners have failed in their cultivation? Ultimately, this reflects the privilege of protagonists, naturally elevated above supporting characters, compensating for insufficient cultivation with an abundance of elixirs and miraculous potions. What if mere consumption of these potions does not suffice? They resort to utilizing superior equipment and external enhancements. While the rogue swordsmen toil in solitary cultivation, the three heroes and two clouds are extensively equipped by their masters, ancestors, friends, and esteemed predecessors with an array of rare treasures, entirely outfitted to the teeth. Should they still find themselves unable to prevail, they have no choice but to cast aside their dignity and take matters into their own hands. In the end, the Amei sect emerges victorious, culminating the tale triumphantly. Consider the transformation of Sana. The objective was to mold her into a worthy furnace for Li Yunlong. Here, the term furnace does not refer to the tools used by Taoists for external alchemy, but rather extends from its literal meaning, specifically denoting a method within the dual cultivation practices categorized under the techniques of the bedroom arts. In ancient times, dual cultivation was inherently a secretive discipline, often deemed risky, leading to its classification as a heterodox practice. The techniques of Reimagined were particularly regarded as an extreme deviation, nearly categorized as malevolent sorcery. Nevertheless, such practices have persisted throughout the ages, attracting practitioners due to their relatively low entry barriers, allowing for widespread dissemination. The principal drawback lies solely in the practitioner's ability to attain profound realms of mastery. The pursuit of profound dual cultivation techniques is indeed fraught with challenges, among which the most renowned is the joyful Zen of esoteric Buddhism. This practice necessitates the collaboration of one of the protective deities of esoteric Buddhism, the Dakini, whose presence, though often merely symbolic, underscores the high standards required for genuine cultivation, reflecting an inherent difficulty. The dual cultivation method employed by Li Yunlong does not stem from the rituals of esoteric Buddhism. Rather, it aligns with the Taoist practice known as Feng Zongshu, which also imposes exceptionally high demands. Theoretically, male practitioners embody the yang essence, while their female counterparts represent yin. Throughout the cultivation process, the initiative lies entirely with the male practitioner, with the female playing a supportive and cooperative role, often regarded as a mere vessel, metaphorically referred to as a cauldron. However, this designation does not diminish its significance. The cauldron is irreplaceable during the gathering of medicinal herbs and serves as a crucial container for concocting potent elixirs, representing the hope of achieving enlightenment, second only to the male practitioner's own cultivation. Li Yunlong's intent to utilize dual cultivation as a shortcut to transcendence does not entail a reliance on the ultimate truths of the practice. Consequently, his criteria for the cauldron are less stringent, as his aim does not revolve around the creation of a supreme elixir. He need not concern himself with lofty concepts such as innate spiritual luminosity. Instead, he seeks to harness the fundamental life force that transitions from the primordial to the manifest, an essence that constitutes the very origins of human existence. In employing the cauldron, there is no necessity for it to endure the arduous processes associated with elixir refinement. It merely needs to withstand Li Yunlong's essence, energy, and spirit, providing an ideal environment for him to transform these elements through the life-generating forces. Otherwise, adhering strictly to the rigorous standards of dual cultivation in selecting a suitable cauldron would necessitate meticulous calculations of its fate to ensure compatibility with his own destiny, thereby averting potential calamity during critical moments of elixir creation. Moreover, every aspect, from physical fitness to mental cultivation and the methods of practice, demands stringent requirements. In ancient times, practitioners often began their training from a young age to meet these criteria. The arduousness of this endeavor is hardly something to be disclosed to outsiders. Even if Li Yunlong sets relatively modest expectations for his cauldron, transforming an ordinary individual into a competent vessel is a monumental task. Ignoring the potential harm and severe consequences of such transformation, it remains a significant undertaking. Were this to occur in ancient times, it would entail an overwhelming allocation of resources, consuming considerable time and effort, and ultimately yielding a dismal cost-benefit ratio. As historical records suggest, such practices were seldom documented. While some engaged in capital punishment for profit, no one would undertake a venture destined for loss. Given the inconvenient transportation and scarcity of resources in the ancient milieu, how many individuals truly succeeded in their cultivation? Such a futile pursuit was not one anyone would willingly embrace. Li Yunlong now dares to engage in such ventures, relying on two principal factors. Firstly, the modern society is characterized by advanced technology and abundant resources, enabling Li Yunlong to comfortably bear the expenses incurred during his transformative processes. Secondly, he currently resides within the Marvel Universe, a realm where X-Gene exists, significantly easing the difficulty of transforming ordinary individuals into extraordinary beings. Theoretically, Every human on Earth within the Marvel world harbors the potential of the X gene, with the distinction lying in the awakening of this genetic ability and the nature of the superpowers that manifest. Yunlong himself is a mutant, possessing the ability to control his senses. Throughout the years, he has never ceased his research into sensory manipulation. Additionally, with an ever-expanding database of mutant genetic information, many secrets of the X gene have become well known to him. Presently, should Yunlong wish to transform an ordinary individual, granting them powers akin to Mystique or Wolverine, the success rate exceeds 90%, with the ability awakening distinctly tied to the original source. The only variation may be in the degree of development, possibly rendering it slightly weaker than the original. Yet technically, the process has matured without any glaring drawbacks. If the American military were to possess such technology, they would undoubtedly rejoice, as it would mean that with just one specimen, they could mass-produce super soldiers. Capturing Wolverine, for instance, would allow them to replicate his formidable regenerative abilities. However, this technology involves complexities that Yunlong is reluctant to share with the American military, preferring to keep it under wraps for his own purposes. When it comes to the transformation of Sanaa, the challenge becomes considerably greater, as Yunlong's database lacks any mutant abilities that meet his stringent criteria for the transformation. Faced with this predicament, he is compelled to exercise his ingenuity to construct the necessary X gene himself. Honestly, this task is far from simple. Although Yunlong has conducted extensive research on the X gene, his findings are predominantly based on the vast population of mutants. The greater the number of mutants, the wider the variety of awakened superpowers, allowing him to reverse engineer the functions of the X gene. Nonetheless, his current research has yet to penetrate the core mysteries of the X gene. Utilizing existing functional templates, such as Mystique's shape-shifting ability or Wolverine's healing factor, is within his grasp, but in the absence of these templates, Yunlong cannot coax the dormant X gene into awakening a specific function at his behest. Thus, when he aspires to establish a particular functional template, he must resort to piecing together the available templates at his disposal, striving to construct the desired functional framework. This assembly is not as straightforward as merely stacking building blocks. It requires precision and depth, necessitating the use of a pre-existing functional template as a foundation, dismantling unnecessary functional modules, and then selectively integrating the desired components. This endeavor bears a striking resemblance to contemporary scientific research. In essence, it intertwines technology and mystique, sharing numerous underlying principles, albeit the challenges presented by each realm remain formidable. Yunlong, leveraging his extensive computational resources and a modicum of fortune, successfully constructed the X gene he required, aptly named Dinglu No. 1. The capabilities exhibited by this creation do not mirror the shape-shifting abilities of Mystique or the extraordinary regenerative powers of Wolverine. Rather, they align more closely with the prowess of Steelman. However, unlike Steelman, who transforms into a solid metallic being, those who awaken their superpowers through Dinglu No. 1 emerge as resplendent, jade-like figures, characterized by their remarkable energy conduction abilities. With such a profound foundation, they can easily ascend to the status of a level 3 mutant. And with commendable talent, a stroke of luck, and diligent effort, reaching level 4 mutant status is well within the realm of possibility. Such transformations are far from the simplicity of receiving an injection in a hospital. During a state of deep slumber, Sanaa was placed within a specially designed energy field by Yunlong, appearing to the outside world as a semi-transparent humanoid light entity. This method, while effective, is exceedingly resource-intensive. Yunlong's approach involves direct intervention at the cellular level, ensuring that the modifications achieve their intended outcomes. Correspondingly, the complexity of this process is daunting, as the human body comprises approximately 40 to 60 trillion cells, collectively forming a sophisticated supersystem. Once modifications reach the cellular level, the sheer quantity of cells, each with distinct functions, presents a significant challenge. Fortunately, Yunlong's years of accumulated knowledge on the X gene and human anatomy, coupled with vast data and experience and supported by auxiliary computational resources, make this endeavor feasible, an undertaking that would be insurmountable for anyone else. It is not that the computational resources of various research institutions are inadequate. Indeed, major laboratories worldwide, including those in the United States, primarily rely on computers for their computational needs. While the computational capabilities of technology are indeed advantageous, facilitating substantial computational resources and enabling cellular-level operations within laboratory settings, the restrictions are numerous. The requisite operational equipment alone poses a considerable challenge. It is rare to hear of any large laboratory capable of performing such extensive cellular-level modifications on a human scale, let alone applying it commercially. This is not merely conjecture from the Yunlong. Such extensive and profound transformations, even at a smaller scale, would equate to a metamorphosis or rejuvenation, while at a grander scale. The creation of superhumans becomes a tantalizing possibility. Should a reliable success rate be assured, affluent individuals would undoubtedly seek out these advancements. The military, too, would no longer need to pursue super soldier programs, for an army of artificially created superhumans would suffice. The average diameter of human cells measures merely between 10 and 20 micrometers, yet these cells embody vital activities such as division, differentiation, heredity, and mutation. Each cell may be perceived as a sophisticated machine. Even with the manipulation of the X gene through preordained programs, the sheer magnitude of the endeavor, given the number of cells contained within the human body, is monumental. This distinction highlights the divergence between the realms of science and mystique. While renowned laboratories globally struggle to achieve certain feats, Li Yunlong, through years of solitary endeavor, has remarkably succeeded. The scientific approach is relatively accessible, allowing many to engage, characterized by its vast depth and breadth. As scientific and technological advancements proliferate, the branches of knowledge become increasingly numerous and intricate, rendering individual contributions seemingly trivial. The emergence of prodigies and masters in specific disciplines has diminished in frequency, yet the rapid evolution of scientific research necessitates the guidance of such exceptional minds. Conversely, the mystical realm does not entail the same complexities as the scientific domain. An individual can navigate its pathways without imposing excessively high standards. However, the entry barrier is steep, with approximately 90% of the population facing elimination even before they begin. Furthermore, the perilous nature of mystical exploration is undeniable. Upon careful reflection, one may realize that the so-called mystical research lacks any semblance of safety, with numerous individuals losing their lives in the pursuit of knowledge. Li Yunlong has traversed this path, relying equally on caution and fortune to arrive at his current juncture. Nevertheless, once achievements are realized, he can accomplish feats that appear astonishing to the average person, embodying a balance of gains and losses, the essence of which can only be fully appreciated by the individual. The transformation of Sana necessitates a continuous duration of 72 hours. Upon completion, she will awaken naturally. This process starkly contrasts with the surgical replacement of human organs in hospitals, where postoperative recovery often extends beyond a week. Given Li Yunlong's expertise, the mere act of transformation could be accomplished within 24 hours. The complexity lies not within the corporeal form, but rather in the synchronization between Sana's soul and her altered body. Should the body be transformed while the soul remains unaligned, the consequences could prove fatal, a matter far from humorous. The awakening of the X gene inherently carries certain risks. Yet Li Yunlong's current research has yet to elucidate the origins of this danger. Logically, one would assume that the higher the energy level, the greater the peril. However, Li Yunlong's findings suggest that the dangers associated with the awakening of the X gene do not adhere to this principle. With the passage of 72 hours, the transformation of Sana has been entirely successful, and in 5 minutes, she will awaken naturally. Li Yunlong began to adorn his fingers with rings, his wrists with bracelets, his head with a circlet, and his neck with a necklace, not forgetting to encircle his ankles with anklets. These artifacts were all magical creations of his own making. With meticulous precision, he issued commands. All external passages of the base were to be sealed, the puppet army in warehouses 1 through 3 was to be activated, and the external energy supply systems were to be disconnected, relying solely on the power furnace to maintain energy within the base. The automated weapon defense systems were fully engaged. The spatial distortion shielding defenses were activated, and the illusion formation commenced. Now is not the time for frugality. His modest base still possessed numerous defensive measures that needed to be fully operational. This was the critical moment for the sublimation of his essence, chi, and spirit. Any negligence could not be tolerated. Was Li Yunlong exhibiting a touch of impatience? Just after Sana's transformation was complete, he hastily mounted his steed. Even with a magical contract in place, should they not take the time to deepen their understanding of one another? Perhaps enjoy a film or a stroll through the mall to nurture their bond. Why the urgency? As for engaging in intimacy, it felt akin to preparing for battle. Are we aware of the ancient Taoist concept of calamity? The lives of ordinary individuals follow the natural order of birth, aging, illness, and death, without exception. However, practitioners tread a different path. acquiring extraordinary abilities, seeking immortality, and mastering the art of transcending earthly bounds. Why should the common man, destined to return to the earth, be compared to those practitioners who attain longevity and freedom? This is because we often observe the majority of ordinary lives, while practitioners draw our attention to the successful few. Practitioners harness the mysteries of the sun and moon, seizing the very essence of creation, which comes at a price. The arduous journey is not to be detailed here. Yet practitioners must confront numerous tribulations. The term calamity sounds ominous. Failing to overcome, it leads to a dead end. After years of diligent cultivation, one misstep could lead to ruin. For every 10,000 who embark on the path of cultivation, perhaps only one succeeds, while the remaining 999 falter along the way, facing trials that ordinary individuals can scarcely fathom. Since arriving in the Marvel Universe, Yunlong has introspected deeply. Although his actions cannot be classified as utterly malevolent, they are hardly aligned with innocence or kindness. His interactions have often led to more grievances than friendships, and after all these years, he has not forged a single bond of true camaraderie, while accumulating a multitude of enemies who would gladly see him perish. Now, as he prepares the cauldron to refine his essence, chi, and spirit, he seeks a shortcut, an expedient path to attain his true form. It would indeed be strange if calamities did not arise. Meanwhile, the current director of SHIELD, often referred to derisively as the Black Salted Egg, Nick Fury, sat in the command vehicle, issuing orders for action. This operation had not been pre-announced to the higher-ups in Los Angeles, yet SHIELD had been preparing for it for an extended period. To be precise, preparations commenced the day after the Black Widow's failed assault on Ghost's abode. This operation had been in the works ever since, driven by the singular influence of one individual, the Ancient One. As the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury harbored little concern that this unilateral action would significantly damage the relationship between SHIELD and the upper echelons of Los Angeles. The approach taken by Yunlong, which could be diplomatically termed as self-sufficient, essentially denoted a detachment from collaborative efforts. The sudden, large-scale deployment of SHIELD forces was bound to elicit some discontent from the Los Angeles hierarchy if SHIELD efficiently dealt with Mr. Phantom. It was improbable that the upper management would respond vehemently. Most likely, they would only voice mild grievances. In their collective attitude towards Yunlong, the upper echelons of Los Angeles shared an unspoken understanding. Despite being acutely aware of Yunlong's mysterious and formidable capabilities, none from the upper ranks had ever engaged with him directly. Their positions were unmistakably clear. No member of the Los Angeles elite would side with Yunlong. If SHIELD were to eliminate him, they would only applaud the outcome. Even if SHIELD's methods were somewhat unorthodox, the higher-ups would likely turn a blind eye. After all, could such a significant operation occur without their notice? What truly concerned Director Fury was Yunlong, or more precisely, the Mr. Phantom referenced by the Sorcerer Supreme. As the line between ordinary humans and the unknown SHIELD was privy to many enigmatic matters. They were well informed about the mystic realm and had a grasp of certain legends regarding Kamar-Taj and the Sorcerer Supreme, even possessing some channels of communication. After witnessing the Black Widow's team struggle against Yunlong, who effortlessly ensnared the Hulk, SHIELD promptly activated its intelligence network and reached out to various figures from the mystical side, including Kamar-Taj. To their astonishment, Kamar-Taj, typically slow to respond, reacted swiftly and fervently this time, with the Sorcerer Supreme, Agamotto, coming in person. Agamotto gravely warned Director Fury about Mr. Phantom, urging him to refrain from rash actions. Mr. Phantom was far more formidable than one could imagine. A week prior, the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj had detected Mr. Phantom, and upon my personal observation, I discerned that there were no opportunities to confront him. Fury, with a stern expression, listened to Agamotto's words. He did not share Agamotto's perspective. SHIELD had triumphed over countless, seemingly insurmountable challenges in the past. The Sorcerer Supreme recognized Fury's mindset and thus felt compelled to disclose further information. Mr. Phantom was unlike any adversary they had encountered before. He possessed the uncanny ability to conceal his immense power from them, never having revealed it in their presence. The consequences of his strength in battle could be devastating. Should he choose to engage, Even a direct confrontation with their military would result in a one-sided massacre. I once traversed time through the eye of Agamotto to observe a grim reality. Should I confront Mr. Ghost directly, there exists a 99% probability that I would meet my demise at his hands. The remaining 1% merely suggests mutual destruction. Director Nick, we could assemble an extraordinary team to assist Master Wong in combating Mr. Ghost. However, Master Wong proves ineffective. Mr. Ghost wields not only formidable power, but also cunning intellect. He seldom leaves his lair, thus rendering any large-scale assault futile. Even if a select few were to reach him under my guidance, Mr. Ghost possesses the ability to create puppets, making it impossible for us to match the numbers of his minions. Director Nick, Mr. Ghost cannot be flawless. Master Wong smiled, asserting that while Mr. Ghost is indeed powerful, he is far from invincible. His spells, though potent, harbor vulnerabilities. He may obscure his own fate from prediction. However, should I foresee the fate of those who come into contact with him, his enchantments would falter. Similarly, he can predict the dangers he faces within a single day. Yet if such dangers do not culminate in death, his prophecies would also prove ineffective. Director Nick quickly grasped the implications. As long as we refrain from ending his life within 24 hours, his prophecies would hold no power. Even if we captured him and delayed his demise beyond that time frame, his predictions would fail to safeguard him. Master Wong nodded approvingly. Director Nick, invigorated by this revelation, recognized that Mr. Ghost would thus become more manageable. In formulating a strategy against him, the objective could shift from extermination to capture. Once secured, whether for dissection and study or immediate termination, the decision would lie solely with us. As for utilizing those who come into contact with Mr. Ghost to ascertain his situation, this merely adds a procedural layer to the usual tasks I assign to my operatives. It is a familiar endeavor for Director Nick. Given this, when shall we take action against Mr. Ghost? Master Wong cautioned against haste. We must bide our time. Director Nick inquired about the necessity of waiting. Indeed, Master Wong affirmed. We must wait. Even if I possess the means to unravel the spells cast by Mr. Ghost, his inherent strength remains unchanged. Master Wong added, no, Mr. Ghost's power will only grow more formidable. Director Nick questioned this. However, Master Wong elaborated. Mr. Ghost's strength is overwhelmingly potent, even for himself. Eventually, his body shall be unable to endure such immense magical force. Director Nick pondered. So we need do nothing but patiently await a day when Mr. Ghost's own power leads to his demise. Master Wong expressed skepticism, asserting that such a fortunate event is highly unlikely. Mr. Ghost is exceedingly cunning, fully aware of his own weaknesses, and possesses means to address them. Director Nick grew increasingly perplexed. Mr. Ghost has a method to resolve his own issues? Master Wong nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Mr. Ghost requires the assistance of a woman to perform a highly intricate magical ritual. Should this ritual be executed successfully, he would resolve his predicament. Director Nick understood that he could predict who that woman was. If they could hide her before Mr. Phantom, then Mr. Phantom would be left waiting for his demise. In the presence of Master Gu, Director Nick maintained a semblance of restraint. Yet his true intention was to eliminate the woman beforehand, thereby ensuring that Mr. Phantom would be vanquished by his own power. Master Gui cast a cold glance at Director Nick, fully aware of his ulterior motives. The woman required for Mr. Phantom's magical ritual had exceedingly high standards, yet Mr. Phantom possessed the ability to forcibly transform an unsuitable woman into one who met the qualifications through his own magical prowess. Director Nick was nearly choked with frustration. How could Mr. Phantom resort to such unscrupulous tactics? With half the world's population being women, if the criteria were stringent, it would be possible to ascertain a specific number. Is it not often portrayed this way in films? For a particular magical ritual, certain individuals were needed. However, with Mr. Phantom's ability to perform human transformation, it became impossible to prevent him from conducting his ritual. After Master Gu completed the magical ceremony, Mr. Phantom would undoubtedly become even more powerful. Yet, this very ritual represented our opportunity. Master Gu interjected, declaring that such actions would bear no fruit. Mr. Phantom was both formidable and cunning. Even if we were to disrupt his magical ceremony, we could inflict no harm upon him, nor could we induce even a momentary weakness. At best, we could eliminate the woman he intended to use for the ritual, but with Mr. Phantom's magic, he would merely require another woman. And with a change of time and place, he could conduct the ritual anew. Director Nick's visage darkened, nearly dripping with despair. If the situation was as Master Gui described, how could they proceed? Chapter 11. The Blood River Incarnation. Master Gu could empathize with Director Nick's frustration. As the supreme sorcerer, the foremost expert of the mystical realm on Earth. Even he found himself constrained in the face of Mr. Phantom. Who could he share his feelings of helplessness with? For so many years, the Supreme Sorcerer had stood as a symbol of Kamar-Taj, revered by countless practitioners of the mystical arts. His long life was woven into a legendary epic. He had interacted with true deities and demons. In his prime, the Supreme Sorcerer was undoubtedly the preeminent figure of the earthly mystical realm. However, time alters all things, even with the power borrowed from the demon Vishani. Even wielding the Eye of Agamotto to minimize errors, and even if the world still viewed him as the omnipotent Supreme Sorcerer, capable of suppressing all, Master Gu recognized within himself the stark reality. He was no longer at his zenith. As time marched on, he increasingly felt a sense of inadequacy. He was aging, unable to keep pace with the evolving world, a realization that weighed heavily upon him. Though I may be aging, though my legend is nearing its conclusion, as long as I draw breath, I remain the Supreme Sorcerer, standing at the pinnacle of the earthly mystical realm. The Ancient One spoke to himself in this manner and acted accordingly. He harbored no terror regarding the future or his own demise. His lifespan far exceeded that of ordinary mortals, and even the name Ancient One was not his true name, but rather a title signifying the first of the ancients. Furthermore, having traversed various timelines through the Eye of Agamotto, he had witnessed countless possibilities and many of his own deaths. Thus, the Ancient One understood that even if he were to perish in this realm, it would merely unlock another possibility, one in which his soul might become a follower of the eternal spirit, existing beyond the dimensions of mankind. With this in mind, he resolved to diligently fulfill all responsibilities entrusted to him. Occasionally, the Ancient One would indulge in daydreams about a life beyond the burdens of human obligations, envisioning a state of existence far more serene than that of mortals. However, he recognized that he must still confront his responsibilities and devise a means to deal with the specter known as Yunlong. From the Ancient One's perspective, the timelines of the Marvel Universe were observable. The river of time flowed with its own direction. To express this in simpler terms, everything in the world possesses its own destiny, which is not immutable. Numerous factors could influence this fate. If the changes were minor, the Ancient One preferred to remain uninvolved, as he could not manage them all. However, should the alterations be substantial enough to cause a divergence in the river of time, or even redirect its course toward an unpredictable future, such transformations were intolerable to him. Unfortunately, Yunlong found himself precisely at this juncture. The reputation of the ghostly abode of the specter in Los Angeles resonated widely, impacting the destinies of countless individuals, so many, in fact, that even the Ancient One struggled to keep count. Although the three sacred sites of Kamar-Taj had their sole sanctuary in New York, the sorcerers residing within were not reclusive. The notoriety of the ghostly figure soon attracted the attention of the sorcerers stationed in the New York sanctum, who dispatched agents to investigate. A comprehensive report soon lay before the Ancient One, prompting him to direct his focus toward Yunlong. Yet, Yunlong was exceedingly cautious. His ability to control sensory perceptions enabled him to communicate with both his past and future, facilitating a certain level of information exchange. Thus, his engagement with the mystical realm placed him at an elevated status. Since entering the domain of the arcane, Yunlong had delved into the secrets of time and space, persistently pursuing research in these areas for many years, yielding partial successes. Although these findings did not grant him the extraordinary effects of the Eye of Agamotto, they sufficed for his own protection. Even the Ancient One, when employing the power of the Eye, could not directly scrutinize Yunlong's timeline. Other prophetic spells and similar enchantments were equally ineffective against him. If the Ancient One found himself challenged, lesser sorcerers were utterly incapable of foreseeing Yunlong's circumstances. Despite Yunlong's fervent efforts to safeguard his secrets, the seasoned Master Gu gleaned considerable information about him from indirect sources, which left her deeply unsettled. Yunlong harbored no aspirations of becoming a supervillain, nor did he wish to be a superhero. His motivations were remarkably modest. He merely desired to prolong his existence and enhance the quality of his life. However, the crux of the matter lay not in Yunlong's intentions, but in the magnitude of his potential impact. His power was formidable, and he exhibited no inclination to temper it. Although he did not seek malevolence, the repercussions of his actions, birthed from his own considerations, grew increasingly substantial, leading Master Gu to perceive a significant likelihood that these maneuvers could disrupt the very timeline of the human world. Should the timeline of humanity undergo drastic alterations, both humanity and the world it inhabits, construed by Master Gu as solely the Earth, would hurtle toward an unpredictable future. Thus, regardless of whether Li Yunlong was inherently good or evil, Master Gu Yi deemed him a malevolent force. Master Gu Yi was not averse to directly eliminating Li Yunlong. Indeed, she was willing to assume certain risks to do so. Yet, Li Yunlong had effectively shrouded himself in secrecy, making it impossible for her to trace his whereabouts, as if he had never existed in this world. Even when he was vulnerable, opportunities to confront him eluded her. Although Li Yunlong had no recollection of ever encountering Master Gu Yi, she had engaged him in combat across parallel timelines hundreds of times, utilizing the power of the Eye of Agamotto. From the outset, Li Yunlong demonstrated remarkable physical resilience. Even when ambushed, he exhibited almost no weaknesses. Ordinary elemental attacks could be repelled by his robust physique, showing little regard for the air around him. Master Gu Yi attempted to employ delaying tactics, utilizing techniques such as toxic clouds, suffocation spells, and water element manipulation to create an environment devoid of breathable air, including vacuums, all to no avail against Li Yunlong. Simple physical assaults were laughable in their futility. He shattered boulders weighing hundreds of tons with a single blow, and even a tempest of blades, augmented by magic, could not pierce his defenses. With no protection, he grasped the sharp weapons with impunity, rendering them no more threatening than mere parchment, tearing them apart with ease. Despite employing venom, curses, and even remote assassination attempts, Master Gu Yi found her efforts utterly ineffective. It was not that Li Yunlong was impervious to harm. Rather, he was exceedingly cautious and extraordinarily perceptive, steering clear of any toxic substances. The idea of successfully landing a distant shot on him was fanciful. Curses and hexes proved equally ineffective, and the notion of using parasitic insects was a mere jest. They dared not approach Li Yunlong, as they would retaliate fiercely if cornered. Since setting traps proved ineffective, I decided to charge indirectly. Thanks to the application of spatial magic, the Ancient One could summon otherworldly beasts, lowly imps, and minor demons in abundance, easily capable of annihilating a 1,000-man squad through sheer numbers. This served as a perfect expendable army for probing, and the results revealed that Li Yunlong's lair was teeming with puppets, rendering any direct intervention by him unnecessary. Utilizing the mechanisms and secret passages he had arranged within his stronghold, coupled with the overwhelming numerical superiority of his puppet army, he swiftly subdued these expendables. When numbers failed to suffice, I resorted to quality. The Ancient One summoned formidable beings of negative energy, commonly referred to as malevolent spirits and vengeful ghosts. These brutal entities, filled with resentment towards all living beings, eagerly responded to the Ancient One's call. Yet, they found it impossible to approach Li Yunlong, disintegrating like mist near a furnace. It became evident that Mr. Ghost was far more formidable than these vengeful spirits. In a fit of desperation, the Ancient One summoned interdimensional beings, entities that defied the laws of reason, which even the Ancient One found troublesome. However, these interdimensional beings were incapable of entering Li Yunlong's lair. The ancient Eastern Taoist philosophy seeks to transcend the 3 realms and escape the 5 elements, emphasizing avoidance of spirits and deities from the outset. Otherwise, if spirits and deities were to watch over you, you would be at their mercy, unable to cultivate further. Li Yunlong embraced this philosophy, despite his limited abilities. He consciously evaded the attention of spirits and deities while constructing his lair. To the interdimensional beings lacking sufficient power, Li Yunlong's lair resembled a small insect shrouded in mist, impossible to pinpoint, thus eluding detection. No matter how fervently the Ancient One summoned interdimensional beings, he could not attract any formidable demon gods. At the very least, the Emperor of the Vimen could not descend from a higher dimension to assist the Ancient One in locating Li Yunlong. Even so, opportunities still existed for the Ancient One. Yet more troubling challenges lay ahead. Li Yunlong himself was a master of spatial and temporal magic. Concepts such as spatial compression, spatial annihilation, spatial anchoring, traversing vast distances in an instant, continuous flickering, short-range spatial jumps, and chaotic area slicing were wielded by him with reckless abandon, treating lethal attacks as mere commonplace maneuvers, casually launching 3 to 5 at once. His prowess with temporal magic was equally impressive. Abilities like time suspension, time acceleration, time reversal, time jumping, and enforced temporal loops were executed with such finesse that, had it not been for the limited duration of his time manipulation, barely lasting a few seconds, the Ancient One might have suspected that Li Yunlong possessed the Eye of Agamotto. However, what truly plunged the Ancient One into despair was not merely these capabilities. Li Yunlong could emanate a crimson radiance from within, a light imbued with brutal power. which render the Ancient One utterly powerless against it. Ordinary spells stand no chance before this terrifying crimson radiance. In the mirror dimension, spatial manipulation is instantly torn asunder by this ominous glow. The Eye of Agamotto, which theoretically possesses dominion over time magic, should occupy a superior position. However, Li Yunlong merely needs to gather this dreadful red light into his fist, igniting it like an all-consuming flame, and with a single strike, he can shatter the temporal powers unleashed by the Eye of Agamotto. The divine force of the demon god Vishanti, descending from another dimension, should, in terms of magnitude, reign at the pinnacle of this world. Yet, Li Yunlong can exhaust this formidable crimson light against Vishanti's divine power. Vishanti's ability to manifest his divine force in this dimension relies entirely on the ancient sorcerer's core presence. In a battle of attrition, the ancient sorcerer must bear the entirety of the burden. However, given the ancient sorcerer's advanced age, it is inconceivable that he could contend with Li Yunlong. Should they find themselves in such a mutually depleting predicament, the ancient sorcerer would undoubtedly face defeat. Thus, during their direct confrontations, the ancient sorcerer often occupies the position of the vanquished. The only way to achieve mutual destruction lies in engaging Li Yunlong in close combat at the onset of the battle. Li Yunlong would not oppose this. In melee, he undeniably holds the advantage. Yet the ancient sorcerer's intent in closing the distance is not to challenge Li Yunlong's martial prowess, but to sacrifice all his strength to obliterate the Eye of Agamotto, thereby generating a chaotic temporal vortex. Even though Li Yunlong is cognizant of this strategy, he has no means to counter it and must endure it with his crimson light. Initially, the ancient sorcerer's gambit holds more than a 50% chance of resulting in mutual annihilation. However, as time progresses, Li Yunlong's power amplifies, and ultimately, while the ancient sorcerer's desperate maneuver may rend Li Yunlong's form, it cannot extinguish his life. Once the temporal vortex subsides, Li Yunlong can reassemble his body and regenerate any obliterated parts, soon returning to his formidable self. At present, the ancient sorcerer's attempts yield insufficient results even to severely injure Li Yunlong. He can withstand the chaotic temporal currents through the force of his own crimson light, enduring until their conclusion, suffering only from the expenditure of energy without sustaining further harm. Fortunately, this brutal crimson radiance is also a considerable burden for Li Yunlong himself. The ancient sorcerer astutely perceives this and observes the measures Li Yunlong adopts to address the issue. Upon attempting to gauge Li Yunlong's situation post-success, the results remain consistent. The searing crimson light coalesces into a turbulent river, instantly shattering the ancient sorcerer's foresight. The ancient sorcerer comprehends that once Li Yunlong succeeds, his power will attain a qualitative leap, and he will no longer be able to glimpse Li Yunlong's future. Nevertheless, regardless of how dire the future may appear, this wily old fox, having lived for many years, discerns a glimmer of hope amidst the minuscule successes. In a direct confrontation with the current Li Yunlong, even the Ancient One would find it impossible to achieve a mutual destruction. Once the ritual is successfully completed, Li Yunlong will possess the power to overwhelmingly overpower the Ancient One. However, what of Li Yunlong in the interim, before success? Utilizing the power of the Eye of Agamotto, he has made numerous attempts across parallel timelines. The Ancient One has ultimately confirmed that during the ritual, Li Yunlong will be at his weakest. Although the Ancient One cannot seize this opportunity to eliminate him, she is not a barbarian limited to a singular line of thought. She plays the game of wisdom. The void referred to by the Ancient One is not the same as the void depicted in Guardians of the Galaxy, which is a lawless realm inhabited by the Collector, remnants of a colossal celestial group. The void articulated by the Ancient One is a conceptual existence proposed by the mystical side of world understanding, known by many names such as the Abyss of Despair, the Silent Isle, and the Blank Domain. These represent a unique aspect of the foundational structure of the world. In modern scientific terms, it is akin to a low-dimensional space. For dimensions surpass 3, 3 exceed 2, and 2 is greater than 1. The void is the lowest tier of dimensions, a realm not acknowledged by contemporary science. Director Nick, are we unable to kill or imprison Mr. Ghost? The Ancient One has foreseen no possibility for such an outcome in the future, I have observed. Director Nick, you cannot perceive Mr. Ghost as merely human. He is no longer one of us. Then, when shall we act? Ancient One, Mr. Ghost's magical prowess is formidable, and the curses he inflicts upon himself are equally terrifying. I cannot predict the exact moment, only offer a rough estimation. However, as the time for his ritual approaches, the scope of his interference will diminish. 3 days prior to the ritual, I will be able to provide precise predictions and will alert you to prepare accordingly. What preparations are required? Ancient One. I require a team, one exceeding 200 individuals. To assault Mr. Ghost's lair? No. Only 4 squads of 10, a suicide squad, will be tasked with attacking Mr. Ghost's stronghold. The others must disperse throughout Los Angeles to dismantle the magical markers left by Mr. Ghost. Why not concentrate our forces to destroy Mr. Ghost's lair? What is the purpose of the magical markers? I understand now, Ancient One. Before the opportune moment arrives, S-H-I-E-L-D shall exercise patience. When the time is ripe, S-H-I-E-L-D will extend its utmost support. The echoes of past words resounded in Director Nick's ears as he finally received the Ancient One's confirmation. The opportunity had arrived. Had it not been for the Ancient One's earlier prophecy, Director Nick would not have considered provoking Li Yunlong at this juncture, for the world is vast and problems abound. Even if S-H-I-E-L-D is solely responsible for the regions of Europe and America, the sheer volume of tasks is overwhelming. Over the years, Li Yunlong has displayed a commendable demeanor, resembling that of a reclusive otaku. In fact, S-H-L-D has never detected him stepping outside of Los Angeles. Although there are suspicions of financial exploitation, S-H-I-E-L-D has indeed procured numerous items from Li Yunlong. In this context, the sudden appearance of Master Gu E, demanding Director Nick Fury to fulfill past promises, has caused a stir. After careful consideration, Director Fury concluded that Li Yunlong was merely a shrewd merchant, lacking any profound collaboration with S-H-I-E-L-D. The advanced magical artifacts were never intended for sale to them. The alarm system blared incessantly as Li Yunlong retrieved a jade token, slightly smaller than a palm and less than 6 millimeters thick, activating it with his own power. From it emerged a figure towering over 3 meters, with bulging muscles and clad in rudimentary plate armor. Had it not been for its somewhat dull demeanor, it might have been mistaken for a living giant. This was Li Yunlong's proud creation, the yellow turban brute talisman. While fundamentally an advanced puppet, it had achieved an initial cycle of the 5 elements, establishing a self-contained system. Should it progress further, imbued with genuine spiritual essence, it could rightfully be lauded as a true talisman of celestial worth. However, achieving such a feat posed tremendous challenges. The technical gap was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth, and Li Yunlong still had much to strive for. Currently, the yellow turban brute talisman resembled an artificial humanoid battle robot, compact when inactive, yet capable of displaying a formidable combat form when needed. It possessed basic intelligence, enabling it to handle standard combat scenarios. While situated within Li Yunlong's lair, he could grant it permissions, connecting it to external computational resources he had created. Under the command of the yellow turban brute, Li Yunlong believed that his lair's defensive mechanisms would suffice to confront the impending intruders, despite the aggressive approach of these troublemakers. Likely mercenaries or perhaps elite military units, Li Yunlong's ground defenses were anticipated to be dismantled. Nevertheless, with the presence of the yellow turban brute to suppress any assault, it was improbable that they could capture his lair in a short span. The yellow turban brute, having initiated the 5-element cycle, fundamentally differed from ordinary puppets. It boasted formidable capabilities and adaptability to various scenarios. Most importantly, the yellow turban brute possessed a degree of intelligence, a manifestation of artificial spirituality, allowing it to rival the cutting edge of modern artificial intelligence. With such an advantage, one could reign over territories without expending effort on cultivating disciples. Li Yunlong was plagued by a sense of foreboding, as if his sensory control abilities were issuing a caution. Theoretically, his sensory control endows him with an informational advantage, characterized not only by a depth and breadth of understanding far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, but also by the capacity to collect and influence information across temporal and spatial dimensions. Through relentless research and effort, Li Yunlong had reached the point where he could receive information transmitted from his past. At present, the sensory mastery superpower issues warnings to oneself but fails to pinpoint the exact circumstances of the adversary. This indicates that the opponent possesses the ability to interfere with future time and fate, or at the very least, possesses the power to disrupt one's own foresight into the future. After careful contemplation, Li Yunlong ultimately resolved to proceed with the ceremony as planned. The presence of such an opponent attempting to sow discord at this juncture suggests a significant likelihood of success for his undertaking. One could even say a certainty, for if it were otherwise, the adversary would not exert such effort to disrupt him. Moreover, Li Yunlong harbored confidence in his own capabilities. Should someone truly possess the means to end his life, he would undoubtedly sense it within 24 hours. The method he intended to employ required precise coordination with the furnace. And whether executed swiftly in mere minutes or more leisurely within an hour, he would certainly perceive any lethal threat from his opponent at this moment. Sana had regained consciousness, and upon opening her eyes, she beheld Li Yunlong, fully armed, approaching her. Prior to the alteration, Li Yunlong had clearly communicated with Sana, and during the transformation process, she absorbed a wealth of pertinent information, thus comprehending how to cooperate seamlessly with him. At that moment, she softly murmured and embraced Li Yunlong, fulfilling her duty as the furnace. What, then, does the so-called method of gathering combat truly entail? For Li Yunlong, it signifies the acquisition of the vital essence of creation. Living beings possess an instinct to continue their lineage, a trait deeply inscribed in their genes and passed down through generations, with humans being no exception. When Li Yunlong and Sana, as the furnace, merge profoundly, a conscious awakening occurs, harnessing this instinct for the continuation of life. Sana, as the furnace, will completely suppress her rationality, allowing the instinct for life as continuity to dominate. Li Yunlong, as the orchestrator of the method, must harness his rationality to master this instinct, fully controlling the progress of both himself and the furnace. Although the preceding steps entail numerous requirements, they are but variations of the intricate techniques employed by modern couples, each possessing its unique merits. The crux lies in the union of sperm and egg at this moment. According to the theory of dual cultivation, the acquired yin and yang of both parties will converge and create. Beneath the enigmatic mysteries, the acquired will revert to the innate. And genuine dual cultivation seeks to harness the primordial brilliance at this opportune moment. However, Li Yunlong lacks the capability to adopt this primordial brilliance and currently has no intention of doing so. What he must do is wait. For this process transpires in an instant. Following that fleeting moment, he will separate from the innate and re-enter the acquired, cultivating the essence of creation. Li Yunlong's method of gathering combat is to seize this opportunity, amalgamating his three treasures, essence, qi, and spirit, into a singular entity, all of which will submerge within the furnace, devouring the vital essence of creation that exists between the innate and the acquired. This will serve as the key to elevate his three treasures. In other words, Li Yunlong, as current capabilities are limited, he must acquire the evolutionary blueprint to utilize certain information for his own advancement. The moment is now. A glint of cold light flashed in the eyes of the Ancient One as she performed a spatial leap from the command vehicle of S.H.I.L.D. directly into the modest abode of Li Yunlong. With a mere flick of her hand, she tore apart the puppet left behind by Li Yunlong and invoked her magic to open a portal, reappearing in the very heart of Li Yunlong's lair. This space was designated for Li Yunlong's use, and at that moment, he and Sana were ensconced in the center of a magical array. Surrounding them were the intricate traps and secret passages laid by Li Yunlong. Yet this very spot was akin to the eye of a hurricane, the safest and quietest refuge amid chaos. At that juncture, Li Yunlong, having infused all his essence, energy, and spirit into the cauldron, was devoid of any capacity for active resistance. Should the Ancient One choose to annihilate the cauldron now, Li Yunlong's transformation would undoubtedly fail. However, faced with an enraged Li Yunlong regaining his combat capabilities, the results of her experiments across parallel timelines revealed one inevitable conclusion. A multitude of lethal outcomes awaited her. Conversely, if the Ancient One opted to strike at Li Yunlong, the equipment adorning him would convey just how formidable he truly was. Even with the Eye of Agamotto, breaching Li Yunlong's defenses within a short span would be an insurmountable challenge, affording Li Yunlong the time he needed to complete his transformation. The searing, blood-red light would coalesce into a torrent, poised to engulf the Ancient One entirely, leaving no alternative. Having previously navigated these treacherous waters through the might of the Eye of Agamotto in alternate timelines, the Ancient One refrained from attacking either Li Yunlong or Sana. Instead, she seized the fleeting moment when Li Yunlong was unable to resist to weave her complex spell. A dizzying array of intricate magic enveloped them from dimensions both known and unknown, forming a spherical, three-dimensional magical array that encased Li Yunlong and Sana in its center. As a cascade of vibrant colors flickered, the spherical array and all within it vanished from existence. Yet, amidst the radiant hues, although Li Yunlong's body remained immobile, the pendant on his right ear suddenly shattered, transforming into a shadowy beam that struck the Ancient One squarely in the chest just before the spherical array dissipated into the void. The Ancient One's countenance shifted dramatically. Instinctively aware that this strike from Li Yunlong was no benign charm, she hastily opened her garments only to discover that her defensive spells had proven ineffective. A distinct black mark, the size of a fingernail, marred her chest, impervious to the temporal power of the Eye of Agamotto and immune to the divine might of Vishani. Thus, she resorted to temporarily sealing the mark using Vishani's power. With determination, the Ancient One then utilized her formidable magic to ensconce Li Yunlong's lair within the fissures of time and space, simultaneously rescuing the surviving agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. from their perilous fate. With the absence of the enigmatic Mr. Ghost, who once lent his formidable support, his haunted abode has naturally vanished, leaving only a desolate pit in its wake. The mission to eradicate the magical markers left by Li Yunlong, dispatched throughout Los Angeles in accordance with the map provided by the Ancient One, has proceeded smoothly, with agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. reporting a series of commendable successes. However, Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., who is personally overseeing the frontline operations, continues to wear a grim expression as he confronts the Ancient One. "Can you elucidate for me," Fury demands, "how Mr. Ghost's lair has simply vanished? S.H.I.E.L.D. has invested so much in combating this ghostly adversary, and now it appears we shall gain nothing." The Ancient One's successful banishment of Mr. Ghost into the void stands as a significant triumph. Fury pounds his fist heavily upon the table, rising abruptly, his single eye fixated fiercely upon the Ancient One. S.H.I.E.L.D. has sacrificed 33 elite agents for this endeavor. 40 more were divided into 4 squads, akin to a suicide mission, each group storming towards Li Yunlong's stronghold through distinct passages. Yet, something was amiss within Li Yunlong's lair. As the squads ventured deeper, their equipment began to malfunction with increasing frequency. Eventually, not only did their electronic devices fail, but even their firearms could not discharge bullets, leaving the agents to confront Li Yunlong's traps and puppet armies with their bare hands, resulting in devastating casualties among our highly trained operatives. The Ancient One calmly lifts his garment, revealing his left chest, where a distinct magical sigil glows with an ethereal light, flickering with golden sparks. At the center of the sigil lies a dark mark, roughly the size of a fingernail. When Fury concentrates on this mark, he realizes it is far more than mere pigmentation. It appears to expand before his very eyes, transforming into an unfathomable abyss, a dark ocean where countless restless souls writhe and roar amidst the waves. This, the Ancient One explains, is the gift bestowed upon me by Mr. Ghost. In the climactic moment of banishing him to the void, he retaliated with a curse. I cannot ascertain the name of this curse, but I am acutely aware of its consequence. It will claim my life. The banishment spell cast upon Li Yunlong by the Ancient One is exceedingly intricate. The power he wields merely serves as a catalyst. The true force resides within the cosmic laws themselves. The Ancient One's role is simply to open a passage between dimensions. Had Li Yunlong been free to act, he would have easily escaped before the spell could take effect. However, his inability to move signifies that he has been thrust into this passage by the Ancient One. Just as an apple naturally falls to the ground from its branch, a reflection of the universe's inherent laws, the dimensional portal opened by Master Gu also causes higher dimensional entities to plummet indefinitely into the abyss of nothingness, a phenomenon determined by the disparity between dimensions. The descent is effortless, yet the ascent is fraught with insurmountable challenges. As one falls through dimensions, the very structure and essence of their being begin to disintegrate. In other words, if Li Yunlong were to truly descend into the void, the concept of Li Yunlong would be obliterated. However, Master Gu is not omnipotent. At least within this dimensional corridor of his own creation, he is unable to observe the occurrences therein. Unbeknownst to him, Li Yunlong has not tumbled into the void as anticipated. Rather, he is caught between the realm of humanity and the abyss of nothingness. The reason is straightforward. At this juncture, Li Yunlong has yet to complete his metamorphosis. The vital essence of creation still flows within him. Although this essence may appear scant in quantity, its quality is exceptionally high, particularly that which resides between the primordial and the acquired. According to the classifications of Western mysticism, this power belongs to the higher dimensional deities and cannot directly manifest in a mortal realm. In contrast, Eastern mystical theories assert that this vital essence, existing between the primordial and the acquired, cannot be preserved. It will inevitably fall into the acquired state in a short span of time. Legends speak of enlightened beings who have attained the primordial spirit, capable of harnessing profound spells and utilizing special environments or tools to preserve primordial energy to a limited extent. Yet, such enlightened beings have already touched upon primordial power, rendering this legend of little use to those still entrenched in acquired practices. It is precisely at this pivotal moment of metamorphosis that Li Yunlong is thrust into this dimensional corridor by Master Gu Yi, suspended between the human realm and the void. The laws governing this corridor diverge from those of the earthly plane, causing the vital essence of creation, which exists between the primordial and the acquired, to cease its descent into the acquired state. Within the dimensional corridor, due to the disparity between dimensions, an inexorable force of descent manifests until one fully plummets into the void. However, the vital essence of creation, possessing a high status, generates a force that propels it towards a higher dimension. Under the influence of these dual forces, Li Yunlong finds himself ensnared in the midst of the dimensional corridor. It is likely that few on Earth can experience such a phenomenon, for in this realm beyond time and space, where reason and absurdity converge, ordinary beings cannot exist nor thrive. For instance, Sana, who serves as the crucible for Li Yunlong, remains in a state of stasis here. For time and space hold no meaning for her. She is neither capable of action nor thought. Moreover, Sana cannot endure for long in this realm. Even though her body and soul have been forcibly transformed by Li Yunlong, rendering her far stronger than before, she too will gradually disintegrate within this dimensional corridor, ultimately succumbing to the abyss of nothingness. Li Yunlong's ability to thrive within the dimensional channel is entirely reliant on the harmonious convergence of his vital essence, spirit, and energy with the life-giving force of creation. Thus, his current state can be described as a tethered existence within a higher dimension. Before the crucible, Saner, collapses and loses its effectiveness, Li Yunlong is afforded a significant window of time to delve into and comprehend the essence of creation. Such an opportunity is exceedingly rare for practitioners, as in the earthly realm, the life-giving force swiftly diminishes to a postnatal state. To leap into action before this decline occurs is already a remarkable achievement. One cannot expect the luxury of time for gradual exploration. From this perspective, Li Yunlong has indeed profited. The Ancient One remains unaware that the curse she has placed upon Li Yunlong is termed eternal solitude, also known as a one in a million misfortune. It embodies a conceptual death curse. The appropriate response is to muster sufficient strength to shatter the curse in one decisive moment. However, even Li Yunlong would find it immensely challenging to confront such a curse, as the power required to break it is no trivial matter. Before attaining his true form, Li Yunlong would need to be prepared to pay a substantial price. As for the current Ancient One, it is likely that the curse would overwhelm her, leading to her own demise before she could break free from its grasp. The Ancient One has contemplated numerous strategies, yet due to fundamentally flawed methods and the escalating damage inflicted by the curse, she finds herself increasingly on the precipice of death. With a composed demeanor, she meticulously organizes the internal affairs of the Sanctum Sanctorum. Even at the cost of her dwindling time, she employs a unique spell. Dr. Stephen Strange has been compelled to take a leave of absence today to rest at home. As a prominent figure in American medicine, his schedule is typically demanding. However, for the past 3 days, he has been plagued by a bizarre hallucination, which has intensified to the point of necessitating his retreat from work. In a fit of frustration, he shatters an exquisite wine glass against the floor, rushes to the bathroom to wash his hair with cold water, and despite being alone, he remains unable to regain his composure. Soaked and staring at his reflection in the mirror, he shouts, "What do you want from me? Is it merely a mad identity you seek? Very well. I shall embrace the persona of Doctor Strange. What more do you desire? Shall I meet your imagined Ancient One?" In a fit of rage, Doctor Strange suddenly halts as the mirror reflects a spectacle behind him, a shimmering portal crackling with energy, and an elderly, bald woman stands smiling on the other side. "No, this is merely my delusion. I must be losing my mind," he exclaims, straining to reconstruct his worldview. The Ancient One, with a serene smile, gestures invitingly to her future disciple. "Why not take a look?" She beckons. Hesitant and tentative, Doctor Strange ultimately steps through the portal. The spatial gates suddenly close behind him, and Doctor Strange, taken aback, swiftly turned around, only to find himself tumbling to the floor. This was not his luxurious apartment, but an entirely unfamiliar room. Propping himself up, he glanced at the smiling, bald middle-aged woman. "Perhaps I have completely lost my mind. Master Gu Yi, what could possibly be the reason for summoning me?" Doctor Strange had regained his composure. Standing tall, he even took a moment to smooth his hair. "Of course, Master Gu Yi. However, this moment is not appropriate. I should still be a doctor not yet your disciple. What has transpired? Master Gui, is something amiss? Have you fallen victim to a vile curse? I was cursed during my battle with the ghost. Doctor Strange furrowed his brow. This ghost does not exist in my memory. After a moment of contemplation, Doctor Strange decided to set aside thoughts of the ghost and address Master Gui's predicament first. Master Gui, we must prioritize breaking the curse afflicting you. United, our magical powers should suffice to dispel any curse in this world. However, Master Gui shook his head. Do not waste your strength. You must understand that you have just traversed the timeline, merging your soul with your counterpart in this world. What you need to do is to adjust in the sanctum of Kamartaj, striving to regain your optimal state in the shortest time possible. But Master, Doctor Strange began, my disciple, do not fret for me. You should know that death holds no terror for me. I shall become a spirit, following the eternal, navigating the profound mysteries of the astral realm. Besides, I have lived for far too long. With a gentle touch on Doctor Strange's cheek, Master Gui revealed a hint of fatigue. I am weary. Before my most accomplished disciple, I no longer need to feign strength. I have aged. The future belongs to your generation. Doctor Strange remained silent for a moment, then respectfully performed a gesture of homage to Master Gui. It is all right. Master Gui, it is truly all right. 7 days later, on May 8th, 2008, Master Gui gathered everyone at the sanctum of Kamartaj and publicly declared Doctor Strange as a successor to the title of Supreme Sorcerer. He bestowed upon him the Eye of Agamotto, the Cloak of Levitation, and his entire collection of tomes, designating the new Supreme Sorcerer, Doctor Strange, to preside over the New York sanctum. That night, the esteemed Supreme Sorcerer, Master Gui, passed away with a smile. On May 9th, 2008, Doctor Strange, or now to be respectfully called Doctor Strange, arrived at the New York sanctum to assume his duties. The original head had deliberately avoided a meeting with him, having returned to the sanctum of Kamartaj well in advance. Strange Doctor refrained from elaborating on the matter. Despite the fact that the Doctor Strange of this realm has not encountered significant setbacks, his counterpart from an alternate timeline has endured countless tribulations. Consequently, the present Doctor Strange remains indifferent to the situation, recognizing that it is merely the result of the recent, forceful decisions made by the late Ancient One. Out of respect for the deceased Ancient One, the numerous sorcerers of Kamartaj have, at least publicly, refrained from voicing dissent. However, the lack of communication among them makes it nearly impossible for the sorcerers to attain psychological equilibrium. Doctor Strange is convinced that this is merely a matter of time. His abilities are evident, and as time progresses, acceptance will gradually take root. Nevertheless, it is inevitable that minor unpleasant incidents will occur in the interim. For instance, a document now lies before Doctor Strange, revealing that on the night of May 5th, 2008, Mr. Ghost's haunted house reappeared in Los Angeles. Resolute in his decision, Doctor Strange immersed himself in work, toiling until 8:37 p.m. Even a sorcerer with formidable mental fortitude, like him, felt the fatigue of a long day's labor. He intended to take a brief respite, but unexpectedly caught sight of the neglected document, the name of Mr. Ghost glaringly prominent upon it. Thus, he decided to address it with simplicity. With a casual gesture, he began to weave a spell. As the custodian of the New York sanctum, Doctor Strange, apart from maintaining the sanctum's operations, could harness its immense powers at his discretion. Under the spell's influence, he effortlessly observed the circumstances in Los Angeles. Let me behold Mr. Ghost's haunted house. This cannot be true. Doctor Strange marveled as he effortlessly glimpsed the haunted house through his spell. It must be a mistake. Perhaps my incantation is flawed, or the address is incorrect. Unfortunately, Doctor Strange's initial assumptions proved erroneous. After dedicating considerable time to re-examination, he arrived at a startling conclusion. The document was not a ruse. Mr. Ghost's haunted house had indeed manifested. Dr. Strange's first instinct was to utilize the Eye of Agamotto's power to examine Li Yunlong's timeline. However, now possessing formidable abilities, Li Yunlong had become impervious, with any attempt to observe him from any point in time being instantaneously engulfed by a torrent of searing red light. This predicament left Dr. Strange in a state of disarray, compelling him to seek alternative methods. After 2 days of relentless efforts, he found no suitable solution. Even if observing Li Yunlong was unattainable, scrutinizing the Ancient One would have been a viable option. The challenge, however, lay in the fact that the Ancient One was the previous custodian of the Eye of Agamotto. Any attempt to traverse timelines to observe her would be thwarted by the Eye's defenses, rendering successful observation impossible. After a series of failed endeavors, Dr. Strange finally discerned the correct course of action. Director Nick Fury of S.H. S.H.L.D. Fortunately, although Dr. Strange is the Sorcerer Supreme, he had previously navigated the realms of American medicine and interacted with numerous members of high society. Understanding that engaging with someone of Nick Fury's stature, the director of S.H.L.D., require a more tactful approach than merely opening a portal and leaping through, Dr. Strange opted to make a phone call instead. Upon receiving the call, Director Fury wore an expression of annoyance. As the head of S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury's mobile device was, of course, custom-made by the agency. The aesthetic appeal of the phone, the size of the screen, the completeness of pre-installed applications, or the comfort of its user experience held little significance for someone in his position. What mattered were security, confidentiality, and durability. Ideally, it could even serve as a makeshift weapon if necessary. The user experience was, to put it mildly, abysmal, so much so that, unless specifically configured, incoming calls and messages would remain unannounced, devoid of notifications such as ringtones or vibrations. Historically, the S.H.I.E.L.D. phone had earned Fury's begrudging respect for its obstinacy. However, in his office, where the landline remained silent, his mobile buzzed, displaying an incoming number that was decidedly civilian rather than from any relevant organization. After a moment of contemplation, Fury decided to answer. "Hello, who is this?" "This is Dr. Stephen Strange, the new head of the Sanctum in New York City, formerly known as the Sanctum Sanctorum. People often refer to me as Dr. Strange, but I prefer the title of Strange Doctor. Am I speaking with Nick Fury, the director of S.H.L.D.? Congratulations on your new position, Dr. Strange. The title is indeed rather peculiar. What can I assist you with?" "I seek your assistance in acquiring all available information regarding Mr. Ghost." Fury pondered briefly, deeming the request relatively trivial, primarily because the intelligence S.H.L.D. possessed on Mr. Ghost was scant and of little value. However, he first needed to ascertain the authenticity of this self-proclaimed Dr. Strange. It was remarkable how he had managed to seal the boundaries between past and present, reality and illusion. S.H.I.L.D. had previously dispatched agents to investigate, yet they found no trace of Mr. Ghost's lair, as if it had never existed. Moreover, during the initial operation, S.H.I.L.D.'s elite agents had stormed in through 4 distinct entrances, all of which Fury was acutely aware of. Yet now even those entrances had vanished. This maneuver intrigued Fury, but he knew that those who truly wielded mystical powers were notoriously secretive about their esoteric knowledge, reluctant to disclose anything to outsiders. S.H.I.L.D. possessed a few grimoires, but the arcane symbols within were baffling. The fact that some of the text was in Latin was a small mercy, as at least it could be deciphered. Most of the writings in these tomes were so obscure that even S.H.I.L.D.'s appointed linguists struggled to comprehend them. Fury harbored serious doubts about how those engaged in the mystic arts managed to decipher such texts. "Director Nick, of course, there's no problem. I will have my subordinates organize everything, and you can come to collect it once it is ready. It has been a while since I last met with Master Gu-E. I wonder, how has Master Gu-E been faring lately?" Dr. Strange. Master Gu-E departed from this world on the evening of May 8th this year. Master Gu-E has contributed immensely to this realm, and now that he is gone, one cannot help but ponder how many nefarious entities will seize this opportunity to wreak havoc. Previously, Director Nick inquired of Master Gu-E regarding the true malevolence of Mr. Ghost. After all, he appears to be merely a reclusive individual, and given the formidable nature of Mr. Ghost's powers, Director Nick preferred not to confront him directly unless absolutely necessary. Master Gu-E exhibited a certain reluctance to delve into this matter. Thus, Director Nick was compelled to question Mr. Ghost directly. Would he indeed take many lives in the future? Master Gu-E responded affirmatively. Director Nick pressed further for specifics. How many lives would be lost? Master Gu-E reiterated that it would be quite a number. Director Nick speculated. Surely it must exceed 100, perhaps even 1,000? Master Gu-E affirmed again. Could it be as many as 10,000? Director Nick probed. Master Gu-E responded in the affirmative once more. Surely it cannot reach 100,000? Director Nick continued. Master Gu-E confirmed yet again. Does this imply it could surpass even 100,000? Director Nick exclaimed, losing his composure. Is Mr. Ghost destined to become the future Demon King, inciting a third world war? Master Gu-E dismissed the notion, stating, Demon King? Third World War? No. I have already mentioned that I cannot foresee Mr. Ghost's future. Director Nick retorted, yet you assert that Mr. Ghost will claim many lives. Master Gu-E then posed a question. Do you believe in fate? Director Nick replied, I do not believe in fate. I believe it is through effort that one forges the future. Master Gu-E noted, The concept of fate you speak of differs subtly from mine. Allow me to illustrate with a simple example. Pointing to the cup of water on the desk, he declared, "I will observe the fate of this cup. It shall shatter within 5 minutes." Director Nick glanced at the cup, which sat steadily upon his desk. Being in his own office, he felt secure from any mishap. "I believe your prophecy is mistaken," he asserted. The two men exchanged incredulous looks. And perhaps due to the peculiar atmosphere, the cat that Director Nick kept in his office curiously approached, inadvertently knocking the cup to the floor, shattering it into countless pieces. Master Gu E, undeterred by Director Nick's stern expression, remarked, "This is what I refer to as fate. It is not merely a matter of fortune or misfortune, but rather the prevailing trend determined by the progression of the world. All beings and entities within this realm are swept along by this current. And that is what I mean by fate." Director Nick inquired, "And what does this have to do with Mr. Ghost?" Master Gu E explained, "Mr. Ghost possesses immense power, which breeds a lack of reverence and caution, compelling him to wield his abilities without restraint." Director Nick questioned, "Does Mr. Ghost aim to utilize his power to reshape the world, aspiring to become its sovereign?" The Ancient One is far more dire. Mr. Ghost will abuse his power, exerting an increasingly profound influence on the world, ultimately altering the very fate of existence itself. Director Nick, you have previously stated that Mr. Ghost's power is so formidable that you are unable to foresee his future. How, then, can you assert that his strength will reshape the world? The Ancient One contends that this matter is irrelevant to Mr. Ghost's intentions or actions. As long as Mr. Ghost exists and his power continues to grow, it will inevitably impact the destiny of the world. It is akin to placing a magnet upon a table. Even if the magnet remains motionless, it will naturally attract surrounding iron filings. Such occurrences do not heed the will of the magnet itself, for they are governed by the laws of nature. Whether one desires it or not, it shall transpire. However, Director Nick, this does not necessarily dictate that the influence of Mr. Ghost must be malevolent. The Ancient One asserts that you have yet to grasp the essence of the world's fate. The trajectory designated by the world's destiny is determined by all living beings within it. Every life, whether you, I, or he, will make their own choices in the face of the future. When every being on this planet makes its own decision regarding what lies ahead, these choices will converge, forming the collective direction that the world shall take toward the future. The Ancient One delivers a stark conclusion. This collective choice is the fairest, most just, and most ideal for the world, representing the fate that awaits. Conversely, if a single individual were to make a choice, no matter how noble, there will inevitably be a portion of the world's beings that suffer injustice and unfair treatment. In other words, an individual's choice cannot engender an ideal alteration in the world's destiny. Regardless of their selection, it will ultimately lead to chaos. Director Nick, according to your predictions, the Ancient One, Mr. Ghost, is bound to create turmoil, resulting in a staggering loss of life. What might that number be? Even without an exact figure, please provide me with a rough estimate. After a long silence, the Ancient One replies, "It could be as much as half of the Earth's total population." Director Nick nearly gasped at this revelation. The Second World War, which lasted over 6 years, involved 61 nations and regions, affecting more than 2 billion people. The war's impact spanned over 20 million square kilometers, with direct and indirect economic losses exceeding $5 trillion. The death toll among military personnel and civilians surpassed 70 million, while injuries exceeded 1.3 billion. Many who lived through that horrific catastrophe still exclaim in horror at the mention of it. The Second World War stands as the deadliest conflict in human history. Before the war, the global population was approximately 125 billion, and the death toll from the war constituted about 33% of the population, with the total casualties around 9. These figures are already staggering. To contemplate half of the total population perishing is beyond comprehension. According to the statistics from the United Nations, in 2008, the world's total population was approximately 677 billion. Half of that figure amounts to 385 billion. Had this been prior to the Second World War, such a number would have been sufficient to extinguish all human life on Earth, with a surplus of around 1.3 billion souls. Director Nick Fury exerted considerable effort and time to stabilize his mindset. "Master Ancient One, are you certain of what you are articulating?" Master Ancient One, in the name of the Supreme Sorcerer, assured him, Director Fury, SHIELD, shall fully cooperate with your endeavors. Director Fury dared not gamble. Even if it meant risking the entirety of SHIELD, he could not afford to wager, for even if Yunlong were wronged, the mere possibility of such a dire future, however minute, compelled him, as the current director of to extinguish that potential. Absolutely, absolutely. Such a possibility must not be permitted to exist. In these dialogues with Master Ancient One, Director Fury made no records. Previous security logs had been meticulously deleted by his own hand. Such perilous information could not be divulged to anyone. The higher one ascends in leadership, the more imperative it becomes to avoid contact with such dangerous knowledge. Otherwise, before the dreadful future could ever manifest, immediate issues would arise. Director Fury could only conceal these thoughts deep within his soul, bearing the anxiety of the future alone, a responsibility inherent to his role as the director of SHIELD. Remaining in Los Angeles as a recluse? No. He shook his head. Had he been in another's position, his first thought would be to seek retribution against SHIELD. Yet, ironically, even the leader of Kamar Taj, revered as the most formidable sorcerer on Earth, Master Ancient One, had fallen to the Phantom. Where could SHIELD possibly find someone to combat the Phantom now? The newly appointed head of the New York Sanctum, Dr. Strange? It would be a miracle if he could safeguard himself from the Phantom, let alone depend on him for SHIELD's protection. So what now? Dr. Strange put down the phone, having barely begun his conversation before Director Fury abruptly hung up. This feeling of ambiguity was truly vexing. More importantly, based on his intuition, Dr. Strange could ascertain that Director Fury was indeed aware of something significant. With this thought in mind, he activated the Eye of Agamotto, opening a portal. Upon stepping through to the director's office, he found Director Fury crouched behind his desk, a firearm in hand, cautiously peering outside. Whoever you are, trespassing into the classified domain of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division is a serious violation of the law. I advise you to surrender immediately. Director Fury, not lacking in wits, shouted this to buy time. Moments ago, sparks had erupted in the room, prompting him to instinctively adopt a tactical position behind his desk, draw his sidearm, and trigger the alarm system. If he could stall for just a moment longer, his subordinates would rush in to assist. Then there was no further development. Dr. Strange cast a spell, and within a radius of 100 meters centered around him, everyone retained their ability to think normally, yet their bodies were immobilized, as if time itself had been paused. Even those who were in the midst of motion, their feet having left the ground, found themselves frozen mid-air, their formerly agile movements rendered absurdly static. Even the detonated shock grenades remained suspended in their explosive state, fixed in place. With a casual wave of his arm, Dr. Strange seemed indifferent to the minor mishap of those 3 grenades, which had been flung to some unknown location. Afterward, Dr. Strange snapped his fingers. With a shrug, he accompanied the gesture, allowing the agents of SHIELD to regain their mobility. They exchanged bewildered glances, and upon seeing their superior, Director Nick Fury, wave his hand, they hurriedly exited the office, closing the door behind them. Clearing his throat, Director Fury said, "I apologize for the commotion. My subordinates can be rather dramatic, but we operate under strict confidentiality and prioritize security." He continued, "You must be Dr. Strange. I am Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD. It is a pleasure to meet you." He extended his hand. Dr. Strange, however, did not shake hands with Director Fury, but merely performed a gesture of respect typical of a sorcerer. "I am Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange. It is a pleasure to meet you, and I apologize for the intrusion, Director Fury. I believe you possess significant intelligence regarding Mr. Ghost that you could share with me." "Certainly," Director Fury replied. "I will have my staff compile the information for you. You need only wait a quarter of an hour to receive the documents." "Not at all, Director Fury. I believe you have misunderstood me. What I seek is not the written material, but rather the concealed knowledge you are reluctant to disclose." Director Fury's expression darkened. It had been a long time since anyone had been so impolite in his presence. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "You refer to the Ancient One as your teacher?" "Yes," Dr. Strange affirmed. "The Ancient One is indeed my mentor." "Then you are aware that the Ancient One possesses the ability to foresee the future?" "Yes, I am aware," Dr. Strange replied. "Did you inherit this ability from your teacher?" "Yes." "Can you use your foresight to predict the future of Mr. Ghost?" "No, I cannot. Mr. Ghost's power is far too formidable for me to foresee his future." "Are you suggesting that your teacher has previously foreseen Mr. Ghost's future?" "No, I do not believe my teacher could achieve that, even at the height of her abilities." Director Fury remarked, "The Ancient One also acknowledges her inability to foresee Mr. Ghost's future, yet she believes that Mr. Ghost's very existence poses a danger." His presence alone could lead to a distortion of the world's fate, ultimately resulting in the tragic demise of countless individuals. Director Nick did not dare to articulate the direst outcome, merely alluding to it with a subtle hint. Doctor Strange fell into a moment of silence, his hands weaving intricate magical gestures as he began to chant an enigmatic incantation. At that moment, Nick felt as though the doctor sitting before him underwent an indescribable transformation. He seemed both present and absent, an individual whose essence was unsettlingly indistinct. In an instant, it appeared as if countless versions of him were overlapping in the same space. Yet upon closer examination, he remained seated there. Under the influence of Doctor Strange, it felt as though the very fabric of space and time within the room had unraveled, leaving Nick in a daze, unable to respond with clarity until the doctor ceased his movements. Suddenly, Nick was jolted back to reality, inquiring about the nature of the doctor's actions. "I have just observed parallel timelines," Doctor Strange replied, in the absence of being able to pinpoint Mr. Ghost. "The potential outcomes are overwhelming, and I cannot ascertain the future you have described." Nick felt no sense of elation. The mysterious beings were exceedingly vexatious, always shrouded in cryptic discourse. "What have you seen of the future? To say it plainly, after all your observations, you have concluded nothing. What is the purpose of your foresight?" In truth, Nick held back only this piece of confidential information. Other intelligence could be gathered through different channels. Although it was somewhat awkward to admit, SHLD had limited means against individuals possessing such formidable mystical powers as theirs, and acquiring overly classified intelligence was challenging. Doctor Strange remained pensive for a moment, recognizing that what Nick articulated was fundamentally accurate, albeit somewhat vague regarding the death toll. His late mentor, Master Gu-E, must have foreseen dire consequences regarding this matter. However, the might of Yunlong was so profound that even without predicting Li himself, merely foreseeing those who came into contact with him would create vast variables, significantly impacting Doctor Strange's predictions. After all, the future that Doctor Strange could observe was limited. Each additional potential outcome would branch into more possibilities, rendering further deductions impossible, even for one who claimed the title of Supreme Sorcerer. Doctor Strange's powers were ultimately finite. He was not truly omniscient. Master Gu-E was no exception in this regard. Doctor Strange found himself scratching his head, for he was now a fusion of two souls, an amalgamation of the essences of Doctor Strange from two parallel timelines, or, if you will, two parallel universes. Although both were iterations of the future Doctor Strange, one was the Dr. Stephen Strange of this world, standing at the pinnacle of his life, unscathed by a car accident, unburdened by the disability of his hands, and untouched by the heart-wrenching tribulations he had endured. He remained a proud, solitary Doctor Strange. Another version of Stephen Strange endured countless trials and tribulations, ultimately honing his skills under the tutelage of the Ancient One. During his confrontation with the tyrant of the Dark Dimension, Dormammu, he found himself at a disadvantage and resorted to the power of the Eye of Agamotto to create a time loop, ensnaring both Dormammu and himself. Although it appeared that he was merely cycling through life and death, the reality was that Dormammu's assaults were far from easy to withstand. Philosophically speaking, each of Dormammu's attacks effectively resulted in the death of Doctor Strange, who was in essence exhausting the concept that belonged to him. The Ancient One seized this opportunity, drawing one of the Doctor Strange souls, one that was destined for destruction, into this timeline and artificially merging the two, thus rapidly giving rise to the current Doctor Strange. For Doctor Strange, Mr. Ghost existed beyond the periphery of his life, with no inherent connection between the two. However, the Ancient One's grim predictions for the future brought them together. As the current Sorcerer Supreme and Guardian of Earth's mystical realm, Doctor Strange was compelled to contemplate strategies to confront Mr. Ghost. Perhaps SHIELD could serve as a valuable ally. Director Nick, perhaps we should join forces against Mr. Ghost. Director Nick, how should we unite to combat Mr. Ghost? Doctor Strange admitted, at present, I have no concrete plans regarding this matter. Oh, Director Nick responded, can't you use your predictive spells to foresee our course of action? The possibilities are too myriad. Doctor Strange replied, relying solely on predictions will not yield the desired outcome. And have you not foreseen our future? For instance, Mr. Ghost might attack you, or SHIELD, to thwart our alliance. Rest assured, Director Nick, Doctor Strange reassured him. I have observed that, at least for the near future, Mr. Ghost will not trouble us. Director Nick secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If that is the case, we have ample time to devise a strategy, and I believe we will find a way to counter Mr. Ghost. Director Nick convened a meeting with his subordinates to discuss the collaboration with Doctor Strange, while also ensuring that DS scientists were assigned to research spatial interference devices. Mastering such technology would bring immense satisfaction, far surpassing the exhilaration of any substance. Thus, Li Yunlong had no inclination to trouble SHIELD, or the Ancient One. Why rush into conflict when he could grow stronger first and address matters at his leisure? In April 2008, numerous economists began to express pessimism regarding the American economy. Shortly thereafter, Li Yunlong found himself unceremoniously kicked into a dimensional portal by the Ancient One. After managing to escape, he was preoccupied with nurturing his true self, during which time the American economy experienced a significant downturn. By the end of April 2008, a group of economic experts, led by the renowned investor Warren Buffett, began to forecast a decline in the American economy. On May 2, 2008, Tony Stark publicly revealed himself as Iron Man and announced the closure of Stark Industries' weapons division, causing the stock prices to plummet and dragging down the entire American stock market in its wake. On May 5, 2008, former Federal Reserve Chairman Alan Greenspan asserted that the subprime mortgage crisis was far from over. By July 12, 2008, the stock price of General Motors plummeted to its lowest point in 50 years, falling below $10, as the company grappled with the looming threat of bankruptcy. On August 6, 2008, American Home Mortgage Investment Corporation, the 10th largest mortgage service provider, sought bankruptcy protection. On September 7, 2008, the U.S. Treasury was compelled to announce the takeover of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. A mere 8 days later, on September 15th, the fourth largest investment bank, Lehman Brothers Holdings, filed for bankruptcy. On September 16th, the government intervened to seize American International Group, AIG. By September 20th, the government formally submitted a bill to Congress to rescue the financial system, seeking authorization for the Treasury to utilize $700 billion to acquire distressed mortgage loans. Although skepticism loomed over the plan, on September 21st, following a cascade of failures among investment banks on Wall Street, the Federal Reserve declared that only two investment banks remained, Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley, both of which would be converted into commercial banks to weather the storm by accepting deposits. Thus, on that fateful day, September 21st, 2008, history marked a remarkable conclusion for the once mighty investment banks of Wall Street, signaling their disappearance as a historical term. By September 25th, the largest savings and loan institution in America, Washington Mutual, headquartered in Seattle, was shuttered by the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, FDIC, marking the largest bank failure in U.S. history. The national policy pursued by America essentially revolved around leveraging the strength of nations to sustain itself. While this policy yielded benefits, allowing the nation to spend others' money for its own endeavors, it carried the implicit threat of defaulting should provoked. However, the success of this policy hinged on the condition that the U.S. remained the world's preeminent superpower. Otherwise, other nations, though initially submissive due to America's might, would eventually discern the true nature of the situation. Since the 1980s, when America triumphed over the Soviet Union, it ascended to the status of the sole superpower on the planet, basking in comfort for an extended period, particularly throughout the 1990s during the Asian financial crisis, relishing in the spoils. However, the initial ventures into the internet, computing, and high technology, despite being timely, revealed a plethora of inflated valuations among many innovative internet enterprises. As time passed and economic turbulence ensued, the facade crumbled, leading to the downfall of numerous companies, leaving the remaining ones facing a starkly altered reality. The epic of heroes, untitled The Tragic Events of the September 11th terrorist attacks, struck like a grotesquely oversized club, shattering the unfounded confidence held by the American government and its citizens alike. The homeland of the United States was no longer a sanctuary, and its people could no longer remain aloof as they had during World War II. During that conflict, the U.S. had profited immensely from arms sales, only officially declaring war after the attack on Pearl Harbor. Statistics reveal that the American populace suffered minimal casualties, with the military losing just over 400,000 personnel, in stark contrast to the staggering toll endured by other nations. In a state of desperation, the American government and its corporate allies mobilized, vowing to wage war for their interests. The initial target was Afghanistan, with the intent to obliterate the audacious terrorist organization, Al-Qaeda. The motivations behind the invasion of Iraq have been the subject of numerous conspiracy theories, one of the most prominent being the belief that Iraq's decision to transact in euros rather than dollars was a direct affront to American pride. Consequently, both the defiant Iraq and the opportunistic Hugo Chavez faced dire consequences. Iraq was ruthlessly subdued, while Chavez narrowly escaped death. On the surface, the United States appeared formidable, reinforcing its status as the world's sole superpower, showcasing its might before its allies, who, in turn, were eager to express their allegiance. However, the grim reality of warfare is the exorbitant cost it incurs, particularly in modern conflicts. Have you ever considered the staggering expenses associated with deploying a fleet, let alone the daily operational costs of an aircraft carrier? The exhilaration of aerial bombardments belies the monetary value of each missile launched, and the overall expenditure of air-to-ground strikes is astronomical. Add to this the necessity of sustaining personnel and resources, and even vast fortunes can be swiftly depleted. Taking Iraq as a case in point, on March 20, 2003, the United States announced military action, capturing Baghdad by April 9th and proclaiming victory on May 1st. Yet, did the American forces withdraw from Iraq afterward? Do you recall the year of their eventual departure? Initially, the U.S. had estimated that a swift victory would be achieved at a cost of $300 to $500 billion, but the outcome proved vastly different. The narrative at the onset of the invasion was predicated on the existence of weapons of mass destruction, coupled with a promise to deliver democracy and freedom to the Iraqi people. However, upon securing control, no evidence of such weapons was ever found, leading to a significant loss of face on the international stage. As for the domestic conditions within Iraq, the living standards of its citizens became a topic of widespread criticism, ultimately leading to a lack of coverage in American media. While the U.S. achieved rapid military victories, it soon found itself mired in Iraq, with over 180,000 troops deployed, resulting in more than 4,000 military fatalities and an additional 3,000 deaths from other causes, figures surpassing those of the 9/11 attacks. Due to the prolonged military presence in Iraq, expenses have become unceasing, with the financial drain exceeding initial estimations by more than tenfold. Although the smaller nations have provided some assistance to their American counterparts, such contributions were only forthcoming during active engagements. In essence, once America declared its intent to subdue Iraq, those financial supports ceased, leaving the remaining expenditures to be borne solely by the United States. The question arises, from where will this funding be sourced? The nation had recently suffered a setback in high-tech enterprises, and the stock market had yet to recover when it was further battered by the brutal 9/11 terrorist attacks, leaving it severely wounded. Following this turmoil, America retaliated by first engaging in Afghanistan, and then Iraq. The financial pressures have been relentless, and with such a significant deficit to address, the quest for funding becomes increasingly urgent. However, borrowing money comes with obligations. Repayment is not only necessary, but interest must also be accounted for. Fortunately, the American populace has long been accustomed to the practice of spending today what they will owe tomorrow. Yet, an intriguing question arises. Why, despite this habitual tendency, do many Americans find themselves unable to afford their own homes? The answer is rather straightforward. When one approaches a legitimate lending institution, such as a bank for a loan, a thorough assessment is conducted prior to the disbursement of funds. This evaluation encompasses personal circumstances, family dynamics, income, credit status, and more, ultimately resulting in a valuation that determines the borrower's repayment capacity. Should all aspects of the assessment prove favorable, the individual is classified as a prime customer, and the bank will readily extend the loan. In simpler terms, this functions as an installment payment plan, wherein the bank pays the bulk of the expense up front, and the borrower repays a portion monthly. However, this method comes with stringent requirements. Yet, what if one fails to meet the bank's criteria? In such instances, financial institutions intervene in an effort to stimulate the housing market and enable more individuals to purchase homes. Wall Street's financial wizards devised the concept of subprime mortgages. These subprime loans cater to those deemed unqualified for prime status, often plagued by various issues that cast doubt on their ability to repay, even after securing a loan and purchasing a home. The inherent flaw in the subprime mortgage scheme is that it does not mitigate risk. Individuals with pre-existing problems, aided by financial institutions, acquire subprime loans to purchase homes. When repayment time arrives, they may find themselves unable to meet their obligations. If the properties cannot be sold, losses ensue, and with escalating deficits, financial institutions are unable to withstand the strain. The American financial sector is highly developed, permeating nearly every facet of life. The repercussions of subprime mortgages can be likened to pulling a carrot from the ground, as one problem leads to another, ultimately resulting in widespread financial losses. In this cascade, Smaller entities often bear the brunt first, facing bankruptcy as their only viable path forward. Regrettably, the overall economic landscape in the United States is currently unfavorable. When one entity falters, another closely linked to it may also struggle to withstand the pressure, akin to the cascading effect of falling dominoes. The initial domino may appear insignificant, yet as they topple in succession, the repercussions grow increasingly substantial, ultimately culminating in a global financial crisis of tumultuous proportions. The unfolding events echoed expectations when, on September 29, 2008, the House of Representatives rejected a $700 billion bailout proposal, leading to a precipitous decline in the stock market, with the Dow Jones plummeting by 777 points, its largest point drop in history. This single-day decline reached an alarming 7, marking the steepest fall since the global stock market crash of 1987. On October 2, 2008, the Senate passed a revised $700 billion bailout plan with a vote of 74-25. This new proposal increased the total package from $700 billion to $850 billion, incorporating measures to extend tax cuts and raise the limit for bank deposit insurance from $100,000 to $250,000, aimed at soothing public anxiety and bolstering economic growth. At this juncture, Li Yunlong finally found the opportunity to act. Sanaa, serving as the crucible for Li Yunlong, was inadvertently thrust into a dimensional passage during a dual cultivation session by Master Ancient One. Originally an ordinary person, Sanaa's capacity for transformation imposed by Li Yunlong had its limits. Within the dimensional passage, she could no longer endure the strain, prompting Li Yunlong to shatter her physical form and seize her soul. Upon emerging from the dimensional realm, he brought her essence along. While nurturing his own being, Li Yunlong did not neglect the care of Sanaa as spirit. Once he secured a moment of respite, he promptly created a doppelganger to arrange for Sanaa as reincarnation, a task that proved challenging in finding a suitable maternal vessel. After considerable effort, he managed to resolve the matter. From a mortal perspective, Sanaa had perished. However, from Li Yunlong's vantage point, there remained hope. He undertook to recalibrate her soul, affording her the chance to reshape her existence through reincarnation. With a stroke of fortune, ascending to the extraordinary was within the realm of possibility. Nonetheless, Sanaa had rendered significant service to Li Yunlong, and the cost of her sacrifice was not negligible. After careful contemplation, Li Yunlong resolved to honor their agreement. He decreed a time span of 30 years, a period referred to in ancient terms as a minor jiazi, also perceived as a lifetime. For an individual, 30 years is not an insignificant duration. Considering Sanaa's age and her endeavors, the prospect of living another 30 years is indeed daunting. Li Yunlong's decision, therefore, would likely leave Sanaa with little to contest. Consequently, Li Yunlong contacted Mr. M, summoning him to retrieve the beast god crystal. On the evening of the 9th month, Mr. M deliberately chose to arrive at Li Yunlong's modest abode after darkness had fallen. He was not alone. The military attached great importance to this operation, dispatching a convoy of 6 armored vehicles accompanied by a cadre of fully armed elite soldiers, sufficient to orchestrate a coup in a smaller nation. However, they remained stationed at the entrance, with only Agent Coulson accompanying Mr. M inside. As a regular visitor here, Coulson approached the door with an air of calmness and knocked. Li Yunlong opened the door from within, greeting them with warmth and ushering them inside. He retrieved a small leather case, opened it, and placed it on the table, revealing a crystal approximately 20 centimeters in length, tapering at both ends and rounded in the middle, resembling a shuttle shape. The crystal exhibited a deep purple-black hue. This was the high-level magical artifact, the Beast God Crystal, that Li Yunlong had promised to Sanaa. Li Yunlong, here is the high-level magical artifact, the Beast God Crystal, that I promised to Sanaa. You may take it with you, he declared. Mr. M, how is the situation with Agent Sanaa? Please wait a moment, Mr. Brooklee. We hope to arrange for a second contractor to replace Agent Sanaa. Mr. M began to speak, but Coulson placed a hand on his shoulder, and I shook his head gently. Mr. M pondered for a moment, then picked up the case and turned to leave, closing the door behind him. The responsibility on Mr. M's shoulders was substantial. The military held a keen interest in the so-called high-level magical artifact, the Beast God Crystal. Coulson did not turn to leave. Rather, he gazed earnestly at Li Yunlong. Mr. Brooklee, I need to speak with you privately. Li Yunlong stood before Coulson, suddenly frozen like a robot pressed on pause. In the next moment, an unseen force seemed to infuse him. Coulson solemnly addressed Li Yunlong. Mr. Brooklee, I represent S.H.I.E.L.D. and have several questions I wish to ask you. I refuse. Li Yunlong Raplia. What is the reason for your refusal? Coulson inquired. I do not trust your S. H-I-E-L-D, Li Yunlong asserted. After a moment of silence, Coulson sighed, as if suddenly relaxing. May I ask a few questions in a personal capacity? Of course, Li Yunlong responded. Mr. Brooke Lee, why do you prefer to speak with me as an individual rather than collaborating with the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, known as S-H-I-E-L-D? Coulson asked. Because individuals and organizations are entirely different. When dealing with a person, one can rely on their character. With luck, one might even befriend someone of noble virtue. However, engaging with an organization, especially one like yours with its secretive nature, makes it impossible to expect you to meet even the most basic legal standards. I have choices. Why should I choose your organization? Because we are engaged in a righteous cause. We are doing what is right. Coulson insisted. You lack a defining prefix. You merely believe yourselves to be so. You do not understand us, Mr. Brooke Lee. You do not comprehend our work. This is merely your personal prejudice. Coulson retorted. You have misjudged your starting point. What qualifications do you have to be self-satisfied before me? Li Yunlong challenged. Please enlighten me, Coulson replied. How much do you truly understand about this world? What is your position regarding Earth? Do you have a clear understanding of humanity's place in the universe? Li Yunlong posed. Mr. Brooke Lee, your questions are ultimately unanswerable, Coulson stated. Oh, really? Li Yunlong replied, intrigued. Allow me to provide you with some insights. You must have encountered numerous files on mutants, among which a key term is the X gene. When did the X gene first emerge, and from whence did it originate? Have you heard of the Inhumans? What distinguishes Inhumans from mutants? Given your rank, you must have interacted with a fair number of extraterrestrials. Have you never inquired how they refer to Earth in their own languages? Agent Coulson, Mr. Brooke Lee, what precisely do you intend to convey by posing these questions? Li Yunlong. Very well. Since you feign ignorance while being fully aware, I shall be candid. Although Christianity fervently proclaims humanity as the apex of creation, the sons of God, our standing in this universe is likely far more dismal than we dare to imagine. Agent Coulson, Mr. Brooke Lee, are you judging the actions of S-H-I-L-D based solely on this? Li Yunlong, no. I cannot determine whether your actions are right or wrong based on results alone. However, I firmly believe that your intentions are fundamentally misguided. Agent Coulson, the populace must remain oblivious to such truths. Their spirits are fragile and cannot endure this burden. Should they become aware, our current societal structure would undoubtedly collapse. Therefore, S-H-I-L-D must maintain this boundary, isolating the mysterious, terrifying, and bizarre phenomena beyond the realm of human experience. Only in this manner can society progress healthily. Li Yunlong, and why should this be the case? Simply because of you? Agent Coulson, indeed, just because of us. We are S-H-I-E-L-D. We are the unyielding bastion. Li Yunlong Skufa Marsilesli, displaying his disdain with nearly 8 billion inhabitants on this planet. How many agents does S-H-I-E-L-D actually have? Do you expect us to take your bravado seriously? Agent Coulson, somewhat agitated. You have yet to witness the sacrifices we have made for this cause. Li Yunlong, yet, any rational individual could deduce through a simple arithmetic exercise that you are simply incapable of accomplishing such a task. Agent Coulson fell silent for a moment. Mr. Brooke Lee, you cannot truly comprehend the strength of S-H-I-E-L-D. Li Yunlong, oh? And what do you intend to convey? Are you suggesting that S-H-I-E-L-D is the invisible hand guiding the world? That all nations must dance to your tune? Spare me from Europa deist. Both you and I are rational beings and understand that such a notion is utterly impossible. Agent Coulson, for the sake of global security, S-H-I-E-L-D possesses that authority. Li Yunlong, the United Nations also wields the power to impose sanctions on any nation on Earth. We are all adults here. Let us refrain from engaging in such verbal games to mislead one another. Faced with the obstinacy of Li Yunlong, Agent Coulson found himself at a loss. Mr. Brooke Lee, this dispute holds no significance in reality. Li Yunlong, then what is it that you truly seek from me? Agent Coulson, I wish to ascertain your stance towards S-H-I-L-D. Li Yunlong shrugged. What stance could I possibly hold? We all lead our own lives. Agent Coulson, is that truly your position? Li Yunlong, what other stance could there be? Li Yunlong, Akemapeak. Do you think I remain unaware of S-H-I-E-L-D's true nature? To be angry with you is futile. I have long since been exasperated. Agent Coulson, are you truly this magnanimous? As far as I know, It was your curse that led to the demise of the Ancient One. Li Yunlong, you ought to be more enlightened, indulging in self-destructive behavior day in and day out. Who can escape death? The Ancient One brought this upon herself. Did she genuinely believe that being addressed as the supreme sorcerer rendered her invincible? In my view, she got what she deserved. She sought her own downfall. Agent Coulson, is it not rather disrespectful to speak of the deceased in such a manner? If you were to express such sentiments as I have, it would indeed be impolite. However, between the Ancient One and myself, we are adversaries. She sought my life. So the death of the Ancient One is a cause for celebration in my eyes. Agent Coulson, hold on. The Ancient One had disciples. Are you not concerned they might seek retribution? I am fully aware that the Ancient One had disciples, and I recognize that some are quite formidable. Yet that does not alter the situation. For instance, if someone were to shoot at you, would you refrain from retaliating simply because he has numerous associates? Surely, you are not so foolish as to despair to the point of wishing for death. Such words cut deeply. Agent Coulson, even if you choose to retaliate, stating it thus does not resolve the issue. What will you do when they come seeking vengeance for the Ancient One? Li Yunlong, with an air of indifference, replies, what else can I do? When soldiers arrive, soldiers will contend. When water rises, earth will be overwhelmed. It's merely a test of strength. Who fears whom? Besides, if I truly cannot prevail, I can always flee, can I not? Untitled. Yet, even from Li Yunlong's response, one can discern that he possesses a distinct theoretical framework. Whether based on Agent Coulson's experience or by employing psychological reverse inference from Li Yunlong's answers, it is evident that his persona is not that of a law-abiding citizen. Yet neither does he exhibit the traits of someone who thrives on chaos, driven by insatiable ambition to instigate turmoil. From various observations, Li Yunlong embodies the archetype of a reclusive individual, retreating to his sanctuary to relish a life of comfort and ease. In Agent Coulson's view, although Li Yunlong cannot be classified among the least dangerous of individuals, he poses minimal threat to society at large. It baffles him why the director of SHIELD insists on confronting him, especially considering the agency has already incurred significant losses. Must they truly provoke Mr. Ghost into turning against them, leading to catastrophic consequences? Who would be held accountable for the ensuing devastation? After providing a brief report via the specialized equipment in the vehicle to his superior, Director Nick, Agent Coulson drove into the military base. This base is currently under military lockdown. Even though Agent Coulson had previously secured authorization, he must still undergo multiple stringent checks to gain entry. Once inside, he is expected to remain for no less than a month, as the military must complete preliminary experimental evaluations on the advanced magical artifact, the Beast God Crystal, before any easing of restrictions occurs, allowing personnel to exit. Prior to Li Yunlong's unexpected call to Mr. M, the military had nearly abandoned all hope regarding the Beast God Crystal. Yet, just when it seemed all paths were closed, fortune smiled upon them as the Beast God Crystal presented itself unexpectedly. The military, of course, remains unwilling to relinquish its hold. Yet the insufferable SHIELD has sought them out. The uproar caused by the King of Mist was far too significant to be contained. The military is not a monolith, and news had long since leaked. Had it not been for the disappearance of the contractor Sanaa, the base would likely have been far from tranquil. Now, with the revelation of the Beast God Crystal, it seems everyone is eager to intervene. After all, with numerous nuisances, one more is hardly a concern. An additional SHIELD intervention is of little consequence. Agent Sanaa left the military with sufficiently detailed information. What captivates the military most about the Beast God Crystal is its potential to artificially create a battalion of beastly soldiers, entirely under the dominion of the Beast God. If such claims are not mere exaggeration, their significance to the military is monumental. An army that obeys commands without question is the aspiration of countless commanders. If realized, they would likely awaken from dreams of joy. By the time Agent Coulson arrived, the selection process for the first eligible candidates to use the Beast God Crystal was still underway. With so many eager hands reaching out, the number of hopefuls had naturally increased. Each faction had its own representatives, all hoping for a stroke of luck. Thus, the candidates ranged from young elites barely approaching 30 to elders over 60. According to the intelligence provided by Agent Sanaa, the Beast God Crystal, as a high-level magical artifact, draws its power from primal instincts or beastly strength. This manifests as an inherent pride in the crystal. Aside from Agent Sanaa, who had previously entered into a magical contract with Li Yunlong, Anyone else wishing to wield the crystal must possess qualities that the crystal deems worthy. Agent Sanaa herself could not define these qualities, but the crystal offers a straightforward method of discernment. Within a solitary chamber, a box containing the beast god crystal is placed upon a table, guarded by 2 soldiers who cannot elicit a reaction from the crystal. Each prospective candidate enters one at a time. Regardless of the outcome, only one individual may exit before the next may enter, ensuring that only one candidate occupies the room at any given time. There is no need for direct physical contact with the beast god crystal. Merely extending a hand towards it suffices. Candidates possessing the requisite qualities will instinctively provoke a response from the crystal. The originally deep purple-black crystal will emit light from within. The more compatible the candidate's qualities, the more pronounced the illumination. Prearranged monitoring devices relay the results, and oversight personnel ensure accuracy in this regard. It can be said that the candidates dispatched by various factions were meticulously selected. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the sole individual capable of eliciting a response from the beast god crystal was none other than the military's chosen representative, the venerable Mr. Geo Obi-Wan, who is now 64 years old. His resume is remarkably impressive. In his early years, he was an outstanding Special Forces soldier, later rising to the rank of Special Forces Commander. At the age of 50, due to physical ailments that rendered him unfit for frontline combat, he transitioned to a civilian role, currently holding the rank of Major. Although he was on the brink of retirement, he is a father to 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter, and tragically lost his wife to illness 2 years ago. Somehow, he learned of the beast god crystal and took the initiative to pursue this opportunity. This outcome, of course, delighted the military. While they had originally filled most positions with their own personnel, they had not anticipated that the peculiar appetite of the beast god crystal would lead it to select an elderly individual as its worthy candidate. Other factions were understandably discontent, but with the entire base now sealed off, any attempts to send in replacements would be futile, leaving them to watch as the military triumphantly handed over the beast god crystal to Geo for use. In the absence of the contractor, Agent Sanat, the only way to utilize the beast god crystal is for the chosen candidate to hold the crystal to their forehead, allowing the crystal's innate abilities to facilitate a fusion with the candidate. Although Geo stands tall and maintains a commendable physique, he inevitably shows signs of aging when compared to the youth. This is merely the surface. The injuries sustained during his years of combat continue to plague him, and with the passage of time, the pain has intensified. Now, painkillers and sleeping pills have become essential companions. Geo is uncertain how much longer he can endure. After the loss of his wife, despite having children, he recognizes that the pillar of his spirit has crumbled. He does not wish for this. As a former soldier, he cannot bear the thought of succumbing to illness, watching helplessly as his health deteriorates, and ultimately succumbing in agony and struggle. Geo would rather take a desperate gamble, even if it means dying on the battlefield, for that is the fate of a warrior. Initially, Geo had pinned his hopes on the military's super soldier program, with Captain America serving as the prime example. Unfortunately, the super soldier program has yet to yield success. Instead, upon hearing of the beast god crystal, and considering his dwindling time, Geo exerted all his efforts to gain entry, and now the moment of truth is at hand. Geo cradles the beast god crystal in both hands, bows his head, and presses his forehead firmly against it. In the next instant, the crystal, like an ethereal illusion without substance, effortlessly melds into Joe's body, disappearing without a trace. Outside the laboratory, another group of individuals anxiously observes the experiment's effects through the monitoring system, representatives from various factions, including Agent Coulson. Unlike the seasoned Agent Coulson, the others are visibly unsettled. How could the beast god crystal suddenly vanish? Could someone have interfered, employing a trick akin to magic to deceive us? Quick, check the candidate's bodily data. It appears there are no significant changes. Wait, look, there seems to be something amiss with the candidate's body. Amidst the chaotic turmoil, Agent Coulson directed his unwavering focus upon the surveillance system, particularly on Geo, the qualified subject, who was evidently undergoing an abnormal transformation. Coulson swiftly discerned that Geo was perspiring, yet due to an elevated body temperature, the sweat did not flow as it would in a typical individual. Instead, it transformed directly into vapor, resulting in the peculiar phenomenon of wisps of white smoke emanating from Joe's body. Remarkably, Geo experienced no pain. The beast god crystal appeared to be merging with his being, evoking not suffering, but a profound connection. It was as though a grand gateway had opened between himself and the beast god crystal, through which boundless power and unimaginable knowledge were laid bare before him. Should he desire it, All of this could be his. Could Geo possibly hesitate? That notion was absurd. He had sacrificed so much for this very moment. Within the realm of his consciousness, Geo embraced the entirety of what lay beyond the door. In the laboratory, Joe's forehead radiated a blinding light. As his body expanded, he unleashed a primal roar, the luminosity enveloping him entirely, rendering him momentarily unrecognizable. The brilliance was so intense that onlookers could scarcely gaze upon him, and not merely Joe's garments and information-gathering devices were affected. Even the nearby apparatuses succumbed to the destructive force of a shockwave. Fortunately, the staff had maintained a safe distance, sparing them from serious injury. Though minor wounds from flying debris were inevitable, the laboratory was well equipped, and the distance surveillance devices remained intact, allowing the observers to continue monitoring the unfolding events. Joe's radiant glow had faded, yet he remained humanoid in form, now towering at 3 meters, his appearance far removed from that of a human. Viewed from afar, he resembled a general clad in the ornate armor of the ancient cold weapon era. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that the so-called armor was a manifestation of Joe's own biological transformation, possessing numerous organs unknown to humanity. His head was devoid of hair, and a portion of dark purple crystal adorned his forehead, a remnant of the beast god crystal now partially externalized. This crystalline structure shimmered with metallic luster, resembling an exoskeleton that shielded his skull. From his cheeks, formidable, upward-curving horns sprouted, entwined with what appeared to be vascular-like tissues, climbing spirally like parasitic plants. His ears, once visible, were now entirely concealed. The skin of his face was composed of numerous fragments of purplish-red metallic rock, creating a visage that, while rigid and lacking smoothness, obscured the location of his nose. His eyes were replaced by 2 blocks of dark purple crystal, and without parting his lips, a menacing array of fangs was revealed, suggesting multiple layers of inner teeth. It seemed as though, in a fleeting moment, Geo had opened his mouth, revealing a forked tongue. Witnessing Joe's transformation through the monitors, the onlookers erupted into a frenzy, their voices a cacophony of astonishment and disbelief. Devil, this is unequivocally diabolical. Oh God, I can scarcely believe my eyes. How is this even possible? The laboratory has commenced the next phase. The staff amplified the volume through a loudspeaker, addressing Major Geo. Can you hear me? Staff member inquired if you could harness your power. Geo shifted his body. It was utterly marvelous. I feel I can completely control my strength. Staff member then requested that you proceed with the division of the Beast God Crystal. Geo obliged. He aligned his forehead with the prepared table, seemingly channeling some form of energy. A portion of the Beast God Crystal on his forehead erupted in a dazzling radiance. Then, under Joe's command, it coalesced above the crystalline surface, forming a luminous orb that grew larger, halting its expansion when it reached the size of a head. Various hues flickered within this orb, and this process endured for approximately 10 minutes. Subsequently, the light dissipated, revealing a new Beast God Crystal, gently placed on the table as if by an invisible hand. After completing this task, Geo appeared exceedingly fatigued, resting for about half an hour before repeating the process. During this interval, staff inquired if he required nutritional replenishment, to which he declined. The Beast God Crystal provides me with boundless power. It is my spirit that cannot endure such consumption, hence the need for rest. However, at this moment, I do not require sustenance. I can easily discern that I neither need to eat nor drink as long as my spirit can sustain it. My power shall not diminish. As for what Agent Coulson thinks, he is unaware. Nonetheless, upon hearing this, his heart sank. This creature, evidently designed for warfare, requires neither food nor drink, nor any form of energy replenishment. As long as the spirit holds, it can operate indefinitely. Merely contemplating this gives Agent Coulson nightmares. Given the protracted duration, others took turns resting, while Geo continued to toil until he completed the 12th Beast God Crystal. Staff member asked, Major Geo, can you continue to divide the Beast God Crystals? Everyone, including Agent Coulson, gazed intently at the 12 Beast God Crystals. Why do various factions, including the military, place such immense importance on the Beast God Crystals? Because, according to intelligence provided by Agent Sanet, the Beast God Crystals can genuinely be utilized to construct a legion of beastified soldiers. The structure of the beastified army is quite simple, comprising only 3 tiers: the Supreme Commander and 12 Beast Generals commanding the beastified soldiers. Geo, as the first to utilize the Beast God Crystal, is tacitly recognized as the Supreme Commander of the beastified army, while the remaining 12 users of the Beast God crystals become equal-ranked Beast Generals. These 13 Beast Generals are the sovereigns of the entire Beastified army, capable of commanding the soldiers with their spirits. The Supreme Commander, as the highest-ranking Beast General, holds dominion over the Beastified soldiers surpassing that of other Beast Generals, possessing the authority to forcibly alter their commands. If he can garner the support of more than half the Beast Generals, he may even strip a particular Beast General of their control over the Beastified soldiers. However, among the high-ranking members of the Beast Transformation Legion, the 12 Beast Gods and the Commander possess essentially the same power. The Commander cannot exert control over the Beast Gods with his mind in the same manner as he does with the transformed soldiers. The military's decision to unite various factions, rather than forcibly expelling them, stems from the unique nature of the Beast God crystals. Regardless of who first utilizes the crystals, there are 12 additional crystals theoretically available for contention for the position of Commander. With an abundance of resources, choices multiply, transforming the scenario from a zero-sum game to one where all can gather and share the spoils. These 12 Beast God crystals are meticulously safeguarded, with the military retaining 4, while representatives from various factions claim the rest. As a representative of S.H.I.L.D., Coulson is entitled to 1 crystal, although this will only occur after the military has conducted initial experimental assessments. However, related testing must be delayed. According to the plan, Geo requires time to rest. Recently becoming a Beast God, Geo is burdened by the division of the 12 crystals, raising concerns among military officials. Yet, this is a necessary course of action, and it is also the reason Mr. M wishes to request a second contractor from Li Yunlong. Unfortunately, such situations are unavoidable. According to intelligence provided by Agent Sanet, the source of the power within the Beast God crystals lies in primal instincts, or the essence of wildness. The stronger a Beast God's primal nature, the greater the number of transformed soldiers they can command, and their individual combat prowess will similarly escalate. Thus, Beast Gods need not fret over insufficient power. Rather, they must guard against their primal instincts overwhelming their rationality. Once primal instincts become excessive, the rational human aspect of the Beast God may entirely dissipate. Li Yunlong has aptly named this phenomenon the true Beast God. In essence, should such a transformation occur, survival hinges entirely on primal instincts, granting the power of the Beast God to dominate the legion of transformed soldiers. The source of the Beast God's strength lies within the Beast God crystals, rendering concerns over physical exhaustion moot. As long as their mental acuity remains intact, they can possess boundless stamina, requiring no sustenance, and remaining vigilant without rest. However, this aspect is not devoid of drawbacks. Prolonged periods without respite can lead to irritability, which has deterred the military from continuing experiments. Experts estimate that with extended duration, pronounced signs of primal nature would emerge. The physical condition of the Beast Gods far exceeds that of ordinary humans, effortlessly navigating extremes of heat and pressure. They exhibit remarkable resistance to toxic substances and corrosive liquids. In a controlled environment simulating outer space, even without undergoing transformation, the Beast Gods adapt seamlessly to high radiation vacuum conditions, displaying remarkable vitality. Coupled with their near-invulnerable bodies and rapid regenerative capabilities, they seem to embody the essence of an ideal organism. The capacity for thought perception, as translated by Agent Sanet, is directly rendered as thought-sensing ability. The Beast God commands the ability to exert direct control over the foundation of beastification soldiers through sheer will, manifesting a composite of various superhuman capabilities such as telekinesis, mental assault, cognitive connection, and psychological manipulation. With merely a gaze, Geo effortlessly twisted an armed tank into a pretzel, using his telepathic powers. Even when the target is not a beastification soldier, Geo can forcibly dictate the actions of others through his telepathic ability. This power is utterly chilling for officials, as it implies that under Joe's scrutiny, anyone could be compelled to act according to his will, betraying superiors or plotting treachery. Actions that would normally be unthinkable become mere matters of Joe's desire to permit them. The leaders of various factions have only now come to realize that the Beast God Crystal is not a mere technological weapon. It belongs to an entirely different realm, that of advanced mystical artifacts, a domain completely unfamiliar to them. The greater the power exhibited by the Beast God Crystal, the more precarious it becomes for everyone involved. Simultaneously, as the crystal's power escalates, the various factions find it increasingly impossible to relinquish control. There is no need to calculate the effects of the Beast God as perpetual youth. Merely possessing the telepathic ability as a foundational skill instills a sense of dread, What leader could sleep soundly knowing they lack this perilous power? This is merely a glimpse of the beast god's fundamental abilities in human form. When transformed into the battle form of the beast god, his powers become astonishingly formidable. Shielded by a 360-degree impenetrable barrier, experimental tests at the base have revealed no flaws whatsoever. Gravity-based weaponry, atmospheric bombs, spatial slicing, dimensional banishment, shadow assassinations, dimensional navigation, hyperspace leaps, energy control, and the summoning of thunder make him an all-encompassing force across land, sea, and air. He is adaptable in individual combat and capable of mass slaughter, even possessing the capacity to simulate black holes, a hallmark of stellar warfare. The beast god alone is equivalent to a fully functional battalion, should he master a singular technique. His fighting prowess would be comparable to that of a level 4 mutant like Magneto. However, the beast god possesses a repertoire of strategies applicable to various scenarios. Combined with a physique far superior to that of humans and nearly limitless stamina, his combat capabilities far exceed those of Magneto. He epitomizes the ideal weapon of warfare. Even with these attributes, the beast god is already a terrifying entity. What is even more alarming is his ability to create. With ample resources, the beast god can forge his own legion of beastification soldiers. His efficiency in resource utilization is exceptional, encompassing plants, insects, animals, fish, and birds, with his preferred raw material being humans. The beastification soldiers possess the capacity to transform from combat form to human form, which, from a human perspective, is a logical choice. Conversely, when viewed from the standpoint of a soldier who obeys orders without question, it represents an exceedingly wasteful use of resources. The Beast Warriors, while constituting the foundation of the Beast Warrior Legion, are fundamentally distinct from human soldiers in their unwavering obedience to the commands of the Beast God General. Even if commanded to be a mere snack, they would execute the order without hesitation. Consequently, concepts such as morale, betrayal, and mutiny are utterly foreign to them, and notions of military law, military police, and courts-martial hold no relevance. Were it not for the terrifying individual combat prowess exhibited by the Beast God General, the military would prioritize the Beast Warrior Legion above all else. Even now, their esteem for the Legion surpasses that for the Beast God General, whose potential for complete subjugation by bestial instincts and transformation into a savage entity instills profound concern among military leaders. As investigations progress, the terrifying nature of the Beast God General increasingly unveils itself to the public. The capacity of the Beast God General to directly transform beast warriors using the Beast God Crystal is already alarming. Beyond providing nearly limitless power, this crystal astonishingly contains a database. To quote Geo, it harbors the very essence of wisdom. With guidance and assistance from experts, Geo has unearthed a wealth of knowledge from the crystal, including schematics for constructing beast warrior legions adaptable to terrestrial, aerial, and even extraterrestrial environments, as well as colossal beast warriors capable of planetary transformation and bioships designed for transporting vast legions through space. Faced with this wealth of information, military scientists are on the brink of madness. Regrettably, the Beast God Crystal cannot interface with human supercomputers. In a fit of desperation, a frenzied military scientist devised a perilous method. He compelled the Beast God General to transmit this information directly into his brain through telepathic means. Unsurprisingly, upon receiving the data, his genetic structure collapsed, resulting in his demise. The scientist then sought to have the Beast God General transcribe the information, only to discover that the general possessed only a rudimentary understanding of the material, much like an ordinary person who can operate a computer but is utterly ignorant of its design, manufacturing processes, underlying principles, and functionality. The potential demonstrated by the Beast God Crystal continues to expand, rendering various factions increasingly impatient and leading to united pressure that the military can no longer withstand. Director Nick Fury, amidst his trusted associates, initiated a small internal test, which unexpectedly yielded a suitable candidate, Black Widow. As the current director of SHIELD, Nick Fury has never lacked decisiveness. He authorized and facilitated Black Widow's immediate utilization of the Beast God Crystal. Black Widow seamlessly transformed into the new Beast God General, her battle form diverging significantly from GOS. While she shares a similarly imposing stature and displays numerous non-human attributes, her overall presence exudes a uniquely feminine allure, enveloped in a swirling, luxurious black mist akin to an opulent cloak, although those surrounding were seasoned agents. The sight of the Black Widow in her beast god form evoked an instinctual restlessness in both men and women alike, a fervor akin to moths drawn to a flame. Even elite operatives were compelled to suppress their primal instincts with sheer willpower. For the average person, merely glimpsing the Black Widow's beast god form would likely result in madness, as if they were enveloped in a collective haze of cognitive dissonance. Director Nick, restrain your inner beast. Agent Natasha, surely, you do not wish to transform into a true wild creature. The Black Widow's laughter chimed like silver bells. Fear not, I am in an unprecedented state of well-being. She extended her hand towards Director Nick, reminiscent of an adult reaching out to a child. Allow me to show you the strength of the beast god. Without hesitation, Director Nick grasped her outstretched hand, despite the evident disparity in their sizes. Her voice echoed near his ear, do not move. It took him a moment to comprehend the implications of her words as they found themselves suspended in mid-air, encased within a protective shield resembling a lustrous pearl, securing them in a stable, airborne position. Indeed, the Black Widow is correct. However, your human form is rather fragile. Otherwise, I could transport you across even greater distances. Come with me. Let us converse as we proceed. Without seeking Director Nick's consent, the Black Widow initiated high-speed flight, and the scenery whizzed by in a blur. Within mere seconds, a sonic boom erupted as they surpassed the speed of sound. Thanks to the energy shield, the two remained upright, with Director Nick feeling no tremors. This alone indicated that the Black Widow was effortlessly executing supersonic flight with remarkable agility. Drawing a deep breath to quell his astonishment, Director Nick reflected that the flight capabilities exhibited by the Beast God rendered the combat aircraft of Earth's military obsolete. Where are you taking me? He inquired. The North Pacific. Or any ocean for that matter, she replied. I have reviewed the intelligence on the Beast God, but only by becoming one did I realize that previous reports were utterly inadequate. They failed to capture the true terror of the Beast God. Are you suggesting that military experiments have not demonstrated the Beast God's destructive potential? Director Nick pressed. The military's experiments are a mere farce. A mere military base could be obliterated at will. They cannot showcase the true prowess of the Beast God. Moreover, in my view, the most formidable aspect lies elsewhere. The Black Widow gestured downward. Look there. Director Nick strained to see. I am not the Beast God. What can I discern at such high velocity? This is precisely why I wish for you to observe. As the Beast God, even in this swift motion, I can effortlessly lock on at distant targets. Here we are. The Black Widow ceased her flight, and in the transition of stillness, inertia appeared to be non-existent. Beneath them lay the vast expanse of the ocean. Director Nick, where are we? I cannot discern any difference here. From the perspective of the Black Widow, the surface of the sea seemed indistinguishable. However, beneath it was a confluence of two currents, where an abundance of fish congregated. For me, this place brims with resources, a perfect opportunity to showcase the power of the Beast God General. Upon finishing her statement, the Black Widow lowered her head, and the Beast God crystal upon her forehead began to radiate a brilliant light, piercing straight into the ocean's surface. Director Nick bent down to scrutinize the changes upon the sea, and 5 minutes passed, then 10, and a quarter of an hour elapsed. Agent Natasha, what exactly do you want me to see? The Black Widow chuckled. Is your power of observation truly so feeble? Do not fixate solely on the spot beneath you. Widen your gaze. Director Nick, puzzled, turned his head, only then noticing something amiss. Beneath the surface, a shadow, akin to the ocean's hue, was expanding at a visible pace. What are you doing? He inquired. I am constructing a mobile base for underwater operations. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the Black Widow halted her actions. All right, rise up my mobile base, the Beluga. To Director Nick's astonished gaze, a creature measuring over 100 meters in length, resembling a humpback whale and adorned with a shimmering white metallic exoskeleton, emerged from the water's surface, resembling a sci-fi battleship more than a biological entity. Do not worry, I have created an illusionary barrier with my powers. Neither satellites nor people can see us. Isn't it a delightful little thing? Exclaimed the Black Widow. Under the protection of the energy shield, both the Black Widow and Director Nick descended towards the biological battleship, the Beluga. As they approached, the surface of the Beluga opened in designated areas, not like mechanical doors, but rather as if living tissue were parting to allow air in. During this passage, Director Nick observed closely, noting that the interior consisted entirely of biological tissue, devoid of the steel fortifications typical of military submarines, with no dense networks of piping. The Black Widow smiled. The Beluga is not merely a mobile underwater base. It is also a battleship. Unlike conventional vessels, it is composed of living tissue, meaning it is alive. The passage we just traversed does not normally exist. As the Beast God General, I merely need to issue a command, and it can temporarily create a passage with cellular control, swift and convenient. The Black Widow gestured upwards, prompting Director Nick to look up. The fleshy tissue they had passed through had already sealed itself safely. Is this enormous biological battleship constructed using schools of fish as raw materials? Director Nick inquired. Indeed, it is created using schools of fish as raw materials. The Black Widow confirmed. I have named this mobile base the Beluga, which can essentially be regarded as a specially engineered beastification soldier. Creating such a colossal beastification soldier must be quite a burden for you, no? Director Nick remarked. Moreover, it must be acknowledged that the beastly warriors are still living beings. Their strength cannot be compared to that of steel, even if your great white whale possesses diving capabilities. When confronted by an army, it merely becomes a matter of one less cannon to destroy. Although its manufacturing speed, process, and appearance are indeed astonishing. If what you wish to showcase is merely this, it hardly encapsulates any genuine power. The Black Widow bears certain burdens. She indicated the exposed portion of the Beast God crystal on her forehead, a remarkable magical entity. The great white whale is mentally linked to me. I can manipulate it at will through the power of the Beast God crystal. At that moment, the protective energy shield surrounding us dissipated automatically, and the Black Widow transformed from the Beast God form back into her human shape. As her height diminished, she released a substantial amount of smoke, which was quite pungent to Director Nick's nostrils. What exactly is this? Director Nick inquired, perplexed by the odd scent. The Black Widow's sweat, which includes remnants of abandoned and decayed cells, she replied. I only know that the power sustaining my transformation into the Beast God comes from the Beast God crystal. I do not comprehend the intricate workings involved, and that knowledge must await future scientific inquiry. Unperturbed, the Black Widow lightly patted her unclad body, causing a black, gel-like substance to spread from the point of contact with her palm, swiftly forming a tight-fitting black bodysuit that enveloped her entire frame. She made slight adjustments, transforming the lower part into long boots typical for warriors, while her arms remained fully exposed, with the emblem of DS soaring eagle manifesting above her chest. At this juncture, a voice devoid of emotion, belonging to a middle-aged man, matter-of-factly announced, Welcome, esteemed Beast God. The great white whale is at your service. Director Nick's expression remained largely unchanged, though the corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily. The smoke released when the Black Widow reverted to her human form rapidly dissipated. They now found themselves in a room measuring 5 meters in width, 10 meters in length, and approximately 2.5 meters in height. Behind them stood two sofa-like chairs, facing a wall painted black, starkly contrasting with the other white decorative elements of the room. Director Nick took a deep breath. The unusual odor in the air had nearly vanished, indicating the efficacy of the room's ventilation system. Not hurrying to sit, he reached down to touch the floor, which felt balanced and offered moderate resistance, appearing neither excessively smooth nor uneven. Glancing around, he noted that both walls and ceiling shared this uniform aesthetic. Upon settling into the sofa, he took careful note of its softness. It seemed as if the interior was making some adaptive adjustments, suggesting a highly advanced ergonomic design. On the right armrest, a hemispherical, smooth yellow crystal protruded at the palm area. What purpose could it serve? How do you find this room? The Black Widow inquired. I specially established it to host you. Established especially for me? Director Nick mused. Do you not require a room while piloting this great white whale? Have you forgotten that I am now the Beast God? The Black Widow retorted. Do not perceive the power of the Beast God through the antiquated lens of humanity. The Beast God can directly command the beastly warriors with sheer will. Director Nick, if you wish to delve into the inner workings of the great white whale, where would you reside? The Black Widow, of course, is in the specialized modulation chamber. Modulation chamber? Director Nick inquired. Indeed, the Black Widow affirmed. Such abstract conversation may render the sentiment difficult to grasp. Come, rise quickly, and I shall show you. A circular passageway automatically opened in the previously smooth wall, and the Black Widow led Director Nick through it. Judging by both sight and physical sensation, the passage inclined, yet it appeared perfectly straight. After a brief stroll, they arrived at their destination, a larger, round tunnel entirely composed of organic tissue. There were no smooth, straight paths for walking. The entire tunnel was adorned with oval semi-transparent, egg-like formations, reminiscent of an enlarged insect ovipositor. This is a small modulation chamber for the creation of universal bee soldiers, the Black Widow explained. For the Beast God General's legion of Beast soldiers, the universal type is the most ideal, adaptable to various environments, and capable of undertaking diverse tasks. In combat, they can be armed specifically as needed. However, the Beast God General cannot conjure these soldiers from thin air. Sufficient materials are required. At this juncture, a sardonic smile crept upon the Black Widow's lips. Can you guess what material is most suitable for creating beast soldiers? She taunted, before answering her own question. Humans. Not plants, not insects, not birds or terrestrial mammals, and certainly not aquatic creatures dwelling in lakes or oceans. Indeed, it is we humans, who consider ourselves the pinnacle of all beings and rulers of the earth. Is this Mr. Ghost's macabre sense of humor? Or is there an intention to consume humanity? Director Nick pondered aloud. The Black Widow sighed and shook her head. You ought to thoroughly review the experimental reports provided by the military. They have utilized death row inmates as raw materials for beast soldier experiments, discovering that the most significant transformation lies not in the outward appearance or the peculiar organs that emerge, but rather in the genetic tampering inflicted upon them. I have read the report, and it remains vividly etched in my memory, Director Nick replied. Beast soldiers originally belonged to the human genetic chain, but foreign genes were artificially introduced, which is the true reason for their transformation. Moreover, the most altered are not the beast soldiers themselves. The Beast God Generals, when in human form, appear almost identical to humans, yet in reality. Director Nick pointed to his forehead. The Beast God crystal resides within your skull, intricately connected to your brain. Even more astonishing is that the genetic DNA within your cells has undergone a fundamental transformation. Humans possess a double helix DNA structure, while the Beast God Generals exhibit a 6-helix configuration, equivalent to 3 times that of humans, rendering them no longer identifiable as human. Were it not for their origins from humanity, scientists would have long classified the Beast God Generals as extraterrestrial beings. The Black Widow let out a cold laugh. Those scientists' conclusions merely scratch the surface. Have you not considered why the Beast God crystal requires specific traits when selecting Beast God Generals? In my view, the so-called traits refer to possibilities. To become a Beast God General, one must possess the potential to harness the power of the Beast God crystal. Beast warriors are categorized into different ranks, such as 3, 6, and 9, varying in strength and weakness. It is not the case that a Beast God General can simply demand any type of beast warrior. The raw materials must possess such potential. The source of a Beast God General's power lies within the Beast God crystal, which in turn derives its strength from primal instinct, or feral power. Universal beast warriors can be refined into the majority of beast warrior types. Do you still not comprehend, my esteemed director? Humans are the embodiment of primal instincts among all creatures on Earth. What of you, Director Nick? Humanity did not ascend to the pinnacle of the biological chain today. On Earth, humanity represents the apex of evolution, the favored offspring of the divine, the primate of all beings. No creature can challenge humanity's status. Not even a Beast God General such as yourself. The Black Widow chuckled, clearly exhilarated. My dear director. Director Nick, I merely remind you not to forget your own identity. My identity? How could I forget? I am a Beast God General. Director Nick, do not forget that you are an employee of S.H.I.E.L.D. After a prolonged silence, Director Nick pondered, is this what you deem the truly terrifying aspect of a Beast God General? The Black Widow replied, this merely scratches the surface of the formidable power possessed by a Beast God General. However, you must understand, Nick Fury, that my true point extends beyond this. The era has irrevocably transformed. Director Nick, feeling somewhat vexed, remarked that this is merely your inability to fully control the primal power after becoming a Beast God General, leading to chaos in your rationality. What does this have to do with the changing times? The Black Widow retorted, does our esteemed director wish to close his eyes and feign ignorance? Allow me to awaken you with the truth. As a frontline agent of S.H.I.L.D., I have encountered countless anomalies and mysteries over the years, yet can any of them compare to the Beast God Crystal? Absolutely not. Even if all of them were combined as a Beast God General, I could obliterate them all with but a single hand. Director Nick responded, the Beast God Crystal has granted you immense power, yet after becoming a Beast God General, what you lack is not strength, but rather control over your own primal instincts. You must gain mastery over it. Otherwise, it will overpower you, transforming you into a true beast god, one devoid of human rationality and intellect, a complete and powerful beast. The Black Widow questioned, are you still attempting to evade this, my esteemed director? In the past, During the era when the Ancient One was the unrivaled supreme sorcerer on Earth, no one could challenge her position, let alone a terrifying artifact like the Beast God Crystal or the sinister magical artifact known as the Phantom Mask of the Fog King. Could they ever fall into the hands of the military? Could they ever be wielded as weapons by ordinary mortals like us? Director Nick replied, "The Ancient One is deceased." The Black Widow challenged, "Truly? Unlike ordinary citizens who live their daily lives as law-abiding taxpayers, are we as agents of S.H.I.L.D. not acutely aware of the limits of humanity?" The formidable Fog King, born from the spectral visage of the ghostly monarch, has instilled a profound sense of dread. Following meticulous analysis, the experts within the Bureau have concluded that vanquishing him would exact a staggering toll. It seems that the only viable option would be to eliminate him at the very first sign of his unraveling, should he succeed in claiming a sufficient number of lives, thereby siphoning enough blood to elevate his powers to their zenith. Even the mightiest artillery of the army would prove futile against his spectral advance. What course of action do you intend to pursue? Will it be cloudburst bombs or nuclear weaponry? Director Nick, armed with a cannon, stands ready. The Black Widow, smacking her forehead in realization, exclaims, "I nearly forgot. What is the current development stage of the atomic sequence plasma weapon? Aside from the diminutive yet aesthetically pleasing cricket, whose lethality is rather limited, does the mature design not culminate in the 3-2 plasma cannon? However, I recall that the core components of this device are not sourced from Earth. Have we truly accomplished reverse engineering to the extent of mass production?" Director Nick affirms that while limited fabrication is feasible in his laboratory, the Black Widow contends that such weapons are merely modern-day tools for deities and cannot be effectively deployed in real combat scenarios. Furthermore, should these weapons fail to deliver a decisive blow against the Fog King, the price would indeed be paid in lives. If I were the commander, I would brace for the heavy cost of many lives lost in the endeavor. Unless the Fog King were a fool, the sacrifice made would surely weigh heavily on the conscience. Moreover, if the Fog King possesses any cunning, his spectral army would engage in guerrilla tactics, leaving nuclear options as the only conceivable solution. Additionally, the Beast God General exists on an entirely different echelon. A little secret, even in human form. I can effortlessly activate an energy shield. Do not presume that those mere toys, or even nuclear weaponry, could inflict harm upon me. The Black Widow's assertion borders on hubris. The energy shield of the Beast God General operates on principles of space-time, conferring a level of defense unlike ordinary energy protection. However, should one find themselves in close proximity and be subjected to a high-yield nuclear explosion, while death may not be imminent, restoring one's physical form would certainly prove to be no trivial task. Director Nick maintains that we will ultimately devise a strategy, be it against the Fog King or an entity as formidable as the Beast God General. The Black Widow concedes that humanity will inevitably discover a solution, but questions the time and cost involved. In truth, were it not for our unique circumstances, you would have long since implanted micro-explosives within our bodies. The Fog King is, after all, immortal. No matter where you place the explosives, even within his cranium, he could simply perform a self-surgery without assistance to retrieve them. The transformation of the Beast God General originates at the DNA level, rendering human-targeted toxins ineffective. His physical resilience far surpasses that of an ordinary human, making typical micro-explosives utterly ineffectual, especially given the Beast God General's ability to manipulate space. The Black Widow extends her hand before Director Nick, revealing several small objects and queries. "My dear Director, who was it that inserted these objects within me while I battled on the front lines, gravely wounded and in need of surgery? However, this situation cannot be openly acknowledged. Thus, both parties generally maintain a tacit understanding to remain silent. The Black Widow's origins are somewhat problematic, leading to heightened vigilance in this regard. She did not pursue this issue relentlessly, but merely tightened her grip, producing no sound, only a fleeting, enigmatic glimmer. When she opened her hand, it was empty. Very well. I do not wish to dwell on trifles. My concern lies with you and those behind you. Are their minds still clear? What does the director, Nick Fury, consider a clear mind? You desire something, and you shall receive it. Whatever you wish to do, we shall accommodate. No, if it were truly that simple, we would be utterly mad. I have never expected such good fortune from the Black Widow. As long as you refrain from engaging in foolish actions that might entangle me in misfortune, I shall be content. Director Fury, are you questioning my professional capabilities? No, I'm worried about you and those who stand behind you, for they may blind themselves, masquerading as the most obstinate fools. No matter how loudly I call, I cannot awaken one who feigns slumber. Director Fury, what is it you wish to convey? Have you not already remarked on the changes of times? I have heard you, and I believe those behind me will hear as well. What more is there to worry about? The Black Widow shook her head and let out a long, low sigh. In your eyes, I remain merely a female operative, and in matters of such strategic significance, my opinions may hold little weight. Let time be the judge. I hope I am not ensnared by your machinations before that moment arrives. The Black Widow would not have so easily relinquished her resolve, yet the vitality emanating from within, or rather the power of the beast god crystal, is increasingly merging with her essence, profoundly influencing her in various ways and ultimately catalyzing significant transformation. Perhaps the Black Widow is vaguely aware of this shift, yet she lacks the strength to resist it. Her character, thought processes, and choices have diverged fundamentally from the past, guided by primal instincts and the wildness born of millennia of evolution, which are increasingly and fundamentally altering her decisions. The current circumstances render the Black Widow ill-suited for the front lines of S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Fury is already contemplating whether to integrate her into the Avengers, pondering the potential ramifications and whether it might ultimately backfire. The Beast God can directly create beast soldiers with his own power, but in my view, this choice lacks efficiency. It serves no purpose beyond granting the Beast God greater flexibility. The only entities that should be crafted must be the core of the Beast Soldier Legion, akin to my great white whale, which houses a chamber capable of accommodating 1,000 small modulation pods. Within the great white whale, there are 3 such chambers, able to simultaneously modulate 3,000 beast soldiers. The Black Widow shook her head, exclaiming how excessive that number seems. No, in my estimation, 500 would suffice. Director Fury, what do you mean by that? The Black Widow Beast Warriors are indeed categorized into different ranks, among which there exists a specific term, the Super Beast Warriors. Have you taken note of this? Director Nick possesses this information in the report from the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. The term Super Beast Warrior is merely an abbreviation for those beast warriors surpassing the typical ranks, while their individual combat prowess far exceeds that of other ranks. Rendering them the aces among beast warriors, they impose a heavier burden on the beast gods than ordinary beast warriors. A single super beast warrior requires the equivalent of 3 to 5 ordinary beast warriors in terms of resources, making it a rather impractical choice for the military. However, for a covert organization like S.H.I.E.L.D., utilizing them in special operations proves to be an apt decision. The Black Widow chuckled, noting that the military personnel are not as straightforward as one might think. Even the intelligence provided to you is somewhat embellished. The Super Beast Warrior is merely a broad classification, encompassing various types. The category you refer to, possessing formidable individual combat capabilities, indeed comprises the majority of Super Beast Warriors. Nevertheless, some exceptional entities exist within this classification. For instance, my white whale can be regarded as a Super Beast Warrior. Did it not greet us upon our arrival? At this moment, Director Nick belatedly realized that you were indeed referring to this white whale, the mobile base you recently constructed, which functions as an oversized beast warrior and possesses intelligence akin to that of a human. The Black Widow affirmed, asking if she should personally control the movements of the white whale. The white whale possesses its own biological brain, serving as the control hub for the entire base. You may envision it as a biological supercomputer. All functionalities within this mobile base are managed by it. The Black Widow gestured toward the modulation chamber ahead, indicating that even the modulation of beast warriors is under its command. Director Nick's expression darkened ominously, nearly dripping with gravity, as he realized that the white whale functions as a mobile production facility for beast warriors. His assertion indicated that the creation of beast warriors does not necessitate the involvement of the beast gods, soldiers who obey commands without question. This is the dream of countless generals. If the production of beast warriors can occur entirely independently of the beast gods, artificially modulated, no general would relinquish such a troop of absolute obedience. The military would be driven to madness, willing to sacrifice everything to master this technology. Even if they cannot resolve the issues surrounding the beast god crystals, Nick has no doubt that military scientists would discover alternative methods. The prospect of creating an army that obeys without question and possesses combat capabilities far exceeding those of humans would lead to the emergence of an unrivaled superpower on Earth. However, such an endeavor cannot remain secret for long. Prior to its success, nations would likely engage in an arms race, potentially inciting a global conflict, the Third World War. Suddenly, Director Nick recalled a prophecy from the Ancient One. Could this be the truth behind Mr. Ghost's actions that led to the demise of half the population on Earth? The Black Widow nodded, serving as a mobile base, while the White Whale possessed the fundamental capability of modulating beastly soldiers. However, what holds greater significance for me is that the White Whale has the power to command these beastly soldiers. As long as I am willing to delegate authority to the White Whale, it can exert dominion over the beastly soldiers it has modulated. This scenario resembles that of a human army, which operates on a hierarchical management system. The commands of a general cannot be directly relayed to every soldier. They must traverse through the ranks of commanders, from division leaders to brigade commanders, regimental leaders, company commanders, and platoon leaders, before reaching the individual soldiers tasked with execution. I am the Beast God General, and the White Whale stands between me and the beastly soldiers. I need not control each soldier directly. I merely need to oversee the White Whale, which will handle the rest autonomously. Although I had anticipated this earlier, Director Nick felt an icy chill as he listened to the Black Widow's eloquent explanation. There was no longer a need to search. The Beast God Crystal was shrouded in mystery, and the military scientists might struggle to comprehend it. In contrast, the biological base of the White Whale was far simpler to grasp. The military could concentrate its efforts on mastering the technology related to this biological base. Once the Beast God Crystal was eliminated, the potential for true Beast God Generals to devolve into wild beasts would also vanish, possibly bringing great satisfaction to the military. How many beastly soldiers could a base like the White Whale command? If the Black Widow were a universal type of beastly soldier modulated from humans, she could potentially support a legion of 10,000. If she were to modulate ultra-small beastly soldiers from aquatic species, their numbers could surpass 100,000. My goodness. Director Nick felt an urge to curse. According to the Black Widow's assertions, with 500 White Whales, she could directly command an army of 5 million beastly soldiers, who would be utterly obedient to the orders of the Beast God General. This implies the existence of a 5 million strong army that would never betray, an absolute military allegiance directly under the command of its leader. Such a figure could easily carve out a territory in a small nation, declaring sovereignty, or become a significant military power in a larger nation, demanding cautious treatment from all. Now, with 13 Beast God crystals located on American soil, this indicates the presence of 13 Beast God Generals, assuming each could command 5 million beastly soldiers. This results in a staggering force of 65 million beastly soldiers, equipped with their own logistics bases and total control over their weaponry. A terrifying legion. There would be no need for all the Beast God Generals to mobilize. If just one were to entertain thoughts of rebellion, this formidable military power could erupt, potentially altering the entire political landscape of the world, or, at the very least, wreaking havoc upon the Americans themselves. Director Nick suddenly contemplated another pressing issue. The Beast God Generals must confront the encroachment of beastly instincts. If one day a Beast God General could no longer withstand the onslaught of these instincts, and entirely succumbed to becoming a true Beast God General, what would transpire then? With this thought, sweat poured down Nick's face. This was no ideal army, but rather 13 bombs, each poised to detonate at any moment. If the most dreadful scenario conjured in one's imagination were to transpire, the 13 Beast Gods would undoubtedly descend into madness. Director Nick found himself recalling the prophecy of the Ancient One, pondering whether the Ancient One had faltered in his craft, perhaps miscalculating the mathematics involved. Indeed, the prospect of annihilating half of Earth's population, eradicating humanity entirely, is not an impossible feat. Although drenched in sweat from fear, Director Nick's mind remained surprisingly lucid. It was too late for words. Even if he were to confront the leaders of various factions with the dismal outcomes he had envisioned, they would not relinquish their grip on the Beast God crystals. Rather, they would cling to them with fervor for the dire consequences, while terrifying. Also underscored the immense potential harbored within the Beast God crystals. In the hands of the truly formidable powers that stand unwavering in this world, might is paramount. The adage that authority springs from the barrel of a gun holds true. The range of cannon fire delineates the territory of truth. Without the means of violence, even a louder voice could be met with hostility. The Beast God crystals now epitomize formidable might, and despite the inherent dangers, no one would dare to let go. It is akin to the understanding that household electricity can be lethal, yet the advancement of modern civilization is fundamentally built upon this very power. People seek ways to harness electricity, striving to minimize the risks of electrocution, rather than discarding the modern marvels it affords. This illustrates how one's position dictates one's interests. While it may seem dissonant, even Director Nick would not release his hold on the Beast God crystals. Is it not absurd? Such behavior resembles that of a petulant child throwing a tantrum. Yet, the irony deepens, despite his inner turmoil resembling a field of wild grass. Director Nick chose to patiently accompany the Black Widow, observing the mysteries of the biological base within the great white whale. How long does it take to complete the transformation of a beast soldier in such a facility? If we are speaking of converting humans into versatile beast soldiers, the individual transformation takes approximately an hour, largely spent on stabilization post-modification. Given the genetic intricacies involved, this time frame is relatively swift without the aid of the beast gods. In contrast, the smaller, multifunctional models are considerably simpler. The ultra-small beast soldiers, modified from fish, are completed much more rapidly. Just before Director Nick and the Black Widow, in the nearest transformation chamber, a rather awkward-looking sea fish was captured by the great white whale and placed within. The chamber was equipped with numerous tentacle-like tools resembling jellyfish, all composed of biological material. These unique instruments served multifaceted roles, functioning as supports, mechanical arms, binding ropes, cutting tools, and injection apparatuses, among other complex functions. They swiftly immobilized the fish attempting to escape, and in a literal sense, the organs of the fish were skinned, disassembled, and torn into countless fragments by the tentacles. These fragments were then infused with substances that induced change, augmented by unknown compounds, and finally, under the deft manipulation of the tentacles, they were rapidly reassembled. Director Nick gazed upon the standardized beastification process within the modulation chamber, his thoughts straying not to scenes reminiscent of science fiction films, but rather to the arcane rituals depicted in fantastical narratives, an array of sinister sorcery employed for sacrificial purposes. A marine fish found itself ensnared by tentacle-like appendages, helplessly witnessing its flesh, skin, entrails, nerves, and bones meticulously disassembled layer by layer. This was merely the inception. The tentacles wielded even smaller, more systematic instruments, poised to conduct an intricate disassembly of these biological tissues. Director Nick was uncertain of the level of dissection being achieved, yet an uncanny sensation washed over him. The grotesque spectacle, astonishingly, did not disrupt the fish's circulatory system, implying that it remained very much alive within the chamber. As a cohesive entity, the fish was deconstructed while maintaining its vital state, leading Nick to suspect that the degree of separation approached the cellular level. If this were indeed the case, if they were merely teetering on the brink of cellular disassembly, the technological sophistication embedded within the modulation chamber was staggering. Should humanity harness such technology, what affliction could possibly elude their grasp? The so-called terminal illnesses would likely succumb effortlessly to such power. As for the subsequent operations within the modulation chamber, they left Director Nick utterly awestruck. Armed with ample space, advanced technology, and sufficient resources, the scene unfurling before him resembled the breathtaking visual effects of a fantasy film, brimming with an ethereal yet striking beauty. After much contemplation, Nick finally conceived a way to depict the phenomenon, akin to the nascent 3D printing technology that enables spatial, three-dimensional printing. However, this instance within the modulation chamber did not yield metallic artifacts. Instead, it produced living organs of beastified soldiers, rapidly forming from the smallest to the largest. Ultimately, these organs, under the guidance of the tentacle-like appendages, coalesced to give birth to a newly minted beastified soldier. The newly formed entity did not immediately depart the modulation chamber, lingering for an additional 2 minutes under the embrace of the tentacles for final checks and adjustments. Nick glanced at his watch and estimated that the entire process consumed less than 10 minutes. Calculating on the basis of 10 minutes per unit, with 3,000 modulation chambers within the great white whale, the production resembled an industrial operation. The first beastified soldier required 10 minutes to fabricate. However, the average time for each subsequent soldier diminished considerably, equating to a staggering rate of one soldier emerging from the chamber every 0.2 seconds, thereby allowing for the creation of 100,000 soldiers in approximately 334 minutes. Rounded to a mere 5.5 hours. Director Nick, though unfamiliar with the myriad bioweapons equipped on the recently formed beastified soldier, recognized one particular item that had been previously tested by the military. Among the arsenal was a device known as the high-pressure water spike, capable of autonomously synthesizing a bone spur exceeding 10 millimeters in diameter and over 10 centimeters in length, containing liquid explosives. Dubbed a water spike due to its composition entirely derived from biologically secreted synthetic materials, this weapon epitomized the audacity of their scientific endeavors. Once manufactured, this weapon can be stored for extended periods. When deployed, It is released via high pressure, boasting an effective range of approximately 100 meters, easily penetrating 8 mm military-grade armor before detonating. After each discharge, this biological weapon necessitates a cooldown of over 10 minutes before it can be fired again, rendering it an exceedingly abhorrent instrument of war. Director Nick has roughly estimated that even if this beastly legion were equipped solely with this weapon, it could potentially submerge an entire Pacific fleet of the Americans if wielded effectively. Consider the immense cost and time invested in maintaining the American fleet, not to mention the sheer number of soldiers serving within the Pacific Fleet alone, excluding logistical personnel and associated enterprises. In stark contrast, the terrifying capabilities of the beastly legion commanded by the Beast God General are vividly laid bare before Director Nick. On the journey, Director Nick resolved to control the Beast God General by any means necessary, including the likes of Black Widow and Geo, ensuring they could not recklessly develop their own legion of beastly soldiers under his command, lest it lead to catastrophic consequences for humanity. In this regard, Director Nick himself is somewhat blinded by authority. Setting aside whether Black Widow can truly command 5 million beastly soldiers, how many personnel does the entire American army comprise? They deployed only 180,000 troops to Iraq after significant effort, illustrating how challenging it is to mobilize large-scale manpower in contemporary society. The beastly soldiers, modified from humans, are deemed versatile because of their foundational strengths, allowing for secondary adjustments tailored to various scenarios. In contrast, other beastly soldiers exhibit considerable limitations. Take Black Widow's fish-modified soldiers as an example. Can they soar through the skies? Can they engage in terrestrial combat? Even their diving capabilities are restricted. Similarly, beastly soldiers modified from plants, insects, animals, and birds each have their own constraints, rendering them less adaptable and practical than their human-modified counterparts. Should Black Widow dare to undertake widespread modifications within human society, let alone 5 million beastly soldiers, even 1,000 would incite government outrage, prompting them to resort to nuclear strikes. Even if they couldn't eliminate Black Widow's newly created beastly soldiers, few would survive, leaving her to face the relentless pursuit of the American military. Furthermore, what is the Beast God Crystal? Essentially, it is a byproduct of research conducted by Yunlong. His exploration of high-grade elixirs within external alchemy was, from a traditional alchemical perspective, undoubtedly a failure. However, viewed from another angle, his research was not in vain. Although he did not successfully produce the high-grade elixirs, the byproducts yielded significant results, including the hardware component of the Beast God Crystal. The software aspect stems from Li Yunlong's investigation into the concept of a one-man army, paralleling the Phantom of the Mist, as it became evident that a solitary warrior faces overwhelming disadvantages. After all, one can observe that superheroes unite in alliances like the Avengers. One-on-one combat becomes a battle of numbers, epitomizing the age-old adage of many overwhelming the few, a notion that transcends mere enjoyment. Regrettably, until now, Li Yunlong has yet to achieve any remarkable results in his research on the formation of an army. The Earth War Chariot of the Shapeshifter, though capable of summoning earth golems and rock golems, can even, when provoked, call forth lava golems. However, golems, despite their formidable size and destructive power, lack agility. Their bulk is an advantage, yet their inflexibility is a significant drawback. In the era of cold weapons, they might have commanded respect, but in modern warfare, characterized by the overwhelming destructive capacity of high-tech weaponry, targeting golems is hardly more challenging than shooting at stationary targets. Under a barrage from artillery, how many of these golems will be left standing? The corpse army created by the Wraith King, while somewhat more agile than golems, can even maintain the peak state of the deceased during their lifetime. In the age of cold weapons, they would undoubtedly reign supreme. Yet, the present is not the past. Various artificial light sources have nearly created a state of light pollution, rendering the corpse army ineffective even at night. They are forced to remain close to the Wraith King, utilizing his dense fog to obscure light sources for their movement. While their forces may be concentrated, the conspicuous nature of such a gathering is undeniable. If one were to dispatch an army during the day, whether employing artillery to plow the ground or bombers to drop explosives with sufficient resources, one could easily deploy missiles to annihilate the entire corpse army. In the end, this would leave only the Wraith King, a mere figurehead. What significant impact could he possibly have? The American military boasts countless soldiers, each armed with a rifle, capable of overwhelming any foe with sheer numbers.